card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
All hands were brought in for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members, and as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. How about this? Cook something delicious with USDA Choice boneless beef tri-tip roast, untrimmed twin pack for just $5.99 per pound.
Or mix and match juicy 1 pound strawberries, 6-ounce raspberries or blackberries, or pint blueberries, $2.99 each when you buy 3, and an exclusive digital coupon for Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32 ounces, selected varieties, $5.97 each, limit 4 items.
That's a lot of berries, which
yummy.
is very, very good. Okay, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. All you got to do is download the weekly deals to your account, and then poof, they automatically deduct when you use your phone number at checkout. The app is simple to use, and it makes it easy to save money, and we all love that. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Hey, hey, hey. It's not Fat Albert, but it's your boy, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the ultimate kickoff show, live at the Laughing Monk Gastro Pub in Sunnyvale. We're talking Niner football and getting you fired up before kickoff. Best part, free parking, free shuttle to and from the stadium. So come on out, grab a cold one on the big fella, and let's get crazy and kick it off the right way at the Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. We won't meet you there, but we'll beat you there.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Dance, feast, and raise your glass to wildlife conservation. It's back! San Francisco Zoo's Sunset Fridays, a concert series to benefit our wildlife conservation work. Free for zoo members and kids 11 and under. Just $14 for everyone else. This Friday, August 8th, The Dunes. Get your tickets now at sfzoo.org/thegame. Rock on, Red Panda.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Presenting Again Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
North Beach, 56 degrees and clear.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe
Timed out, bro. He's an Italian. And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
No! It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
In the third, looking for more. He smashes that one to right field. Oh, my goodness. Headed for the second deck. A 3-run classic Devers home run. And it's 4-1 Giants.
It's from a blowout.
Oh, Dave Fleming on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area, 12-4 the final as the Giants stop the bleeding with a series win in the Big Apple. Devers goes long ball. Jung-Hoo Lee. First 4-hit game in Major League Baseball career, Jung-Hoo Lee. First 4-hit game there as the Giants get it done. They're back at 500, and I am back, baby. Joe Spadoni with you alongside Joe Shasky. Vibes are good, but also not great right now. We're not going to get into what Joe Shasky saw in the bathroom just 20 minutes ago, but I'll get into this. It's a massive week for the San Francisco Giants, Joe. You just came off a series win in New York. As I say, good morning to you, Carter, Risotto, all you lovely people just getting off work. I missed a lot that took place last week, and I'm going to need to play catch up with you just to get where your emotions and mentals are at heading into this week. Because on one hand, That was awesome. You needed that. Carson Wisenhunt gets his first win of his career. He already tied Justin Verlander on the season with wins, by the way, which is hilarious. But he goes 5 1/3 after coming off a rough and raucous kind of an outing that you were at last week at Oracle Park. You get Devers. Looks like he's breaking out of that funk, back in 233 now. He's looking good. Jung-Hoo Lee, everyone kind of contributed yesterday in that win outside of maybe Willie Adames. But the bats are getting hot, and maybe, just maybe, all the dust settling on the Giants being quote-unquote sellers has kind of relieved these hitters. But now you got to do it against the teams you're supposed to do it against. Got the Pirates coming up, and you got the Nationals at home. So it's going to be a massive, massive week for the Mentals there. But boy, did they need that over the weekend. As I say, good morning to you. And I missed you, buddy.
Yeah,
how you doing?
I'm good. I think it was Jung-Hoo Lee's best series of his career. He went 7-12, had 3 different doubles, a walk. And to me, yesterday, the biggest development was like the stolen base. Finally used his legs. Some guys in certain sports, their speed plays, and some guys in certain sports, their speed doesn't play for whatever reason. Think about a wide receiver that doesn't have great hands. Ted Ginn Jr., just a blazer. He would always be behind your defense. He just dropped the ball. And then there are a lot of guys in baseball that might be fast from point A to point B, but they take poor angles. They get bad jumps. They don't understand secondary leads. I just haven't seen enough from Jung-Hoo Lee until yesterday of him causing havoc on the base pass. And early in the game, he steals second. The ball squirts away from, I believe it was Lindor. And then he goes and takes third. And then Bailey knocks him in. And then you get an out. And then Ramos walk. So now you got 2 runners on. And boom, Devers, big 3-run home run. Right then and there. And it just felt like the game just took off from that moment. And I think it all started with Jung-Hoo Lee's speed.
And you just look at his last couple series, whether it was against the Mets this past weekend, he had 7 hits against the Pirates. Not his greatest series, but against the Mets prior to that, he had 5 hits in that series as well. So he's getting it going a little bit. And again, the pressure just feels off right now with the offense. And I think you alluded to it before the show started, Joe. It's like some of these guys didn't even know if they were going to be with the team. And there is an aspect of that where it's like, am I going to be like Yaz? Am I going to be like Doval? And I do want to get your thoughts on that because, as I mentioned, I was out all last week. It's good to be back. And you guys know the number. It's 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And again, shout out to all of you watching on YouTube. Yep, I trimmed the mustache yesterday. It is real, just like the nose, and spectacular. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So real quick, just peeling the curtain back, and I want to get into this and get the week, and we're going to get into the 49ers because there's a lot there with football, the Hall of Fame game last week. I'm sure you guys got into Trey Lance. The Trey Lance takes were, by the way, all over the place on Friday. He's already a backup for most teams. Oh, I think he should be started. It's like, all right, let's... NFL's back when we got Hall of Fame game takes after one game. That means nothing, absolutely nothing. So we'll get into that as well at some point. And we got joint practices starting this week. Broncos in town. That's going to start Thursday. So the road to Levi's officially starting this week because we got our first preseason game on Saturday as well. So can't wait for that. Are you going to be there, by the way, in these preseason games?
I just gave my tickets up to Ryan Levine, and him and his dad are going to go.
Oh, nice. Okay, that'll be fun. Those are nice, low-stakes games where you can just enjoy, relax.
Yeah. We're going up to the cabin this weekend.
Oh, okay. Again? You got to maximize those days coming up here,
I got my goddaughter and Rocco and his family coming up this weekend.
So when the Giants started selling off last week, quote-unquote selling off, because a lot of the names that ended up getting moved were names that we felt like were going to get moved anyways, right? Doval, Rodgers of the world, and the Yastrzemskis, all right? I think... For the most part, was that any of that shocking to you?
No, I think we take a step back, this whole sell it off. They didn't sell anything. They got rid of guys that probably aren't going to be on the team next year. Now, Doval is, someone who's obviously your closer, but think about where you viewed him a year ago, heading into the offseason. He wasn't a guy that you were, hell-bent on keeping as your closer. I think most Giants fans were ready to throw him off the bridge.
I mean...
And so, look... I didn't view it as this big major sell-off. Now, Wilmer Flores did get hurt on Friday, and that was a guy that you should have moved off. And I think for a variety of reasons, especially now with Bryce Eldridge getting hot in AAA. Neither here nor there. But, I still think this team can make a little run here. I'm not saying they're going to be a playoff team. They have a long way to go. They have many teams they have to jump. You got to win this week. But this thing season's over. No. Like, there's so much to play for. Individually, there's so much to play for, and I'm not ready to wave the ultimate white flag when it comes to the season. Now, on certain players, I was ready to wave the white flag, but I don't think the season's over by any stretch.
Well, you said something right there that I think is interesting. Like, there's a lot to play for still. I feel like a lot of Giants fans right now, they're just like, hey, get me to 49ers season. Like, let's just start this thing right now because the writing's on the wall. Buster Posey didn't buy at the deadline. This team was just under 500. They're teetering right now on the brink of disaster. Like, let's just move on. And you're saying, no, let's take a step back. Let's take a deep breath. There's still a lot to play for. 2 months to go in the season. I look at the wild card standings right now. You're 6 games back from a third wild card spot. You got the Padres, Mets, the team you just faced right now, and the Cubs right there. And they're all playing pretty well. The Padres 7-3 in their last 10. They look spectacular. Plus, they added Mason Miller. Are you kidding me? That's going to be something to watch. And they already had a stacked bullpen to begin with. All right. So, what are the Giants playing for these last 2 months? And I'm going to put the wild card withstanding. If they can make that, great. If not, what? What are they playing for, Joe?
What do you mean? What are they playing?
Yeah, what are they playing
Opportunities.
for?
Okay, so Willie Adames is trying to, salvage his entire season, not just have a great month, which he did in July. I think Rafael Devers is trying to get himself right. Like as you see now, his road splits and his home splits are pretty dramatic. So he's going to try to get himself, proper. I don't think he's lived even close to what his potential is as a Giant. I look at someone like Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman missing a month of the season did this team in for this year. I think he has a lot to play for. Casey Schmidt playing for his Major League Baseball starting career right now. Second base is up in the air. I think Dom Smith and whoever else is at first base, obviously trying to prove that they belong. Center field, Jung-Hoo Lee. This weekend that he had over the weekend, that's what we need to see. I think the majority of people are kind of iffy on Jung-Hoo Lee, even though he's got $88 million left on his contract. Left field, Elliot Ramos. Okay, you were an all-star. Guess what? You know what the really good players do? They do it year in, year out. All right, then I look at right field. Right field's up for grabs, whether it's Grant McCray, whether it's Luis Matos, whether it's eventual call-up for Luciano or whoever might play there the remainder of the year. Those are opportunities. Pat Bailey, I think he's fighting for his Major League Baseball starting catching job right now. Bob Melvin, I think he's fighting for his manager job right now. And then look at their starting rotation. Carson Whisenhunt, are you a big leaguer? I'm not going to fall into the same, trap that I did last year with Ryan Walker and Hayden Birdsong kind of tantalizing us in the final couple months. But I would sure feel a hell of a lot better heading into the offseason if I knew that Carson Whisenhunt, racked up his inning totals closer to 150 innings as opposed to like 115, which is the majority of guys in the minors. And I think the same goes for Landon Roop. Finish on a high note. Robbie Ray, finish on a high note. You want that extension? You're heading into the final year of your contract next year. There's a lot to play for. Those are the individual storylines. And then I haven't even referenced the Wade Mecklers or the Bryce Eldridges and all the different guys that you have in the minor leagues that are knocking on the door. The kids that you just traded for from the Mets. Like, those are up in the air. What about Randy Rodriguez? You want the closer's job? Well, better not be as shaky as it was Friday night. All of these things are at play. I think so much is at play.
That being said, and the number 888-957-9570, I don't know if I'm a Giants fan. I get it. There's levels to this. There's casuals natures to this, and that's fine. I don't know if those storylines that you're mentioning right now is going to be enough for me to be captivated these next 2 months. I want playoffs.
Well, captivated is a separate term.
But that's why I'm asking it, because there is a lot right now to be made about them being 500. You got 2 months to go. They're not technically out of it, but when Buster Posey is basically telling me, the fan, that he doesn't believe enough in this team to buy into it, then why should I buy into the rest of the season? They did buy in.
They bought Devers. They put an extra month on it.
At the deadline, I'm saying. It felt like they just sold. They did. They didn't buy anything.
What did they get rid of that you were like, gotta go to the park and go see Kaminga?
They made a strength a week. It might have been a weakness now.
Their bullpen is not as good. There's no question. Yeah. Like that I acknowledge. But again, 1 year ago, did you think Camilo Doval was some prize piece?
Well, the start of the season, I thought it might have, and then he got his confidence totally taken away from him. So no, A year ago this time now.
And Tyler Rogers was set to be a free agent. So, Tyler Rogers is the guy you're going to miss the most in this whole equation. Sure. Mike Yastrzemski, good Giant, had a heck of a run. It was time. It was time. So, I think we're a little over dramatic on the selling off, and you didn't buy. And this team didn't earn the opportunity to trade future prospects for the now. They didn't. They fell a little flat. Now, Detroit Tigers last year sold off Flaherty. And in reality, that sounds like an incredibly stupid sentence. Sold off Flaherty. Anyone could have Flaherty. Flaherty stinks. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they still went on a little playoff push. So who's to say the Giants couldn't do it?
Well, by the way, did you see the old veteran, the guy that was struggling mightily and now is balling for the Detroit Tigers? Charlie Morton, you kidding me? 41 years old. This guy just finds a way every single time. Doesn't matter. He just finds a way. He's 41, Joe. Yeah. He could do it.
I just think that there's so much to play for. No one is saying that this is like you're never going to, if playoff baseball's up here, right? Fighting for your individual career is going to be obviously multiple ticks below that. No one is saying that has the same kind of energy. But to say that there's nothing to play for and that the fans are tuned out, I just disagree. I think people are, they want to see what the hell's going on with Rafi Devers. Is he more the guy that I saw yesterday take a giant swing and put one as far as Barry Bonds did at Citi Field? Or is he the guy that's late on fastballs and puts together sloppy at-bats? That's what we want to know. Is Adames the guy who looked more like an absolute all-star in July? Or is he the guy that got off to the horrible first 2 months start? Part of why they're in the position that they're in is because of what he did at the beginning of the year. So I think there's a lot to play for. This Garrison Whisenhunt guy, right? Yesterday. That was a great outing. It's a great step forward for the young man.
Yep.
You're a left-handed prospect for the Giants, wasn't doing well in AAA, gets called up because they needed somebody, and he showed yesterday that, hey, maybe there is something there. Maybe he does belong. I think that's extremely important. A young 24-year-old left-handed pitching prospect under team control, that's huge.
Massive. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, we will touch on the 49ers and what's going on in training camp down there as they start joint practices on Thursday with the Denver Broncos. Your boy Bo Nix coming into town, Joey. Hey, I will say this. You were high on Bo Nix because of his preseason play a little bit. You started to say, you know what? Maybe he's not going to be that bad. And it ended up being pretty freaking good as a rookie, all things considered last year, going to the playoffs. And I thought that was the playoff lock of the week last year, was them going into Buffalo. I was like, oh, give me Buffalo. It's not even close. And it was. That was my lock of the year. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. And Matt Lively is going to be joining us to talk about said week of practice and starting those joint practices on Thursday. Matt Lively obviously covers all things Bay Area sports for ABC 7 News. Matt Lively, 9 a.m.
With the injury to Wilmer Flores, I didn't get an update.
KPIX, excuse me. KPIX.
I didn't get an update over the weekend, so I'm not really sure exactly where he's at. So if one of you guys behind the glass knows more of an accurate depiction than I do, he was running down the first baseline Friday. He's a guy that should have been moved. And
Flores.
Yeah, and you look at it right now, Bryce Eldridge is so hot in AAA. Now, you look at some of the advanced metrics, he's not hitting breaking balls as well as he should, and that's obviously below par. But right now, if I told you called up Bryce Eldridge in the next 10 days, we would all be in on that.
Why not?
We would all be in on that.
I would like to hear why you don't call him up at this point. Seriously,
well,
there's zero
because he needs
reason
to work on hitting non-fastballs.
I mean, this team needs to work on just hitting fastballs in general. Could just come up here right now. The whole thing when it comes to baseball is just so maddening to me sometimes when it comes to prospects, when it comes to confidence, when it comes to when you call these guys up, but you try to keep them down there because you don't want the at-bats and everything. The whole Vlad Jr. conversation with Toronto, trying to keep him down. All that withstanding, just bring the guy up the last 2 months. Why not? Or just give him a cup of coffee. Give him a couple series.
You got to have spots for him to play, though, and that's where the Wilmer Flores staying with him, to me, was kind of a frustrating head scratcher for me because I get why you want to get his bat in there every day. We've watched, he's been laboring for a month and a half, Wilmer Flores, and he's not going to play great defense at first base. He's really just a DH, and it feels like you've got about 3 or 4 of those guys on the roster. So it's redundant. I would have moved him. See, to me, that was the move that I would have made.
This is interesting to me. The Bryce Eldridge coming up. The Devers conversation is going to be one I think that's going to dominate the final 2 months, and how he looks heading into the offseason. It's going to be him and Jung-Hoo Lee, and you mentioned it earlier. Like, the fact that Jung-Hoo is finally starting to get going here, and he had his first 4-hit day in the majors yesterday, that was huge. Him being on the base paths, I think, was the most eye-opening part, and you alluded to that, so Bonte talk about it. Where are you at with Jung-Hoo Lee these final 2 months, Joe? Like, is this a guy that's playing for his future in a orange and black uniform going forward for you? Because they have a lot of money tied to him. He's not a Buster Posey guy. No. I know Devers is here for the long haul, and I know he's proven in the big leagues. And the reason I have not been as critical on Jung-Hoo is because I am viewing this as a redshirt season, a rookie season for him. Now, I know he is a professional player playing in the KBO, but the KBO, quite frankly, means nothing to me. It might as well be AAA, might as well be AA.
No one knows.
I don't know what it is. I don't know how to quantify it. I just don't know. Might as well be Canadian Football League for all I care if I'm comparing it to the NFL. I don't know. But that being said, like, I think this is a huge 2 months for him and his future in San Francisco. I know Devers is saying, I know Adames is saying, I know Matt Chapman's going to be sticking around, Wisenhunt obviously, but for Jung-Hoo Lee, I think he has the most to prove these final 2 months. And if they do make a push, he's going to have to be a part of it. Like, he's going to be, because if I could head out of this season knowing Jung-Hoo Lee could be a leadoff guy for me, that would be massive.
I would say him not being a good top of the order guy for the majority of the year has been one of the biggest problems on the team.
Right?
And it's not necessarily blaming him. It's just more like they have had a false person at the top of their order because Jung-Hoo Lee's not a catalyst.
Yes.
And it's really screwed up their entire lineup.
Absolutely.
And so they need him now. There's something to be said. He plays better in the 7-8-9 role. He just does. So maybe he's just not a traditional top of the order guy. Maybe he's best suited to be bottom of the order. But I think their number one priority is to figure it out on Jung-Hoo Lee so that going into the offseason, all right, if Jung-Hoo Lee's not a 1-2 guy at the top of the order, well, then he's a 7-8-9 guy. I have to go out and get that guy. I have to find someone who can be a catalyst to spark us at the top of the order because Ramos, Devers, Chapman, Adames, they're all high strikeout guys. Someone has got to be a put the ball in play, contact speed guy, and you don't really have that element in the bulk of the order at the top.
All right, so you take care of business against the Mets. It was a really nice series win. It was very nice.
It was. That's a good team. The Mets are a good team, and they're obviously all in on the now.
You got to beat the Pirates now, though, dude. Like, you got swept against them. Sorry,
question.
I wasn't here. Again, I wasn't here last week. I'm playing catch-up mode a little bit. You got swept by the Pittsburgh Pirates, and you didn't even face Paul Skeens, and you're not going to face him this time around either?
And Mitch Keller was out after 2 innings.
Oh, my.
I know.
You have got to take business. And then you got the Nationals after
baseball.
that. You have got to take care of business this week because this series win against the Mets, quite frankly, means nothing if you lay some duds against the Pirates and the Nationals of the world. You want me to take you somewhat seriously going forward this next couple of months? You got to take care of business this week. Minimum 4 wins for me. You cannot split this series.
The Pirates sold everybody off.
Sold, yes.
I mean, they got rid of a lot, but the Washington's a good team, dude. They got a lot of young talent. You're rolling your eyes. They have a lot of talent.
20 games under.
I know their record isn't good. I'm telling you, they have a ton of talent.
They have talent. You have talent too. All right. And you had expectations, unlike the Washington Nationals, who, again, a team that were in our sellers going forward for the foreseeable future. What else did I miss last week? Oh, Jonathan Kaminga? Is there still a crisis going on there?
Oh, no.
This can't be true, right? That the Kings offered Malik Monk and what was it, a 2030 pick?
I don't know.
I don't care what. The pick could be 30-22 or whatever.
They offered Malik Monk and we said no? Mike Dunleavy, what? Why? Am I missing something here?
I need
unprotected.
I need a conclusion on this thing one way or the other.
Is there ever going to be a conclusion on this? It's going to be to be continued.
He's gonna take the qualifying offer, and then they're gonna deal him in February.
There's this show, this anime that's been going on literally for the last 25 plus years called One Piece out of Japan. And no, seriously, it's called. It's no. Real quick, it's like a Dragon Ball Z type of show, right? They're like 30-minute long, 30. But at the end of each episode, it literally says to be continued. I've been watching this show for 25 years. This is literally the Jonathan Kaminga. It's One Piece to be continued. It's never going to stop, ever. He's going to be 50 years old. Well, JK, we still need the guy within our organization. Like, just rip the Band-Aid off. It's okay to rip the Band-Aid off one way or the other. Malik Monk is more than I thought you were ever going to get at this point. We're talking about Keon Ellis. Give me Malik Monk. He could score. He could do anything he wants. Like, he's not a big body. He's not. He's not going to be great defensively. But God, what did you need in the playoffs, Joe? What did you need? You need scoring.
Well, you needed a stop, too.
Well, sure. But, once Steph went down, you couldn't score.
No, I know. But, it'd be nice to get some stops as well. I'm not saying that you couldn't use more scoring.
Yes. That being said.
That's what Buddy's for.
Or just someone who'll get in the game.
So we got that. We got
Pods.
We got Juwan Jennings.
But we have
the
plus-minus leader on the team, Pods.
So what is going right now in the Bay Area sports landscape?
What's going right?
What's going right?
I mean, Brock Purdy's having a hell of a camp.
Is he?
Yeah.
Who's he throwing to?
That's me.
Oh, my God. You're going to be down there at joint practices?
Know how to run routes, dude.
Robbie
Chosen.
Robbie
Chosen.
You know what? There's a guy out there, speaking of the Niners, this is called the Tease People. He's out in Washington, D.C. His name's Scary Terry. And no, I'm not talking about Rozier. Go get this guy.
Oh, my God.
That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And it was also sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
What would we do without childcare providers? At Coco Kids, we value your impact. Coco Kids supports you with free resources, referrals, and more. Visit cocokids.org today to learn how we can support your childcare business.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-750-4198. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-750-4198. 800-750-4198. 800-750-4198.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Sanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Sanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
For Dom being back here in New York. Now a drive to left by Schmidt to the wall. Gone! Casey Schmidt. The exclamation point to this one.
You know, we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Oh, I love Adam in the city. And Adam, I'm not going to share what producer Carter was saying in my ear, because apparently you guys go way back. He's talking some smack, though. Wants to throw down. That's what he wants to do. Oh, you're flipping the bird at him now? Okay. I'm feeling great. It's a Monday. We got school going back next week, by the way. It's like the ultimate taboo movie. You don't do this. You don't come back from a week off like I just had, Joe, and be like, I need another day off. But Big Boss Man, if you're listening, I do got first day of school next week with the kiddos on Monday. Baby Nora, she's starting preschool for the first time, and it's going to be at the same school as Benny's at. So it's going to be one big drop-off. It's going to be very nice. I'm very excited about that. Baby Nora, so proud of you. She's doing so good. The potty training and everything. She's crushing it. Benny, not excited to go back, as one would imagine, but he's going to crush it too, going from TK to kindergarten. So first week of school starting a week from today for a lot of the kids, the public school kids. So I'm excited about that. I know, Joe, you're dreading that moment when you have to drop off LJ.
No, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to save a lot of money.
See, you're saying that now. Well, yes, the money part. Yes, that's going to be the best part.
I'm all in.
But you're going to have some tears. There's going to be some tears in the eyes.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I'm also going to be super happy because tears. I'll have some money back in my pocket. You know.
Can you not be cynical?
No, it's called being realistic.
Oh my God.
This daycare and the nannying and all that stuff is just expensive.
Brother, you don't have to tell me.
It's expensive.
It's I don't even want to get into it. It's okay. It's all right. But because everyone's dealing with this stuff, it's not exclusive to us. But
no, we all have it.
Just for a couple months, you're talking about north of $3,200, man. Just for a couple months. Oh, so yes, I'm going to be very happy about that. Starting a week from today. But in the meantime, a lot happened this past week that I didn't have a chance to react to. Juwan Jennings getting hurt. And we'll get back into the Giants because there is something we want to discuss in regards to this Giants team, and something that could get me excited as a Giants fan these last 2 months. If I don't think we're going to make the playoffs, this could have my attention. Could be one Bryce Eldridge getting called up. But Juwan Jennings, did he play himself real quick, Joe?
What do you mean?
I mean, the guy wanted to get paid, and all of a sudden the calf injury pops back up that he was dealing with the OTAs, and now he's on the shelf, and now the number one wide receiver is a guy in Ricky Pearsall, who's not even doing one-on-one drills because they're trying to protect him. I'm concerned. I told you about this wide receiver core. I was concerned, Joe, and you said, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They'll figure it out. It's okay."
I'm way more concerned about their secondary than I am their wide receivers. I'm just telling you, I just am way more worried about their secondary on defense than I am about wide receivers.
Will you ever be worried about the wide receiver core?
What's that?
Will you ever be worried about this wide receiver core?
If Kyle Shanahan is the coach, I'm not as worried. I'm just not. They will find ways to make plays. That's why I'm paying him $20 million a year, and that's why I pay my quarterback $250 million. I actually think he'll be fine. Yes, they're going to have times where they're going to need the guys to break open on one-on-one coverage, and we'll see. But if they're able to run the ball and they're able to run play action, I just don't worry as much as others.
We'll get more into that with Matt Lively at 9 o'clock. 9 a.m. Matt Lively, KPIX. He's going to be down, and he has been down at 49ers training camp in Santa Clara. And by the way, joint practices starting with Denver Thursday, preseason game number 1 Saturday. Cannot wait for that, Joe. And we're going to be talking about it all right here on 95.7 The Game. We call it what? The road to Levi's? Yeah, the long road to Levi's, because it is the Super Bowl this year. We got Super Bowl. We got World Cup coming up. We got hopefully Giants baseball in a couple of years coming back here, the Oracle Park. We got another All-Star game hopefully. So the Bay is the place to be. We just had the NBA All-Star game, and I would like for the 49ers to be a part of it come February. That would be amazing. In the meantime, you know what else would be amazing right now? Let's see Bryce Eldridge. Why not? Let's see the young phenom. Call him up. Call him up. What do you got to lose? Him, and also, I kind of want to see Marco Luciano. I wouldn't mind seeing Marco Luciano. I know the bat hasn't been great in AAA, but quite frankly, I don't care. Call him up here. Let's see what the kid's got. What have you got to lose at this point when it comes to Luciano, when it comes to Eldridge? More so Luciano, I think. Just bring him up, get him a cup of coffee up here. Try him again at multiple positions. I don't know. Like, I know they thought, like, what was it, shortstop? They thought, like, you can't do anything. Second base, he was booting the ball around. Like, I felt like we ripped the Band-Aid off too quick when it came to him and said he's a bust. Let's bring him back up, try to get his confidence going, and see what we got with Luciano. Why not?
Well, I mean, as one of the top 15 prospects in baseball, he is a bust. Like, if we're being real, like, he doesn't have a position, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, so, like, that's kind of a problem.
Right now, yeah, we'll see.
He doesn't have a position.
Oh, stick him in right. Right. Like, who do you got out there that you really like? Come on.
I'm just, well, right now, Grant McCray is playing, and he's actually not bad. He had multiple hits on Saturday.
Solid.
All right, so, like, yeah, if you don't have a position, and unless you are Manny Ramirez or David Ortiz or whatever, like, yeah, you're not going to live up to your billing. He was the number 1 prospect for multiple years in their farm, and he's not that guy. He's just not. That doesn't mean his career's over. That doesn't mean he can't be good. But 23. In terms of living up to what he was, yeah, he's probably going to end up being a bust.
God, he's still so young. He's 23. As we're still talking about Trey Lance being younger than some rookies that are starting this year in the NFL. Luciano's still only 23, going on 24, albeit. But man, like, I was really like, we're already labeling him a bust.
Well, part of his value, like, if we're going to play this out and, like, explain why Luciano's where he's at, part of his value is he's a shortstop, right? And so the power numbers at shortstop, what he was bringing, that they thought that was an outlier in terms of the power production you were going to get. And if you're going to play the shortstop position, there's a value that we heavily place on that defensively for good reason, right? That's why so many shortstops have been overpaid in free agency. Just go around and look at baseball the last 4, 5, 6 years, whether it's, extensions for a Francisco Lindor, whether it's the Carlos Correa, Seager, like all these shortstops. It is the number 1 defensive position outside of maybe catcher in the entire game. And if you're giving premium production power-wise, offensively, we're going to overvalue that. That's why Bobby Witt Jr. is so tantalizing as a prospect. Gunnar Henderson, right? These guys are so tantalizing. That's why Volpe, Yankee fans lost their minds last year because he won a Gold Glove and, hey, he hit like 20 home runs and we're feeling good. And that's why they're so down on him right now.
Oh my
God.
If
Luciano's not playing shortstop and he's in the outfield, we look at the outfield production numbers very differently than we look at shortstop. Right? To be a 20 home run guy at shortstop, you would be a $180 million player like Willie Adames. That's why he's a $180 million player. But if you do that in right field, you're one of how many guys, right? So that's why I think that the shine's off. Now, I'm ready to see him. Regarding Eldridge, that's the more tantalizing one.
Of course.
Eldridge has got 3 home runs in his last 2 games or whatever. He's got basically 8 RBIs in 3. He's been tearing the cover off the ball, going the other way. I don't know when the right time is. I want to get a look at him. I'm selfish. I want to see him. I did the same thing with Barr, did the same thing with Luciano, do the same thing with Casey Schmidt. I want to see these guys on the big league level because selfishly I want to watch them. I do understand why they don't want to flip that card over just yet. Sounds like he's not ready defensively. I don't know. Like, how long is Wilmer out? If Wilmer's out multiple weeks, I think it's a natural thing. Just call him up. But you also don't want him to sit on your bench.
We'll pick this up on the other side. Is now the right time to call up Bryce Eldridge for the San Francisco Giants? 888-957-9570. You could call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. In the meantime, It's time for the Golden State Valkyries strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Ooh, love the flight of the Valkyries. Our strength, your health. All right. It's been tough a little bit lately. I mean, when you lose your all-star Kayla Thornton, it's going to be tough the rest of the way. And by the way, I was at Valhalla, Joe, just a couple weeks ago. Their last home game against the Dallas Wings coming out of the all-star break. That place... Hey, Risotto was on it. You've been on it. Everyone's been on it. There is a different level of energy. Like it's just different than Warriors games. I don't know how else to describe it, but the atmosphere was incredible, and they did win that one. But they lost yesterday, 101-77 to the Las Vegas Aces. They didn't have a bright spot, though, courtesy of Ileana Rupert. Notched a career-high 17 points last night, including this right-wing corner three in the fourth quarter.
Bounces it to Amir, over to Rupert, launching a right-wing three and splashes that one down. Ileana Rupert with 17 points, a new career high, 3 of 8 from beyond the arc for Ileana Rupert.
And that was Kevin Dana right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for Golden State Warriors and Valkyries game. And again, you can find it all on the free Odyssey app, and you can find it on that Valkyries tab. And that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. All right.
I want to get back into the Eldridge because I think there's a lot of misinformation regarding manipulation of playing time and all that. And I want to set the record straight because I see people texting in and whatnot. I will explain the whole Eldridge dynamic. We'll get into it.
And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harders.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Andy Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
Well, thanks, Dwayne. And does Dwayne know that this segment's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations? When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Spadoni, Shasky, we're rolling, talking some gigantes. We'll touch on the 49ers. Don't worry, there's a lot to get into when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers and expectations and where fans are at when it comes to Kyle Shanahan, when it comes to Brock Purdy. Who's going to be the number one wideout for Brock Purdy this year, for God's sakes? Is it going to be Ricky Pearsall? Is that a good thing? Is Juwan Jennings going to get healthy? Jacob Cowan, can he get healthy? What's going on there? Terry McLaurin, disgruntled, wants to get traded. Oh, by the way, Micah Parsons, he wants to get traded? Oh, you hate to see it for the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, you really do. I mean, Jerry Jones, I guess Jay-Z's going at him now in Rock Nation. Oh, no. Say it ain't so. Drama and Big D. Yeah, we're not worried about that, though. What we are worried about is whether or not to call it Bryce Eldridge, Joey. We doing that? The hot prospect, first-round pick a couple years ago. By the way, the 2023 draft, that's some big names. Obviously, the biggest being, Paul Skeens, number 1 overall, obviously. He's been called up. I'd say he's had a pretty good career thus far. Would you agree? Dylan Cruz, the number 2 overall pick for the Nats.
LSU teammates.
Awesome. He's a fun player.
Yeah.
Okay, right? Wyatt Langford, another one, top 5. He's number 4 overall too. The Texas Rangers. Tough series loss against the Mariners for them, but the Rangers are one of those teams. If they sneak in, I think they do still have World Series potential there if they can get the pitching. Jacob Wilson, number 6 overall to the A's, obviously an all-star this year.
First ever rookie starting shortstop.
Yep, crazy. And now he's got a fractured, I think, forearm or something. That sucks. But by the way, his teammates, Nicholas Kurtz, looks like he's going to be now the rookie of the year, which is crazy. They got probably the 1 and 2 there. And then you got some other names, Chase Dollander out of the Rockies organization. You got some other guys, the Matt Shaw, Chicago Cubs, Jacob Gonzalez, White Sox. So what I'm saying is here, there has been quite a few of those other first-round picks to make their debuts already in 2023. Not to say that means anything, because all teams and situations are different. But when it comes to Bryce Eldridge, 888-957-9570, Giants fans, is now the right time to call up the young rookie phenom? And if not now, why?
So from the 619, you guys should know that if the Giants call up Eldridge before September 1st, they lose a year of his contract. They're not going to call him up before then. It's not factually correct, okay? The way it works when it comes to service time in Major League Baseball and manipulation, you'll hear this a lot, like, they don't want to bring him up because they don't want him to hit arbitration. You got to have 172 days on the big league roster. Okay. Now, for a rookie status, for you to be considered your rookie year, basically anything more than 130 at bats, right? So if you have more than 130 at bats, you don't qualify. So what is the average major leaguer who plays every single day? What do you think they get? Somewhere between 95 and 115 at bats in a month.
Yeah, it's about
okay. Right. Just look at Willard Dibs, for example. Just look at his game logs, and July there's obviously a week off, so it's going to look a little different. But for the most part, 95 to 110, 115. That's for most everyday players. So if you played him every day, it would be about a month and a half for him to accrue all of his rookie stats. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to do 150 at-bats, 140 at-bats. I don't see that. I think that the most likely is they aren't going to call him up until about August 15th, August 20th. That's my personal, if they were. And then the question becomes, do you carve out time for him every day? You don't want to call him up and have him sit. You want to call him up and have him play at least a couple of days a week, at least, if not more. Now, the minor league season, I believe, ends on the end of August, hence why you usually have all these September call-ups, and there will be like a AAA playoffs or whatever, but you're basically not worried about service time. He's not going to hit the service time. That's number one. So they're not going to lose a full year. The question is whether he'll be eligible as a rookie or not. And if I'm running the Giants, and again, this is just my algorithm, I would want him to have as much time in his actual rookie season to be able to get those rookie accolades. Now, that seems selfish and PR and marketing driven, but that's how teams view these things.
That's part of it.
Yeah. And also, you got nothing to lose if you call him up after, let's just say, August 20th, August 15th, somewhere in that date. So 2 weeks away, basically. Because, you're not going to lose a year of eligibility. You're not going to lose an entire year of rookie status. And you want to be able to have this guy thrive and get some at-bats and also get a little taste of what it's like in the big leagues and be alongside Chapman and Adames and Devers and just be traveling a little with those guys. You have nothing to lose. So I think that they're not going to call him up right now. They're going to wait until that time, basically comes through.
NorCal Mike on the YouTube chat, and you could weigh in at 888-957-9570, same number to call or text, and also, obviously, YouTube. NorCal Mike, we can't do the Farhan model anymore of rushing up prospects to only give them 25 at-bats for success. It ruined our farm for years. What say you, Joe?
We could point to individual guys and say, Wade Meckler probably shouldn't have came up when he did, and he hasn't really recovered. Does anyone really think Joey Bart was 6 months in the minors away from being the next Gary Carter?
No. He was never going to be the next Buster Posey, quite frankly. We're seeing that right now come to fruition with the Pirates. He's solid, but again, he's batting 240. He's a backup catcher probably going forward.
Exactly.
Yes.
Was Brandon Belt one extra year in the minors away from being Willie McCovey?
No.
Kind of was what he was, right? So now it doesn't mean that you can't work on things and come roaring back and be a better player. But I just believe ultimately you're on a trajectory that you're going to be about that kind of a player. And yeah, there are some circumstances and some moments early in your career that can make or break your confidence, send you spiraling. I acknowledge that, but you kind of are who you are, And so I don't really blame Farhan on guys getting called up. And the COVID year with Joey Bart, there was no minor league system. You had nothing to lose. He was playing no baseball. So it's either play baseball on the big league team or play no baseball. Yeah, I'm going to play baseball.
Well, and it's such a unique thing when it comes to baseball compared to basketball and football when it comes to confidence. Oh, we blame baseball teams overall for the lack of confidence within the players. Now, there's some of that in basketball. I think we've seen that with the Jonathan Kaminga crisis, saga, whatever you want to call it. Obviously, playing time matters. We understand that. But what's unique to Major League Baseball is we are so scared that these guys' confidence, that they're never going to recover because they struggle. It's a game of failure. We talk about it all the time. I get it. It can fall on deaf ears. It's a game of failure. And if they can't get up off the mat now, maybe they never will. So there is an aspect of if he goes up there and he's won for his last 24 or whatever, it's okay, sure. Then he's going to learn some stuff. Great. That's what happens. I think, I don't know if you sent it. Someone sent it to the chat. Maybe I just stumbled upon it. It was George Brett talking about it when he got first called up. And he was struggling as a rookie in Kansas City. And he was batting 200, 211, whatever. And, he made one subtle adjustment and it changed everything.
Matt Williams famously came up, scuffled, went back down, and then came back up only to stick forever.
Exactly.
Willie Mays started off horrible early in. Okay, these are some of the greatest players of all time. It's all relative. Does anyone remember what Bobby Witt Jr. did his rookie year?
No. What did he do?
He batted like 250.
But
now he showed tremendous promise. He was 20 years old, right? So those things do matter. But nobody remembers exactly what he did. Does anyone remember that Brandon Crawford batted 204 his first full season? 204.
204. But it was his great defensive play. You started leaning on certain things.
Do you think he would have been a 300 hitter if he stayed one more year in the minors? Does anyone think that?
No.
He kind of was what he was. Now, he ended up getting better and better and better and better. And I think that's where I'm betting on not just your traits, physical traits, I think your mental traits. That's when I bank on those. I think they're going to give him a cup of coffee, but I don't think it's now. It's probably another 2 weeks away at minimum. And they're going to bring him up. And see, to me, when you bring him up, just give him opportunities. That's why I think the Wilmer Flores thing for me is a little head scratching, because if Wilmer comes back healthy, Bryce has no spots and no opportunities. Don't call him up at that point, because I don't want him just sitting there.
I mean, Wilmer Flores he's 33 going on 34, and he's got a hamstring injury. So as we've learned with hamstring injuries, the older you get, the harder it is for it to recover. God, and speaking of that, I'm 32, and I woke up with a sore abdomen. I didn't even do anything, Joe. I just slept wrong, and I was sore.
It's getting old, bro.
It is. It sucks. But with Wilmer Flores, I would expect something like that to linger, and I would expect potentially, I'm not reporting anything right now, probably an IL stint if it's a hamstring injury, because I don't foresee that just getting better anytime soon. Now, hopefully, it's just a tweak, and we'll see. But yeah, that's an opportunity. And do you stick him at first base? Do you try to go back and forth? Him and Devers, the thing with this is, and it makes it tricky, is we have seen a better Devers when he's playing first base. He spoke about it. The team spoke about it. Bob Melvin spoke about it. He just feels more comfortable when he's out there and helping defensively. Yeah, right. There's something to that, and you were on that, and I give you credit for it.
I'm telling
There's something about just being on the field and contributing when your bat's not contributing, and you just feel better mentally. Now, conversely, if I bring up Eldridge and he's just going to be a DH guy and he's struggling at the plate, that's going to hurt his mentals, because he just saw it with Rafi Devers, who's way more accomplished in the bigs than a guy like Bryce Eldridge is, right?
You don't want him living and dying on every at-bat.
No.
And you want him to be able to go out into the field and kind of lose himself in the situation of the moment defensively. I think there's just something to be said for calming yourself, all right, it's first and third in this situation. We're going to hold the runner on at first. Maybe we're going corners in. We're looking for a bunt. You're taking all of the pressure of the at-bat, because we know how psychological it can get. Very much like putting or kicking in the NFL. You can get in your own dome at the plate, and it is a mental craziness. The difference between 3 out of 10 and 2 out of 10, I mean, we're not a major leaguer, could be a Hall of Famer. That's the difference. One at-bat.
It's pretty crazy.
It is crazy. The margins are razor thin in baseball.
By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed in San Francisco.
So on the Eldridge thing, if they call him up, let's just say hypothetically today, well, he will not accrue an entire year of, the pre-arbitration. Basically, any player that you call up, you control their rights for up to 6 years. 3 years pre-arb, and then arbitration after. It's basically they get to negotiate with a mediator to get the money on the arbitration. That's for those that don't know.
Whereas I hate that that's a thing. Just the whole...
Well, it's too long to get to free agency. That's number one. But so you're not losing a year of team control is what I'm getting at. If you called them, even if you called them up today. But the question then becomes all right, do you have playing time for him? And do you want to exhaust his rookie status? Because if you played him every day from here till the end of the year, he'll probably get 150, 160 at-bats, which would make this his rookie year. I don't know if I'd want to do that.
Bryce Eldridge, is he the most kind of tantalizing talent here in the Bay when it comes to just, I need to see more of player X? It's Bryce Eldridge. Because for a lot of people, I'm Sharks withstanding, I love the Macklin Celebrini fans. I love all of you. I get it. Highly touted prospect. It's hockey, all right? And I'm not disparaging any Sharks talk. I'm not. I love it. 60 Seconds Celebrini. It's one of our greatest segments we have here at 95.7 The Game. We shoehorn it in when we can. But Bryce Eldridge, I feel like he's such a larger than life person because he's he's Aaron Judge over here. He's 6'7". I'm not saying he's Aaron Judge, but the size, again, I'm going Bobby Fitz. Size matters here. And he would just give me a reason. Like, what's the reason I'm going out to watch a Giants game right now?
Rafi Devers.
Size matters.
But Joe, he hasn't really been doing it at home. Like that's part of this. So when I
Joe,
go,
they had 38,000 on a Tuesday against the freaking Pirates. The attendance has not been a problem this year.
Okay, but how much of that was there a Carson Whisenhunt that called up their top pitching prospect?
That was on Monday. Tuesday,
okay.
Like they've had some great crowds.
Okay.
I've been as surprised as any regarding the amount of people. It was packed when I went on Monday night.
And you know
it's
what?
The Pirates.
And you know what? Maybe going forward, but the Pirates are somewhat of a brand, right? They're like, well, how many Pirates fans were there?
Not many.
Not many. Okay.
I mean, I saw a couple jerseys, but like Joe, the Pirates are one of.
I know they've sucked
team,
my entire life. I know.
They had 22 consecutive losing seasons.
I know. I told you my whole life basically.
Since 2017, there are 7 teams that have been in the playoffs once, and there's only one team that has not been in the playoffs at all, and that's the Pirates.
You know
in all of baseball.
You know what my favorite Pirate was? Is the all-time nickname Jason Grilly. Grilled cheese, baby. Remember that name? Yeah, Carter's chuckling back there. All-timer. But I'll say this, and you're right. Maybe it's not going to be the end-all, be-all when it comes to attendance, and I'm not even trying to say that. But if I'm a Giants fan, and I just saw what the team did last week, and I know you're not saying they're selling. Some people may view it that way, though. They didn't buy anything. I don't know if Buster Posey's a big believer that this team's going to go on a huge run. Those dog days, man, late August, September, when I'm all in on the NFL, just give me some Bryce Eldridge. I would be shocked, though. Like, if at September at the very least,
I think
if he wasn't a call, he needs to be a call-up.
Yeah, I think they're, well, again, like the AAA season's going to expire, and then they're going to have an opportunity to just bring them up.
Risotto, you got in my ear. When's the season end, AAA?
Yeah, the season of the minor league baseball ends September 21st.
Oh, it's that late now.
Yeah, it's late.
It did used to be the beginning of September, but then they moved things back.
They moved things back. Well, there you go.
Is that going to change anything?
I mean, I don't know.
It shouldn't.
I mean,
God love whoever's trying to compete for AAA titles that I don't even... Is it the AAA World Series? Is that what they call it? I don't even know what they call it. They do.
I think that it's going to go Luciano first before we see Eldridge.
Okay.
And I think you're going to give Lucia a look. I just don't know where you're going to put Luciano right now. He doesn't have a position.
By the way, any prospects I should be excited about from this past haul that we got last week? Anyone?
Well, the Mets center fielder guy, who is a young guy from Tennessee, that if you follow college baseball, he's been a good player.
Okay.
You know?
Is that the one?
Drew Gilbert is his name.
Drew Gilbert.
Pretty good.
Okay, 2 first names. Don't know if I love that, but we'll discuss. Just saying, Papa Spadoni always told me, if you have 2 first names, can't really trust you.
Tom Brady?
Yeah, but he's got like 4 first names. Thomas Edward Patrick Brady, right? No, Brady's not a first name.
What are you talking about?
Brady Quinn? That's it. Like, you don't know any other Bradys.
Okay.
Come on. Name me 5 Bradys that you know. It's not really a first name. It's not a traditional first name, right? It's not.
That's a first name, dude.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
don't know
you
what.
Can't
Like,
name 5 people.
He's like the greatest football player who ever lived.
Brady? That's
Tom
not
Brady.
No, Brady is not a first name, is what I'm saying. You can't name me 5 people that are famous. Their first name is Brady. Stop. It's Brady Quinn, and that's it. Yeah, exactly. Crickets from all of you.
You
can't
named
even.
it, not us. I mean,
I'm just saying it's not a traditional one. 888-957-9570. Number to call or text. We won't get into the 49ers. Speaking of football, it was I've been seeing a lot of just Tom Brady like in Raider gear, and the 49ers are going to be facing off against the Raiders in joint practices next week in Henderson, Nevada. That's going to be very fun. Always a good time there. Niner fans love just their preseason trip now to Vegas. Just get that in. Just an excuse to go to Vegas, right?
Well, Vegas right now, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. The basically it's not as busy as they're accustomed to.
Oh, it's a down summer for Vegas
For whatever reasons, they're saying things are down.
Fees. Yeah, because it's expensive.
Well,
and it's always
everyone can gamble anywhere now.
I was at the Circa. Put me worker. Was Goop there?
What?
Is that where he is today?
There's
the best drop there is.
There's always a drop for Goo.
Is the Circa the one with the big sports bar and the pool? They have all the screens there.
No, that's Stadium Gamble or something.
No, I think Circa has one like that though. That because we used to we've done some stuff with them here in 95.7.
I'll look into it, Spadone. Thanks.
Get on that for me. Well, I'd like to go there. I got tan's not the right word. I did go over to the Crummel Valley Ranch Club last week. My brother's a member there, so it's very nice. I know you and the Olympic Club, Carmel Valley Ranch Club, very fancy. It was very nice.
Oh, I know Carmel's very nice.
It's very nice. It was like 75 degrees, a slight breeze.
Say hi to Clint Eastwood, or
no? Clint's not. He's getting old, buddy. He's got to be lathered up in sunscreen if he's out there. For God's sakes,
you kind of roll him out. I don't know if you lather him up.
Now? Oh my God!
What? I'm being real. He's got to be 93.
He's got to be. I think he's older than that. By the way, did you know that he was formerly the mayor of Carmel? Did you know that?
Yes. Hence why I said Clint Eastwood.
Well,
yes.
he just lives like a lot of like famous people live out there.
No, but like when I think of Clint Eastwood, one of the first little like nuggets is mayor of Carmel for quite a while.
Okay, well, not everyone knows that. That's why I say that. So, but we were out there, and I did not put on the SPF because I don't do that a lot. I put a little bit on, but I know I'm going to be inside a lot, and I'm like a vampire when it comes to this time of the year. We're watching a lot of football. I'm going to be inside. It's okay. So I need to get my SPF. I need to absorb my vitamin D and get all that kind of that coat on me. And I got burn on my shoulders, and it's been peeling, and I'm very itchy right now. This is my flu game today. I'm fighting through it right now, Joe. It hurts. I'm hurting. All right? I'm hurting. Is Carlos and San Mateo hurting, though? He wants to join the conversation. All it says here in the description says, the roast got me through the last year. Oh, interesting. Carlos.
Hi, Carlos.
I'm happy we were able to do that.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to give you guys a shout out. It's my first day at work today, and I was out of a job for the past year and a half. And you guys got me through the mornings, highs and lows, Warrior season, Miner season, and I might not be listening to you guys every day now, but I just wanted to give you guys a shout out.
I'm sorry that happened to you, and I'm glad that you bounced back on your feet. And I hope that we could have provided some sort of just therapeutic laugh or scream or whatever to just kind of take your mind away, because there's nothing worse than that crazy stress of not knowing where the next dollar's coming from.
No, it's not fun. That was Carlos and
heart
San
goes
Mateo.
out to you, buddy.
Absolutely. And
I'm rooting for you.
Again, that's awesome to hear, as school is now going to be back in session. So shout out to all the teachers out there, obviously. Shout out to all the nurses, the doctors, everyone getting up super early. And by the way, this is my PSA as school's getting back in about a week or this week, whatever. We need to do away with summer reading. It needs to go away. You should not be quizzing kids the first couple days of school. You want to build trust and faith and want a kid to be excited to go back. They shouldn't be anxious the last couple weeks because, I need to squeeze in a book report or I need to be reading all these books and catching up. No. Summer is about just relaxing and chilling and just zoning out and being with your friends and being on the baseball diamond, Joey. All right? Why are you looking at me like that?
I think one of the worst things that you could do as a child in this era that we're in is be on your phone and on video games all summer.
I didn't say that.
No, I know, but I'm all for the reading. Because there's a lot of kids that don't get out and play sports and stuff. That's fine. You can do a lot of different things. You got to get off the television. You got to get off the video games. You got to get off your phone. No, you really do. I was out there. I was going to go in a different direction. I just think, and I know that there'll be a time where I'll want my kid back in school right away. This thing that school starts in the first week of August is the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen in my life.
I think
it's got to be after September, like after Labor Day. What are we doing?
That's more of a private school thing that I've learned. Public schools almost always start in the first couple weeks of August because they have more breaks than because they have like fall break. They have like more breaks than I think the private schools do, which start usually at Labor Day, as you're mentioning.
Joe,
right there.
down in the South, some of the colleges started in July. It's out of control. No, it's out of control. It should be Memorial Day to Labor Day. Why is this overthought? It's straightforward. That is summer. We have shortened August, which might be the best month of the entire summer. And it's,
August?
Yeah, yes. August is amazing.
August sucks. Let's just call it what it is. August is not the best month of the summer.
I just think it starts way too early. It should be Memorial Day to Labor Day. I don't know why this is up for negotiation.
By the way, happy birthday to my brother Anthony, who I was just referencing. It was his birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday.
I don't know how old he is. Yeah. He's 38, 39, something like that. I honestly don't know how old most of my siblings are. Is that bad? I got 9 of them. I don't think that's okay. That's good. Am I a bad sibling? I don't know. I don't know most of their birthdays actually, or the year that they were born. I know like 4 of them. Yeah. This just tells me what I am about a sibling, I guess. 888-957-9570. Matt Lively joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. It's actually a great last name because he is a lively guest that we have on KPIX, Channel 5, sports broadcaster there. And he has been down at Levi Stadium and we'll talk shop when it comes to the 49ers. Starting joint practices, Joe. Do you want to get back into the 49ers on the other side? Because there's a player out there that the Niners need to go after. Because I'm concerned about the wide receiver group right now. Ricky Pearsall is going to be my number one heading into week one. I don't know about that. We'll get into it on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, and also by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser.
And shipping on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Save on your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off all Annie's products with Prime through August 5th. Make back-to-school season a breeze with Annie's must-haves. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. And for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with a purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
The world's best amateur golfers are coming to San Francisco's iconic Olympic Club August 11th through 17th for the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. 312 players will compete on the legendary lake and ocean courses, where the winner will join past U.S. amateur champs like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Walk the fairways and see the future stars of golf up close. Get your tickets now at usga.org. That's usga.org and click tickets.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It is 2-0 in the count.
No! Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spidoni and Joe Shasky.
You really are, Jonathan. You really are. By the way, Matt Lively, 9 a.m., 9 o'clock hour, Matt Lively, KPIX, CBS sports broadcaster there, talking some Niners who are going to be starting joint practices with the Denver Broncos Thursday as their first preseason game starting on Saturday at Levi's Stadium. So that will be fun to get into at 9 o'clock with Matt Lively. Matt's also been covering the Golden State Valkyries, who had a tough loss yesterday, but they are 14-14 on their inaugural season. And I do think they are going to be playoff bound. Now, the loss of Caleb Thornton's tough, but God, if they could get like somehow, some way, get a home playoff game at Chase Center, at Valhalla, I'm telling you, man, it's a vibe. It was fun. And dare I say, if they get a home playoff game there, it would be Roracle kind of levels. And I don't say that lightly.
Oh my God.
I don't say that lightly. You've been to a game this year, right? Haven't you?
Yes.
There's something that's different about it. I don't know how to quantify it. I don't know if it's, the diversity in the crowd, what have you, but I have never seen an expansion team, let alone a WNBA team, this beloved.
Well, the Vegas hockey team, it kind of created its own life.
That's a good one. No, that's absolutely a good one. I think them winning early on too helped in that.
Yeah, it was like it was just its own like thing. It was very odd.
By the way, I saw it, and they were playing the Valkyries when I went a couple weeks ago. They were playing the Dallas Wings, and Paige Becker's obviously their first overall pick out of Connecticut. She's got a huge following. The amount of just UConn fans that were in the crowd cheering her, whatever she did, was insane. It was awesome.
Yeah. It's very difficult for an expansion team to kind of gain notoriety.
Right?
It just takes some time. So,
Right.
yeah, I mean, I remember when the Marlins were originally a thing and the Diamondbacks, the Panthers, and the Jaguars.
Well, I want to ask, because you were a kid when the San Jose Sharks became a team. Like, what was that like when you were
you got to understand, it was a whole new sport to an area that very rarely sees snow.
Northern California, outside of Lake Tahoe and Shasta, right?
I'm not a diehard hockey guy, but I've got multiple friends that are like crazy obsessed.
Yeah.
My boy Matt, Rocco, because these guys all grew up rollerblading and playing hockey too.
Okay.
I didn't rollerblade. I wasn't a rollerblader. So I was the kid on, just tennis shoes on the blacktop playing with those guys, and they were all into hockey, big time.
Rollerblading was sick. Like in the late 90s, there's this Disney Channel original movie called Brink. Dude, be a soul skater. Remember that, Carter? He's smiling back there. Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, I don't think you rollerblade at 6'8".
No. Well, back then he wasn't 6'8". He's probably like 5'11".
It's like
when
watching
he was like
a giant, bear ride a tricycle.
It's who's my guy? Zdeno Chara. I'm probably butchering his.
What is
first
going
name.
on here?
The hockey player who's like 6'6", but on skates he's like 6'9". He's like just this imposing figure. That's probably what Carter looked like in rollerblades. But I'm not mad at it. 888-957-9570. I'm also not mad right now about Brock Purdy, because by all accounts, he's looking great. He's dicing it up. He's looking like he's supposed to. He's looking like a quarterback that is the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. He's been consistent, limiting the mistakes. And by all accounts, when it comes to all the beat reporters, Brock Purdy's been looking good. Great. That's all we need, right? That's all I want to see. That being said, I do find it curious, and you brought this up on the call yesterday, Joe, as we take a peek inside of the 49ers training camp. The conversation around Brock Purdy is pretty quiet. There's not really any consternation from the fan base when the last couple years, last decade really, all the conversation has been about the quarterback. All the drama, all of the concern. Kaepernick, Alex Smith, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, now Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo. What is going on? It's all pretty quiet. What do you make of that?
I think there's a variety of things. I remember when Jimmy Garoppolo came back off of the 2019 Super Bowl loss and got hurt, and the team just so underperformed. People were done with Jimmy, just done with him. And I think part of it was also the way Shanahan and him argued about whether he could return or not at the end of that year. And I'll just give you the 2020 stats. He played in 6 games in 2020. Now remember, it was that COVID year. He was 3-3, 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Not good. It just wasn't good. No. And there was obviously talk about Tom Brady and whether they should get him. Tom Brady goes on to win the Super Bowl that year. There was a lot that was into it. But last year was a bad year for Brock passing-wise. I went back and I watched every single game for the first 12 games. I even have all my notes right here.
You watched every single way?
Yeah, the first 12 games. I did 5 last week. I did 7 this last weekend.
God, you're insane.
Yeah, and I just made all my notes. I wanted to rewatch everything.
I say that in a good way. This is...
Yeah, I'm going to get ready for the year.
Yeah.
I just think that if we're being fair, the team wasn't good last year. But also, Brock didn't play great.
No.
He just didn't. And I think that we could twist ourselves in pretzels explaining why. He held on to the ball a long time, and I didn't think that he was decisive when throwing, and it looked like he threw up a lot of 50-50 balls, and he ran around a lot. By design, meaning because of the way that the offensive line was awful, but also I just thought he held on to the ball. He didn't trust his guys. His year wasn't a great year.
There was clearly a lack of trust there, and part of the reason why, as you're alluding to right now, he held on to the ball for so long is guys weren't getting open. No. There was zero separation. He didn't have Ricky Pearsall out there for a majority of the season. Christian McCaffrey was not out there. Deebo Samuel, when he was out there, was not getting separation because, by the way, that's not what he does. He's not an elite route runner, and he's lost a step a little bit last year. And then Brandon Ayuk, obviously, lost him after the first few weeks, and you had to rely on Juwan Jennings, another guy who, again, cannot create separation, uses his big body, and again, that's going to be an interesting conversation a little bit later on, too, this wide receiver core. But with Brock, yeah, you're right. You look at 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. He was coming off a 31 touchdown, 11 pick MVP type of campaign. So when people try to tell me that he actually thought he looked better at times last year, I just don't believe that.
I think his legs were his best attribute, but I also thought that he overused them. Yeah. If that makes any sense whatsoever. Yes, those were his best attributes to moving the chains, but I also think that he just held the ball way too long.
He ran out of a lot of trouble, but he ran into more trouble because of the legs, if that makes sense. So he did a little bit of both because of the lack of separation. He felt like he had to create more often than not, and he got himself into trouble.
Yeah, and I think that the offense saw that they missed CMC bad.
Bad.
They really did. And the Ayuk thing, Ayuk got hurt in October, mid-October.
Yeah.
So, Ayuk was there for the Viking loss where Darnold outplayed you. He was there for the Rams loss. He was there for the game against the Patriots where you should have put the Patriots away 4 or 5 different times. Rewatch the Patriots game. The Patriots might be one of the worst teams you have ever seen on offense in terms of personnel.
They were awful.
Awful. And he threw some bad forced red zone picks. And Kittle made maybe the best catch of his life in that game. I guess where I'm going at is it is surprising to me. Off the year he just had, no one thinks he sucks. That's not what we're talking about. No one says he sucks. But he just got paid a lot of money. And it does feel like there is absolutely zero concern about the quarterback. And I'm just going to tell you, if he goes 6-9 again this year after getting the money that he got, forget 6-9. Joe, if he comes out week 1 against Seattle and Darnold ends up somehow, whatever happens, they beat him. They beat him 3-0 in a defensive struggle. If you don't think we're going to field calls for 5 straight days about the quarterback, I think you're tripping. And I find it fascinating that, not that he's flying under the radar, there's just no Brock Purdy talk from the fans, from the media, from anybody.
What are the expectations for Brock Purdy this year? What are the legit expectations that Niner fans are looking for? Is it just the win-loss record? Because that's not a quarterback stat for me.
No, it is.
No, but We lived in the Jimmy Garoppolo era. We cannot bet. Wins and losses are not a quarterback stat. They're just not.
No, but like, do you win games is a part of it.
Did we not learn anything from Jimmy G? Did we not learn anything from Jimmy? Because we played this game. We played it. It's a team sport.
Yeah, no, I know, but it also
things have to work well around the quarterback.
But managing the game is an important factor as well. Like I think it's somewhere in the middle. Like, are all interceptions on the quarterback?
No.
Okay. Just like all wins and all losses aren't all on the quarterback. It's a part of it, and managing games, there is a skill to that.
Yes, I just don't like when we always go to, quote unquote, he's a winner. He just finds a way.
That's okay. That's too black and white.
We lived in that for so long with Jimmy G.
I agree.
And I'm just not here for that. I'm not. But this is interesting because, Carter gets in my ear, producer Carter. He's like, I just text you a little nugget. And this is, I do love football because we get comparisons like this. And what is this? BetMGM posted this, and it's the last 2 seasons, and it's a graphic of Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy. And they're just comparing stats.
Okay.
This is the last 2 seasons of Mahomes and Brock Purdy. Patrick Mahomes, 53 touchdowns. Brock Purdy, 51. Interceptions, Patrick Mahomes, 25. Interceptions, Brock Purdy, 23. All right, so pretty close there. Yards, 8,100 for Patrick Mahomes, 8,100 for Brock Purdy. Completion percentage, 67% for Patrick Mahomes, 67% for Brock Purdy. Their passer rating, though, 93 for Patrick Mahomes, 104.4 for Brock Purdy. So the last 2 seasons, outside of touchdowns, which Patrick Mahomes has 2 more of, Brock Purdy in those other stats and categories is outperforming Patrick Mahomes. Brock Purdy, better than Mahomes? Stop. But I guess that what you're trying to say is here, if you're just putting that, he actually hasn't been as bad as people thought last year. I was like, no one's saying he was bad last year.
But he also wasn't great.
He wasn't great. And I actually don't think Patrick Mahomes has been all that great the last couple seasons. He's had individual great moments, and he has great plays. And when you need him to be great, more often than not, he is. And that's why he is the best quarterback in the NFL. And I get it, because his stats aren't going to back that up. But if you're drafting a team right now, who are you taking? Patrick Mahomes or Brock Purdy? Stop. That's
not even a question.
Exactly. So that's why when I bring these things up. Well, that's why I bring these things up, because I get sent to them and they, he's not a top 10 quarterback. But you can't just look at the stats all the time. You can't look at the stats all the time. You look at the player, and that's what you were doing when you were doing the deep dive on Brock last year. And you saw a player that looked indecisive at times, that ran too much, that tried to squeeze in tight-fitting areas, and he couldn't do it.
There was a lot of 50-50 balls, especially early in the season. Juwan Jennings actually came down with a bunch of 50-50 balls that, they were total WTF throws where you're like, dude, why would you make that throw in that spot right there? And then Jennings comes down with it, and you don't think twice about it. Like, oh, what a great play by Jennings! Like, bad decision. So Albert Breer, went to Niner camp, and he did a kind of like a sit down with a lot of different people behind the scenes. And I guess the Niners cut up a bunch of film for Brock Purdy, and they basically said, like, hey, you were doing a little too much, and here were the plays where we felt like you were doing too much. And I think that's a refreshing thing to see. Like, Brock's still young. The coaching staff and him, obviously you want to push him to be better. And I would argue that, their offensive line has got to be better this year. And I think that they acknowledge that. Trent Williams being in camp early will hopefully help them. When you watch the first quarter of the season, Trent Williams looked terrible.
Yeah. He looked like a guy that missed camp.
So, as bad, you're talking about wins and losses not being the quarterback set, sure. These stats, these 20 and 12, meaning touchdowns, interceptions, when your Hall of Fame left tackle plays like an average player, that is really going to do in your offense when your offensive line is predicated on him being an elite player. So I think that's important that he bounces back this year. I'm talking about Trent Williams. But I just think overall, Brock Purdy, the conversation is interesting, and or the lack thereof, I find to be interesting. I'm pumped for him this year. I think this is a big year for him. I think this is a big year for Kyle. I think it's a big year for the offense. Are you CMC reliant? Can you only be a dynamic next level player because of how great CMC is, or if CMC isn't what we think he is from years past, and you're still a really, really good team, well then we could push that to the side. Are you reliant on Kyle Shanahan? Are we able to, have a dynamic offense with a bunch of no-name wide receivers? The hallmark of what makes the Bradys and the Staffords and Mahomes is they still win games no matter who the playmakers are around them.
Correct. And you look at that Chiefs team, in hindsight, because they got absolutely clapped against the Eagles, like skill position player-wise, they just weren't even on the same wavelength as the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, you look at the names, Saquon, A.J. Brown, right? Hell, the quarterback himself is a playmaker with his own right on the field, running the ball, and Jalen Hurts, even though his knee and whatever. Devontae Smith, right? They just had so many guys left and right. Like, the fact that Mahomes took that squad all the way through, the Buffaloes of the world, the Ravens of the world, back to another Super Bowl and tried to three-peat it just speaks to the quarterback himself, who looked mortal. And it was very jarring because Niner fans are like, wow, that's the guy that usually gets the job done at the end of the day. No, he got his ass kicked. That was only the second time we saw that, and the first time was against Tampa Bay a few years back in that COVID year, as you mentioned, when he didn't have any starting tackles in his offensive line. Let's go out to the calls because people are interested in this conversation. 888-957-9570. What should the expectations be for Brock Purdy at the end of the season? And how much should be on his shoulders this year? Because, quite frankly, they can't be CMC reliant. Like, I think we're going to find out in year one, Joe, when it comes to this Brock Purdy contract, if it's a success or not. Like, I think year one, we're going to find that out real quick, because if Ricky Pearsall is going to be his number one wide receiver, you got Jennings hurt with the calf, you got Brandon Ayuk out for the first couple weeks probably of the season, right? Jacob Cowing, I don't know. Like, you're around the Jordan Watkins of the world. By the way, we're going to get into getting Terry McLaurin because they need to badly after getting into some of these calls. But we're going to find out a lot about Brock Purdy in this contract year one, I believe, and whether it's going to be a success.
Yeah, I think the Brock thing that's interesting is I challenge people, go back, if you want to have a legitimate conversation, go back and watch the games. At times he was good, and at times he wasn't good. And I thought that for the algorithm of Brock, meaning he was so great the year prior, it was down here. That doesn't mean that he wasn't a successful player at times, but I think that he would admit in the second half of games, it wasn't as dynamic as we wanted. And I thought that in particular there were a lot of areas that they need to clean up, and I think it starts with the quarterback holding the ball a little.
Let's clean up the phone lines. Mark in San Francisco wants to join us, 888-957-9570. Mark, what's your thoughts on the Niners, man? Good morning.
Well, I think that game against Detroit should have confirmed to you guys that Brock Purdy can win, right, even coming from behind. There's nothing wrong with Purdy. He's a great quarterback, man. Give him his just due, right? He worked hard. He was, remember, the last guy picked in the draft. That's irrelevant. No one even knew he was going to be as good as he is, right? We know we win Super Bowls with defense, however, and so the team has to just come together. Defense first, offense will show up, right? The offense will show up. Now, you remember, you missed the best running back in football. You didn't have Ayuk. You didn't have Deebo Samuels last year. He was like trying to carry the team all by himself. The defense was all jacked up behind the coordinator, whoever he was. So give us a shot this year. I think we'll be much better, especially with those D linemen, linebackers, coaching, that coach that has all the wisdom, that DB coach, right? And, of course, Shanahan knows how to put the offense together. 49ers aren't in trouble. They know what they're doing. Man, they've been to 19 NFC championship games, and you can't say that they don't know what they're doing. They're a good team. I've been around since 1972 watching these 49ers, right? Been through the Monty Clark years, been through, who's the guy's name, Joe Thomas?
Yeah.
Giants or 49ers. That's Joe Thomas, huh?
Well, Joe Thomas, the offensive lineman for Cleveland Browns?
He's talking about Joe Thomas, 1970s 49er head coach.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Right before Bill Walsh.
Gotcha. All right. That was good. Hey, he's fired up, man. Don't doubt the Niners. I don't think either of us, by the way, are doubting the 49ers.
Their defense was awful.
Yeah,
no. The personnel was awful. They almost by accident you should have a better defensive personnel. But I think the number one thing is like their defense coordinator also, the personnel decisions he made, playing Devondre Campbell as much as he did. I challenge anyone to watch even the 10-minute cut-ups, not the 45 every single snap. I'm talking 10-minute cut-ups. Devondre Campbell and 22 Isaac Yiadom were picked on over and over and over and over again.
He mentioned that Detroit Lions game, and that ended up being the last game that Brock Purdy played in the regular season.
I think he was talking about the NFC Championship game, Detroit comeback.
Well, I thought he said last year too, but because he did actually have like a good offensive game overall. I know he had a couple picks.
2 horrific fourth quarter picks.
He did. I thought there was miscommunication on at least one of those. It was weird. It was like a ball that was
Brian Branch and the other guy.
But there was one of them I want to recall that I know you watched it most recently. That was not on Purdy, but I hear you there. They did put up 34 on the team, the Detroit Lions, who was one of the best teams in the NFL.
No, but their defense was also at the end of the year.
It was awful.
No one can name a player on their personnel.
So they didn't have Aiden Hutchinson. They didn't have anyone, right?
Yeah, and I'm not taking it away. It's just that was a tough one. Again, the second halves, when you watch them back, like they weren't great. They weren't great. And you want to talk about like Mahomes. Where does Mahomes separate himself? Why do all the numbers from Mahomes become completely irrelevant? Because in the fourth quarter, when he has the ball, it's the fear of God in you.
Yes.
And you think that this guy's going to find a way to make things happen. I don't know if you guys saw it, but they had the fourth quarter and overtime cut up all over the internet that was making the rounds. And it was about Steve Wilkes and some of the things that he did. I'm talking about the Super Bowl.
Oh, God.
Mahomes used his legs on so many plays. There was a 2nd and 14. He ran for a first down. There was obviously the big 4th and 1 where he ran the read zone option or whatever the hell they call that, where Bosa went biting on it. Mahomes was unbelievable. He wasn't unbelievable in the whole game. It's just situationally, he puts so much pressure on you with his arm and his legs to make a decision and make a play in space. He picks you apart. He's amazing.
I mean, it's in any sport, right? The guy could be 0 for 5 heading to a final at bat, the extra innings, bottom of the 9th. You would hope a Rafi Devers turns into this guy, or, an Aaron Judge or Shohei. You just know, he's due. He'll hit one. And then the game's over, right? Basketball. Steph's having a bad game, but fourth quarter comes around, last couple minutes, hits a couple Curry flurry there, night, see you later. That's what the great ones do when they don't have their best stuff, but you can still lean on them at the end of a game. Can Brock Purdy be that player this next year? I still think that remains to be seen. When everything's not going right around him, can he separate himself? I think at times he did last year, but the defense ultimately was not good enough. And I think you're alluding to that right there.
And the offense. And the other element, which we haven't brought up.
And special teams.
Joe, they were terrible. But watching it, I told these guys last week, watch the first 5 games, I'd have fired the special teams coach after 5 weeks. I'm actually surprised it wasn't more of a conversation. Jake Moody missed a field goal to go up 10 against the Rams. I know we wanted to run Ronnie Bell out of town. And look, Ronnie Bell stunk. Okay, so I'm not caping up for Ronnie. Ronnie Bell, catch the ball, right? There's no doubt. If Jake Moody hits a field goal, then none of that stuff happens at the end. None of that stuff. And then they gave up a huge punt return. I mean, there was the fake punt early in the game when you're up 14-0 on the Rams. The special teams coach should have been fired 5 games into the season.
Well,
no, it's a joke.
That's been the dark cloud over Kyle Shanahan's tenure. Special teams has sucked. It has. I know Robbie Gould was a consistent kicker. I'm talking about special teams as a whole.
Yeah.
When it comes to kickoffs, when it comes to punt return coverage, when it comes to all of it, it has just not been good enough, and it bothers me when the head coach doesn't take it seriously.
Yeah,
in the comments, and he hasn't, and he really continues not to. Now he got the guy that Robert Saleh had over in New York, and he's been with the Jets for a while.
Boyer.
Sure, great.
Brent or Brett?
Yeah, exactly. I hope I don't know his name going forward, because that means like if out of sight, out of mind. I don't want to know the guy's name. It's kind of like offensive linemen. Like certainly, like when I don't hear your name, usually it's a good thing for the most part. I don't want to know the special teams coach name for that matter, but. Can that be a strength for you this year? That would be a huge bonus. By the way, what's going on, Greg Joseph? Are we having? I see Matt Mayoko tweeting about it. Oh, Greg Joseph, he made all his field goals. Oh, Jake Moody didn't make all of his. Are we doing that really?
Yeah,
that's what we're doing. Let's just wait for the preseason games. We'll find out this Saturday. All right, we'll find out.
I think it all mattered. I mean, like again, he went week 1. He was awesome. Week 2,
you got it. Yeah.
Like week 2, a horrible kick. I mean, I'm talking about punter as well.
Wisnowski? He's gone. He's out of sight, out of mind. We don't got Mitch no more.
And then the special teams in the Rams game gave up a fake punt return, and a huge missed field goal to go up 10. And then I go to the Patriot game, and he missed one in that one. I mean, just the special teams in that game was so bad.
Did he hit a bunch of field goals, though, week 2?
No, I thought week 1 he hit 6.
I thought he went back-to-back 20-point fantasy games because Steiny drafted him in the first round, and I was starting to think it was a good pick.
The week 2
oh, my
loss.
God. Did he draft? He did not draft.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
13-7. He did hit 2 field goals. And actually, no, Mason got a touchdown, so it went to 23-13. No, he had extra points. It was 20-7 at one point in week 2 against the Vikings. Remember, they had 2 consecutive turnovers at the goal line, the Vikings did. One, Fred Warner made one of the plays of the year. The other one, Aaron Jones on the screen pass fumbled on the one. Yeah. They should have won that game 30-7, the Vikings.
His first miss came in week 3 against the Rams. Obviously, they ended up losing by 3 points in that one. That was brutal.
It would have went up 10. That game would have been over.
And you're in SoFi Stadium, which is, I know it's not a dome per se because they have like air that travels through but it's a dome. All right, it's indoors. Like, let's relax, people. And then his worst game by far was at Tampa Bay. The wins were nuts there, right? He made a couple gutsy ones when you needed him to.
Yeah, the Windy City, Tampa Bay.
Well, no.
I mean, what do we?
They have hurricanes down there. It's South Florida.
Just
Southeast. I don't know. I actually don't know my geography. I've never been to Florida. Oreo Cookie in Oakland. He says you can't. This is a hot take. You can't compare Purdy to Mahomes. I know. I was sent the graphic. I had to discuss it. All right. Oreo Cookie, what's up, man?
Hey, man. Like you guys said earlier, those numbers are misleading, man. So what's gonna separate Purdy and Mahomes is what happens in the crunch time. You know, fourth quarter, last minutes of the game. You know, I gotta take Mahomes over almost anyone. But as far as what I expect for this year coming up, I go back to the Spadoni's forget about it circle of trust, and I got 3 guys for you. We're gonna go Lynch, we're gonna go Kyle, and we're gonna go Robert Saleh. Now these guys have built a bully, tore it down. And I believe in them that they're going to build a bully again. So I want to look forward to this year is when it's 3rd and long or even 3rd and short, I want to get off the field. The defense has to get off the field. That starts with the defensive line stopping the run and pressuring the quarterback. And I think we're going to do it this year. We're going to be back in the playoffs. Let's go.
Let's go. Oreo Cookie's fired up. All right. Circle of trust factor. And we don't worry. We'll have our circle of trust throughout the season when it comes to the 49ers, because I do have trust in the head coach. How could you not? But this is going to be the litmus test if he sticks around going forward, is this relationship with this quarterback and Brock Purdy. And what is it going to be this season? And by all accounts, he loves the guy. That's great. There's going to be moments, though, this season where you might see Shanahan yelling at Brock Purdy and people are like, oh, no. Is this bad? Is this bad? No, that's good. It's called creative tension. Brady and Belichick yelled at each other on the sideline, okay? And I think they're the greatest head coach quarterback tandem of all time. All right? That's okay. I need a little bit more of that. I need a little bit more of maybe it's a Nick Bosa on the defensive end or Fred Warner getting on guys and getting on these rooks. No, seriously. Like, I would like to see more of that.
They did that last year, and Debo got on the special team. What? I mean,
real quick, I don't mean my wide receiver yelling at the long snapper, okay? Hey, Debo, how about you get at, I don't know, the Jacob Cowings of the world, not Tabor Pepper, okay? Yes, and Debo, by the way, did you guys see?
Honestly, they should have judo chopped them weeks ahead of time. Like, I would have done it to the special teams coach. It's a joke.
Did you see the most awkward interview of my lifetime this past week? It was Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. Had a sit down with Deebo Samuel because they were at Washington's training camp, and Garafolo was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you can't give me a high five because they were saying goodbye to each other because you jammed your finger, Debo." I was like, "Oh wait, I shouldn't have said that." And then Debo just looked at him like it was just silence for like 5 seconds. It was the most awkward. By the way, the most awkward interview ever at 95.7 was almost always Deebo Samuel stuff. You had to make sure you had 30 questions available because you had to rat-a-tat-tat him every single time because he's giving you 5 or 6 word responses. You have to be good. You got to be on your toes with Deebo Samuel. The jam finger, by the way, for Deebo already. So something to monitor.
I mean, Debo, but the Brock Purdy thing. Back to him, and it's him and Kyle. They go hand in hand to me. They do. They were awful in the red zone. The amount of times that this team stalled out in the red zone. Is that a CMC byproduct? Is that play calling? Is that quarterback? Is that decisiveness? I'm sure it's all those things. You went from the number 1 team in the league in terms of touchdown percentage in the red zone to 15.
Middle of the pack.
It's if they can get back into that top 7, 8, they're going to be a really good team. And to me, they all go together. It's Kyle, it's personnel, it's the plays that you're calling, and then it's the quarterback. If they can be more efficient, and also pre-snap penalties really did them in as well. But if you can get back into that top 10 area, then they'll be a really good team.
Are there any question marks that you still have when it comes to Brock Purdy going forward? 888-957-9570. What are those questions? We'll go to Jonathan in San Francisco, who we just heard on our rejoin. Jonathan, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Joe. Expectation, you guys asked. I honestly don't know, man, but this is my hope. I hope that Brock Purdy is at least above average. And how does he do that? He accomplishes that by having a pretty good offensive line play, you know. Yeah, offensive line needs to be above average. I trust that running game's going to be there. But more importantly, you know what they need to do, man? They need to release George Kittle. I don't want to see George Kittle playing offensive line 90% of the time he's on the field, man. They just got to give that guy a chance to abuse linebackers and safeties and let him run, bro. Let him run and catch passes. I know he's a pretty good run blocker, but dude, he's one of the best catching tight ends in the league. It's criminal that they held him to help out the offensive line all these years, man. They should have been grabbing, catching passes and accumulating yardage as a pass catching tight end. And also, I need to see Brock Purdy connect on deep throws. I'm not saying all the time. I want to see that 3-2 a game, right? To keep defenses honest. If they can't do that, it's a passing league. What are we doing, bro? It's going to be inside the numbers all the time again? Hey, man, if they can't make that adjustment, I don't know, right? If they can't throw downfield in a passing league, I don't know what we're going to do.
It's a good point, Jonathan, at the end there, because that is my question I have for Brock still going forward. If you need to lean on this guy's arm, like let's say, like this is a big possibility. Let's say McCaffrey's not that dude anymore. Let's just say like he's just not that guy. By all accounts, he looks great in training camp. Let's say
we'll see.
We'll see. The grind of a regular season is something else, and we shall see. And let's say you have to lean on his arm, Brock's. Like, can he do that? Can the 49ers be a throwing and passing offense and win games that way going forward?
They're never going to be a throw first team.
But if
that's just not, as long as this guy's coaching, I have a very hard, I mean, it would be a humongous reversal in what he hangs his hat on.
I'm not asking it to be all the time. I'm asking in moments and games and stretches in games when you have to lean and you have to throw from behind to get back into games. Can Brock Purdy do that in this offense? That is a legitimate question mark. I still have.
I mean, that's a question mark. The guy just won the Super Bowl, and people are asking that about Jalen Hurts. I don't think that's exclusive to Brock.
I know, which is ridiculous.
No, I know, but I think there's like 4 or 5 guys that we think that can throw from behind. It's Stafford, it's Burrow, it's Josh Allen. I don't even think people think Lamar can throw from behind, which I disagree with. But you know what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about a handful of guys that get the benefit of the doubt, and all the other guys, it's to be determined. I think that this thing about throwing deep, that's actually not a problem for me on Purdy, like throwing deep. I thought he held onto the ball to try to throw deep too much. I think he didn't trust the check down options with Jordan Mason, and I think that actually hamstrung their offense more than anything. I thought that teams didn't really honor the running backs in the passing game the way they had before, so you had more guys dropping into coverage, and I think he was holding the ball because he didn't trust the intermediate stuff as much, and I don't think he was as decisive on the check down underneath stuff. I actually go in the other direction. I have very little issues with his arm and the deep ball throwing and the intermediate throwing. It's more like, do they trust the guys underneath? That's where I fall down.
Well, and then it comes to separation, right? Like, you need to be able to separate at the top of these routes. And can Ricky Pearsall be that dude? Because
he had a monster day Saturday.
He had a monster day, but is he even doing one-on-one drills? Like
but he's killing it in 11-on-11.
Kyle Shanahan.
But that tip before we move on.
Yeah.
That's where I go. Yeah, you also have no Diamond Lenore out there, and Renardo Green's out, so you have a bunch of nobodies in the secondary.
Injury bug going around the 49ers training camp right now, by the way?
Oh, well, yeah.
It's I don't feel great about this. I know I was gone for a little bit.
McKivitz has missed time. Jennings has missed time.
Rendo's hurt.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there's a lot. Mikael Williams is nursing an ankle.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot. It's not about like who's healthy, who's not. It's who can go every day.
That's exactly right. And
I think they're thin.
Yes, and Kyle Shanahan spoke about easing Ricky Pearsall back into practice last week.
We're just still trying to get Ricky back. We're easing him in. I think he got, we gave him, I think he had 1 practice back or 2, just 8 plays. Then he got 1 off. And then today I think he got 8 plays again. So we're easing him back in. It'll get there. We're just trying to make sure he can last throughout camp.
And I would love, and we talked about this the last couple of weeks, Joe, like if I could come away from this season and that Brock and Ricky Pearsall connection could be my number 1 connection going forward, that would be massive. Obviously, George Kittle's going to be a part of that. And I heard Jonathan, and I think Jonathan speaks for a lot of 49er fans, where they're like, Kittle's our best pass catcher. Like, he's our best receiver. Why don't we use him more? Well, part of what makes the 49ers offense and Kyle Shanahan's run offense so great is a part of that is George Kittle blocking. So, like, I understand and I hear you, but, like, you can't be mad at the running game doing well. Like, that's part of what George Kittle does to them. And then you can't also be like, oh, I'm upset all the time. No. Part of what makes this offense run is George Kittle being so unique. And I get it. Today's NFL, I think we're so fantasy football, so we see the Trey McBrides and the Brock Bowers and all the targets that they get. It's like, why can't we have George Kittle? Well, look at those teams. Who are they? It's the Cardinals and the Raiders. Like, they don't have really anyone else.
And George gets great yards per catch, and he has great run after the catch. They actually used him in the red zone after, like, the 4th week way better.
Yes.
And it felt like they realized that their own issues in the red zone were because they didn't have CMC. I think they missed CMC way more in the red zone than I even wanted to admit.
Yes. No, especially in the passing game when it comes to all of that, right?
Formation, versatility, and honoring all these motions pre-snap. They really missed him.
You know what I'd like to see a little bit more? And I see it all the time with Andy Reid, and whenever we call these guys like geniuses, and we saw it in the Super Bowl, give me some more, and I know it's not gimmicks, a little more trick play bag for Shanny. I would like to see some more creativity in the red zone.
He doesn't necessarily call plays for guys.
No.
Like, he calls plays. Like, you don't see us split out wide. You're running either the slant or the fade, and it's your choice. It's an option route. Like, you don't see that a lot, the ISO play.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You got to isolate the mismatches. And this is when it comes to audibling. This is when it comes to Brock Purdy, and the next evolution of his game, Joe, is getting up on the line and seeing a mismatch. Oh, I got a 5'8" corner on George Kittle right now, one-on-one, and every single time. And then that's when I have to signal to my quarterback. That is what's going to be that next evolution of Purdy's game. You saw it with the Bradys of the world. You saw it with the Mahomes of the world, Lamar, everyone. It's being able to isolate those mismatches in the passing game. Whether it's Christian McCaffrey, right? Take him out of the backfield, all right?
I also think not having Debo is going to help them in the red zone. Debo was great from the 40 yards, like from 40 out. He was so much better in the red zone. He gets no immediate separation.
No, it was as you would like to say, it was constipated.
He was very predictable. They threw a backward screen in the Viking game. I don't know if you guys remember. It was so bad.
I do remember that.
It almost got picked. It was so bad. And it was like, because the Debo stuff became very predictable. I think actually not having him is going to it's going to really free up the offense. You're not going to feel this like, got to get it to Debo here.
Well, Deebo Samuel is playing in Washington, and there's a current disgruntled Washington player that has requested a trade. His name is Terry McLaurin. And on the other side, we're going to discuss why the 49ers should be very, very interested. And there's a relationship between the 49ers and Washington that obviously goes back to this offseason when it comes to Deebo, amongst other things, Adam Peters being that relationship. But in the meantime, injury report. And the phone lines are open. Leroy in Oakland. We will get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. And speaking of Boxer and Gerson, this is the injury report. And Giants infielder Wilmer Flores exited Friday night's game in New York against the Mets with left hamstring tightness after legging out an infield single. He didn't start Saturday or Sunday for San Francisco and isn't expected to land on the injured list. We'll see, though. Hammies could be difficult or difficult. Shout out Bluey. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. Diving into 49ers training camp as the road to Levi's starts on Thursday. It officially starts with joint practices because that's when the pads will be popping. There's going to be some nastiness. You're going to have some scuffles going on. It's going to be Denver. They have a very good defense, one of the best in the league. And we're going to be seeing some old friends this week, Joe. Will we see Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga? Very interesting. And will the 49ers regret moving off from those players? Something we'll discuss as the show goes on with Spadoni and Shasky in the morning. Also 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Cook something delicious with USDA choice boneless beef, tri-tip roast, untrimmed twin pack, just $5.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Designing a new home or wanting to upgrade your existing one? Well, consider Golden State Lumber Showrooms. Their innovative products include style, energy savings, and long-term performance, all from the top manufacturers in the industry like Fleetwood, Western, Awake, Marvin, and others. Golden State has showrooms strategically placed on all corners of the bay. You can count on their expert staff to help make the ideal choice for your design plans. And in addition, they carry the largest inventory of windows and doors in the area. Take a look at Windows and Doors page at goldenstatelumber.com. Scroll through the image gallery and take a virtual tour of their showrooms and get that inspiration. And when you get some ideas, have questions, or want to look, click the web link to schedule an appointment. See why pro builders trust Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Family owned since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. Because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold. Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh!
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Making our triumphant return here on a Monday. It's beautiful. The sun is shining in downtown San Francisco. As I say good morning to all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, and now getting ready for school again. If you're a teacher, if you're a student, shout out to all of you. And I'm sorry if you had to do your summer reading this summer. But if you like reading, that's great. Have fun doing that. As I say good morning to you, Joseph Shasky, Carter, Steven Risotto filling in back there for the great Sam Lubman, who is off on assignment today. He'll be back tomorrow. We've been talking Niners. We've been talking Giants. We talked a little Warriors. The Kaminga crisis. That's all the latest from Shams right here. I'm not going to entertain it. I'm just going to say, the latest on Giannis Antetokounmpo. Nothing set in stone. Great. Awesome. Again, the summer that was supposed to be amazing and fun has just been an all-time dud. Something happened over the weekend, right? Luka Doncic signed his extension with the Lakers, 3 years, $100+ million, something like that. Awesome. They went to go see the Backstreet Boys, I think. That's what they did out in Vegas.
Luka on the cover of Men's Health. I'm in shape now. Great.
Who do you think reached out to who for that one? Was it Men's Health reaching out to Luka or Luka's team reaching out to Men's Health?
I didn't even know we were doing magazines anymore.
Apparently. Hey, you not a magazine guy? No?
Well, I think society is not a magazine society.
Were you a big Sports Illustrated guy when you were younger?
Yeah, growing up, yeah.
Growing up, did you subscribe?
Yeah, we got it every 2 weeks, and you wanted it. Yeah, it was great. But we're not in the... Who has magazines?
That's a good point. I do so... I've been waiting...
Besides your barber.
No, waiting rooms do. Like dentists, doctor's office,
they're
therapists.
Not there anymore.
They're not?
No. I got beef with just most waiting rooms in general. If I have an appointment, I should be walking in... like if I'm early, I'm early. But right when it says 11:45, there's a whole point of an appointment. We should be rolling. Let's go.
No, I actually agree on that. There's sometimes they have a little light switch too, to let you know that they're there for the person. It's like, I put it on a couple minutes later. Hey, if I'm paying for this, I'm not paying any extra. Or you stay later at that point,
exactly.
Right? 888-957-9570. That is the number to call or text and join in the conversation. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Also, we are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And shout out to all of you joining the conversation there. And it's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. And by the way, I was out for a week, and all of a sudden, the Niners depth chart, I just have the update right here. There's a lot of Qs. A lot of Qs meaning questionable for all these players. Juwan Jennings, questionable. Calf injury. Jacob Cowing, obviously, prior to me leaving, he got hurt. Isaac Guerrero got hurt. Jordan James, Curtis Rourke. I keep going. Michael Williams, Kevin Givens. Like, I don't feel great about that, Joe. I don't. Now,
they're thin.
They're thin right now.
They're razor thin.
Terry McLaurin. He has been one of, I think, more underrated wide receivers because they've just been a mess at quarterback over in Washington. But Terry McLaurin is a guy that can be a number one on any given team outside of maybe a handful.
Yeah, he had 13 touchdowns last year.
Awesome. Him and Jaden Daniels, that connection was incredible last year. Scary Terry was for real. This is the latest that just dropped from Matt Barrows, who knows his stuff. Would you say Matt Barrows covers the Niners for a long time for The Athletic now? This is what the latest was in The Athletic. It was Terry McLaurin trade proposals analyzing 5 potential offers for the Commanders. And they had a couple teams. They had the Patriots, they had the Chargers, the Steelers, Bills, and then the 49ers were on there. And this is the little excerpt that Matt Barrows had. So take a listen to this. It's not so far-fetched considering this scenario, meaning that maybe the 49ers would be inclined to trade wide receiver Brandon Ayuk for McLaurin, saying it's not so far-fetched considering this scenario was discussed a year ago when Ayuk was the subject of a high-profile hold-in. Ayuk had the Commanders at the top of possible trade destinations because of his relationship with and admiration for Jaden Daniels. He's friends with the quarterback. He's close to Deebo Samuel, and he was drafted by GM Adam Peters, who was the 49ers' top college scout at the time. Brandon Ayuk for McLaurin, not so far-fetched, says Matt Barrows. Joe Shasky, what say you?
What say me what? Do I want him?
Would you do that? Because you're going to have to pay McLaurin if you trade for him. He wants to get paid. He's disgruntled. He's requested a trade from the franchise. He's older. He's in his 30s now.
This would be his third contract.
Yes.
And when you give out the third contract in the NFL, you better love the dude.
He's going to be 30. Let me be clear. September 15th, he's going to turn 30 years old. So he's going to start hitting that point now with wide receivers, kind of like with running backs.
Just any football player.
Yeah.
Like, look.
Quarterbacks are, yeah.
Well, any football player, third contract.
Yeah.
It's scary, and you got to make sure it's the right guy. Now, my normal setting for the most part is like, hey, I don't love paying these wide receivers just in this offense. I just don't. And I look at what is college giving you the most of? A lot of wide receivers. Can you whiff on one in the first? Yeah, but you could find tremendous value second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. And we see it every single year. I'd take Terry McLaurin, yeah, but I hesitate on paying him, obviously, which would be a sticking point in this one. And then, we're just going to get rid of Ayuk. They want Ayuk. What draft pick are we giving up? As we address how thin this team is right now, yeah, they need help at wide receiver, but this is the team that needs every draft pick that they can have moving forward. I mean, we all think that every single draft pick from last year that looked good. We'll see if Dominic Pooney's as good this year as he was last year. We'll see if Ricky Pearsall is good at all. Like all these guys, Mustafa? We'll see if he comes back healthy, right? So I need all the draft picks that I can get. I also need good players to be pass catchers for Brock Purdy. So that's where I kind of fall in the middle here. I don't love it though. I'm not in as love as everyone else is on paying like a third contract. The last time they gave out a third or fourth contract to someone random, it was like Javon Hargrave. That didn't work out well.
It did not. But Terry McLaurin, man.
No, he's a good player.
I think you go all in and go after this guy. I really do.
Yeah, but you're not building your offense around him.
I'm not building my offense around him, but I'm getting a guy that I know in the red zone where you struggled mightily, he could be a threat because he was that last year with Jaden Daniels. I know he could be that dude, and I trust that Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, they'll figure out a way. Clint Kubiak, they'll figure out a way for it to work with Terry McLaurin. I'll just say this. With Brandon Ayuk, I think he just needs to change the scenery too. And I don't know what you're going to get from him. I do know what I'm going to get from Terry McLaurin. Now, obviously, Washington would be taking all the risk on with this because you don't know what you're getting with Brandon Ayuk. You would have to attach a pick. And as you mentioned, you're very hesitant to do that. But I'll argue, I swear to God, these guys get compensatory picks all the time, whether it's a third rounder, whether I don't like.
Yeah, but if I sign Keenan Allen, hypothetically, like, right, I'm giving up assets and spending a lot of money on this player. If I go get Amari Cooper or Keenan Allen, it costs me nothing but money.
Yeah, but you're not going to get the quality of a Terry McLaurin.
Who knows? Who knows?
Keenan Allen stunk last year. He did. Had him in fantasy a couple times. You looked out of shape. He did not look good.
He played for one of the worst teams in football.
I mean,
well, did he not?
Yeah, but like they had offensive talent around him, and he just still didn't separate himself. He was supposed to be the guy that you could rely on. I know they were. They weren't a good team.
We watched the Bears. They were terrible.
They were also loaded at wide receiver.
They were. They were. Rome Odunze,
but they were terrible. So like whatever. Like I just again like I like Terry McLaurin. He's great. He's a great player. He is. He's a great player. But it does cost you a lot. And like, it's easy to say, oh, just get him, just take him. I love him. It's like, all right, like, I'm intrigued. I'm open to it. I'm not ready to say goodbye to Ayuk just yet. Apparently, he's been a good soldier at camp all offseason. Is he healthy? If he's healthy, like, I think a healthy Ayuk is as good, if not better, than McLaurin. I can't guarantee health currently. I know Ayuk pops in this offense. I do. I know that he does when he's right. I mean, I don't know. Like, I hesitate always bringing in somebody from outside, paying him. Part of why McLaurin is frustrated is because Washington went out and traded for Deebo Samuel, who's making about the same as him right now. And he's looking around saying, wait a minute, I've been here before the prior regime when everything was stinky and poopy and I was excellent year after year after year with no one throwing to me, and you're going to bring this guy in and you're not going to pay me? I get why he's frustrated in that situation.
I feel him on that. Are you more with Shasky here, Niner fans, 888-957-9570. You'd rather go the bargain hunting when it comes to the likes of an Amari Cooper, a Keenan Allen, than going all in for a guy like Terry McLaurin, which is going to cost you potentially Brandon Ayuk in a third-round pick. Which one of those scenarios
it could be more.
It could be more.
I mean, I don't know.
We don't know, but if you're attaching Brandon Ayuk there, who was a second-team All-Pro in his own right, just like McLaurin was back in 2024, same year as Ayuk was, like, check that. But you know what I mean.
But like, okay, in a trade where you're dealing Ayuk, there's a big dead cap hit. Yep. That's number one. And then you're taking on a ton of salary. Yep. So like, you're kind of like tripling down on asset allocation. Yes. Money on Ayuk, money on McLaurin, draft capital.
Yes.
Signing someone, again, just a flyer. Let's just say it's Amari Cooper. I'm just going to go Amari Cooper. All right, like maybe he's not as good as Terry McLaurin, but boy, it costs you a hell of a lot less.
I don't know what you're getting with Amari Cooper these days. Like he was.
I don't either.
He was awful with Buffalo last year.
I
thought he was going to be a good piece for them. He didn't do anything. Nothing.
Yeah,
nada.
Okay. Yes, but there's been other great receivers who have bounced around and switched teams and have done very little winning.
Well, it's just crazy that you were willing to potentially, and remember, Amari wanted to leave last year from Cleveland. Like that was the conversation. Remember that? Trade, get me out of here. Basically, he didn't really say that, but he was kind of saying without saying it. And maybe, you trade him, Brandon Ayuk didn't want to go to Cleveland. And turned out right. You don't want to go to Cleveland. It's a dumpster fire. God, they got like 4 or 5 quarterbacks over there. I don't know what the hell they're doing. But I would definitely consider moving off of Brandon Ayuk for Terry McLaurin and potentially, a third-round pick if you have to attach it. Second,
so you're taking on. So okay,
and I'm giving him a new contract. Yes,
you're taking on a big dead cap hit for Ayuk and paying Terry McLaurin and giving up draft capital. Like, again, it sounds great. And I know everyone wants to exhaust every single avenue to get great players. They did that for a bunch of years, and then you got Devondre Campbell playing linebacker because you can't afford anything, and you have no draft picks. So, like, at some point, you got to kind of be a little fiscally responsible. And I don't know if right now is the time to be all in on giving up Ayuk, getting McLaurin, giving up draft capital. It's a lot. We have to acknowledge it is a lot to part with.
It'd be second team All-Pro for second team All-Pro at one point. They're guys that are just right at that cusp of like best at their position, but they're not quite there. So I feel you on that. Like they're right on that tier below for me anyways, like the Justin Jeffersons, right? The Jamar Chases of the world. They're not those players, but I feel them when they want to be like, hey, listen, I'm not those guys, but I'm also the best on this franchise. I am one of the best in this conference. Just because I'm not Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, doesn't mean I shouldn't get paid close
They're
to those
really
guys.
good players. They're really good players. And I don't know why Washington is balking at paying him. The other aspect of this that we don't know is, like, how far along is Ayuk? Is Ayuk able to help you week 7, 8, 9, 10? Is Juwan Jennings legitimately injured? Is he legitimately injured, or is he just out for the time being where it's just a nagging thing that's told him about? Or is he holding out simultaneously and they just happen to coincide? Like, there's a lot that we don't know.
I know I'm different we differ on this when it comes to the wide receiver room, and I'm a lot more concerned about it than you are. You're concerned with other position groups before that. Not to say it's not a concern, but it's not your top one. Right now, it's hard for me in this offensive-driven league, in a passing league, as Jonathan San Francisco, who called earlier, was talking about, when you're going to be going in to week 1 potentially, and Ricky Pearsall is a number 1 for you. I get it. He was a first-round pick last year. The guy struggles to stay on the field. I don't know if I could trust him to be my number 1 throughout this season. Juwan Jennings, a calf injury. God, another one scares the hell out of me. As we know with calf injuries, those are very tricky, Joe. One wrong move could be an Achilles. And I don't want that to happen, but we've seen that ad nauseum here the last couple seasons in the Bay, whether it's basketball related, whether it's football related. Calf injuries are scary, and it's something you're going to have to monitor maybe all season long. Leroy's in Oakland, wants to join the conversation when it comes to Brock Purdy. Leroy, good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? Always a pleasure to be on. Real quick, with the 49ers and the receivers, right? I really don't care who they bring in, because you guys know I don't think Shanahan's going to throw them the ball enough anyway. Mm-hmm. So Terry, Ayuk, whoever, just bring some people in. And it's kind of getting to what I want to mention. Like, I hear all these individual stories, like all year I've been hearing individual stories about the 49ers. And I haven't heard any team stories, right? The cohesiveness on this team, right? There's none. Like, I don't see any cohesiveness. And I'm hoping that Brock Purdy's leadership continues, because he's young. And I hope he can become that leader that brings some cohesiveness. You know, guys that you just get behind. Hey, you might be having a bad day, but you see this guy and you go, hey, you know what, today's going to be all right. We're going to go out here and kick these guys' butt, right? To bring guys together where they might be thinking about contracts, they might be thinking about other players, why are they bringing this player in, why they bring that player in. I'm hoping Purdy can be like, hey, whatever, come on, guys, let's pull together and bring this thing home. And I hope they look at him as a leader, and so he can bring these guys together, because guys are kind of everywhere, guys. Guys are everywhere, and it's not going to bode well for the 49ers if they don't start coming together and going, hey, who's going to be here? Who are the guys that are going to be in the trenches with us, are going to go to war with us and fight every day? And I just don't think a lot of players, they don't know who these guys are. And real quick, I just want to make a prediction really quick. Like,
give it to me.
I think it's going to be a rough start for the 49ers. You know, I'm looking at them going 2-4 in the first 6 games, right? Those games against New Orleans, Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, Seattle, Rams, right? And then October 19th is going to come. We'll be 2-4, Thursday night football game. They'll be talking about how bad Purdy's playing, how bad the coach is, and this is a make or break game for the 49ers.
Really?
So I hope we can salvage. I hope we can salvage that.
Leroy, it's funny
Thanks,
that you say
Leroy.
that, because they have so much new.
2-4.
Well, let me lay this out. They're really thin. Like, they just are. They're really, 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 really thin. Okay?
Ozempic.
And there are some important players right now that are dealing with some injuries. Like, right now you have 2 guys, Grant and Pinnock, who are going to start at safety. They haven't played simultaneously on this team. Now, they've played at times. One of them played for Robert Saleh, so he's got some familiarity in the scheme. You're going to start a new linebacker opposite Fred Warner, whether that's D. Winters or whether that's the kid Nick Martin that they drafted.
They love D. Winters. By all accounts, it's his job to lose. I've been just reading from the linebacking coach, from the
We'll see.
from
I mean,
everyone.
I heard a lot of great stuff about D. Winters last offseason,
Right.
and they played Devondre Campbell way more than any of us thought, right? So we'll see. And he's got to stay healthy because he battled a lot of injuries last year. Your up front is all new. D tackles, both spots. It sounds like C.J. West and Collins, and maybe you'll have Jordan Elliott, who was kind of a holdover from last year. And then you're going to have Michael Williams, and you're going to have Bryce Huff. That's a lot of new. The secondary, besides those two safety spots, they're thin. Renardo Green is out right now. He showed some last year. I think we're a little high on him. I think it's to be determined. I love Lenore, but he's battling an injury right now. Who's that other guy? Upton Stout? Let's see it. He's 5'8". I hate to do the size thing, but 5'8" is 5'8".
Size matters. No, well, I was just talking about that when it comes to mismatches and exploitation. You're playing against the best in the world. They're going to know and try to put their tight end on those guys.
They are hyping them up, though.
Okay.
So I guess where I'm going at is when you play a lot of young guys early in the year, you have to allow for learning curves. And I think when I look at all the young players, I love that they want to play them. I think they're going to be a better team in December than they are in September and October. I think it's pretty obvious. They're going to be on defense a work in progress. And his point about starting off slow, they might start off 3-3 or 2-4, but I do think they can right the ship and be better toward the end of the year. And that's kind of like, as we talk about all these sports, if you're going to play the young players, you have to stay committed through the hard times so that you could see it on the other end in November and December pay dividends.
I think the 49ers are probably going to be favored in their first 4 matchups. And listen, are they going to go 4-0? Maybe not, but I would be shocked if they were 2-4. Something went absolutely
Seattle
wrong.
beat them last year.
They did.
I'm not going to sleep on them. Darnold, in particular, beat them last year.
That was Geno, though, last
Cardinals
year.
at home, too.
Yeah, and the Cardinals own us.
We'll see.
The Niners went 1-5 in the division last year. They have zero excuses to thumb their nose down at anyone.
I'm not thumbing my nose down at anyone.
1-5 in the NFC West.
I just told you they're probably going to be favored in all 4 of those matchups.
They might be. Being favored means a 0 to me.
I hear you, but I think the 49ers are going to be a lot better early on this season than Leroy does, clearly. Seahawks, Saints, Cardinals, Jags, not exactly world beaters. And again, we'll find out early about this squad too.
You could laugh at Darnold all you want.
I'm not laughing at him.
I'm just saying
to see him do it again. Do it again.
Everyone's saying that.
Exactly.
He threw 35 touchdowns last year.
Great. Kevin O'Connell.
Oh yeah? Was it? Time out.
O'Connell.
Week two. Oh, it was Kevin O'Connell?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I want you to, today, here's your exercise. You talk about summer reading. I want you to go back and watch the Viking game week 2. Niners Vikings.
Summer watching.
Sam Darnold's movement in the pocket was exceptional. He was awesome. You could say all the Kevin O'Connell stuff that you want, and there were specific third down rub routes. He ran some beautiful plays. Darnold moved in the pocket as well as I've ever seen him move at any point in his career. I'm not saying that Darnold is great. I'm saying I think we're a little harsh on the year that he just had. He had a really good year. Now, I want to see him do it again as well, but we act like he's just some garbage player. He's not. He had a really good game against the Niners last year and shoved it on the Niners.
What happened when it was actually important, the most important games of the season?
Yeah, he fell flat on his face.
He stunk.
Yeah.
Awful. That was the Darnold.
But that doesn't take away from his whole season.
No, he got paid for it. And I'm happy he got paid. Congratulations. But again, I think there's chances here that it was a 1-year wonder for Darnold. And I think coaching mattered a lot there.
We said that about Geno, did we not? And then what did Geno do last year? Kicked the Niners' butt in the fourth quarter and led them down. All I'm saying is, guys, the other team drives big cars, lives in big homes, and get paid just as much as we do, all right? So Niner fans, we were 6-11. Watch the games back. We have zero reason to be sticking our chests out like we were the big bad bullies last year. We were not. That we were exactly what our record was, and we have a bunch of new players for a reason, because the team and the personnel wasn't good. So I don't care who's favored in Vegas. I don't really. They need to come out and they need to earn their position as one of the best teams in the league before I grant them or anoint them at all.
And Seattle, their offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak, brother, cousin, twice removed, whoever. Probably brother of Clay Kubiak, 49ers offensive coordinator as well. So they're sticking with that Shanahan, O'Connell, McVay coaching tree out there to try to, cater to one Sam Darnold. And I'm going to be fascinated in that week 1 matchup. There's going to be a lot of Niner fans that probably do if Sam Darnold balls out, and maybe if Brock struggles, say, oh, no, maybe we should have paid Sam Darnold. Maybe we should have done that.
I don't even like Darnold. I just want to make I don't even like Darnold. But my point is,
sure, it sounds like you do.
Well, because when you watch the games, I think we're too. Yes, the last couple games of the year were awful. He was awesome last year.
He did look, he was.
He was great against the Niners.
The Sam Darnold story was one of the feel-good stories.
Yeah, and I'm the first to admit I laughed at him for 5 years. Laughed at him.
Oh, but that whole show leading up to that Vikings game, we were laughing at him.
Joe,
for good reason.
The play that he threw to Justin Jefferson, everyone's like, well, he was Justin Jefferson wide open. He climbed in the pocket in the end zone. It was one of the best plays of his career. He was awesome in that game.
35 touchdowns, 12 picks,
before halftime. He ran for a first down. It was an unbelievable play where Bosa was on his back and he climbed up in the pocket and ran for first down. Yes, he finished the season on a very low note. He had a great year.
So he took a leap last year. I think I would take a Brock Purdy leap this year more so than any other thing on this 49ers team. If Brock Purdy takes another leap into an echelon of a fringe top 5 and maybe a top 5 guy, I think that would be the biggest win of the season. Like, there's a scenario where Brock looks unbelievable, and maybe the 49ers still are hovering around 500. Like, if he has a Joe Burrow type of season that Joe Burrow had last year, I would absolutely take that this year for Brock Purdy.
Joe Burrow he threw like 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns.
That's what I'm saying, but they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, I know.
So that was tough.
Yeah.
But, like, that was something you could hang your hat on. It's like, God, our quarterback looked incredible. Now, Cincinnati might be viewing that as like a wasted year, kind of.
Yeah.
But I think if for the 49ers, I would look at it in contract year number 1 for Brock Purdy. Man, I would take that. This is an interesting question that was posed. I'm going to leave before we hit the break to the audience. What's more important to the 49ers offense this year? Is it Christian McCaffrey staying healthy? Or is it Brock Purdy taking a leap forward in the passing game? 888-957-9570. That's the number. Is it CMC staying healthy or Brock taking a leap? What's more important for the 49ers offense this upcoming season? 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We'll answer that question on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and also Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Cook something delicious with USDA choice boneless beef tri-tip roast untrimmed twin pack, just $5.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisle.
Fiberon decking on sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal.
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel well.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Jonathan Kaminga.
Oh, no.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
This is like when the Joker, was walking away from the explosion. That's what I feel like is going to happen right now. We got a bomb to drop.
Oh, my
Kaminga crisis.
Oh boy, the latest on the Kaminga crisis saga, whatever you want to call it. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, his latest piece that dropped just a little bit ago. Quote, the word I got when I checked in with a Warriors source on Sunday, Kaminga won't be traded this summer. He'll be back on the Warriors roster to start the season, and it'll either come when he signs the Warriors offer or accepts the $7.9 million one-year qualifying offer. So it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, he's here to stay, JK. Yay! It's kind of like the end of the crisis, right?
No. It's like the Cold War. It's going to go on for another 40 years.
God.
What?
The Kaminga missile crisis?
Yeah,
Come
exactly.
on. No,
Exactly.
I mean, that sounds like it's, oh my God.
This isn't the Bay. It's the Bay of Pigs.
Oh, no.
I mean, we can just keep going with this.
Look at us and our history knowledge. Look at that.
I mean,
Summer reading.
Does that make me JFK? I'm going to have to get
Relax.
taken out because of the Bay of Pigs?
Is that okay to joke about? It's been, 70 years?
I mean, come on. Do we know? Everyone killed JFK. All of them.
Everyone?
All the agencies. All of them. All the three-letter agencies.
Okay, so Jonathan Kaminga not getting traded this summer, and he's going to be back as a Golden State. You know what? I knew this was going to happen when we talked to Anthony Slater a couple months ago, literally when the Warriors season ended. And we were like, is there a good possibility that he's back? Is there any possibility? He's like, yeah, actually, there's a strong possibility he's back. And then you and Vontae like scoffed at it. There's like, I just don't see it. And Anthony was telling us like, actually, I could see it happening. And here we are. It's probably going to be the case that Jonathan Kaminga is a Golden State Warrior game 1, week 1, when the Warrior season kicks off.
Before we open up the lines, number 1, you hear that and you think what? Warrior fans. Number 2, is this the Warriors posturing for more leverage in a trade package, saying, "Hey, we don't need your who was it, Saric, Malik Monk, whatever the deal was prior."
Keon Ellis, What do the Warriors want in all this? Like, what is the end game for the Golden State Warriors in this? That's really what I want. Like, if I'm Mike Dunleavy today, and this obviously is dropped, and Tim Kawakami, he's one of the best in the biz. He knows. I believe him when he says he has a source telling him that Kaminga won't be traded this summer. I believe Tim Kawakami and his source. What is the end game for Mike Dunleavy, Joe? What is the end game?
You mean in this individual move or just running the team?
What was the point of this summer? What was the point of all this?
Well, I think the point of this summer was to try to improve the team, and I think one of them was retaining what you already have. Like, we could talk about external additions, like the external additions. Okay, so let's play this out. Malik Monk, if this, however you guys want to break this down, forget the draft pick. Does Malik Monk bring more to the table to help this team win than Jonathan Kaminga? I think we can have a healthy debate about that.
I would say right now, yes, he would, if he's going to get more playing time. I just think him as an individual scorer is better than whatever JK is going to give you right now. This version of Jonathan Kaminga, yes. But that's a conversation we're not getting.
What about defense?
Defense is a big part of that, but
what position does Malik Monk play?
He's a point guard, shooting guard. Yeah,
we don't have enough 6'3" and under guards on this team.
Well, I'd feel better about him over Pajemski and come playoff minutes.
Yeah, but you know Pod's gonna play. Like, I know, but you know Pod's gonna play.
Yeah,
like,
but would he play over? But trust level, talking about circle of trust, I do think that Malik Monk would be more inclined to be in that circle of trust with Steve Kerr.
Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? Pods will play alongside Malik Monk. Pods will never have his playing time diminished. You know this. Look, it's not. I'm not making a joke. You know the coach is going to play him. So I don't know why we do this. Well, he's the backup point. No, he's not.
I did catch some of you and E-Dog getting into a little bit with Brandon Pajemski last week. That was good.
And I'm not mad. I'm just like let's stop. It's just like saying like Shanahan's going to turn into a 40 time a game drop back passing coordinator. Like, no, he's not. He's always going to run the ball. Like, he'll do the play action thing, and Kerr's always going to play Pods. He'll play him alongside Malik Monk. But how does Malik Monk help solve some of their biggest issues currently? Now, is scoring an issue? It is. It is an issue, whether Kaminga's on the team or not. So he will help you in scoring. Does he help you in guarding the perimeter? Not really. Not that Kaminga's the greatest at it, but I think Kaminga's better than him on the perimeter. We could argue. Some might say Kaminga's so overrated at that. Joe, you're wrong. I think he brings more to the table as a defender than most. Fine. Does he help put pressure on the rim in athleticism, cutting baseline, playing opposite Curry without the ball in his hand? I don't think he does. Does he help them defensively at the rim, stopping anyone? I don't think he does. Not that Kaminga's great at those things, but like, how does Malik Monk infinitely make you a better team than Kaminga?
I didn't say infinitely. I said net. He's probably a slight net positive. Slight. Maybe not.
I think it's so, like, you take Kaminga, I'll take Monk. You take Monk, I'll take Kaminga. I think we're splitting hairs.
Sure.
That's
fine.
what I think.
That's fine.
So in that scenario, give me the guy who's 6'7".
Okay.
Give me the athlete guy who's 22. That's where I got. I'm tired of seeing this team play a bunch of 6'3" guys on the floor. Because you know who else might come back is GP2. So now I'm envisioning the Malik Monk, GP2, Pods, Curry lineup where we have nobody big.
By the way, a lot's been made about, Al Horford, D'Anthony Melton, when those guys are going to sign. By all accounts, whether it's the Mark Steins who joined Willard and Dibs, obviously NBA insider, saying Golden State is expected to finalize agreements with both Horford and Melton once cap space becomes available. I think they're just waiting for the Jonathan Kaminga, stuff to finally be settled. And when's that actually going to be settled? Again, if you're just joining us, we're reacting to the latest from Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard in his latest piece titled, The Warriors Kaminga Impasse Reaches a New Stage, plus my compromise proposal. This is Tim Kawakami again, SF Standard. This is the excerpt. The word I got when I checked in with the Warriors source on Sunday, Kaminga won't be traded this summer. He'll be back on the Warriors roster to start the season, and it'll come when he signs the Warriors offer or accepts the $7.9 million one-year qualifying offer.
I just can't stop. It's never going to end.
Just to clarify, guys, Mark Spears actually clarified on ESPN that GP2 told him the Warriors are waiting on Kaminga for everything else. They are completely
What about Horford?
waiting on him for everything.
And Melton.
That was made clear. We'll get the cut here for you, too.
It's all on Jonathan Kaminga.
Second thing to know is, yes, a player who accepts a qualifying offer can be traded.
So he can, but not till after December 15th, correct?
It's something like during the track, after like
No, but like there's like these specific points in the year. I could be wrong, but I think there's like December 15th. Anyone who signs, I believe, is like a December 15th.
Again,
the CBA.
That's what I was going to say. The fact that we even have to like get people to like check on this stuff is stupid. Like, we should just be able to trade whoever and whenever we want.
So here's the bigger question. Forget on the floor as players. What's better for the Warriors? Everybody kumbaya? Or one guy being a little frustrated? Or everybody looking at that one guy saying, hey, you held up the entire offseason? Because I thought that was interesting. So December 15th is the date. All right, we were right.
Correct.
Yeah.
So these guys are professionals, right? Like, they can... If I'm Draymond and I'm Steph and I'm Jimmy, they've been through so much already throughout their careers. That stuff's not going to bother them. Like, is it really going to bother? Like, once they start playing ball, Joe, I do think they're able to separate, like, okay, JK had his stuff. That's his problem. That's his prerogative. Whatever him and his team had to deal with, that's their stuff. But it's the start of the season. Let's play some basketball. I do think they're all going to be professional enough in that regard. Now, if it bleeds into the season, and there's like stuff being leaked, there's disgruntlement within practices, then we could, have a problem here and discuss it. But right now, how could Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, you think those guys are going to let that bleed into the season? I doubt it. They're not.
No, but I just think it naturally, these discussions happen with the media and the players. That's where it's like, oh, what, Steve, why was Jonathan the third guy you took off the bench in this game? Why didn't he close? Why hasn't he started? Did you see that he didn't handshake Steph on his way out of the... Like, there's all these stupid things that we do. There's just these unnecessary questions that I feel like this whole exercise we go through.
You know when it's going to start, too? It's going to start in preseason. What are the lineups going to... What's the starting lineup in preseason when LeBron and Luka come to Chase Center? What's it going to look like?
LeBron was not there for the Luka signing. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, my God. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Is that true? Trouble in paradise? Oh, no. I think he FaceTimed him. Is that acceptable these days? I guess LeBron's not a Backstreet Boys fan. He didn't want to go to the concert with Rob.
LeBron's golfing. Yeah, in the fog. Horrible swing. I mean, LeBron looks like he's never played any baseball or any golf at any point in his life. Horrible.
How difficult is it as a 6'8" human, Carter, to swing a club? Is it
Not difficult at all. You get your club sized for you.
Okay. All right. Fine. Well, do you have a good swing?
Come on. I'm practically a scratch golfer, Spadone.
When you're as rich as he is.
Oh, my God.
I mean, you grow up on the golf course.
I'm just kidding. I shot like a 130 yesterday.
That's okay. You know what? Did you have a good time, though?
Nope.
Okay, never mind then. Brian in Palo Alto has had a great time talking about Jonathan Kaminga.
This saga won't go away.
It won't go away. Again, Brian, the latest from Tim Kawakami, your boy from the SF Standard. The word that he got with his source on Sunday, Kaminga won't be traded this summer. What say you, Brian?
I think that's the company line, which if Kawakami is saying it, that's right from the horse's mouth and Joe Lakeup. And the company line is they're saying, he's going to be on the team. They're not even entertaining sign and trade anymore, just to shut up the incompetent agent of Kaminga, right? And their whole act. I think that's the play. I do think he ultimately probably will get traded. Hopefully the Kings remove that protection on their first rounder, because comparing Monk and Kaminga is like, a 20-point game scorer who's, a very good three-point shooter, who's a good playmaker, versus Kaminga, who's, going to be the 14th man on this team likely now. If he's back, I imagine they'll just bury him on the bench out of spite almost. But, can't think of an athlete in Bay Area history who was less worth the drama than Jonathan Kaminga ever. Just unfortunate, but it is what it is.
That's Brian in Palo Alto. That's actually a great question. the juice has not been worth the squeeze when it comes to the actual like on the court production of Jonathan Kaminga. The amount that we talk about the current player and what he could mean to the franchise and what he's actually meant is pretty insane. I literally somebody said, he's like, I can't remember a player like that we discussed like that hasn't done anything on the court.
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance. That's fine.
James Wiseman.
Yeah, but God, you traded so much more for Trey Lance than like you invest. Like, I get it. He was a lottery pick, but you didn't trade like all the stuff for Jonathan Kaminga.
Kaminga's actually been a productive player.
At times.
Yeah, he's played a lot. Like,
Yeah.
Trey Lance played 3 games, 4 games.
People like to tell me that Trey Lance, those games that he started and won, I mean, against the Houston Texans.
It was a big game.
I mean, oh my God. He looked incredible.
I mean, it was a big game. They wouldn't have made the playoffs.
You had to beat Davis Mills in that vaunted Houston Texans team. That was one of the worst teams of my lifetime. I couldn't even name. Was Rex Burkhead their starting running back?
No.
Oh my God.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it was huge. Sorry, continue. But you were saying about Jonathan Kaminga, the juice worth the squeeze in the topic?
No, you were going in on Trey Lance. Keep going. I want to hear this.
That was it.
I want to hear that. You're done?
Everyone wants Trey Lance now. He's the greatest thing ever. Like, can't
you just be happy for the kid?
In a Hall of Fame game? Can we wait?
We found out in a Hall of Fame game that Tom Brady was good. We found out that Gio Kamasi was not. Yeah, so you can find out in practice who's good and who's not.
I've also seen people...
No one is saying he's great. We're like, hey, good for him.
Nate Peterman looked good in a Hall of Fame game once. How'd that work out? 4 picks, game 1, first half. Miley, Walnut Creek. The Malik Monk thing's interesting, by the way, because I actually agree with Brian there. I do think we are shortchanging Malik Monk a little bit here when we're talking about it. He's a really good scorer.
Okay.
He's a really good
scorer. So you're going to play, he's a good scorer. So you're going to play Buddy Hield, Pods, Malik Monk, GP2, and Steph?
I'm giving a lot of those minutes that I'm giving Pajemski to Malik Monk instead in a heartbeat. It's not even close. Who do you trust more of a scorer?
You might say that. I don't. The coach's actions have told you that Pods is playing 30 minutes plus.
See his new haircut, by the way? Got the braids. Am I allowed to say cornrows? I don't know. That's basically what it was now. Is that the look we're doing in Pods? Right.
I think if you're gonna trade Jonathan Kaminga, yes, Malik Monk is he is a good player. He's a useful player. He brings a lot to the table. They need something other than that. They need different positions.
It is interesting, though, that this is a player who can run an offense, and they still are not interested in him. That does interest me.
Well, because does he run this offense?
I don't know what interests the Golden State Warriors right now. What do they want? They want Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton. Yikes. Miley and Walnut Creek, good morning.
I mean, Melton's another guy who's under 6'4". Huh?
Shasky. Hey, Shasky.
What's up?
I'd like a second just to kind of go through why I think Malik Monk would help us.
Okay, I'll listen.
I want to run through this real quick. So, puts pressure on the defense. So you think about Steph. Steph's on an island. There's no other scorer who puts the kind of pressure on the defense except for occasionally Jimmy. But Monk comes in. He changes energy. I'm having him come off the bench. And he can play with the starters for a period of time, so you're not stuck with him with Pajemski and Moody and all those guys. But he will play with those guys, but you can also sprinkle Jimmy or Draymond in there as well. But Monk scores off the bounce, scores in the mid-range. Not a great three-point shooter, but enough to open up his drive lanes with that shot. He gets the shots off quick. He assisted 5 assists per game last year. We haven't had a scorer like him off the dribble since Poole, and we've been dying for that guy. So, Monk may not be the be-all, end-all, but he's better than Kaminga right now. And by all accounts, Kaminga's going to get his face punched in by either Draymond or Jimmy if he comes back.
Okay.
Let's relax there. What? Jimmy Butler, by the way, likes Jonathan Kaminga. He said that they can thrive together on the court. And I am inclined to believe Steve Kerr, when he was on our airwaves, when the season was over, talking with Willard Dibs, courtesy of River Islands, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, saying, yeah, if he is back on the team next year, I have to play him, Steph, Jimmy together for an extended period of time to figure out this thing. I didn't have that luxury because we were in a play-in/playoff chase. I had to go with what was working, and what was working was the Moody, Pajemski, Draymond, Jimmy, Steph lineups. And that's what they kept going to.
I think Monk in a vacuum is a better player than Kaminga right now.
Yes.
Okay? But, again, they bring different things to the table. So, you guys have watched the Warriors a long time. Do they want a ball-dominant player like Malik Monk for their offense, no matter who he's playing alongside? Not really. Not really. And to say that he's like Jordan Poole, okay.
Well, I was going to say the Jordan Poole comparisons there.
Yeah, and how'd that work out for them in year 2?
There was a lot there.
Yeah, there's hey, dog, pass the rock, right? That's what were people not saying that?
Yes, no, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, again, I just...
But I would also kind of like a little bit more of that mentality, not to say the boneheadedness. But there needs to be someone that has confidence in their shot outside of Steph. And Buddy's a streaky player. Who do you trust shooting the ball on this team right now, Joe? No, seriously. Who do you trust shooting the ball?
They don't have a lot, but okay.
No one.
A Monk in a vacuum makes sense. But just look at the roster. Let's just look at the roster.
I hear you.
So this is your guards. Steph, Pods, Malik, I guess Melton, I guess.
I don't even know.
Okay, GP2, Melton. Okay, 5 guys. I haven't even referenced Moody, okay? Moody, who's still on the team. Buddy Hield, okay? Buddy Hield. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys, all under 6'4".
Size matters, Joe.
Who is a defender of those? GP2s, the lone defender. I guess Melton as well. Again, no one is saying that we don't like Monk. Monk's nice. How does that help what they need to do? They need a perimeter dog defensively. Yes, do they need shooting? Every team needs more shooting. There's no doubt about it. They need more shooting. They need more well-rounded players on the perimeter. They need a rebounder. They need a guy who can block shots. They need a hound out on the perimeter. I like Malik Monk in general. I like the idea of it. But when I look at the rest of the roster and how they build it around him, I don't think you guys are playing both ends of the floor here.
We got Matt Lively joining us at the top of the hour in about 7 minutes. Matt Lively, courtesy of River Islands, and obviously he covers all Bay Area sports. He's been down at 49ers training camp in Santa Clara, but we could touch on some of the Jonathan Kaminga stuff with him as well. Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5. But the latest right now, as we're reacting, if you're just joining us, 888-957-9570. Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard saying the word that he got when he checked in with a Warriors source on Sunday that Kaminga won't be traded this summer. And he goes on in this article, Joe, to say several sources have indicated that the Warriors have been unenthusiastic about the general idea of a Kaminga sign and trade from the outset. The broad context is that Joe Lacob remains a fan of Kaminga's and is determined to either keep the 22-year-old on the roster or get real value in return, and he's willing to wait it out.
And I didn't even reference Pat Spencer.
Oh, the fighting Pat Spencer?
That was a joke. That one I was going.
That was for Jana
strong.
Mountain View. You like Pat Spencer? Come on, you love Pat.
Yeah, I like Pat, but you know what this team needs? They need centers and they need legitimate threes.
Well,
and
they got Al
fours.
Horford coming.
What?
They have Al Horford coming. What?
Can
you
we
guys
just?
are all quiet.
I don't need the I'm telling you, man. I get Malik Monk. If you bring Malik Monk in, you probably don't need to bring in Melton.
Melton, no, probably not. They're not getting Malik Monk, by the way. This whole article from Tim Kawakami has really set that in stone for me. Kaminga's going to be a Golden State Warrior game 1, week 1.
Why don't we
NBA
send
season.
a pick and go get, if you're going to move Kaminga, send them a pick as well if they would be willing to do so, and give us Keegan Murray.
Well, my question is, why do we care so much about a 2030 draft pick? Why? No, seriously. Why are we so concerned?
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
5 years from now. 5 years from now, why do we care?
Because the Kings are still going to stink.
Well, okay. I hear you about the protected nature of it. If all of this stuff, these teams, and if you're the Warrior, if you don't want to give up a first-round pick, or the Kings, everyone's so scared right now about the future. No one's worrying about the present. The present right now is wide open as far as I'm concerned.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, on one of these deals, you are surrendering one of the Moody, Buddy Hield players. If you take on Malik Monk's contract, you have to say goodbye to one of these other guys.
And
so it's not just as simple as Kaminga for Monk. It's also Kaminga plus either Buddy or Moody for Malik Monk. It's very complicated.
Dunleavy doesn't have a lot of pressure to trade Kaminga quickly and cheaply just to get a resolution. The internal pressure is actually the opposite. There's no pressure. They're chilling.
Just take your time.
Everyone wants it to be done so fast that it's just not happening. It's almost like they're doing it out of spite at this point. We'll sit back, relax. Why not? And in fairness, like, it is August 4th, so it's been a while that we've been talking about it because they got bounced, in early May. So we've been talking about this for months, Joe, all summer long. And we're about to be going back to school here. And it just is what it is. Jonathan Kaminga's here to stay.
This situation,
or at least now.
I don't think it's set in stone. I'm not saying that TK's not reporting is accurate. It's clearly accurate because he's always accurate with his reporting. It feels to me like this is the stance for now until they can get more out of someone else.
Jonathan Kaminga. He's just never going to go away. Thus concludes the Kaminga crisis. Is that yeah? Are we just, you can hit it just as many times as you want. Thank you. There you go. Kaminga crisis update.
Who's the best team in the league right now?
For what?
Basketball.
Oklahoma City Thunder.
Okay. So you bring in Malik Monk, okay? How you beating OKC? Who's guarding who? Exactly. Now, I'm not saying that Kaminga is the answer to that, but in this hypothetical Kaminga transaction, I think one of the things that they need to desperately be thinking about in return is how do we improve our perimeter point of attack defense?
In fairness, I feel like most teams in the West are probably saying, how do I guard? Like, outside of the Houston Rockets, I don't know if there's like a great team that's like,
yeah, but most teams don't have Steph Curry, who is a big liability against either Jalen or SGA.
He's the great equalizer, though, when it comes to his offensive prowess that we've never seen before.
Yeah, but I think it's because he is deficient defensively, you have to have someone play opposite him that is their strength.
And that's why Clay was so important for this team for years, right?
Of course.
And what are you going to get with Jimmy Butler, another year older? What are you going to get with Draymond Green, another year older?
One thing we learned about Jimmy in the final 2 months is he's not that guy anymore.
He's not playoff Jimmy anymore.
No, I mean, like, perimeter, sick him on that guy, young 20s, be the hound. He's not that guy anymore.
No, he's not. And again, I mentioned the playoff Jimmy thing because he's also not that version that we saw in Miami anymore. That's okay, but also I think we were disappointed as fans, if I'm a Warriors fan, watching how it all took place and that he couldn't get that one win in that series. Not that it was going to be the end-all, be-all, but it's like, man, he couldn't get us one win, because there was one game where it was him and JK basically, and no one else really stepped up, and he didn't score in the final 6-7 minutes of the fourth quarter. It was tough.
So which story are we going to repeat over and over again between now and October 19th? Giannis might come to the Warriors.
My God, don't even mention
JK might be coming back. JK is traded.
Giannis
what is it? Which one?
It's not coming here. Giannis is not coming here. It's not. I'll just tell you right now, why the hell would anyone want to come to the Western Conference? Like, why would you choose to leave the East right now, which is wide open? Parting of the Red Sea? Yeah, that's the Eastern Conference. I'm not touching the West when you got the likes of the Nuggets, the Thunder,
I mean, the
Rockets.
only answer is I want to play with Steph Curry. And that's an answer that can outweigh whatever your East-West thing is.
I mean,
I'm just giving you one of the only outlier answers.
I love Stephen Curry. I mean, how long are we going to keep saying that? He's 37.
I mean, he only won the freaking gold medal last summer.
That was last summer, Joe. That was last. You scoff at it like
he was the best player in the world in the biggest stage.
The days of I want to play with LeBron, I want to play with Steph might be over.
Although they might be.
That might be over.
But that doesn't mean that Giannis doesn't feel that way. You might feel that way. That doesn't mean he does.
Maybe, but maybe he's looking at like younger players that he wants to join up with. And maybe he wants to stay in the East right now. I don't know.
Name me a situation in the East that you'd be like, yep, gotta go there.
I'd like to go to the Cleveland Cavaliers. I think they're right.
Said no one ever.
Well, you're saying that, but like, why not? They were the best team in the regular season last year.
Cleveland.
Oh, but that's your only argument.
Yeah, no, that's the argument.
He plays in Milwaukee.
That's
why he wants to come here.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Again, like any place that you throw, I'm not saying he is either, but any place you throw out there, it's like, you want to go work for James Dolan? Nobody does, right? And as good as that roster looks on paper, and it does, it looks really good on paper. You're like, ugh, that owner? I don't know.
Yeah, but there is a cachet to playing in New York City. Even the owner which is a big deal. But
you and I agree.
Playing in New York, he would be an icon there. He was drafted there. Like he was all well documented when he came for the draft. Like he was enamored by New York City and playing for the Knicks and winning a title there. Yeah, that would be huge for him and his legacy. Absolutely. Matt Lively going to be joining us shortly. We're going to shift over to some 49ers. We'll talk and touch some Jonathan Kaminga with him. Love to get Matt's perspective there. Do we got him? Cool. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios, and joining us now on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5, joining us on the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Matt, good morning. We're going to touch some 49ers here in just a second with you, but the big talking point this morning was the latest from Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard reporting and talking about his source saying that it's more than likely that JK is going to be a Golden State Warrior come game one of the regular season. Your thoughts on this whole Jonathan Kaminga crisis, as we have dubbed it here on the Morning Roast, Matt?
I feel like maybe this is how a lot of Warriors fans feel. I'm so sick of hearing about it. This has been such an ongoing topic of Jonathan Kaminga, whether or not he's going to be on this team. I mean, dating back to the reports when he kind of came out against Steve Kerr a couple seasons ago, it feels like it's going to be messy. Who knows what it really looks like behind closed doors, but it feels like it's going to be messy. And as Shasky was saying, I mean, I certainly believe TK, he's so tapped into this, but it feels like you got to find a way to move him if you can, but I know it's more difficult than it sounds with the restrictions that they have. But, if they give him the opportunity to shine and he can do what he did in the Minnesota series during the regular season on a regular basis, who knows? Maybe this ends up being a great thing for the Warriors.
As a man who's bounced around the country, I'm curious on your opinion on this. Settle this debate between me and him. You wouldn't choose Cleveland if you had options, just as a place to live. Come on.
Cleveland versus Milwaukee. Oh, God.
Actually, Milwaukee's beautiful. My niece is going to Marquette here coming up.
You know what? I'm going to Cleveland later this year when the Niners play there. I'll double back then. I can give you an official report. I mean, right this second, I'm probably going to say no. But maybe I have a lovely weekend there. I start looking at real estate.
Well, Jonathan Kaminga was hanging out there, wasn't he? He was practicing there last month. Anthony Slater was telling us that. Matt Lively joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of River Islands. And Matt, we got some big Niner stuff to get into, obviously, and we could circle back to Jonathan Kaminga at any point. But Niners are the talk of the town right now. We just had the Hall of Fame game. Trey Lance, obviously, he was wowing some people as the backup over with the Los Angeles, not San Diego Chargers. But this is really when things start to get heavy. Joint practices. Broncos are coming into town, right? Old pals, old friends. I don't even know if they're going to make the trip. We'll see. Dre Greenlaw, he's been dealing with some injuries. We'll see Dre Greenlaw, obviously, who's now a Denver Bronco, former Niner. Talanoa Hufanga, another guy, former All-Pro with the Niners, now a Denver Bronco. What are you going to be looking at this week, Matt, when it comes to joint practices and some of these position battles that we've been watching?
Yeah, I mean, the linebacker position and D. Winters, it seems like he has solidified his spot. I don't think a rookie like Nick Martin is going to jump him on the depth chart, but it'll certainly be interesting to see if he takes reps. I wouldn't expect Fred Warner to play in that first preseason game, but, it'd be a good opportunity for D. Winters to really put on a show, and fans can go, okay, maybe Dre Greenlaw's not here, but this guy D. Winters is pretty good. And I really think what's going to be the most important position battle, the most important position group this season for the 49ers, everybody's talking about the wide receiver room, but it's the other side of the ball. The secondary is going to be so big for this team. When you look at the moves they made this offseason, where they acquired most of their guys, the secondary is kind of the biggest question mark. You have Diamador Lenore, great. You have Renardo Green, great. And then there's just a bunch of void. Can Jair Brown replicate his rookie season, or is it going to be more like his sophomore season? When is Malik Mustafa coming back? is Upton Stout, who's got a lot of hype right now around him, really the guy back there. So I think all of preseason, I'm most interested in the secondary to see who emerges as a potential starter.
How's Brock look? I mean, I feel like he's flying under the radar. This guy signed a monster deal. Yeah, he had a bad year last year. Like, I just went back and watched all the games. I'm a sick person. And his legs were all right. He moved around pretty well. He threw up a lot of bad balls last year. I know the team around him was not good, but I think that if he was being objective, he would say that he had a down year based on what we expect from him. It feels like he's flying under the radar, doesn't it?
It does, and I think that's exactly what you want as a 49er fan, right? It would be nice if you can get through a training camp where the talk isn't, I don't really know about Brock Purdy, especially after you just gave him the massive extension that you did. He's looked great in camp so far. You know, I take everything with a grain of salt when it comes to the quarterback in camp. We really don't know what's being said to these guys. You know, the coach's direction on some of these routes and some of these plays might be, hey, throw it up. I want to see what's happening over on that side of the field. Give this guy a shot. And so maybe these aren't the decisions that they would make in a regular season game. But Brock has looked great. His arm strength is really what's impressed me. And so I think the fact that he is flying under the radar a little bit, you have to be happy about that. You want the attention to be on some other spots.
Talking with Matt Lively here on the Morning Roast. Matt, what's going on with the wide receiver room right now? I'm a little concerned. Obviously, this is a run-first offense. It's going to go through Christian McCaffrey. We get all that. But I started looking at the depth chart. There's a lot of cues, right, for questionable. Juwan Jennings, the calf. Jacob Cowing, the hamstring. Ricky Pearsall, obviously. It's a guy that has struggled to stay on the field, the gunshot withstanding last year. Just a guy that's struggled to stay healthy throughout his career, really, when it comes to the training camp and working too hard sometimes. Where are we at with the wide receiver room? And could we see the Niners go after, I don't know, an Amari Cooper? Could they go after a Keenan Allen, or hell, that guy out in Washington that's disgruntled, Terry McLaurin?
I certainly wouldn't hold my breath for Terry. It concerns me as well, but I think that's the position group that will be ready by week one. Juwan Jennings going through a calf injury, that should be resolved by that point. I would be more concerned about the contract issue with Juwan Jennings, but I still think something's going to get done on that front. Ricky Pearsall, at least he's back out there. That it is a concern. You want to keep him healthy, and how do you do that? It does seem like he overworks himself. He can pull things. Jacob Cowing, I think that was, maybe the biggest disappointment for me right now. He had worked with Ricky Pearsall in the offseason. Kyle Shanahan said he really impressed during OTAs, and then that first training camp practice, he pulls up with a hamstring injury. They need him back. I think he is actually going to be more of a key part of this offense than we think this year. Demarcus Robinson has looked great, but he might serve a 3-game suspension. And it looks like, camp bodies are flying in left and right. They signed Chosen Anderson. They just released Marquez Callaway. I do think if you go through, week one of this preseason and no one's standing out and there are some major injuries, go get Amari Cooper. I think that'd be a great signing. Another veteran in that wide receiver room as you wait for Brandon Ayuk to get back. So I think the wide receiver room will have a lot of these cues figured out by week one, but you need depth at that position. That's what, they proved that last year. And so more is better when it comes to that position.
What's going on with the Valks, man? The Valkyries. Huh? You part of the broadcast team right now? Been watching you. So, what's going on with you? I mean, it feels like the community's really been wrapping their arms around them.
I mean, it's been an incredible team to cover this first year. And the fact that they're at 14 wins, they're currently sitting in 8th place. They have a playoff spot. If the season were to end today, it doesn't. But this was a team that was, Vegas put them at 8.5 wins before the year began, and they crushed that immediately.
Careful there, Otani.
Hey man, I don't work for the team.
He's a fall guy.
They've been really fun to cover, and for an expansion team, this team might look a lot different next year because of how the CBA is going to roll out, and there's more teams coming to the league, so there's going to be more expansion drafts. But this has been kind of a ragtag group that they had to put together on the fly. And they've gone toe-to-toe with the best in the league. I mean, really, they've come down to the wire with just about every team in the WNBA, maybe outside of the Minnesota Lynx, who they're like 6 games better than anybody in the league right now and are just blowing teams away. But the Valkyries have been a ton of fun to watch, and the best part is that they've taken role players from other teams and allowed them to become stars in a market like San Francisco. And that's been really awesome to watch. And, I mean, they've got a great stretch here to finish out the season and try to make the playoffs, which would be history in the WNBA, back at home on Wednesday. So that should be a great game.
Well, and it's a great point, Matt. And Natalie Nakase, I mean, she's got to be the front runner for Coach of the Year at this point, right? It's not
definitely.
even close.
No, in my opinion, it can't be close. Again, put any other sport in the mix here. You know, what if we said, hey, the Tampa Bay Rays had to have an expansion draft, and they're sitting in second place in the AL East right now and going to make a playoff spot? Like, that's the equivalent of this. It's if the Cleveland Browns had to have an expansion draft. Like, it just doesn't happen overnight like this. You never, maybe the Golden Knights in the NHL are kind of the only other team you can look at. But it's amazing what Natalie Nakase has done, and they've had so many international players that left for the international tournament, and they had to sign new players, and they came right in and pulled off something like a 4 or 5 game winning streak with them. So her system works, and I think that's what's most important to know moving forward for this Valkyries team. The roster's not going to look like this next year, but Natalie Nakase's system isn't going to change, and that is a huge bonus.
That is. This was a huge bonus to have you on this morning, Matt. We appreciate the time, man.
It's been great. I went to Dead & Co. last night, and I woke up, and I was like, oh, man, I'm vibing. I'm ready for some morning roast.
There, dude, you were roasting yesterday? Is that what you're saying, Matt?
What's that?
You're roasting yesterday, brother?
No. I mean,
okay.
He was dropping, as in dropping acid.
Okay.
Yeah, my dad was a big Deadhead, so that's what they used to do. I don't know if you know this. And he's also born and raised, by the way, Jerry Garcia in the Excelsior.
Oh, so there you go.
Yeah, Harrington Street, baby.
The more you know, Matt.
Let's go.
Boom. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks,
See you,
brother.
buddy.
There he goes. That's Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5. He's like, yeah, I was, morning roast yesterday. I was like, oh, were you roasting? He's like, oh, no, don't do that. The stigma's gone from that, right? Come on, man.
From weed?
Yeah. It's got to be gone.
Alcohol's way more destructive than weed.
I agree, man. I agree. That was some good stuff. Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5, courtesy of River Islands, as all guests of 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. We're up against it. Going to take a quick break. Come on back. We got this or that coming up on the other side. This or that could be sports related, could not be sports related. That's always going to be fun. Plus, I actually kind of want to talk about what we were just talking about right there when it comes to coaching and Natalie Nakase and what she is doing right now with the Valkyries. Like, there are not a lot of comps for just how difficult of a job she has been dealt, and her having 14 wins when they were only, projected to get 8. Maybe she should be number 1 in coach rankings here in the Bay Area. That's what's coming up, brought to you by American Cancer Society.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci Man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
Oh, heck yes.
Oh, we're back. We know. We're just letting it roll. I know Matt doesn't like that, though. We got to speak immediately. We got to get that audience's attention right now. And when we were just talking, was Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander, who joined us in here. We were just talking about, our past weekends. And, Chasky was like, oh, yeah, look at my son. We were at church. That's great. Well, you know what Chasky's doing? He's at church, taking you behind the curtain. Yeah, he's praying to God, but he's also sending texts in the group chat about who should be in the Hall of Fame and who shouldn't be. And we got into it yesterday a little bit. It's sports, sports getting into it. It's nothing real here. But, Antonio Gates had his speech over the weekend. Who else? We had Eric Allen, Jared Allen, and I'm missing one more. But there you go. We had the Hall of Fame introductions over the weekend at Canton, Ohio. We had the Hall of Fame band. Sterling Sharp. Thank you. That was the other big one. Thank you. I think those are the four. And, Antonio Gates was shouting out Phillip Rivers. And I was just like, yeah, Phillip Rivers, Hall of Famer. Right? No. Not for you.
No.
Why?
My algorithm for the Hall of Fame is very straightforward. Can I write the history of the game without talking about you?
You don't think you can?
No.
What? He's involved in one of the craziest trades ever on draft day.
Oh, okay, great.
Eli Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, and Phillip Rivers.
Guys,
it's one of the craziest.
Not everyone goes into the Hall of Fame. I know that in basketball we just throw people in. It's honestly, it makes my head explode. He's a very good player who stuck around for a very long time and put up some pretty prolific numbers in the passing era. Okay, he has no signature moments at all. Never finished but one time, tied for third in MVP voting. Never inside of the top three. Okay, never ever had any playoff moments, never, ever did anything in terms of individual accomplishments on the field. He's a good player, like he is, but during the Big Ben, Peyton, Tom Brady, Mahomes, go right down the list. I like Phillip. He never was that dude. He just wasn't. And if you're not going to be one of the more prolific stat padders of that era, because Drew Brees stat padded way better than he did during that exact same time, I'm sorry, no, you fall on the cutting room floor. You're a good player. You had a great career. That's okay. Not everyone needs to go in the Hall of Fame. It's pretty straightforward to me.
I mean, he's going to get into the Hall of Fame.
He shouldn't.
He absolutely should not.
What?
It's ridiculous.
6th all-time in passing yards.
It means nothing.
What?
It means nothing.
Matt Ryan should be first ballot.
Wait. We cannot say that means nothing and then say Frank Gore finished top 3 in rushing all time and then he deserves to get in. That is not...
In the passing era where they've created rules where it's significantly easier to throw and everyone drops back more than ever, you're diluting the passing numbers, yes, number one.
He played in both eras, though. He played in the early 2000s when they were just having that shift over. He was part of the reason it turned into the passing era, Joe.
You're going to let him in?
You have to give him
You're going to let him in?
Yes,
Phillip Rivers?
I'm absolutely going to put him in.
You're showing your youth and your bias.
No,
there's no reason
because he was
Phillip
one of the
Rivers
best
should not be in. No, he was not. No, he was not.
Absolutely, he was.
Okay, when I think of Phillip Rivers, you know what I think of? Losing.
Okay, that's fine. You can think that.
That's
losing
it.
to who? All Hall of Famers.
Barely making the playoffs ever. And when you did, you lost.
Okay, because he was on the San Diego Chargers, who had the
greatest running back of the era, the best tight end of the era, and the quarterback and the rest of the team underperformed. He's a good player. He had a hell of a career. Not everyone goes in the Hall. It's you guys, the Hall is not special if we're letting anybody in. We're just like, everybody's in. Hey, you stuck around for 15 years. Get in there, baby. Hop on in. Hey, Carson Palmer, Matt Ryan, get in here. No, guys. It's for the elite of the elite, not just anyone. Come on. Is Anquan Bolden going to get into the Hall of Fame? No. You know why? He was a hell of a player. He is not the elite of the elite. Larry Fitzgerald is. All right? When I look at guys, great example, Ricky Waters had a hell of a career, has a great argument for being in the Hall of Fame. He should not be a Hall of Famer. He's not the elite of the elite. I draw a distinction. When you want to get into the Hall of Fame, it's for the best of the best. And if I have to twist myself into a pretzel to make an argument on why you should come in, you have to have one of two things. Unbelievable individual accolades.
He does. 62,000 passing yards, sixth most all time.
No one in a bar is like, hey, 62,000 passing yards. No one. No one's saying
I'll just say he's top 6 all time in passing yards.
So
421 touchdown passes, 6th all time.
He dropped back 45 times a game.
240 consecutive games played, which is second most all time for quarterbacks, which is a pretty good stat because we use it all the time. Oh, Brett Favre, the Iron Man. Oh, Cal Ripken, the Iron Man.
Brett Favre was the MVP 3 years in a row. Well, what are we? No, he won a Super Bowl.
I'm not talking about
what
MVPs.
Are you talking
I'm talking about 240 consecutive games.
No, but
Joe.
Brett Favre was one of the best players of the 90s.
I didn't compare him to Brett Favre there. I compared him to the consecutive games played.
Phillip is a good player, okay? He doesn't have the team accolade or the playoff moment required, the prerequisites, nor the individual hardware to be in the Hall of Fame. Come on, you guys.
You're going to be mad when he gets inducted, and that's fine.
No, he shouldn't be in. He should not be in.
I'll be clapping for him. I'm going to be happy for him, and he's going to get in, and I'll be very happy when that day comes. And Antonio Gates is going to be in the stands at that point. So there you go.
He had good enough teams to do better than he did.
Yeah. If his safety or cornerback, Marlon McCree, didn't fumble the ball after intercepting it, they would have beaten Brady in the playoffs. That's Phillip Rivers' fault. Oh, and by the way, they would have hosted Peyton Manning in that game, in the AFC Championship game, and Peyton would have lost. And then Phillip would have gone to the Super Bowl. All right? So it's his fault, though. Yeah, it's his fault.
If fans or buts.
Yeah, it's his fault. Sure. No. We'll blame Phillip Rivers for the secondary.
We're just he was a really good player. No one is denying that. Was Anquan Bolden a great player? Yeah, he was a great player. Great player. And actually, he had the Super Bowl moment Phillip wishes he had, right? But the reality is hey, guys, the Hall of Fame is for the best of all time.
Who had a better career? Eli Manning?
Eli Manning, because he beat.
Stop.
What are you talking about? Stop. Eli has the playoff moments. It sucks. I don't think he should have been a Hall of Famer, but you know what? You cannot write the history of the game without talking about what he did against that Patriot team. Not once, but twice.
And therein lies the problem when it comes to Hall of Fame voting and how.
So are we going to let Phil Simms in? Are we going to let Boomer Esiason in? These guys had better individual performances in the playoffs, better individual seasons.
Sure.
Boomer Esiason was the MVP of the league.
Let's put Rich Gannon in there too. Why not? Let's do that.
Well, just because you hung around for a long time and put up a bunch of numbers.
That matters, though. You're saying just hung around. He was a good quarterback for a very long time.
Okay. If you hung around for a long time and you were top 2, top 3, top 4, I'll listen to you. Top 6 or 7, get out of here.
But people, while we're talking about this, Hall of Fame, it happens. We all have our own definition for what the Hall of Fame should be.
What's your definition?
Shouldn't be. Well, my definition is I know it when I see it, and that guy is a Hall of Famer to me. He is. That's mine. It's simple. Is he a Hall of Famer or not? And you have to answer right there. Phillip Rivers, I say Hall of Fame. Yes.
You really do?
I do.
I never, not even close.
That's fine.
Not even close.
Steven in Oakland wants to put a bow in this conversation. That's fine. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steven, good morning.
Hey, I'm just going to address you as new guy. Basically, you don't know ball if you think Phillip Rivers deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Basically, the whole career, you can say he's better than the average quarterback, but never was the best quarterback at any time while he was in the league. And you could say that about every quarterback in the Hall of Fame, that at least one point in time, they were the best.
No, because Eli Manning's going to go in there and Ben Roethlisberger are going to go in there, and they were at no point the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, but they had magical playoff moments.
You just said it, magical. Sorry that magic doesn't happen in San Diego. It has to happen for that entire city.
To multiple Super Bowls. Multiple, right? Come on, we've got to look.
But you're acting like he was the reason they didn't get to the Super Bowls. It wasn't his fault. The guy had to play on two torn ACLs.
No one is blaming him.
Torn ACL,
Joe, it's the Hall of Fame. The threshold is higher. It's the Hall of Fame, not the were you really, really good. Phillip was really good. It's the Hall of Fame. So either you're leaving an imprint on the game and the history of the game, meaning if we write out the history of the game, we are talking about the Steelers teams that Big Ben Roethlisberger was a part of over and over and over again. And he lost one to Aaron Rodgers, for crying out loud. Eli Manning stopped a perfect season, then went back and won it again. And I had a first row seat to him beating the 49ers. The numbers will not tell you. He had one of the best games in evading sacks I've ever seen in my entire life. He was unbelievable in the NFC Championship game. They went into the frozen tundra and beat the Green Bay Packers, like Vic had done it as well. But it was such a difficult accomplishment to do it at that time. Eli Manning, as much as his regular season was very, very, very mediocre, he has these magical playoff moments that are the prerequisites that elevate his mediocre regular seasons, which Phillip just doesn't have those.
Yeah, because, he had better teams around him, too. Eli Manning. Again, team sport, going back to wins and losses.
He's throwing a Mario Manningham. I mean, let's not act like he's throwing a Jerry Rice.
Yeah, Plaxico Burress. Come on. Plaxico's
a great.
He was really good. Jeremy Shockey, as you mentioned, he was very good.
Love Jeremy Shockey. I love Jeremy. Jeremy Shockey played for 10 years. He cut his own career short. Jeremy Shockey should have been better. Look, Phillip was an excellent player. I'll say this, and this might sound controversial, and I said this to you guys in the group thread. If I take a step back and I look at Frank Gore's career, and I love Frank Gore, I understand the argument of Frank's not a Hall of Famer. Now, he's top 3 all time, and he hung around forever and stat padded forever. There's no denying it. In the era that he was in, you could make the argument not one season outside of 2006 was he the best or second or even third best running back in the game at any given individual year. Go back and look at the 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010. There were some great running back seasons. But I also step back and go, all right, this guy did this in an era where everyone was throwing the ball and running backs got marginalized, and he hung around for as long as he did. He should probably wait for some time. Maybe he should get in. I'm a Niner fan. I want to see him get in. Had he got that Super Bowl, I think he would. He has some great playoff moments. I understand the argument on why Frank Gore should be kind of hanging at the rim. Not necessarily a slam dunk. I don't think he should be a slam dunk to get in, right? Like Roger Craig. I hear everybody on Roger Craig, and I know that's a big one every year. I get why Roger Craig is getting held up. Now, the argument for me is, I don't know if I could write the history of the game without talking about Roger Craig. Played on a back-to-back champion. Was the first 1,000-yard receiving and rushing running back ever. You don't get Marshall Faulk and LaDainian Tomlinson without the evolutionary piece of Roger Craig. But I also understand why he's been waiting for so long. Not everyone should get in. It doesn't make it special. I think the Basketball Hall of Fame, we would all agree, is very, very diluted.
Well, yeah, because you just said it right there. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. So there's college, it's not the NBA Hall of Fame. And I do think for the most part, as we're talking about the Hall of Fame votes, because we got a couple people enshrined over the weekend when it comes to the NFL Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. And, I do think they get it right for the most part. NFL's really good about the guys that should be in there are in there. Do you what are there any ones that currently bother you that people are that
No, but
are in there?
Here's an example.
I think they get it right for the most part. They do.
Well, I mean, Patrick Willis, 6-time All-Pro.
Yeah, he's absolutely.
Pro Bowls are one thing. 6 times in a row, All-Pro. It had to wait a little, and it was probably the right decision to have him wait. But to me, gold standard at the position for those 7 straight years. Yep. No one gets better. No one ever saw Phillip Rivers gold standards of the position. Similarly, I didn't say that about Frank Gore. Gold standard, hell of a ball player. I put Gore more in the Anquan Bolden, man, just a great player. Would love to have him. I don't know, man. I get it. I get why people would be hesitant on it.
And my argument for Phillip Rivers is just because he wasn't the best in his conference or in the league, that's not a slight against him. It speaks to how great and how many Hall of Fame quarterbacks there was at his time. Just all the people that are going to be in the Hall of Fame there. So yeah, he might get the short end of the stick here. But I did see him, and you might not say they're big games in the playoffs, but I've seen on do-or-die games, in a given regular season, where we give all the credit to Peyton Manning for being a great regular season player, and he won a lot of MVPs because of that with the Indianapolis Colts, but I saw him shrink time in and time out, and I would still not trust him ever to win a big game in the playoffs. He just wasn't that guy, but in the regular season, we give him all that credit.
He went to how many Super Bowls?
Peyton Manning?
4.
Went to 4.
Okay, he went to 4.
And how many of those Super Bowls did he look good in?
He also broke the touchdown record.
Did he look good in any of those Super Bowls?
Broke the yardage in a season record. He has individual accomplishment. How many MVPs? 3, 4?
I just said that. Individual I hear you
He's
on
got
that.
all of it. He's got team hardware and individual.
He sucked in the playoffs. He did. So we're just
relative to what he did. Yes, just like Lamar Jackson has sucked in the playoffs relative to what his MVPs. Phillip doesn't have anything. Phillip played with the best running back and tight end of that era.
And as I was saying, as I was saying,
we act like he didn't have teammates.
Tom Brady, Hall of Famer. Peyton Manning, Hall of Famer. Ben Roethlisberger is going to go into the Hall of Fame. I guess Eli Manning now is going to get into the Hall of Fame.
He'll probably get in.
Drew Brees is going to go to the Hall of Fame. The guy that he replaced in San Diego, obviously, he's going to get in. Aaron Rodgers is going to get in. So, yes, he's probably not going to get in. And if he does, it's going to be like a senior committee 20, 30 years down the line.
He was a really good player. And
20 grandkids later.
Really good players to me, like, they fall a little short. And, like, it's just how I view. Like, again, I use Anquan Boldin as an example. Maybe he gets in one day. I doubt it. He was a great player. There's a difference between Larry Fitzgerald, first ballot Hall of Famer, and Anquan Boldin. And I love Anquan Boldin. I love Anquan Boldin. And Boldin has the playoff moments.
If I was going to give you, let's look at this Niners team right now. So you got Trent Williams, you got Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle. Which of those guys do you think has the best chance of being first ballot Hall of Fame?
Probably Trent. I think Kittle, for a variety of reasons, is going to get in there. I mean, you just look at his numbers and his passing touchdowns and all that stuff. Like, he's gonna get in there somewhere.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't know about first ballot.
Does first ballot matter to you?
Yeah, there's a big difference between first ballot.
Okay.
Yeah, like Ray Lewis, first ballot Hall of Famer. You know what I mean? Like Charles Woodson should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. There are certain guys like Lawrence Taylor, like the best of the best of the best.
Right.
Those guys deserve. Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, Ronnie Lott. Like there's a difference between those guys. And I love Bryant Young, but there's a drop-off between first ballot and Bryant Young. And I love Bryant Young.
That's 888-957-9570.
Maybe I'm the only one that makes that distinction, But
no, well, I kind of got jaded on it because of the whole Terrell Owens thing. And it became like a personal political thing, which I did not like. You cannot tell me Terrell Owens isn't one of the 3 greatest wide receivers of all time. It's Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, Terrell Owens. That's it. But the fact that he wasn't a first ballot because he was a headache in the media, like, come on, man. Come on. And it's going to be another litmus test, and this is a different level because he's not like the kind of person this guy I'm about to mention is. But like when Antonio Brown, when it's his time, like, how are we going to view that? I don't know. Is he still on the run, by the way? Where's he at? Is he in the Middle East?
I don't know. Antonio Brown.
Well, but he, talent-wise and what he did on the field, he's first ballot.
10-year run I'd put up there with Calvin Johnson.
Exactly.
Jerry. Like, he had a 10-year run that was as good as anyone's. But again, like, there's a lot to go with it. So, but I also view quarterback different than the other positions. Anthony Munoz can be one of the greatest offensive linemen of all time. To be in the quarterback discussions, yeah, going to the Super Bowl is a part of that. And like Lamar Jackson, everyone knows he's great. He is great. He will never be in that all-timer list till he gets to the Super Bowl and eventually wins one. Like that's how we judge these guys. That's what separates, like, and when I look at the pitchers, like Clayton Kershaw winning a championship changed who he was. You have to have the championship hardware at certain positions in basketball. No one could tell me that T-Mac is anywhere close to some of the great players. He didn't even win playoff series. You know what I mean? Like, winning the championships, when we're separating the best of the best, that is the differentiator. Aaron Rodgers, I think, has an argument as one of the most talented quarterbacks ever. Why is he never going to be in that conversation? Because he's got one ring and that's it.
Only one Super Bowl appearance, too.
And that's it, right? And so, yeah, like, if that position is a little different, fair or not.
I know we're getting heated about it in sports, but I love these kind of conversations. I love talking Hall of Fame because everyone has their own different kind of criteria for what it is. And this is what they're doing in Canton too. Is the whole process is fascinating because you have guys in there, the Matt Mayokos of the world that have covered like the Niners forever. You have certain these Hall of Fame voters that are there caping up for these individual players, coaches, what have you.
Well, who's going to cape up for these Chargers?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's just not. That's why he's behind the 8 ball too. Like, and I do think there's something to be said about playing for a franchise that has been. I know they're not losers per se, but for my lifetime, like the Spanoses, like and them owning them, like they're a cheap group, and they don't have the best coaches. They never have. Schottenheimer was a guy that could never win the big one, and outside of that's been who? Norv Turner's been like the guy. Anthony Lynn, like, you know what I'm saying here. Like,
I hear you.
Phillip would have died to have Jim Harbaugh as his head coach.
Yeah, but how many other quarterbacks would have died to have LT and Gates? Let's not like he didn't have stuff.
I know.
He had stuff.
I know, and they contributed, and then they were great. And listen, I think Gates would be the one to tell you, maybe I'm not here where I'm at this past weekend, being inducted to the Hall of Fame without Phillip Rivers because of that connection.
Not.
So, like, it takes two to tango, if you will.
Look, again, Rivers is a freaking awesome player. I think he's not a Hall of Famer. He falls short for me. The Hall of Fame is for the best of the best of the best.
Him or Matt Ryan?
I think both are not Hall of Famers.
Okay.
I don't have Matt Ryan as a Hall of Famer. No way.
Okay.
No way.
Because he's going to have, again, as I'm mentioning.
I don't care about the counting stats at quarterback position in this era.
He does have an MVP.
I think they're not that I throw them out the window. It's just they're a little diluted. They are. Like, it's never been easier to move the ball via the pass.
He does have an MVP, Matty Ice, with Shanahan.
Okay.
Does that mean that you said accolades he's gotten? So,
yeah, but like, again, I never viewed Matt Ryan. He's a good player. He's not a Hall of Famer to me.
Okay.
I think he falls way short.
Okay.
Way
Fair
short.
Fair
it's
enough.
kind of laughable that's even in the discussion for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Another one that came to mind for me is Cam Newton. He won MVP.
No.
Obviously he's not a Hall of Famer, but I'm saying he had Ron Rivera as his coach and he got to the Super Bowl. Just saying.
Again, a great player, had a great run, but guys,
I don't think he's a Hall of Famer at all. I don't.
To me, again, maybe I'm holding the Hall of Fame in a higher regard than some of you, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong, and I need to lower my standards.
I think
how many Hall of
Fame
Famers should be in the league at any given time? 500?
I just think it speaks to the era in which he played in that there was so many good Hall of Fame. I just mentioned how many Hall of Fame quarterbacks in his. Tom Brady. So we're talking about Phillip Rivers in the era he played in. So let's go through it right now.
Brady, Breeze, Manning, Rodgers, Big Ben. That's 5 off the top of my head.
Eli's going to get in. That's 6.
Yeah, and Eli, again, I think it's a very similar to Kurt Schilling, right? Because Kurt Schilling, I think, in baseball is very similar to, you can't write the history of Red Sox baseball without what he did with the bloody sock. He should get in.
I think what's holding Kurt back is a little different.
He's a jerk.
Though. Yes, exactly.
I mean, he's got the TO
what,
problem.
What he said, exactly. There's a little bit more when it comes to that.
But Cam Newton, not even a chance.
No, not Cam. I'm not going. No. I'm not going Cam Newton. But he was a fun player, and if this was if we use the basketball Hall of Fame rules, Cam would get in because of what he did in college. Yeah. He absolutely would. Yeah. And that would have mattered. Not in this conversation, though. It's different. No. It's just the NFL. It's not what you did in college. He's a college Hall of Famer. He has an argument, Cam Newton, to be maybe one of the greatest college football players of all time.
Kurt Warner, Kurt Warner played during that time.
Kurt Warner's another guy. That's a good one.
Multiple Super Bowls. Yeah. I mean, 3 total Super Bowls. Yeah. Won 1, lost 2, resurrected the freaking Arizona Cardinals. Again, you look at his body of work, it's not as robust as some of these other guys, but when he was out there, like Gale Sayers, he had an unbelievable, prime.
And listen, maybe I'm going to be on an island here when it comes to Phillip Rivers and caping up for the guy. I just don't think, we should be crushing him because he wasn't.
I don't think anyone is.
No. I'm not. But he wasn't Manning. He wasn't Brady. He wasn't Roethlisberger. That's okay. Those guys are all first ballot Hall of Famers. I'm not saying Phillip should be first ballot. I do think he has a place in Canton, Ohio, and maybe you feel differently. Filmo Mike wants to join the conversation. What's up, Filmo?
Hey, what's poppin', man? Hey, this is an interesting conversation. Shasky, I think you're preaching you sound a little preachy, to be fair. You can't
Hallelujah, doggy.
No, what I'm saying is more so you kind of can't really tell someone like Spadoni, hey, bro, how do you feel how's he a Hall of Famer? With his eyes, he was a Hall of Famer. Now, to me, Phillip Rivers is borderline, but Frank Gore should be first ballot to me. If you're talking Hall of Fame, we're talking stats. It don't matter if you padded your stats, right? To me, is Christian and then also I wanted to talk about this. To me, people throw out that word Hall of Famer. He's a future Hall of Famer.
Too flippantly.
Way too freaking much.
I agree.
Is McCaffrey y'all be on here talking McCaffrey's a future Hall of Famer?
No, he has Hall of Fame talent, but that doesn't mean he is a Hall of Famer.
That's a great way to put it. There's a lot of players that's out here Hall of Fame talent, but that don't mean they necessarily gonna land in the Hall of Fame. So
that's a great point.
You guys are having a great discussion. It's kind of like millennials versus Gen Z or whatever. Spadoni is. But Spadoni a millennial. We all millennials.
Oh, millennial, yeah, technically.
Filmo, on the Frank Gore thing, I'm trying to step back and be realistic here. And I said this to the guy, and they thought I was crazy. I was like, hey, look, I love Frank Gore. He's one of my favorite players of all time. But I understand the argument of Guy was never the top 2 or 3 running back, and he, again, similar to Phillip, played in an era with Adrian Peterson, played against the Marshawn Lynch's. Look at a guy like Matt Forte's career or Thomas Jones's career. Those guys, to me, are not Hall of Famers. They had incredible year, like 10-year runs that were out of this world. I'm talking about Matt Forte and Thomas Jones. And people are probably rolling their eyes at those names. Those guys were great.
No, I love Matt.
CJ2K had some unbelievable years. That doesn't make you a Hall of Famer, right? I think part of the Frank thing that's interesting is that, yes, he stuck around for a very, very long time. And I also put into, he had playoff moments, should have won a Super Bowl, he didn't, whatever. But also, in that era, to be a running back and survive when they were all disposable and to end up 3rd all time in the greatest passing era of all time, that to me is where I all right, I think he's a Hall of Famer.
I mean, you gotta go through. Chasky, you're trying to be political. Bro, we're talking Frank Gore, bro.
I love Frank.
Listen, bro. He's a Hall of Famer, dog. You could put him wherever he played for a long. That's part of being in the Hall of Fame. He did what he had to do. You talk about Arian Foster. Frank Gore played for like 10 years.
I know.
Arian Foster. You had Priest Holmes. He's not a
Jamal Lewis.
Adrian Peterson, but he's not low as Matt Forte. Hell no, bro. And Marshawn Lynch is similar to Frank Gore.
Well,
not to a Super Bowl. He actually won one. So my point is, bro, when I seen Frank Gore play, he wasn't the 1 or 2, but he was a top 2-3 running back for 4 or 5 years in the league. Also, an excellent blocker.
No, I agree.
People fullbacks ain't in the Hall of Fame. He's an excellent blocker. So, like, you have to take account of all of that, bro. Like, he ain't no Matt Forte. No, Matt Forte had a good 4-5 years though. That was going crazy.
Well,
right?
that was all I was trying to say. Philmo was like, I'm saying,
Philmo.
I'm going to cape up for Frank Gore. But the reality is, if you step back and you're another team and you're looking at this, like another fan, I'm like, the way I'm viewing Phillip Rivers, it's like, well, I get where people are coming from.
See, for me, it gets to a certain point where, like, and I know you're scoffing a little bit at the overall stats, but like, I bring that up because it does get to a point where it's like, man, this guy's just going to keep like being hella consistent every single year up into his late 30s, early 40s. At some point, you just got to tip your hat and say, you know what? The consistency alone, he's a Hall of Famer. That's so hard to do at that level for so long, especially a running back. And again, a quarterback in the NFL too. When he's like, I remember, like, I'm going to go back and look. Rivers had a hell of a win. I think it was Mahomes' breakout season. It was Sunday Night Football, I want to say. And it was in Kansas City, and he had like a comeback with like the Mike Williams of the world and Keenan Allen. It was old man Rivers going up against Mahomes. Like, that is a moment I'm going to think about. Maybe he will never remember it, but it's something I was watching, and I was like, wow, Phillip Rivers, old man Rivers still has it. He's 38 years old. He's going to have like a 26, 27 touchdown season, 10 pick, like kind of a year. Like, and they're going to be a playoff team. And what did they do? I think that season they upset the Baltimore Ravens in the first round, Lamar Jackson, and everyone's like, oh, wow, he still got it. Like, I know. In the grand scheme of things, no. They weren't going to go anywhere that year, but they had an upset in the first round against the Ravens in Baltimore. You know what? And that, I think it was his last ever, win there in the playoffs. So I hear Philmo, and I hear you, and I hear all of it. I think what we've learned is we all have our own criteria when it comes to the Hall of Fame.
Do you have the passing yards up in front of you?
Can I just add something here?
Yeah.
Just to be clear, there is no one in the top 15 of all-time rush yards that is not in the Hall of Fame.
Well, the other part is the guys that are above him played decades before when running the ball was obviously the number one thing. So like that matters to me. When you pull up the passing stats, I bet you the top 10 have all played within the last 15 to 20 years.
Here, let me pull it up.
All the top 10 all time. I bet it's all current modern players.
No doubt.
Whereas I look at like Walter Payton hasn't taken a carry in 40 years.
But all these guys are probably going to be Hall of Famers too. So Tom Brady, obviously.
Okay, Brady.
89,000. Drew
just
Brees.
Just retired.
Real quick.
Just keep going.
Real quick. 90,000
I know.
But that's insane.
But Joe, that's, I think, passing yards as a metric compared to rushing yards, like they're just, I view them differently. Keep going.
Drew Brees, 80,000 Hall of Fame. You would agree?
Yeah.
Peyton Manning, 71,000, Hall of Famer. Brett Favre, 71,000. Ben Roethlisberger, 64,000, Hall of Fame. Phillip Rivers, 63,000, not in the Hall of Fame. Aaron Rodgers, 62,000, still playing, going to be in the Hall of Fame. Matt Ryan, 62,000, number 8 all time. Dan Marino, Number 9,
for Dan Marino to be that high, it's just incredible.
Well, remember, like that was the big deal, passing him at the one
He was.
point.
Keep going.
Matt Stafford, 59,000. That's good. If Stafford wins another one, he has a good conversation.
But do you see the algorithm? Now, if we go to the rushing leaders all time, I guarantee Frank is the only guy in the last 15 years that's even sniffing that list, whereas 8 of the 10 or 11 have retired within the last 6 years.
Well, Derrick Henry, probably the closest one.
I don't even... Is Derrick at 1,300?
LT's on here. Adrian Peterson's on here. They're both in the top 7.
So Peterson's at what? 16,000, 15,000? 18-something is Frank Gore.
Peterson's at 14.9.
What?
And Peterson's at almost 15,000, 14.9, and LaDainian Tomlinson's at 13.6.
Yeah, I'm going.
Tomlinson's been retired for forever. It feels like.
Active players, the only one that has a chance to keep rising up, and they will, is Derrick Henry.
What's he at? 13.
He's at 19. So he's 19 overall in the ranking. He's at 11,000. But he's going to pass Steven Jackson, Fred Taylor, Thurman Thomas, Franco Harris, Marcus Allen, Edgar and James, Marshall Faulk. He'll pass a lot of these people. He will.
Do you see where I'm going from? Like the difference in the leaderboards, it's never been easier to pass. I'm not diluting how great these guys are. I'm saying that the numbers aren't going to be the end-all, be-all. And if you're comparing, like, if you and a bunch of other guys are all in the same boat and you're less than them and you don't have any individual accomplishments, like, yeah, it knocks you down a few pegs.
I think those are accomplishments, though. We're kind of glossing over the fact that they are even in these conversations. Like, that is a lot. The fact that they played that long, you could say it's stat padding, which I think diminishes how good they were for very long.
Joe, if you and your buddies were having a beer.
Padding, that's hard to do, to be that consistent and play at that level.
Again, this is where I go history of the game. If you and your buddies were sitting around a bonfire, a beer, or whatever, no one's going Phillip Rivers. Like, you're going to rattle off those.
You know what they'll say? He was pretty freaking good. He was pretty freaking good.
After 10 minutes of conversating about Rodgers, Brady, Manning, Big Ben.
And he did beat those guys, too. He did beat them. He did. Kevin in Sonoma, before we get to Fast Five, though. Kevin in Sonoma, real quick, 30 seconds or less, Kevin. Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame should be Roger Craig. Why is he being overlooked? First a fullback, then turn to halfback, got 1,000 yards rushing, 1,000 yards receiving. The first one to do it. Why doesn't he get his respect? Thank you.
He just doesn't.
Go. Clean and succinct. You know what gets its respect? Fast Five. I love Hall of Fame conversations. NFL, again, I think they do it the best. They do it better than anyone else. We're still going to have disagreements on who should be in, who should not be in. We're always going to, hang on to our guys. I do think Frank Gore's going to be in, whether it's first ballot or not.
I think he should wait a little, though. I do believe he'll be having to wait.
Well, the one that I thought was interesting yesterday.
Well, he's the most overrated player of the entire generation.
Jason Witten?
He's a good player.
He's going to be eligible next year, is why I'm saying that. Jason Witten.
Like Frank Gore, I would make him wait.
He'll be a first ballot.
Yeah, I know. And that I don't think Witten was a very good player. A very good player.
He was one of the best tight ends in football for a good stretch. He was. It was him, Antonio
For me,
Gates,
he was
Tony
never
Gonzalez.
the top two. It was Gates. It was Graham. It was so many other guys. Witten was a good player. He was a really good player. I'm not like Gore. You could make the argument he was never the best tight end in the league any individual season.
He has a couple first-team All-Pros, which tells me he was considered by...
Jeremy Shockey has 2 first-team All-Pros. Jeremy Shockey has half the yards of him.
But again, he doesn't have the longevity of a Jason
Do you
Witten.
remember Ben Coates? Ben Coates has 3 first-team All-Pros. Ben Coates was awesome. Half the yards. Why? The eras were different. You didn't throw the way you throw now, You just didn't. And so it's just, again, look, being a Cowboy is going to elevate him. He's going to get him the better player on that team, and he got in a couple years ago.
Jason Witten came in the league literally a year after Shockey, so if you want to use that. Like, they were the same era, and he played even longer than him. They were the same era. I'm sorry. They were.
Joe, and I'm taking Shockey's prime over Witten. That's all I'm saying.
That's fine.
It's going back to the Gore thing. Like, he stayed around forever. He's a very good player. I'd make him wait.
He's not going to, Carter.
No, because he's a Cowboy. All the Cowboys get in.
What's your final thought, Joey? What's your final thought?
You young whippersnappers need to watch the history books and actually go on YouTube and watch some old football. Watch some old football. I think that you guys are you guys need to have a little more perspective. The thing I just saw is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
We're talking about our era, Joe. Like, that is our high school era. We watched those guys ad nauseum. See, I think you need a little bit more perspective on this. I do. Carter, what do you got?
I agree with you on a lot of it, Chaz, because I don't know why you're looking at me.
Thank you. I'll take the victory lap.
My final thought is I'll throw one more at you guys, one that I've been seeing circulate online, which is Derrick Rose a Hall of Famer?
No.
I totally agree.
In basketball, though, he will get in for all his contributions. But no, like he's one of the great woulda, coulda, shoulda.
He's the Hall of What If. Yeah.
Like,
he was in if he didn't get hurt.
Yeah,
Probably, yeah.
It sucks. That happens to people. It does. He would absolutely be in if he didn't get hurt. But he got hurt. He did. Steven.
I watched this video, just these guys breaking down Michael Jordan.
Oh, my God.
These idiots, these young, LeBron's the greatest player ever. And I'm like, oh, God. Again, more people who didn't watch Jordan in his prime. It's like, okay. It's the same thing I see with Favre. They look up at Favre and like, look, I know, Favre threw a ton of picks. Favre was the baddest dude on the planet for 3 straight years.
It was amazing.
The best player on the planet. I hated his guts.
I was only going the Favre comparison, like the Iron Man streak. Like, that is something I don't scoff at. I think that is a big deal that Phillip played that many consecutive games. It's impressive. It's impressive. Right, Risotto? Isn't it?
Very impressive. Real quick, I want to shout out the Mark West Juniors Little League World Series. They're represented in Santa Rosa. The Santa Rosa team, Mark West Little League, they just fell 1-0 to Illinois yesterday in the opening game. It's a double elimination, so they do play Texas Tuesday. But the Juniors Little League World Series, Mark West team from Santa Rosa. Shout them out.
Shout them out. And that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee, one consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Steiny Guru next, brought to you by Fremont
Are they
Bank.
Radio Hall of Famers?
Yes, here for you, here for good.
Getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Sanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Sanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service. Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall, did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Goo, what's going on, my man?
What's up, baby? Just completed a great weekend and capped it off last night watching the great Adam Sandler and Happy Gilmore, too. It was great, Sonny. And I'm happy. Happy to be here.
Oh, my God.
And that's in theaters?
No, that's on Netflix.
Okay.
I was at the Cribbo.
All right.
Yeah.
And was it good?
It was great.
Really?
Yeah, I just said that. Now, what's up for the? Why are they going pods? Both of them back there, Carter and Risotto. The hoodie's inside.
Yeah,
you
what are
got
you
to
guys
take them
doing?
off.
There you
yeah.
go. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Giants got action?
Well, we left here. They've always had action in regard to the math. They're 2-1 since the deadline, and they extract some Kevin Costner. I won't let that one go, Stoddy, one of my best lines. Some revenge, taking 2 out of 3 from the Giants. Wisenhunt looked apart yesterday. Jung-Hoo Lee looked like Ricky Henderson, rest in peace, on the base pass, and they had an outburst of runs with Devers bopping it out the park. Now, I will say this, and you rub off on me, and you have been. There's only 2 teams in front of them. Obviously, the Padres, who own the last wild card spot, and they're hot as fish grease, and the Reds.
but the Giants didn't gain any ground in the column of 6 games back. I left, they were 6. They're still 6. But you got the Pirates for 3. You missed Skeen. So who am I to say, Steiny? Maybe after the deadline, I'm just going mental, Dr. Darryl. Maybe they're just playing relaxed, and we'll see if they can keep this up.
Well,
that's all I can
How
get.
does this make you feel?
Okay.
Right now, they're 6 in back of the Padres. And if the Padres go 500 from this point on, the Giants will need to go 31-19.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of owe that to the game, though, right? If you're the Giants, don't you owe your fan base and the guys in your
sure, they're going to keep trying
in your clubhouse, that type of stretch, but it's not impossible. But it starts tonight. Verlander, Steiny, let's put it right on the table early. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. He has looked better here of late. Now you got the Pirates who swept you. I still can't get over that. So you got to think, you know what? Why not go win 2 in a row? Why not stay hot?
Well, let's win one first.
Oh, well, you did that yesterday.
Oh, you're talking about get on a 2-game winning streak. I got you.
Right.
I got you.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
And you got a haircut.
What'd you do? Yeah, Friday I got a haircut after work. What'd you do this weekend? What'd you do Saturday?
I went and shot hoop. Me and Lil Darryl. He's back playing, so we went to 24-hour fitness, played some
ball. You were
ball.
worried about that. That was like 2 weeks ago he was in trouble.
It was. The Lord blessed us, Donnie.
Right.
I'm serious. So he's back, and I'm like, dude, just kind of chill. But he was playing, I was playing, nothing barking. So I'm sparking and ready to go. Not that. Oh, my God. How old are you, Steiny? I'm ready to go.
I'm old.
Yeah, okay.
I'm old.
You look good.
Hey, not for anything, but I texted Evan over the weekend. Evan's doing the afternoon show, by the way.
Yeah, filling in.
2 to 6 with Dan Dibley.
I miss him.
Yeah, we got risotto.
Yeah, no, Pasta is the man. Who was with the, you didn't see him. This is why I love Shasky so much.
Oh.
He gives back. And when I say back to the community, Risotto he does something with the baby Giants, and he was out there with them. And I'm like, he could be at home. It was yesterday too. He coaches. He could be at home being selfish, and he's giving back to the kids, and that makes me like you, Pasta.
This week was Friday practice, Saturday last game of the season, and then yesterday we had a festival at Oracle Park. So 3 days of it.
Tell me Saturday ended with the round table pizza when the season over. You took them out to pizza.
There's a potluck at the ballpark, and everybody brought so much food, and I have a lot of food.
Oh, we don't like potlucks, risotto.
Someone brought Taco Bell to this potluck. Was unlike any other potluck I've ever seen in my life.
You can't bring fast food to a potluck.
You don't think?
That takes the meaning out of it.
Well, what if you bring like Entenmann's,
Also had the worst sparkling water of my life, so whoever brought that is dead to me.
Wow. How can you go wrong with that?
One of the greatest rants of all time was Guru's potluck rant.
Yeah, just the potluck security.
It was one of the all-time
Who's watching
classics.
who, right? Yeah.
So what did you get? What'd you bring, risotto?
I didn't bring anything.
I wouldn't have said that on air.
Did it.
Risotto, say some donuts.
We sent out like a little thing
Hey,
for
Risotto,
parents
say some
to,
variety
bring
pack
food,
chips.
and I didn't bring anything.
What do you mean?
Dude.
I ate the food. I didn't bring it.
Why not?
There's Costco pizza there. Somebody got that.
He said because he feels like he's coaching. That was his part of the potluck.
I don't have time to bring food to a potluck.
Well, then maybe you don't have time to eat at the potluck.
That's very true. I would have been fine
the
not
panel
eating.
Disappointed with risotto. Oh, man.
I got to tell you, that is a tough one. If the guy's been donating, how long's the season?
It's like 5 weeks, 5 games.
Oh, that's it.
Also,
you
shout out
should have made
to
a
one of the
potluck
kids
then.
on our team threw his hat in McCovey Cove, and it's floating in the bay.
Now that's dope.
Right after we told him, don't put your hat against the railing, he was swinging it around the railing, and it fell off. And
I got my money for that
Um,
kid to be successful. Now he's living his best life.
I got that under the column of littering. Littering.
Only you would, yeah.
Huh.
Well, nobody saw.
All right. Well,
Happy Gilmore 2 was terrible, Goo? Wow.
I haven't seen it, but I'll bet it's pretty lousy.
It had all the golfers in it. Rory, Scheffler.
Like I said.
I'm in.
Dude, when's the last time a guy made a cameo in a movie and it was actually good when they played themselves? That doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Well, Steph had a series.
It didn't work.
I liked it, Steph.
It didn't work. We have Warriors news, too, we can get into.
And I'm kind of mad at you.
Oh, good.
I am mad. No, seriously.
What does it have to do with?
The gravity you gave this report from Tim Kawakami. It wasn't personal, but the fact that we got something that I kept telling you all, the goo computer is spitting out just a telepathy that I think I have, and sometimes it's wrong. But when it's right, I want my victory lap. And to paraphrase Kawakami, he basically said, Lacob likes Kaminga, and he may be in a Warrior uniform this year. Okay. And that's what I've been saying. But
so you're taking a victory lap in the middle of the process?
No, just I'm warming up. I got my track shoes on, baby. But you kind of said, kind of par for the course. Nah, when we had the report from Amick and Company, we did a whole show on it.
I would say that if you don't know what we're talking about, Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard basically said, I was talking to a Warrior source, and here's what he told me, or she.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kaminga will not be traded this summer.
There we go.
He'll be a Warrior. He'll either play on the qualifying offer, or he will take Golden State the Warriors' short-term deal.
Okay.
Now, my question would be, do you believe that?
I do, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't.
Because of the Laker part. I don't think he wants to cut ties, sever ties.
Yeah, I shouldn't say I don't believe it. I believe that Kawakami was probably told that, but I don't believe that's set in stone. You can't do that right now when you still have a month or two left in the process. If they get bowled over by a deal, they're gonna trade Kaminga.
But wouldn't you say we're kind of and you are right in regard to the Bob Myers. Shout out Myers. I talked to him this weekend, Steiny. But you don't have to make a decision till you have to. But doesn't this feel like it's in overtime, like it's gone on a little too far, and that would lead you to believe that he's not going anywhere?
No.
I'm trying to find a positive.
No, I mean, I think that to me, and again, I don't doubt that the Warriors indicated that to Tim Kawakami, but I also believe they're sending a message there, I think, more than anything, and that is to Kaminga, we're not going to trade you. Like, we're not going to trade you, and so you're going to do one or the other, and I don't know whether the Warriors are completely committed to going down one of those roads. We'll see.
Yeah, I know what my preference is, Steiny. I want him in a Warrior uniform.
And so you want him to continue being a seventh man and not getting a lot of playing time, but you want him to handle it terrifically well, and then when they do need him, when one of their veterans takes a day off, then they're going to go, okay, Jonathan, now we need you.
Hey, no, I don't want him to be seventh. I want him to be in the starting lineup, and I want him to be the sixth man. But I'll just tell you this, from my outlook, 18 points a game is there waiting, if not more, for Kaminga on this Warrior team as constructed right now. Now, will that appease him? I don't know. But I just love that I feel like our friend Joe Lacob, you got his number, I don't. I feel like I think I know what he is, and he shared it with us since his tenure here. He's a killer, and he's not going for Devin Carter and Saric and some picks for Kaminga at 22 years old. So that's why I got goosebumps when I heard that Lacob, who runs the show, didn't want to let go yet.
We'll see how it plays out.
Put one up for the Gipper.
What does that mean?
I think I got this one right.
There's still 2 months to go.
It is August, Steiny.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants take 2 of 3 from the Mets. A little bit of Jonathan Kaminga news we'll get into. 49ers training camp. Brock Purdy. Woo-hoo-hoo. You hear about his day the other day? I'll tell you about it if you haven't. And then, Goo, I'm going to need some expertise from you.
GMZ.
On some things that are happening culturally, socially.
In the street, Carter.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm here for you.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.35% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at star1.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of August 1st, 2025 and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour Downy in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash it smells so clean.
Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Peter, hothead, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Morning, everybody.
Yes, sir. You good?
Yeah.
Did you golf yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
What'd you shoot? I'm trying to figure out your mood. Let me tell you, 92.
88.
You should be happy then.
I am.
Well,
you want to know what happened yesterday? You want to know another indication of who I am as a person?
You went to the Jerry Garcia Fest. Well, why would you say it like that?
So he's dead. How good could the show have been?
Dude, it was packed. Anyway.
How do you know about the Grateful Dead?
I saw footage. That thing was, man.
So, we had 12 guys playing yesterday, so we all chipped in a little cash, had a little competition.
A little Hennessy?
No.
Oh.
This is golf. Fireball.
Okay, gotcha.
And I finished in a tie for second, so I got my money back.
Look at my man.
But here's what happened. You guys can tell me if I, what do I want to say, was too adherent to the rules. So we're on hole number 4, and I hit a great drive into the fairway. And then we got a guy that we play with named Rick, and he can hit it a mile.
Okay.
He shanked one left, and then he hit a provisional, and he hit a drive down the middle, and it was pretty good. And so I get up to my ball, and he's playing. He found his first one, so he's got one laying in the fairway, and I'm behind him. So I step up and got about a 7-iron, and I flush it, put it to about 8 feet.
Look at my man.
I hit the wrong ball. Yeah.
What's the penalty for that?
Well, it's funny because I just, I end up making the birdie putt for 3, but I had to take a 5. I had to take a 5.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well, it was one of those things where if we were playing with buddies and there was nothing at stake, I just would have taken the birdie because the balls were in pretty much the same area. But since we were playing for a little bit of money, I had to take a 2-shot penalty.
Yikes.
And I ended up losing by 1
So
shot.
this is how the Guru computer works,
That's
and
okay.
people out there want to know.
I still played great.
Do you blame the fireball on you hitting the wrong ball?
No, this was early in the round.
Okay.
This was this is hole number 4.
All right.
So there
the
you
amount
go.
of people crapping on Happy Gilmore, too. And John Daly was in it. He was the deadbeat uncle. He was sipping. That dude can hit it far. That's what I know about JD.
That dude can sip, too.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. All right, here's the latest on Jonathan Kaminga. All right, here's two key. What?
My bad. There was a part of the movie where I said he was sipping John Daly. Instead, they had him sipping hand sanitizer. He was drinking the whole movie. That was his beverage. Hand sanitizer. So you do with that what you will, but go ahead.
All right.
Thank you, Faust. I forgot that part.
Here's the 2 important lines from Tim Kawakami in the SF Standard. Make of it what you will.
I love it.
He says, and I quote, "The word I got when I checked in with a Warriors source on Sunday, Kaminga won't be traded this summer. He'll be back on the Warriors roster to start the season, and it'll either come when he signs the Warriors offer or he accepts the $7.9 million qualifying offer." That's the big line, but here's another one. The broad context. And the question now becomes, does Guru get a victory lap right now for the following sentence? The broad context is that Joe Lacob remains a fan of Kaminga's and is determined to either keep the 22-year-old on the roster or get real value in return, and he's willing to wait it out.
I think we can hold off as much as...
I think so, too. I didn't realize that
But what if I told you the real value on the Lacob metric, which I believe he would be okay with trading Kaminga, is not out there, so that's why the latter is the more realistic part of him coming back?
Yeah, right now, for sure. And I think
Kings ain't giving up Keegan Murray.
Yeah, and I don't think that the Warriors are in any rush right now. And I think it's very easy for them to say, "Oh, he'll be we're not letting him go, and we're not signing and trading him if we don't like the deal." I think as we get closer to October 1st, though, it's going to be an impetus for both sides if neither of them are into what's going on. Like I'm sorry, I kind of look at this. I kind of look at it like it's probably going to be a lose-lose at this point.
Well, I'll say this to that, and it goes back to Friday's show and what I heard the guys, Spadoni and Shasky, talking about in the morning, just a Hall of Famer. And not to veer off, when I think of Hall of Famer, I don't just get paralyzed by the numbers, Steiny. I just close my eyes and think about how good that guy or gal was. But with that said, let's say Kaminga's in another jersey. Forget McCaffrey. We could say he's on the back nine, Curry. What star do we have in the Bay Area that would be the next first ballot Hall of Famer in whatever sport? We're lighting the ass in regard to future assets, no pun intended. Like, oh my gosh. Like, just think about what we have to look forward to if Kaminga's on the first thing out of here. I'm talking about the next generation. He's not on the Giants. He's damn sure is not on the Warriors. And he damn sure is not on the okay, I won't even throw Michael Williams in there. It's too soon, but you know what I mean? Like, Steiny, where's the next stat? Here in the Bay.
Isn't Fred Warner going to be a Hall of Famer?
Well,
what do you mean? I don't follow. Seriously. Like Purdy could end up.
I'm going Shaquille O'Neal, that blue chip prospect. And you're right, Purdy could be it, but are you really looking at me like that guy, no matter what's around him, is Dan Marino or Joe Montana? And maybe he could be, right? But it don't, you know what I mean.
But I don't think Kaminga's that guy either. I mean, you use the word Hall of Famer. There's no chance he goes to the Hall of Fame, is there?
I believe he has that type of talent.
Jonathan Kaminga.
I believe he has right now.
Hall of Fame talent.
Rizzo, don't go plaster this on the socials.
See?
Let's just talk about it.
Now people are going to get mad at this, but think about what you're saying.
I know what my point is. He's got tremendous athleticism.
Yes, he does. Woo!
So I'll leave Hall of Fame out of it, but Steiny, I wouldn't be. You know what? I'm gonna pass it back to you. You know what I mean. If he's out of here, what young guy is that guy right now here in the Bay?
What?
No, I love Pods.
You see, Pods got beaten Papa Shot by that champion. It was on, I think, Kron. Kron. I'm not sure. It was with Chris Alvarez, the sports.
That's ABC 7.
ABC 7. My bad.
Did he really lose?
So there's a guy, I guess, who's a Warrior season ticket holder who goes to these Papa Shot competitions.
Oh, Pods let him win.
What? No, he didn't. No,
I gotta believe Pods let him. You know,
actually, Pods didn't even really come close. So this guy Pods went over there and shot some Papa Shots with this guy, and Pods got absolutely hammered.
Well, the guy that he competed against, it's not just any regular Joe.
No, it's not.
He's a season ticket holder, and he is competing in the Papa Shot National Championship. So those who say that there's a national championship for everything, they're right.
Who funded that? The national championship for Papa Shot?
Well, usually what it is our guy probably has to pay an entrance fee of $100, and they get 1,000 people to put in $100, and then whoever's ID. I think they go to Vegas.
My gosh.
Pretty sure.
I'm in the wrong line of work.
It's on ESPN too, and I'm looking
that's a
at,
problem.
It's got all the bios and stuff of all these people. Some of them. There's a guy from Hayward, California, Tampa, Florida. There's a bunch of them. It has their height, weight, and it's a real thing.
Hey, I'll tell you what. There's an audience for everything,
I'm
man.
pretty good at Pop-A-Shot, but this guy's on another level. Those guys are on another level.
All right, real quick.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I'm pretty good at pop. Like, when was the last time you did it?
Yeah, probably within the last year. I usually go hard off the backboard.
Oh.
That's my style, but the guy who is really good at it doesn't. He goes straight in.
Yeah, I don't use glass. I try to just no rims, Steiny.
Somebody's asking this question. Forget and our good friend Jim Mole puts it this way. Guru,
Jimmy,
we got to take Celebrini out because he's obviously the next.
Oh no, that's
big
a great
thing.
Answer. Not even. So it's over.
So if you're not okay,
Macklin.
Somebody wants to know Guru and Steiny. Who is the Bay Area's next Thundercat? That's your word.
Yeah, I got crickets.
What about Michael Williams?
All right.
He could be.
Yeah, but he hadn't played it down. I'm talking about something that we tasted. Ooh, that's like rookie.
Well, I hope Michael Williams' first 4 years are better than Kaminga's.
Well, I'm with you there. But that's not all Kaminga's fault. It's how he's been handled, too.
Yeah, it's how he really didn't.
Anybody on the Giants? Wisenhunt?
Well, Eldridge, right? Bryce Eldridge.
But he ain't here yet. The baby hadn't been delivered. I get
exactly.
I'm talking about where we got a taste of it, and we're like, yeah.
Well, I think we got a taste of Kaminga, but not everybody's saying, yeah.
Like Chris Webber, that rookie year was
chance.
like. No, but remember
stop
that?
it.
I can't. Remember that year? And they filmed commercials. The Warriors were lethal. Yeah. We had swag.
Yeah, they got
swept. Had street cred. Oh, my God. And Nelson messed it up.
They got swept. And Weber messed it up.
Hey, they played Phoenix. Look at those scores. Every game came down to the wire. Miss me with that. Have we got anybody else but Phoenix? Oh, my God. Steiny about to tear up. And Tim Hardaway didn't even play. He was hurt.
There's conventional wisdom that
I hate this.
He would not have made the team better because he was a scorer.
Stop it,
and they
Steiny.
needed Avery Johnson, who was a passer.
Oh, my gosh. Webb, Spree. Oh, man. We'll find one before we get out of here. Because Devers is too old to be it, even though he hit one upper deck.
Won my fantasy week this week.
I'm done. Where you at? Like, can you make the
third? Yeah, I'm in third.
Oh, you're in.
I'm in third place right now. Well, I have a co-manager, Johnny, but we are on top of it.
That's wow.
We're absolutely on top of it.
I ain't mad at you.
Let me tell you what I would be worried about. Now, we don't have to worry about this, but I guarantee you guys will agree. And darn it, I should have said it before the first pitch was thrown. Camilo Duval. I am concerned with him pitching in the Bronx.
Steiny, did you see the hit he gave up? It was that shouldn't even count as a walk-off. I felt bad for him, man. That was a great pitch.
He pitched against Miami and lost.
They got swept.
But I'm a little worried about Camilo Duval.
I'm not. Uh-oh. What could it be? I don't know.
Oh, thank you. Oh, here we go.
What do we got?
49ers have just released somebody. Greg Joseph.
Tight end.
Keep going.
D lineman.
Keep going.
Running back.
Nope. I didn't know either, so I'm not hanging out Guru to dry.
Receiver.
Although we should have known.
Receiver.
No.
Give it to me.
Keep going.
No, I'm having a good day.
Yeah, let's keep going. I didn't know the guy either.
Cornerback.
Although we should have known.
Give it to me, Carter.
No, don't.
What did he just do with that gesture?
Keep going. Keep going.
Quarterback.
Nope.
Running back.
Nope. Kicker. Greg Joseph was the gentleman competing against Jake Moody.
Well, please. There was no competition. That's Moody. Dude, the amount, he had a 50-yarder in the field goal. In the Super Bowl.
Who?
Moody. I'm just saying.
50's like the new 35.
Dude, you are something else.
What? They broke the news. So looks like Moody's got another crack at it.
Just some context real quick. Greg Joseph made 22 of 24 field goals in training camp. Jake Moody made 21 of 24. So not that
that's
that means
not
anything.
fair.
But the thunder leg is Moody's. He got the thunder leg.
Well, no, he doesn't anymore because he's only using a 2-step or not a 3-step. So he's given up some yardage for accuracy.
Damn, Risotto, I'm thinking because my emotions are high. Kaminga, something popped off with Ayuk. Steiny, what's up with Ayuk? Real quick.
What popped up with Ayuk?
Like, I told you.
Something?
No, it's the feel I have.
Wait,
so are you so sure he's going to play?
A feeling pop up.
Yeah, I asked you in the
I don't know how to
room.
react to that.
Random. I said hashtag random.
I don't know how to act. I don't know how to react.
How much are we going to see from him?
I don't know. Do you think anybody knows?
No, that's what's scary about it.
No, it's not scary. It's just an injury. He'll either overcome it or he won't. You have no bearing on it. You can't affect it. So I wouldn't encourage you to.
Please.
By the way, I saw somebody did this in baseball, and I just can't believe this, Risotto. Somebody did something that no other player has ever done. They did it yesterday. I cannot believe this. Julio Rodriguez,
a baller.
He's had his first 4 years in Major League Baseball, he's had at least 20 homers and at least 20 stolen bases. And he's the only guy in baseball history to have ever done that.
Shout out to
Mariners.
I
can't believe that either.
I can't believe that.
That does sound a little, Steiny, that does sound light as hell. Like, that's a feat. Don't give, what?
I was just surprised at that one.
20 and 20, the first 4. So his first 4 were not Kaminga light. I'm just saying.
No.
That puts you in the books. I like him.
Padres go 500. Giants need to go 31-19.
Well, you're going to play them soon, too. You're going to play the Padres here shortly.
Don't ask me what they'd need to be if the Padres, God forbid, go.
No, I'm worried about
games
Pittsburgh
over.
tonight. Verlander tonight. And you got a guy that hadn't even pitched, Oviedo, for the Pirates. So let's just see if they can continue hitting the ball, man.
No schemes.
That even the great Dave Fleming mentioned it. From a baseball fan standpoint, Steiny, you kind of wanted to see schemes, and you get to see them, but up close. But that kind of stinks.
Hey, Goo, this is Bob Melvin. You've really been coming down his road lately, but they've won 2 or 3 against the Mets, and you know what? Things are looking up.
It does feel like that's what it can look like. And if you look all the way through the lineup, the way Bailey's swinging now too, Schmidt's swinging the bat better. It just, games like this allow you to feel good about potentially what going forward when you have a big game like this offensively, which we haven't done. It doesn't feel like in a while. Certainly, hopefully, puts to the wayside some of the, the deficiencies we've had offensively recently.
I'll tell you what.
Hey, look, I'm not going to sit up here and fat mouth no, that's a win. Now you just got to stack them. And for whatever reason, Steiny, if the mental game of, the trade deadline is come and gone and they feel like they let some of their brothers down who are no longer in giant uniforms, I guess I'm looking for the Aaron Rodgers, Steiny, the RELAX. If this is really tangible and now they've kind of just taken a deep breath, and the runs start to pour in, who's to say they can't make up 6 games?
Well, here's where you and I are different.
Yeah.
6 games is a lot. 6 games is a lot.
Now, you play them too, though. You got San Diego coming up, Steiny.
Right, and you have no margin for error. Like, even this past weekend, you win 2 out of 3 against the Mets.
I got
Just cross 3 games off because you picked up no ground.
I got you.
But hey, they played better over the weekend, and
Montas was throwing out the bananas. I mean, that dude he looked shot and he pitched that way, and they
former A,
yeah,
Frankie
Montas,
yeah. Hey, can you tell him a little
fired up?
No, a little nervous, a little anxious today.
I would believe we're too old to get anxious and nervous.
Well, no, you know what makes me anxious? I got the dog home alone today.
But is he trained correctly?
Well, that's a great question. Most of the time, yes.
So could there be some pillows ripped open? And
No, she doesn't do that. But I just hate knowing she's sitting at home for 7 hours by herself. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just unsettling. It's unsettling.
You should leave the TV on. I know some people do that.
Well, how do you know if a dog is risotto having problems being by it can't tell you and talk to you.
No, it can't.
And it might be happy that you're gone.
That I don't believe. That's why some people sometimes have cameras in their homes so they can watch.
Right. Wow. You are right.
But
I never understood the dog years, Steiny. Why can't the dog just be as old? It's 11.
Oh, we got a super chat.
Give it to me.
Oh, gosh. Let me see if Alan Day, $4.99. See, this is...
But you got to read it.
No, I don't have to read it.
Well, Evan told you that, but read it now because you committed to it.
No, because what if I don't want to perpetuate a myth?
Well, then you're picking and choosing as a host.
I know you're a JK hater.
Keep it real.
Yeah, okay. I don't care enough about him to hate him. You got to care. The opposite of love is indifference. It's not hate. Steiny, I know you're a JK hater, but he's tied with both Pods and Jimmy in rebounding. What? Okay, in rebounding is a superior POA defender, and unlike Jimmy, he can finish with his left hand. Yeah.
Felt like I wrote it.
Yeah, give him the max. Give him the max. I mean, come on now. Hey, by the way, a couple other things.
What you got?
What's going on with we can get into this a little bit about whether it does anything or not. How you feeling about Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons?
Honestly,
yeah.
I just think it's a dog and pony show. Steiny, he will be under center he will be lined up for the Cowboys week 1 Thursday night as they play the Eagles. I think Jerry is in love with the whole leading off these shows and the television, the thing of it. And Micah requested a trade. So did Myles Garrett. How'd that work out? He got paid. He's not going anywhere. And Steiny, I don't know if I'm getting irritated because I'm getting older and I know it's fluff, but there's nothing there. We're starving for content. I'm talking about the world, not just us. And we make a mountain out of a molehill. The dude's not going on anywhere. He's under contract. They're not going to do a Luka and trade him. And Jerry told the fans Saturday after he requested to trade to the fans, Steiny, and I believe this, to my Cowboy fans, don't lose any sleep over this. Meaning there's nothing here, but we want to make something up. So what is your take on it?
Well, I mean, there is something there. He wants a new contract, right?
And he's going to get it. That got his.
That you know that for a fact?
Totally.
Okay. Well, would you rather have the back and forth like this, or would you rather have it like Kaminga and the Warriors where you don't really hear anything?
That I would take the latter. But that's not what Jerry does. He likes it, Steiny. Just keep it. He likes it.
But who started it? Parsons, right?
Well, now when you say started it.
Well, yeah, who went public first?
I'll say this about Parsons, Steiny. Ask me how many sacks he has in 4 career playoff games.
I'm going to believe 0.
1.
Oh, okay. So he's got 1.
Yeah, so
if he plays 4 more playoff games, he'll have a total of 2.
It's not just you're not paying a guy just for that, but you got to up your game, man. And you're talking on these podcasts and yada, yada, yada. You're going to get the funds. But I'm not falling for it. But if that's what gets you off, Steiny, it is the story of the offseason.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to weigh in on what the latest is with Jonathan Kaminga, and if we're to hear Tim Kawakami tell it, he's going to be here. He's going to be here this upcoming year. And I don't know about you, but
I want him, Steiny.
You
foresee drama, but
yes,
I don't.
Of course.
I don't.
Well, Let's get into that.
No, seriously.
On the other side.
That
That segment sponsored by the American Cancer Society.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I never figured out whether that was real or not, that Seinfeld episode where George had to fly somewhere for a funeral.
Right.
And he had heard that they got half off, but he wasn't really flying for a funeral. And you've got one later on this week.
Headed to Mississippi.
So is there, now yours is real.
Yeah. I better take a picture for Shasky so you know I really went, man.
Last week. No, let's not go.
Yeah.
Let's not go.
I got a bone to pick.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
So Evan's out. He's filling in for Willard today on the afternoon show. We're all family here. And one of the upcoming stars at our station is producing us today, Risotto, right?
Yeah.
I like everything about the kid. I'm a diehard fan, Steiny, you know that. But I'm looking at him because he's ahead of... What's with the Diamondback hat? You're a Giant.
Am I a Giant?
I had you as diehard Giant.
I don't have a Giant hat at all.
Well, that's a problem.
I'm in the media. I cover the team.
Dude, boy, okay, wow.
You know,
hey, Risotto,
I gotta tell you.
I had you in the car with Shasky, Lupman, but you're saying that's your team.
I was a print journalist before this, covering the Giants.
I'm not mad at him. Why? He got little of you in him.
Yeah.
Wow, Risotto, my bad.
Yeah, I've got rules about what I wear and what I don't wear in terms of if it has a team logo on it or not.
I get it
I
now.
have a hat. I'm trying to get hats from all.
No, that's
teams.
something I wish I would have did in my life. Collect gear from all the teams, but knowing who you really ride with. Because there is beautiful gear out here, Steiny.
I tell people I grew up a Giants fan. How about that?
Are you still a Giants fan?
I
That's
root
a
for
no.
a great story.
Dude. Wow, okay,
I root for a great story.
Me too.
And you wear Wizard stuff.
Me too.
Atlanta Hawk stuff.
That's right.
When you have now, I'll be wearing Dallas Maverick stuff because my boy Andy's here.
T-Wolves.
Minnesota, you're right.
But here's the deal. Here's my rule. So last week, get the drop ready. Last Sunday, I went down and played Pebble Beach. Thank you. And they have unbelievable stores down there with Pebble Beach merchandise. It's nice.
I bet.
Yeah, I would never buy any of it, ever.
See, that's where I think you're losing. You don't owe anybody anything. You wanted it, obviously.
No, I actually don't. I didn't want it.
But something told you not to do it.
Right, and what tells me not to do it is I don't like to wear clothes of teams or places that are near where I'm actually wearing it. In other words, if I were living in Philadelphia and I played Pebble Beach, yes, I would buy a nice piece of swag to wear back east, not in the Bay.
It's
too common. It's too common out here.
So you're trying to be different.
For example, when I was in college, okay, I loved Stanford, the red Stanford cap with the white S.
It's sick.
It's just perfect.
Yeah, no doubt.
So in college, I always wore a Stanford hat, but I went to school back east. But when I moved out here, I wouldn't put a Stanford hat on at gunpoint. I just wouldn't do it. It's too close to here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And there are other people on the other side of that. They'll wear the hell
like
out of
you.
it because they're from here.
Like you always wear Warrior stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
That's just
because everybody's got Warrior stuff out here.
Steiny, why fit in when you were born to stand out?
And
exactly. Risotto gets it.
That sounds like a song or a book. That's a bar.
It was Dr. Seuss.
It works for me. Dude. Yeah. Anyway, you look great. When did you play Pebble Beach and with who? Sunday.
Yeah, last Sunday. 3 friends. Mm-hmm. Costs a lot of money, Goo.
Oh, yeah, you got back Monday. So that was the tail end of your... Oh, my God. Dude, weird.
I know you're not going to believe this, but after the round, I got sick.
Okay, got you.
That's why. Then I ended up missing Monday and Tuesday.
You still, you still fighting a little bit.
Yeah, just a
little nasally.
Yeah, just a little bit, but it's fine. Couple other
Risotto,
things.
check me. That was a beautiful answer. I just had to ask. I wouldn't be the smart aleck. Yeah.
Well, we're going to get into some sports in a minute, but I do have to. Can you explain to me some things that are happening in our world?
Yeah.
What's going on with Des Bryant and Nicki Minaj?
Well, I cuss Des Bryant out on Twitter.
Nicki Minaj. I think she's...
Well, she's falling off. Her career is. Yeah, she ain't...
Who says?
The records, the people. She ain't hitting like she once was, but that's neither here nor there. Cardi B's taking over. But you asked me, and I'll just say this before I answer. I think I love entertainment. It entertains me. And when I'm on social media as much as I am, Steiny, you get these nuggets. But what about Evan's ass? Young Evan Giddings, when I came in Friday with some GMZ, not TMZ, he goes, how do you get this information? I didn't like the way he said it, and I forgot to bust him out, right? Because when we go to the cafeteria, he's all ears. Anyway, Des chimed in on the Micah Jerry Jones situation when Micah requested a trade.
Okay.
And he did a video saying the stuff that he hasn't talked about when he was in Dallas, the corruptness that he dealt with. I didn't like it. And I wanted to say, and I did, STFU.
Wait.
I said that caps to Des. He didn't respond.
Oh, you sent Des Bryant.
Friday night, like after he was sticking his nose in it. This ain't about you, but now you want to jump in it. Okay?
Oh.
So that's what he said, Team Micah, about the Jerry Micah situation. So Nicki Minaj saw the tweet about Jerry Jones.
All right.
And she has a problem with Jay-Z.
What does he have to do with anything?
He's Rock Nation. Okay, he represents Rock Nation.
Okay.
So 10 years ago, he was Des Bryant's agent in negotiations with Jerry Jones.
What?
This is 10 years ago.
Why would
Jay-Z.
you hire a musician?
No. Well, no, he
your
was.
agent.
Remember, he had the agency part of Rock Nation going on.
Okay.
So he was repping athletes.
All right.
Okay. So Jerry Jones Saturday responded to the viral video of Micah requesting the trade.
Okay.
And Jerry, out of nowhere, brought up when Jay-Z did the Dez negotiations, Dez was nowhere to be found after Jay-Z said he was going to be there, and they wouldn't return calls. What do you think happened? Jay-Z came out through his publicist and said, that never happened. I never said that. And Dez said the same thing.
Who do you believe?
It does neither here nor there.
What do you mean? That's at the heart of it. Truth.
I'm neutral. I don't believe any of it. He got paid. Dez got paid. Okay, and that's why I put my fastball at Dez. Like, why are you talking bitter when you got paid? Jerry paid you. Bottom line is, Nicki feels like Rock Nation sabotaged their career, Jay-Z, and she came over the top to Dez and said, you beat your mom for guy.
Oh,
remember there was that allegation that he went to jail and put hands on his mom, but he was defending himself. She went there. Then she came back and Dez came back and said, your husband, allegedly, Steiny, it's fact, is a registered sex offender. And then that was on there. Those are facts.
Starting to lose me a little bit.
I'm just
getting very complicated.
Ken Petty is Nicki Minaj's husband, and he had whatever relations with a minor, whatever, but he is a registered that. So then Nicki goes, I'll pay you $10 million to come fight my husband.
It's still going on, this story.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll pay you 10 M's to come fight my husband. And then Dez took the bait and said, I'll do it right in front of you.
Oh, boy.
And then Nikki hasn't responded since. But it's just all the stuff that's wrong with sports. Then we got, if I can interest you in this,
sure,
the first lady, the former first lady, Michelle Obama, saying when she watches ESPN, it feels like she's watching the Desperate Housewives of Atlanta.
How about them Cowboys?
And I'm like, Risotto, why would Michelle, the former first lady, go in on Stephen A. and company to that degree? Steiny, I don't like any of it. But don't get mad at me because I got the notes.
All right.
You asked, I tried to give it to your guru live from GMC. And go ahead, man.
All right. I do want to I'm going to play this for you if for no other reason.
This bothers me.
And I want to know how and why it does.
Okay.
But you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Okay, this is former First Lady Michelle Obama talking about ESPN and Stephen A. Smith.
If I listen to ESPN for an hour, it's like watching The Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Absolutely.
You know? I mean, it's the same drama and they're yelling at each other and they don't get along. I mean, Stephen A. Smith, he's just like every other
he'd
talk
be a
show
great
host.
Real Housewife.
He would be.
Right.
Right?
It would be amazing.
So that's why I'm like, what's the difference? It's just, it's just sociological drama.
And Risotto goes, there goes Stephen A's endorsement for president. He might be running. And Austin in San Jose in the chat says everybody has an opinion. I guess, Steiny, I have Michelle on a pedestal. Yeah. Even if you felt like that, you don't break out the Uzi on the First Take crew like that.
Why not?
And all they're regurgitating is all the stuff that we're talking, this smut. They
are the smut. Don't you get it? They are the smut. Stephen A. Smith is the smut.
He's a friend of the show now. Be careful.
He's a friend of your show.
Our show. And Stephen A. Come on, man. Yeah.
Okay. Here's what she's talking about, and I completely agree. Is it really news that LeBron James goes up to Stephen A. Smith and says, hey, keep my son's name out of your mouth?
Sorry, in this new world.
That doesn't mean anything.
But it does in this new world is headlines. But seriously, it is.
The biggest problem, what's the biggest problem with media these days? You guys are the listeners. You guys consume it.
I gotta.
What's the biggest problem? No, okay, go ahead.
I think the media guys are making it about them.
Yeah, exactly.
When Stephen
That's
A.
what she's saying. So you agree with her. Thank you.
No.
You agree with Michelle Obama.
To an extent. If I'm covering Stephen A. versus LeBron,
well, it's not a story.
Stephen A. did, and I said it, I was disappointed. He did too much trying to act like meet me behind the cafeteria after school. Like, that bothered me. But Steiny, look at me. That's what sells.
No, it doesn't.
You said it's Malcolm X now. By any means.
All right.
People are doing whatever they're doing for ratings. Everybody just admit it.
Let's go back to the original comment.
If I listen to ESPN for an hour, it's like watching The Real Housewives of Atlanta. I mean, it's the same drama and they're yelling at each other and they don't get along. I mean, Stephen A. Smith, he's just like every other
he'd
talk
be a
show
great
host.
Real Housewife.
He would be.
Right. It would be amazing.
So that's why I'm like, what's the difference? It's just, it's just sociological drama.
And I would tell Michelle, maybe you have something, and maybe it's not a negative connotation, but
no, it is.
I'll just say this: I didn't like her being the messenger. You're the former first lady. Don't get into it. Now Stephen's gonna fire back at you. Then Obama. Then it's the Obamas versus Stephen A. Don't you get it? I'm already looking down to yonder.
So, the reason she's right, and she's absolutely right, is. Like, do you enjoy Charles Barkley calling Kendrick Perkins an idiot and then Kendrick Perkins saying, Wait till I see you next time. That's dumb.
This is how you're going to know.
Dumb in my book.
All right, I got to just respond real quick. This is how I'm going to know if you love me or not. You, myself, Willard, and Dibs did a bit every Friday at 2 o'clock, What's Bugging You? Mm-hmm. And when that popped off, What's Bugging Me was black-on-black crime within the media. So, Steiny, you know for a fact, your boy does not like that. I think it's a bad look.
Who?
Me. I didn't like Kendrick and Barkley. I did a whole What's Bugging Me. That's too much. And I don't think it does for all the young, and I'm going racial here, all the young black kids and men and women trying to get in the business. This does us no good. And I did one of my What's Bugging You on that. So I know you want to put me in, like I don't have my popcorn excited about that stuff. But unfortunately, Steiny, it's what it is, right? This is what they like.
I don't believe it.
The masses, not everybody.
I'm not sure if it's what we like or if it's what we want or if we just have to tolerate it because that's the way it goes. And I get where you're coming from on the, black on black.
Right.
Like you can go there. I'm talking about everything.
Do you felt Michelle could have held on to that?
No, why?
Because I have her in another category.
Which is what? She can't express an opinion? Why can't she express an opinion?
You wouldn't have did that if you were in office. And you're classy.
Not in office. She's never held an office. You tell your girlfriends that or Barack on the trip to the Hamptons. You don't come out and spray the whole first. Hey, I'm done with First Take, by the way, but you don't spray them like that, Michelle. Why? Where's the diss record? What's next? You're going to be in a booth rapping? Like, I expect more from the former First Lady. So
That's all, Steiny.
She's not allowed to make a comment about something.
I thought she was above that stuff. That's all. Now you want to be relevant again, and you did it. Because now you're going viral.
Well, it sounds to
and
me.
then Stephen A's going to respond, and Molly. So just do a diss record.
It sounds to me, Goo, like you have a problem with the fact that, is it because she's a woman?
Oh, no, not at all.
What is it?
No, Steiny, she's the First Lady.
No, she's not.
Well, she was the former First Lady. That's class personified.
So if Melania Trump did it, it'd be okay because she's the First Lady now.
No, not at all. I feel like you got bigger fish to fry. There's class to that label. That's all. Michelle can do this at the cafeteria at the old ship with her girlfriends.
It sounds to me like you don't want her doing interviews.
No, or people are saying, "Goo, it's her opinion."
I agree. Like
I think my girl is thirsty for clicks.
Okay.
And now hey, you're human, Michelle, but now you're getting what you knew before you let that go. What was going to happen? The firestorm.
Well, first
good
of all,
or bad, if you agree with her or don't, Michelle, you let me know you want some action, and now you got it.
So she shouldn't. What? So
she can say whatever she wants.
So if she does an interview, she should probably get the questions beforehand.
No.
So if she gets asked something, would you prefer she doesn't? Which do you want? No interviews for Michelle Obama.
Never that.
Lying. Or answer, oh, no, I love sports media is great.
No, I'm just.
Or sharing an opinion that she believes in.
I don't want her to stoop to the level. That's all.
I don't think she did stoop to the level.
Okay. And we disagree with that.
She's not calling anybody a bad name. She's just saying the way the sports coverage is right now, we're not really talking about the athletes and the games and the performances. We're talking about Stephen A. Smith going at this guy. We're talking about Perkins going at Barkley. We're talking about Skip Bayless going at anybody under the sun.
And now we're talking about Michelle going at First Take. That's all, and that's her prerogative. She can say it. It has nothing to AP saying, Apollo Crews on the chat because she's black. No, has nothing to do with it.
Who can say it?
I thought.
Who? Like, seriously, who
I thought she was above the mess.
Okay, forget her.
Okay. No, I can't. That's what we're talking about. I thought Michelle Obama was above the mess.
So
apparently not.
But so everybody else can comment on it but her?
No, it ain't no everybody. I just have her in a different category that she's too classy to stoop to that level to blow them up like that.
I don't think she blew them up at all.
All right.
I think she articulated what a lot of us kind of feel is that a lot of these media members think they are the pro athletes. Like they think.
And there's some truth to that.
They should be covered like a pro athlete. Like And the other thing is, like, is it funny? Is it dumb? Does it not matter when ESPN is doing an NBA game and they're
not perfect by any stretch.
Cameras are on Stephen A. Smith when he comes into the building, almost as if he's Steph Curry or LeBron James.
I got you, man.
I mean, that's dumb.
Yeah, I'm not telling you they're perfect. I'm just telling you, Steiny, and obviously you disagree with me, and it's fine, and so a lot of people, but she's class personified. So I was just, I'm saying to you, I understand, but I just thought the Michelle Obama I knew kind of would, even if she wanted to say that in that form. And we didn't hear ESPN a part of the question at all. We didn't hear anything, so she could have just volunteered this. Wow. I was just shocked. Like, damn, Michelle, this is going viral and getting back to him, and you probably don't care. And Steiny, she has a license to say whatever she wants. But again, I just had her too classy, like Claire Huxtable from The Cosby Show.
So in other words,
I just didn't think she would stoop to this
That's
level.
fair. So in other words, if you're classy, you can't offer an opinion, or you got to bite your tongue, or I just don't think she said anything that wasn't classy. Like, hey, what's the deal? What do you think of sports media these days? Well, she
kind of told you.
It's it's like the Real Housewives of Atlanta or Orange County. Like, and I think she hit it right on the right on the head.
Stephen A. did respond, by the way.
Of course he did.
What'd he say, Risotto?
He said, quote, "So this doesn't have anything to do with what you were talking about, how sports and reality TV mirror one another, even though we would beg to differ, because a lot of things on reality TV are made-up situations and scenarios to provoke reactions and all of that stuff."
To revoke reactions?
To provoke reactions and all of that stuff. We're at sports. That's live entertainment. You're actually competing against one another's big time. No, reality TV is not like that. How about that?
Yeah, whatever that means.
To each his own.
And she also said that she was wrong about her assertions.
No, she wasn't.
Did she take it back?
No, she wasn't.
Oh, boy, Steiny.
And he said, "You will never hear me utter a negative word about you, but I respectfully disagree and still remain pretty salty about what you said about us," said Smith.
I'm team
Barack
Michelle Obama.
Michelle, can I talk to you? You need to apologize to Stephen A. and First Take. That's what he said, Steiny.
Why would you need to apologize for saying that when you watch
it was harsh and little, Steiny.
It was right on the money.
I'm not saying it's not. So this is not me caping for ESPN. It's just, that's my girl. I just thought you don't want to go viral.
I know what it is.
Tell me.
She criticized your boy.
No, I told you my boy. I've been done with my boy.
No, you said he's a friend of the show.
Well, when he comes on. But I've been disappointed with Stephen A. Come on now.
But are you, wait, you're disappointed in Stephen A. Are you allowed to share that opinion or not?
Yeah.
Well, I thought you were classy.
Since when? When?
I'm just trying to figure
when.
I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm just an old boy from Union City, California.
I'm just trying to figure out.
I didn't run the free world, or my spouse didn't. That's me. I get it. And people are like, Goo, come on, man. But her opinion's her opinion. I just was shocked she did the rap battle version of it. That was like a hit 'em up song, Steiny. Shout out Tupac.
Yeah. It sounds to me like your chickens are coming home to roost with you and Stephen A. Smith. And I think you're starting to realize. I think you're starting to realize that.
Oh.
I know what you're starting to realize. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump in on this conversation, I'm with Michelle Obama. I can't stand the way these guys
and gals.
Here's the other thing. I can't stand the way these guys think that they are the players.
Yeah.
And now somebody can be like, what do you do, Steiny? I think it's different for you and me.
Yeah.
I really do. We got a 4-hour show. So there's a million things we can end up talking about. Anyway, Stephen A. Smith. It's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits towards the appliances of your choice. Explore the full line of Monogram appliances beautifully displayed in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at SBAA.org. That's SBAA.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying porting. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Steiny and Guru with you on a Monday. And the Giants take 2 of 3 from the Mets. We'll get into some Niner stuff a little bit later in the show. But I think we got to talk about the latest on Jonathan Kaminga. Because things have been trickling in the last week or so, and we've heard a lot of this and that and the other thing. So I just want to bring everything to the attention of Warrior fans. And here's what it is. Tim Kawakami. And I want to know if two things. Mm-hmm. One, do you believe the veracity of the report? No, I don't want to put it like that. Because I believe the report. I guess the question I would ask is, do you think the Warriors are authentic when they said this, or at least a source said this to Kawakami? And here it is. The word I got, this is yesterday. All right. The word I got when I checked in with a Warriors source on Sunday, Kaminga won't be traded this summer. He'll be back on the Warriors roster to start the season, and it'll either come when he signs the Warriors offer, which the latest was 2 years for $45, or he accepts the $7.9 million 1 year qualifying offer. All right. And then the other sentence that I don't know if this is news or not. I think we all believe that Lacob likes Kaminga, but the broad context, according to Kawakami, is that Joe Lacob remains a fan of Kaminga's and is determined to either keep the 22-year-old on the roster or get real value in return, and he's willing to wait it out. So, you know, we're still saying two things here. One is Joe Lacob wants to keep Kaminga, but obviously if there's an offer that comes down the pike in the next month or two, they'll take it and they'll end up trading Kaminga. Let me just where I'm coming from right now, because there's a lot going on. Let's leave out whether I like Kaminga, you like Kaminga, you like him more, I like him less, you think he's better than I think he is, you think he's got a brighter future than I do, and all those things. Nevertheless, you can't bring this guy back, can you? Like, of all the choices, I think that could be the worst one. And it's no shade at Kaminga, but hasn't he made it clear he'd rather not play for the Warriors? Hasn't he made it clear he doesn't like his role here? Hasn't he made it clear he wants more playing time and wants to be a cornerstone of a team? And yet, none of those things are yet available for him here. So why in the world would you bring back Jonathan Kaminga unless you're bringing him back for one reason and one reason only, and that is to eventually move him because you acknowledge he doesn't fit?
Well, I'll say this to that, Steiny, and you already know where I'm at. And before we got this report, there's something eating at me that had been eating at me and still is, that his biggest fan was the most important fan. Now, I do agree with your assessment. He wants out. But it's not the Golden State Kamingas. It's the Golden State Warriors. And if I got a young buck that I think can be a part, Steiny, forget if he likes his role or not, if he can be a part of getting us closer to the promised land, I'm not giving him up for nothing, especially since he's still a puppy, 22 years old. Now, you talk about the Warriors culture. This is why, Steiny, I'm willing to roll the dice on bringing them back, because I know it's going to sound crazy, outside the new bread or outside the money, if he were to take the qualifying offer, what do we know? He's already been bitter Bob here before, and it ain't popped off to where it was just super drama. That was Poole versus Draymond Green. So I got to believe the construct of this team, yeah, maybe he's not the happiest camper, but everybody's going to be professional. We need you when we need you. You mope or you don't mope. But I don't think Kaminga's in a position, Steiny, and I'm not saying he would ever do this, sabotage the team and his play, because he still, if he's a Warrior, is putting this season on his resume. So I think they could handle him coming back. I don't think there would be a lot of scuttlebutt in between him and the players about how this thing played out. So I just feel like there's been bad blood before. So Lakers like, what's one more year or half a year if you do sign this offer and we move you? Or if Kerr is 1 year left on his deal and you didn't fit that regime, if there's a new coach here, could be a possibility. I don't have any sources. Then what's Kaminga's future on the team post-Kerr?
888-957-9570 is the number. Well, first of all, the one thing that you said,
Tim,
and I think we've got to make sure that nobody's saying this, and that is, you can't get nothing for Kaminga. Well, I don't think that's even an option at this point. They're either going to sign and trade him, or he's going to play on the qualifying offer or a shorter term deal. So, they're not going to let him walk right now for nothing. They can't. Now, next offseason, could he theoretically leave for nothing? Yes, if he takes the qualifying offer, then he can. But I want to break it down into something just more simplistic, and that is, if you're a Warrior fan, we've seen this for 4 years now with Kaminga and the Warriors and where he fits and what his best role would be and whether he deserves more playing time or not. Mm-hmm. But after 4 years, and if somebody out there wants to say, well, you don't know that, Steiny, I would say, I think you're not reading the room well at all. Do you really want a play? You're in your last year of your window, or second to last year of your window. Do you really want a guy on your team that doesn't want to be there? And that's where that, to me, is a line that I don't want to cross. I just don't think it's going to work out well. And I know, well, he's not an attitude problem. I know he's not an attitude problem. But if his heart's not in it, he will not be able to play at his highest level on this team. So I've got to figure something else out as it relates to Kaminga. No, that's just me.
No, I got you. And you left no stone unturned. But the bottom line is, if they do this, I'm being proactive for the sake of this conversation, Steiny, bring him back. Doesn't that signal to you and the fans out there that Joe Lacob thinks mentally he can handle this?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think what we're looking at right now, from everything I've seen, is bad options all the way around for everybody. And what hasn't been able to happen is that everybody's happy. Like, if Jonathan Kaminga comes back on the qualifying offer, that's not good. If Jonathan Kaminga comes back on a 2-year deal for $45 million, I don't think that's great either, because the fit is still the issue with Kaminga. And Steve Kerr can say everything he wants about, well, if Jonathan's back, I'll make a go of it at the beginning of the year, and we'll try to shoehorn it. We know how he feels. Like, we just know.
But what about his contract situation, though, Steiny?
He's got one more year left. Why would he bend over backwards for Kaminga?
I'm not saying bend over or do anything like that, but what if he's gone after one, and then what's Kaminga's future like with the new coach?
That's fair.
To me, that's greater than – now, I would have to be right. We'd have to be talking about this, knowing for sure that this is Kerr's last year, but wouldn't that be – if you're Kaminga, wouldn't that matter to you? Like, you know what? Okay. If this dude is out of here – I didn't seen it 4 years. I can wait one more year, and then who can speak to what it'll be like under the new regime or the new head coach? Like, I gotta believe there's some of that if I'm Kaminga, I'm banking on.
Okay, they'll still have Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler on the roster. Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green are probably going to be on the roster for 2 more years. Like, that's the other part of this that hasn't been addressed, is forget the money. What about his playing time? And if you're asking me, okay, so I'm Kaminga, and I know Steve Kerr's got 1 more year left in his deal. I'm not signing a two-year deal thinking I just got to stick it out for another year, and then he'll be gone, and then I can flourish. Well, you're still going to have to beat out Butler or Draymond Green.
Oh, now, I got to say this. At different junctures, Steiny, and I'm reaching, bad defense, but the bottom line is, if Lakeup loves this kid like I think he does, and Jonathan Kaminga comes back on that qualifying offer, and then that parlays into Steve Kerr maybe, wrapping it up here as head coach, I mean, who's to say that Draymond Green or Jonathan Kaminga's role wouldn't change under the new coach?
It might change under the new coach. That's very possible. Then what happens to Butler and Draymond? Like, I just don't think there's enough room on this team for the 3 of them at this point. Kawakami also had there's one really interesting thing. So maybe they want. Here it is. There's a further complication, according to Kawakami. As Mark Stein has reported on his Substack, and Mark Stein's a longtime NBA media man, on his Substack, the Warriors, and this is the part that it's like, you got to be kidding me.
All right.
The Warriors, as part of their offer, want Kaminga to waive his right as a player on a 1-year guarantee to block any trade during the first year. It's like, what are you, crazy? Like, the only piece of leverage Kaminga has, if he takes the qualifying offer, is that then he can control where he goes. Right. So here's what we want, Jonathan. We want you to take the 7.9 qualifying offer and give up the only leverage you would have by doing something that you absolutely don't want to do, and neither do we either. Like,
if his agent let him do something, we're just talking. If his agent, Mr. Turner, even let him do something like that, Steiny, that would be negligence.
The other thing is if he signs a 1-year qualifying offer and the Warriors want to trade him, Kaminga can say no to any deal. Like, the Warriors, they can't do that. They can't allow. I mean, could you imagine if, halfway through the year, the Warriors have what they think is a terrific deal for Kaminga and somebody else, and Kaminga goes, I don't want to go there.
I could totally see that happening.
Well, that's the one part, Goo, where I can't see the Warriors signing over that kind of leverage, especially when, like, think about it this way. A lot of people are talking about, well, you got to sign him so that eventually you can get value for him.
Okay.
Well, you're not going to get value for him if he dictates which team he's going to go to. So this thing, I don't think this thing's going to be settled for a while. I really don't.
Man, I don't think that's good for either party.
I don't know how it can.
Yeah, the fans included. Like you said, what about your old premise on just going back to Horford or Melton? If some other team calls them while this is all just kind of lollygagging, and I'm sure it might not be that serious, but it has the potential to be to where you could lose out on other things. Like, I do wonder, Steiny, if Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob would look us in the face the day the season ended when they lost to Minnesota, thinking by August 3rd or 4th, this thing would still be up in the air.
I think first of all, they had to allow for the fact that this was a possibility. They had to. Like Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, they understand the cap as well as anybody, and they knew you think when they didn't come to an agreement last summer, they didn't come to an agreement last summer, Lacob and Dunleavy didn't look at each other and say, all right, fine, there's no money next year. Wow. I hope he knows that. There's no money next year. Steiny, if the Warriors were serious contenders, then could you just jettison Kaminga? But they aren't, so they need to squeeze. Yeah, no, I'm not saying the Warriors are doing anything wrong. I'm not saying Kaminga's doing anything wrong. But the situation right now is not good, and
how do you make it good? Like, what's good?
You can't. I mean, I remember last week I was saying, I don't know what happens that makes everybody happy. Like, Warrior fans, is there a scenario out there that when this comes to its conclusion, however it comes, Warrior fans will be like, wow, that worked out as well as it could work out. Man, Dunleavy played it perfectly. Kaminga got what he wanted. The Warriors got what they wanted. And now we go into the season feeling great about where we are.
You got me thinking now.
I can't. Warrior fans, what would that scenario be? Would it be Kaminga coming back on a 2-year deal for $45 million? Is that the best case scenario right now? And it might be.
Because the worst case is him coming back on that qualifying offer and having that power, to me.
Perhaps.
And you're talking to a guy that wants him here, but I'll just bring Jimmy Butler up, Steiny. Sure. Was every party appeased with that one? I think Miami Heat fans hated Jimmy because they knew they were losing something. They got rid of a headache, but their season went down the drain, and it already was. What about the Ralphie Devers? Before they got hot, we didn't know they were going to get hot. Fans were mad. They were upset. We were playing sound from callers in Beantown, upset of what they thought life was going to be without Devers, and then the team started balling. But the only reason I bring both those situations up is were both parties happy in each instance.
Devers
Jimmy Butler.
Well,
Warrior fans were happy, no doubt, but the Heat did it to get rid of him because he was a pain in the ass. But life without Jimmy has not been okay for the Miami Heat.
Yes, but they got off Butler's money, and now they got Norman Powell, and maybe they'll be better this upcoming season. I'm just wondering, if you're a Warrior fan right now, what can somebody explain to me what would be the best case scenario right now for both Jonathan Kaminga and the Golden State Warriors? Because I'm not sure that I can come up with one.
If you're right in your assessment and you're not by yourself, that the young fella does not want to be here, then that just knocks this question out the park in regard to, we can guess and have a conversation, but Steiny, that doesn't exist if he really wants out that bad.
888-957-9570 is the number. Does a best case scenario even exist with Jonathan Kaminga? And if you're wondering what's going on with Kaminga, the latest is Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard basically said he talked to a Warriors source yesterday, and the Warriors source said, Kaminga's going to be on the team. We're not trading Kaminga. Okay, well, that only leaves two options, and one is Kaminga plays on the qualifying offer, or Kaminga accepts a contract from the Warriors that he clearly believes is below his market value. And so how's he going to handle that?
Yeah, we got in the chat, Michael Daniil, 7.9 Steiny and let him walk. But is that's not the best deal for the Warriors?
Well, it depends how much you think the Warriors need Jonathan Kaminga to reach their goals. And what are their goals? What are the Warriors' goals for this upcoming season? I got to believe it's
get to the Western Conference Finals.
Well, I think that's wishful thinking. I mean, to me, I would say, can they be competitive again?
Wow, Steiny.
Like Western Conference Finals, why would you think this is a Western Conference Finals team right now after not making any moves in the offseason?
Yeah, but health is wealth. If you get that, if you tell me that, the big three, Dre, Jimmy, and Steph are going to be healthy and be ready for the offs, Steiny, and I know that you can't, right then and there, you're already better than you were last year. And that's what's sad about how last year ended for me, and the bitter taste I have is there is a lot of, Steiny, to me, what ifs. And there is, are we better than Minnesota if Curry didn't get hurt? And I know life doesn't work that way, but my gosh, if we can, it's almost the Niners season right upon our eyes. If you guarantee health and McCaffrey and things of that nature, who's to say what the possibilities are? Because the rug got ripped right underneath us, from underneath us when that hammy went for Steph.
Well,
because I'll tell you this, partner, they're nothing without Curry, and we saw that. I don't care what you have. But damn.
Do you allow for the fact that maybe next year in the playoffs, Butler, Steph, and Draymond won't be as good as they were this past season in the playoffs?
Well, let me flip it to you this way before I answer. Would you allow the flip to where they'd be better?
Mm-mm.
So that's a definite no for you.
No, not those three guys. Now, they might not have to be better because the young guys get better, and Curry didn't play in the second round. So if Curry can play in the second round like he played in the first round, then, yeah, they'll be better next year in the second round than they were this past year in the second round for sure. This from the 415 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Best case scenario for JK is a sign and trade. Best case scenario for the Warriors is getting him re-signed on a multi-year contract and trading him at the deadline.
So both parties will not be whatever. It's like a Rubik's Cube of hoop. Steiny, I don't think there's one situation that both parties are happy with.
No.
And that's why we're where we're at. Man.
I'm still wondering if, as much as we like Kaminga, aren't you playing with fire, bringing him back? Like, I get it. He's not going to be a problem. He's not going to be throwing temper tantrums. But everybody in that locker room knows that he's probably, in his mind, wants to be somewhere else. And the other thing is, his teammates are going to be asked about it constantly. If he comes back on the qualifying offer, it's going to be one of those things where, okay, the Warriors on December 12th, they're at the Sacramento Kings. Yeah. Well, guess what? Every Kings writer's going into the Warriors locker room and asking them, hey, JK, would you still like to play for the Kings? We know you wanted to they go into New York. Hey, New York.
But they've been through stuff. It's the same team that went through the pool. Draymond Green jumper.
How did it end up? It ruined their season.
They made the playoffs.
But that ruined their season.
One round. So before we go to break.
You have no fear about Kaminga coming back.
I don't.
And my gosh.
Okay. And I want to ask you, so there's no part of your brain that says, Goo, if he left, they wouldn't miss him. You won't even give him at all. You won't give Kaminga that. Like, this team could miss.
Well, what does missing him look like?
Him at his best. Taking him for granted. Like being able to get 18, 20 points on any given night.
He can't be at his best if Butler and Draymond are on the team. And then if they're not on the team, he can be at his best. Does that really translate to winning? 888-957-9570 is the number. You really want Kaminga to be back if he's not into it. It's really that simple. 888-957-9570 is the number on 95.7 The Game.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In West Oakland, 56 degrees and clear.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. My guy Pierce Evans on the YouTube chat is saying, Steiny, you're confusing me. And I said, what can I help you with? And he said, so you're telling me Butler and Steph are going to get worse. Yeah, probably. They're pretty old. It's hard to imagine that they're improving.
But if they stay the same, status quo, then that's better. They're not, depreciating.
Right.
Thank you.
But they are.
But you don't know that.
Well, Draymond is, right? Draymond's declining.
Well, he's not in their category. We need him to do what he does. Okay, he was top 3 DPOY.
Okay,
and that's what he does, Steiny.
Okay, and Butler was playoff Jimmy. How'd that work?
It didn't.
Okay,
yeah.
So Butler's getting worse.
No, I believe
he had his worst playoff
no doubt.
in his history.
But I've had ample time to just sit back and think about it. And Steiny, I think it was the tailbone issue.
He was hurt, but that's okay. That's okay.
And that was a fluke injury.
Yeah, no, he was hurt, but next year we're going to be real healthy. And even though he's
you need a guy like Kaminga before you say night to him.
Well,
he
doesn't want to come off the bench. And this is the part I kind of want to ask Warrior fans about. Listen to this is Sam Amick from last Friday on the relationship between Kaminga right now and the organization, including the front office and the coaching staff.
So I mean, my feeling is I think the players can. But man, there's just a lot of scar tissue between the coaching staff and Jonathan. And especially, I thought about this last night as I was writing this piece. Like, if he takes the qualifying offer, I know fan and media wise, we're guilty of glossing over because they make so much money, they're not as human as everybody else. But think about the human factor and going to work every single day, knowing that you just took the option that jams up your employer strategically in a pretty major way.
Yeah.
And you are compromising your own security in a pretty major way at the same time. I mean, that's a calculated risk by definition. Like, from a work comfort environment type standpoint, that sounds miserable to me. You know what I mean? Like, it just sounds like I did this because that is the strategy. But now we have to live together and work together. And I say live together because these guys this is not a 9-to-5 deal. You guys are together all the time. So does that, how does the coaching staff use Kaminga if he's on the qualifying offer and there's maybe hard feelings about him taking that approach? Just what is the vibe? What is the mood? I could see it impacting, what they're trying to accomplish for sure.
Man, I have so many thoughts.
Of course.
What did we? This is #random Steiny. Remember, we found out after it happened that Draymond, after they won in 2022, that Draymond and Clay weren't the biggest fans of Wiggins and Poole getting their money.
Yeah, they were jealous.
But we didn't know right away.
Envious.
So we don't know what this team has dealt with behind closed doors. But I will say this, and I'm still hanging on to my Lacob assessment, Steiny. He said the coaching staff. He didn't say the owner. So if Joe Lacob, I do wonder how big of a factor, and I imagine it's huge, and I believe it may be why Jonathan Kaminga's still on the team, how big of a factor that is when he looks at his coach with 1 year left on his deal, and then Kaminga's future and him being 22. And I get what Sam is putting down, but I'm like, okay, he didn't have owner included in the staff. So there's a lot that could be at play here.
The owner's
a lot of hurt feelings.
The owner's not in the locker room, though. It's the coaches that are in the locker room. And I don't like the word. I don't like the phrase you use, scar tissue. And I gotta believe.
Well, that's only coming from somebody.
What's that?
That the scar tissue is. We know where it's coming from.
What do you mean?
Jonathan Kaminga has it.
Well, and I'm sure the Warriors have some resentment toward Kaminga because some of their coaching staff doesn't feel like he's producing in the ways they want. Like, I could see I'm not here to point blame at who's more frustrated, but I bet you the coaching staff's frustrated with Kaminga, just like he is with them. Pierce Evans saying, Steiny, I'm saying if you think the Warriors are going to get worse, why would you get rid of J.K.? Let's not say worse. Let's say older. You're right. If you're saying you think the big three is getting older, why would you get rid of Jonathan Kaminga? That's this has been screwed up. It's been screwed up. That's all I'm saying. And now you put yourself in a spot where I don't think anything good is going to come of it. That's all I'm saying.
But the greater good, Steiny, is somehow this team has to get better than they were last year.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Let's go to Gil. Gil's in San Francisco. Hey, Gil, how you doing, man?
Fine, thank you.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm a big Kaminga supporter, and I think they should be really pursuing him. I think they should give him a starting position guaranteed, 25-minute minimum, and go after him. I do not I'm a cursed supporter too, but I don't understand why they seemingly tried to humiliate Kaminga in the playoffs by not letting him play at all. This is unbelievable. But the Minnesota playoff game, he just came through like a star, next only to Steph. He's the best player they got on the team.
Appreciate it, Gil.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Man, he thinks high of Kaminga. I'm behind him. And again, I'm not telling you or anybody else, Donnie, this kid is perfect.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, our girl Jan. But I will say this, Donnie, I think there's been acrimony, even just a couple years ago, allegedly. And we try to, depending on who you talk to, a lot of people try to make it not anything. But Kaminga's camp went to the press and said that, Kaminga would rather play for, I'm paraphrasing, a coach that had confidence in him, and Kaminga has to look at the OGs first before he can actually, tap into his game and all that stuff that, wasn't attractive, but he's dealt with it. So for you to, or anybody out there wonder, could he really come back and it'd be okay? I just feel like there's been stuff going on, Kaminga related, up under our nose, and we don't even know it for the last 4 years.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know if you want to continue that. Couple things here on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I'm kind of, Guru, why do you think Lacob loves JK, blah, blah, blah. And that would be my question. Okay. If Lacob loves Jonathan Kaminga, why didn't the Warriors sign him to 3 years and $82 million?
I believe Kaminga and his camp were feeling themselves and thought that he was going to get more, and I think that was a mistake. So I think that happened. I think the bad stuff started happening from a Kaminga listening to his agent or whomever. I think that started last. I think there was an offer to Kaminga, and they thought it wasn't solid enough.
Okay, so why didn't Lacob just get it done? Like that's the thing. I mean, Joe Lacob's the owner of the team. If he loves Jonathan Kaminga, loves him, you think he couldn't just say, "Well, what do you need to get in here?"
But there's more caveats to it now. At that juncture, when allegedly that offer was made, there was no Jimmy Butler. So like SFO, there was a runway for JK to take off. And if he barked or balked at that deal, thinking I'll bet on myself, then here comes Jimmy Butler after you get hurt. I think like the Waldy Coyotes, the dynamite blew up. And they're holding it right now like, okay, what is plan B?
Well, just knowing that Joe Lacob has all the power right now, what do you want Joe Lacob to do in the best interest of Kaminga, or I should say in the best interest of the Warriors and Kaminga?
Convince or get Kaminga to sign that new deal to where the Warriors could look to trade him if they figure they need to trade him at the halfway point this next season. That's what I would call a win for Lacob and the Warriors.
So that 2-year, $45 million deal.
Right.
Yeah.
And do you believe, Steiny, right now, today, that offer is available?
It's a good question. I'm not sure.
There's something eating at me that I feel like that thing could be gone.
Well, the other thing is, let's not pretend that if he signs the 2-year, $45 million deal, he's going to come back here doing jumping jacks.
No, you're right.
He's probably going to come back here feeling a certain kind of way. And, in a year where you're going to need a lot to go right, I don't know. Steve. Steve's in the Bay. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
How you doing, you guys?
Doing well, thanks.
My opinion on Kaminga is this. I think he self-terminated. I think he put his value up there where I don't think it should have been. There's people I think are better than Kaminga, like Gilbert Arenas' son, Dominique Wilkins' son. If Kaminga would have put in that type of work, I think what he's asking for, I think it should have been given to him. But since I don't think he tried hard enough and he doesn't have the pursuers that he wants, he's upset about that.
Yeah, I think that's a fair summation.
But why did he bring up Arenas' son?
I don't know.
That's right. I was like, boy, a little early. But, yeah. Hey, Steiny, I'm sitting here telling you, Carter and Risotto, and everybody listening here, the millions, that I want Kaminga, but I totally, if this were my son, I understand he wants up out of Dodge, but the bottom line is it doesn't work that way. Joe Lacob is not letting you walk and get nothing. But what if Kaminga plays this to the point to where 7.9 is the title of the jam, and you could risk 4 years of, hey, they've invested a lot. We could say it hadn't manifested into what we think it should be, but the bottom line is if Kaminga comes back on that 7.9 QO, Steiny, and then is on the first thing smoking, and we look back, an older team looks back that he left for nothing, ooh, that would sting. You talk about the Wiseman and the yada, yada, yada mishaps, but that would be an L, I really believe, towards the future for the Warriors.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And there's just too much
bad blood?
No, not necessarily bad blood. There's just too many things that are unresolved that regardless of what happens, they're still going to be unresolved. If Jonathan Kaminga's on the Warriors next year, how does he play? Man. I mean, how does he get onto the court? Like he wants to get onto the court.
Well, those are two different things. Like I know when he's going to get on the court, Steiny, if nothing changes, he's got to be your sixth man.
Right, he doesn't want to be the sixth man.
But Steiny, how many people are working here doing something or any job for that matter, waiting on their break, but they got to, in the meantime, take what's in front of them.
But he's been doing it for 4 years.
And I got one quick question to you.
Real quick, looks like De'Aaron Fox has signed an extension with the Spurs. Nice. 4 years, $229 million.
Wow.
Over $60 million a year.
Good Lord. God. Speaking of which, Luka did his, and I don't like the CBA, Steiny, because he got traded, he couldn't cash out more.
Yeah, but he's going to make, all he did.
I didn't like that Carter shaking his head, but Steiny, but he had to defer. Because I was the best version of myself in Dallas. I got us to a finals in the Western Conference Finals, even though I was heavy. But now you're going to throw a rule at me as if I wasn't the best version of myself. So because I got traded, which was dumb, I got to lose some chicken. But kudos to D. Fox and Luka. Let me throw this at you. Do you think by opening night, I'm going back to the coach, Kerr still doesn't have a new deal? Like if you had to make that bet now.
I don't think he's going to have a new deal. Why would he? He's already had one of these years. He's already gone into the last year of the deal.
Yeah, but Steiny, now everybody's 2 years older. You know Now you got this Kaminga conundrum. Dude, I'm wondering it like
the idea that that you got to make a coaching change for Kaminga, like that's out. I would never do anything like that.
But that naturally is, let's be honest, Donnie, this is a dynasty, probably coming to an end as it was. There's going to be a new coach in the Warriors at some time. You can't just put it at Kaminga's feet. Like, this could just naturally be happening. If Kaminga was the best version of himself, Steve Kerr at some time is going to have to pass the baton. So this ain't Kaminga related that he's got 1 year.
You think Kerr's ever going to pass the baton to Kaminga? I don't.
Well, no, I'm saying
you really
a new coach coming in here and Steve Kerr saying, it's been a great run and it has nothing to do with Kaminga.
Well, I got.
That's what entices me about Kerr. I'm like, I don't want him to go anywhere, but I'm just thinking he really could be one and done.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that. We knew that.
Like
what?
I don't know why I think there's a correlation with this Kaminga decision and Kerr's status.
I got news for you. And I hate to say this.
No, I'm laughing, but it's
the next coach might like Kaminga less.
Well, that might have to be a mandate
I'm just
for
saying.
you to get the jobs, Tiny.
Here's the other thing.
Question number one, how much you like Kaminga? Tell us how you use him.
Whether you like it or not, Joe Lacob can't say to Steve Kerr, you got to play him.
Now, I would ask you, I'm being real, Steiny, not like that, but why not?
Because if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm like, get another coach right now then. Tell me how to coach. I'm the coach. Is he your coach or is he not your coach?
I guess now we got to keep it real here. There are ways to kind of convey a message, and you're going to laugh at this, but not do me a solid, but not you better do it this and then leave the room. But there is some, Kerr knows what time it is. But I just keep going back to that one of his last appearances on Willard and Dibs. I really do, man. And when he divulged that Kaminga hadn't been basically at the lab the last couple of summers, there was a finality to that in regard to Kaminga's tenure here to where, he's saying that because he knows he's out of here. But, Steiny, that was months ago and he's not out of here, Kaminga.
He said
he hadn't been here the last two.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself,
and he's not there
hell.
now. He's not there now. We know that. So I don't know, man. I don't want to bring Kaminga back because I don't think he wants to be here. And I think that Steve Kerr can say all the right things.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is when you get into the season and you're in a game and you feel like you need to win it, he's going to look down that bench and then he's going to look out on the floor and he's going to see Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Pods, and he's going to look down the bench and say, Kaminga doesn't fit with this lineup. Why is he going to say that? Because he hasn't fit with that lineup in years. And Kerr has, to me, people think Kerr sabotaged Kaminga with what he said at the end of the year. I don't think it's that strong, but I do believe, Kerr's not crazy about him.
Was the DMP stronger, if I ask you that? The DMPs towards the end, was that stronger than the exit interview with Willard and Dibs? Because to me, that was, man. And I guess that's what made me just give the salute to JK for staying ready for the playoffs. Because, Steiny, there's many guys that probably would have said, I dare you to even try to put me in the game. I know that's strong. But, Steiny, those DMPs at the end were like, we're done with you. Or I am. And he resurfaced. By necessity.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm Kaminga, I would never forget that I was once not even an option.
So you're going to bring him back. Like that. This is what I mean. I'm kind of with you. Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat saying, Steiny, it's not just Kerr, it's all the coaches. Well, that's a problem. Let's go to James in Richmond.
The rich.
Hey, James, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Not much. I kind of agree with Steiny, though, on this one. You can't bring him back, but it's not his fault. I would say they kind of botched all the young guys from Poole to Wiseman to Moody right now and to Kaminga. I just feel like as a dynasty, you gotta keep going and finding new ways to win. For example, the Spurs, Greg wasn't feeding Tim in the post 100 times a game. He started evolving. He had Danny Green. He had Kawhi. He had the young guys that came up and helped the older guys to eventually get a chip. And I feel like that's what the Warriors could have done, but egos and past performances have blinded the organization by what these players are today. I don't feel like Draymond Green is a starting power forward in today's league. Guys are faster, longer, can jump higher, and it just creates the offense to be 4-on-5 every time. And I just feel like Steve Kerr, they haven't handled it well, and we haven't evolved. We are the same team we were 3 years ago, and we think that we can still win a championship when our two best guys are getting aged. And the second one, Jimmy, can't even shoot threes anymore. So, I don't know, guys. We got to get younger. Got to get some players when we have 9 guys. It's a bunch of things, but I feel like the main thing is not evolving and living in the past. This organization has lived in the past a lot. But that's all I got, guys. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it.
Good stuff, James. Appreciate the call. And he brought up a name that to me is very interesting because when we talk about older players and how they wind down, he used Tim Duncan. All right, well, Tim Duncan's a 7-footer, was a 25-point-per-game scorer, 10 rebound, and then he started getting up there. They still had Ginobili and Parker, and Kawhi Leonard was coming around. My question is, like, when you have Tim Duncan and you need to turn him into a player, instead of playing 33 minutes a game, he plays 23 minutes a game, and you need him to be more of a role player.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you don't have to go to him in the low post as much. He's still going to rebound. He's still probably going to defend pretty well. He just won't be the focal point of the offense. And I've wondered for a long, long time, well, how's that going to look for Steph Curry? And, Joe Spadoni's been talking about this a lot in recent months, that the Warriors have to get less Steph Curry centric.
Well, good luck with that.
Well,
they've been striking out.
Okay, so what's your answer?
Not to let a 22-year-old that has talent that could play the 3, the 2, the 4 walk.
I mean, what's your answer with Curry?
You've signed up for this, Donnie. I get what Spadoni's saying, but the Warriors are to blame. They had their chance to get their Kawhi. That's neither here nor there. And then last week, you didn't scoff. You looked at me like, Guru, are you really standing by that when I talked about what did you really get from the trifecta in regard to the drafts that you had with Moody, Kaminga, and Wiseman? Steiny, you didn't get enough to continue this. So I agree with that caller. Draymond's position is getting longer, stronger, quicker. It's been that since Siakam gave him the business in the 19 finals. But who do you have to replace him? Like we're still, and then you just let Looney leave. Like you're going to laugh. Oh, nothing to see here. But the Warriors are their own worst enemy. If you, and Dre to his, Steiny, if people think Draymond Green is not a starter, I'm totally not there yet, but I know you're going to throw something at me and it's fine. I'm a duck. But the fact that he could find his way a top 3 DPOY in this league, he's the least of your problems.
Well, he is. No, he's not. He's not the least of your problems.
You can't shoot. Okay, so that's on the itemized list. But what you need, dog, guard, defend, that he got you. We got that still. Yeah, even if it's waning some, he's still giving us that.
Right, but the fact that it's waning some means he's not a championship player he's not a starting player on a championship team playing 30, 35 minutes a game anymore. I could understand how Warrior fans might think that way with Draymond Green.
And Devlin Marge, real quick in the chat, Steiny, to me, and she's right, but the Warriors got a chip after those 3 lottery picks. Not bad. Devlin Marge, you're totally right, But now we're talking about what if they had hit better than they had, where this team would be and what it would look like now. That's all. That's the only reason we're bringing it up now, because this is the reality 3 years later.
888-957-9570 is the number. Well, my question would be, was Kaminga a bad pick, or was he just a player that the Golden State Warriors managed terribly? 888-957-9570. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Step back in time and honor the greatest generation at Spirit of 45 Living History Day and Swing Dance on August 16th at History Park in San Jose. This year we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the Allied defeat of the Axis powers with authentic 1940s fashion, music, dance, and historic exhibits, along with heartfelt tributes to our World War II heroes. Don't miss this unforgettable tribute to America's finest hour. Living History Day admission starts at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for tickets and information.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
In a world
Parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Three, two. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Guru. You left me with some things to ponder, and I appreciate that. You get me thinking in different kind of ways. And I'm just going to
cut that.
I'm just going to tell you
that.
Well,
my boy.
Go ahead and cut that, but don't cut what's happening. And you know what? And you've clung to this like Pigpen with that blanket in the Peanuts. Draymond. Draymond. It's all NBA defense. They're Draymond.
That is not Pigpen.
And I was.
What do you mean? Linus?
Linus is the one with the blanket.
Steiny, I was a man. Arizona. I say, good, let it go.
No, Linus. Okay, Linus has the dark cloud around.
Yeah, Pigpen was dirty.
Pigpen.
Yeah, it was dirty. Yeah.
Which one do you want to be? Well, you like Linus with the blanket.
Yeah, the binky.
Yeah, which is Draymond first all defense.
God, you're tough.
He's not good enough anymore. So I'm looking at Draymond's numbers.
Okay.
In the postseason.
All right. Oh.
Houston, first game he played 36 minutes, he had 4 points. Second game he had 31 minutes, he had 8 points. Game 3, 34 minutes, 7 points. Like he doesn't score. How many double figure rebounding games did he have in the postseason?
Steiny, I'm gonna say 2.
0.
Oh man.
What was his assist to turnover ratio in the postseason? It was like 4-3.
Okay. Oh man.
What did he shoot from the field in the postseason?
I'm gonna say 35%.
44.
Okay, all right.
And he shot 30 from 3.
My bad, Dre. Okay. Listen, I love you for that exercise. Steiny, you have no convincing to do over here. I'm the guy that's told you, I believe their system is outdated now because the league has transitioned and you got away with playing Dre in the great way that you guys designed, but the chickens have come home to roost. But all that I tell you is, if Kaminga's not going to supplant Dre, which is just one option, then you have to go out there to battle with Dre the way that you have him. Right. And now he needs a center. So you're not going to swap Dre. Dre's not coming off the bench anytime soon. And that's why I just feel like it's imperative more now than ever that you don't let a stud, athletically, 22-year-old walk.
You know who Draymond Green is right now? You know who he is? He's Patrick Bailey.
I'm tired.
He's Patrick Bailey.
I just want to go home.
That hits harsher, no pun intended.
Too bad. You know what?
But he's starting to hit the ball.
But in this day and age, right here, right now, Bailey's a better defender than Draymond Green. And
so you're really going to say that top three? I get you, man.
What did it do for them?
No, it ain't. Well, it got them almost would have beat Minnesota had Curry.
Guru. The two guys Draymond guarded in the postseason pissed on him.
Hey, it's a team game.
You're right.
But if you don't
don't say he's a great individual defender anymore.
I'm going to say this to you, Pasta and Kenny. If you don't have noodles in the pot, there is no spaghetti. And that's what the Warriors were without Steph, regardless of the answer to your question about how did he do guarding them. They beat Houston. They got through it, and they would have. And he got manhandled by Randall. No, Steiny, it happened. But don't tell me they couldn't have moved on, because that's what this is about. It's a battle. It's like the movie Platoon, Charlie Sheen. Yeah, you're going to take all kind of stuff, but can you keep moving? And I believe they would have had the noodles not got hurt. And that was Steph.
Uncle Looney saying, Steiny A. Smith, this is what Michelle Obama's talking about. Actually, no. No.
Can't wait
Michelle
for Evan Dibs.
Michelle Obama is not talking about me saying, Draymond's a little like Patrick Bailey. Michelle Obama's saying she doesn't want to hear me saying, Goo, you don't know anything.
No.
Let me tell you what Daryl the Guru Johnson was doing Friday after work. That's what she's talking about.
Steiny, I think Uncle Louie's telling you how you're responding to his top three finish for DPOY is part of it.
Yeah, I'm not really that impressed by it, because we all know that Draymond probably had his worst defensive year in
But can you give me this,
10 or 12?
Because we did think, just back me up here, and I'm not expecting you to. There were days we came in this studio thinking he might be in the lead. And this is either right. You agree with it or not. That was on the table.
Yeah, I never thought so.
Did you honestly?
No. He campaigned for himself, and he won over a segment of the media that loves
so there was some traction
kiss behind.
There was some traction,
athletes.
Steiny. I thought he might be getting it.
Why didn't he?
I get it.
Did he fall off? Maybe he fell off late in the year.
No, I'm not saying none of that is not true, but he's not a nothing burger. The Pat Bailey was a little too much.
But he's not good enough.
But he's what's an option, partner? Forget Kaminga. There is no option.
That's why.
This is how this thing ends with him.
Well, that's why I don't understand why you think this team's getting better.
Well, it would get marginally worse if Kaminga dips. Especially if you took that Kings
package. Well, you're
package.
right about marginally worse. Let's go to Austin in San Jose.
Our man.
Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, great conversation as always. Why? What direction are we going?
Yes, what are we doing?
Starting to treat Draymond. He's treating Draymond like he's treating his boys in Dallas, though, man. I mean, Nika and Dak, man, he's starting to treat Dre like he treats them. So I don't know, man. That's getting a little scary.
Well, hold on, real quick, Austin. Is that bad or good? You think I'm being blind or I'm giving them too much love?
Well, you turned on your boy, man. I mean, you one minute you like him, and next minute you don't like him. So I don't know what to make of that.
All right.
Listen, the reason I called was to sort of talk about. Guru alluded to something about Kerr and J.K. Even though we would never talk about it as something that necessarily one thing causes the other, I do think it's worthwhile to talk about Kerr's legacy and where he's going. Kerr's got maybe a year or two, right? And so really it's about the organization. I mean, what are they thinking?
I don't know.
Are we
to
the point where if you don't like JK, fine. We can argue that forever. You don't like him. But I think Guru's saying if you don't like JK, then give me another young guy that you do like. Because I think the problem with it is as long as they try to run this Steph legacy thing into the ground, it's going to run into the ground real quick. And I think that right now, if I look at the Dubs roster, I have to say, look, this thing can come to a screeching halt. Jimmy's going to be Jimmy, but I don't think Jimmy's enough to get him over the hump. So they better hope that Steph plays at a high level. And then they should have had a young guy playing with them by now. We know that. They should have had somebody else running with this guy. So I always go back to that. The organization, Joe Lacob and Dunleavy have to make a tough decision at some point. And the last thing I wanted to say was, guys, Steph, Dre, and Clay Somebody allowed them to develop, right? Somebody allowed them to become who they are. Why are they putting their foot in the door when it comes to a young athlete like J.K.? I mean, because they wouldn't have never become who they were if the old guys had put their foot in the door like they seem to be doing. So I just think that's something to really contemplate is where's the organization going? Because the moves they've got so far, that's not going to be enough in 2 years, man. That's going to be a problem. That's all I got.
Yeah. And Austin, the only thing I would say to that is
they were floundering.
What?
The Warriors as an organization before Curry, Clay, and Dre. So they had the playground there were no standards. Be all you can be. But Austin now, these young guys are dependent on to take the baton, but keep the standards of a dynasty.
Well, that's ridiculous because you can't maintain you can't maintain that if you're not getting enough playing time.
Or you're drafting the wrong guys.
I mean,
come on, Steiny.
What do you mean?
Like, I hate to say this. I'm not
Are we
comparing
going to go back to Halliburton?
No, I'm going back to Kawhi. And what?
Well, there was no Kawhi in the draft when the Warriors took these. Like
Tyrese Halliburton is a superstar.
And he went 12. Why did he not go? Why did he not go from 2 to 12?
But you're cooking the books for the convo.
No, I'm not.
What if the Warriors would have had the wherewithal to say, hey, this dude's going to be a star. Let's add him to what we got.
Again, for the 9 millionth time, they had 3 guards on their roster at that point. 2 of them were headed to the Hall of Fame, and 1 was Jordan Poole. So, like that. And again, if Charlotte drafts Halliburton 3rd, I think we have a discussion, but like 10 teams passed on him. So
then how does the Wiseman miss really hurt? Like we both know it hurts, but to me it hurt. It feels like it's hurting less to you because you feel like nothing was there of substance.
No, they would have been better with Okongwu. They would have been better with Halliburton. They would have been better with Ball. But I don't think they're still at the atop a dynasty. I mean, maybe with Halliburton, I don't know.
And I
but
guess
then
all I'm saying, Stein, is we'd be
happened?
getting some contributions, some help, you know?
Okay, what happens to Jordan Poole if Halliburton's here? Or maybe what happens to Halliburton when Jordan Poole's here? I'm not really sure. What I'm really trying to figure out, I'm looking at Steph the last 3 years, and obviously still playing at a real high level. In 2023, he averaged 29. That was the year after their title team. This past year, he averaged 29, then 26, then 24 and a half.
Jimmy Butler helped him a whole lot. Okay.
So, and he's still leading the team in field goal attempts. His shooting from the field and his three-point shooting has dropped in each of the last 3 years. He shot 49% 2 years ago, 45% last year, and then 44.8% this past year. So, I get it. He's still playing at a really high level, but his numbers are starting to drop off. And what do the Warriors look like as Steph Curry goes to, this year he averages 22 a game or 23 a game. You know what I mean? They really can't continue to use. Here's the other thing that I'm thinking about is they don't have a lot to go with Steph Curry. I know we like Butler, fine. But other than that, so Steph Curry, as he's getting older, to me is actually becoming almost more of a focal point for the defense because he is all they have.
And it's easier for the defense, I believe now.
So his numbers are going to start taking more of a hit because they can focus on him and say, let's let Butler beat us.
Right, Steiny, but it should be Butler and then the youngsters. And Jonathan Kaminga should be one of them.
Well, they're not.
Jordan Poole should be one of them. Well, different circumstances, but that's the bottom line. Steiny, you're right. You got the riddle, but the Warriors don't have the weapon. I don't believe Steph comes in. At this age, I think he probably would kick his feet up if he could trust some dudes to get him some buckets to where he don't have to run himself or drive 100 MPHs all game long. That's what's so this is my words, Stein. That's what's so wrong about what we're asking him to do is he's got to carry so damn much.
Well,
and it shouldn't be that way.
But why is it?
I asked her why Kaminga role hasn't grown. We know about Poole.
Well, again, the team would tell you, yeah, we were hoping Jonathan would be that guy.
Yeah.
He ain't. Maybe that's what the team is thinking. Let's go to Bernard. Bernard's in Dublin. What's up, Bernard? How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Well, I'm a Kaminga supporter as far as, I'm a Warriors fan, so I like to see him grow. But, Guru, I know you like rap and Steiny, I know you in music, not just, you diverse. Kendrick Lamar got a song, Be Humble, right?
Yeah.
What youngsters are not humble anymore. So I look at it like this. If I was a 22-year-old surrounded by Hall of Famers, and he is, Curry's going to the Hall of Fame, Curry, Draymond, and Butler is probably on the borderline. And Clay was there before, so he played with Clay also. So it's like, be humble. And I think the market, when you just think of it, I think you guys brought up earlier, is it the money or is it the playing time? He wants all this money, but what has he earned it? I think you got to earn it. And I think the Warriors are saying, yeah, you got potential. But you're 22 years old. You are not going to dictate anything to us. And at the big picture, Kaminga, yes, he has all this talent. I mean, he's a veteran now, and I still see him make mistakes that he made when he was a rookie. So, I mean, he wants all this money, and then we hearing rumblings that he's not practicing or working on his craft in the off season, and you're going to invest all this money into a guy. And Guru, you bring up Poole a lot. I mean, how does he contribute to winning? Yeah, he got skills. He ain't done squat since he left the Warriors.
No, and that's it. That's the compliment for the Warriors. He helped us win a chip. I get it, but that would be his trophy is when he was here and everything was good and he had been embarrassed. He was a positive, man.
Yeah, he was a positive. Now he's away. What has he done? What has he done since he left the Warriors? He's traded again. So I just want to let y'all be humble, and it may be past to the point of no return with Kaminga, but I think his ego is just too big right now. 22 years old. I mean, be humble, learn, and keep working on your craft. But it just seems like our generation. I'm almost 60 years old, and I've been with the Warriors since they was crappy, and Steiny covered them every single day and wrote about them all the time. And we at a different place now. So these guys want everything now, and I think you got to earn your keeps.
Hey, let me leave you with this because you got some great points. Let me leave you with this, and you may already have your decision. It sounds like, and I'm asked Steiny on that humble portion of what you said. If Kaminga comes back for the qualifying offer, to me it was playing time. And he's looking at it. So he'll tell us that if it's a risk. So I wouldn't say it's all money for Kaminga. If he comes back for that 7.9, it's about the playing time. Steiny, how would you answer that? Because if he does that, he's telling you, I want out to play.
Yeah, he does want to play. There's no doubt about it. Thanks for the call, Bernard. Again, and like, why doesn't anybody cite this? When everybody talks about, Kaminga's upside and his athleticism, what about the cold, hard reality that he didn't have a good year?
Well, it starts, Steiny, when you miss 31 games.
Okay, but take out those.
Right, I got you.
Injury's injury.
Right. You'll
Every
get no
metric
fight
went
here.
down.
You'll get no fight from me here.
He shot 8 percentage points less.
But it was over when he came back from that injury after they had Butler.
Well, the numbers were the numbers before he got hurt. Like, he didn't have great numbers, and then he got back from injury, and they went to hell.
Had he answered the bell to your assessment, Jimmy Butler wouldn't be a Warrior, Steiny. Not just this year. Had he been ahead of the curve last year or the year before?
Well, that would be a nightmare. Because if Jimmy Butler were not on this team, you would have no hope going into next year.
Well, now that we're here. No, that's revisionist history. I'm saying
no, it's not.
When they lost the year after Draymond punched Poole and Kaminga was a nothing burger against the Lakers, let's say he was going up. He was ascending. Had we seen the good Kaminga, then we would have been like, okay, we got something here. But that started him. He dropped the ball, or whoever dropped the ball on him not being able to finally figure it out back then. Yeah, I'm saying, what if they would have lost, but we'd have been like, oh, this Kaminga, it looks like he's about to take off. That's what we all been waiting on. No doubt.
So wait, you're saying had he played better against the Lakers 2 years ago,
or just in general, I believe the door or the want for Jimmy Butler wouldn't have been there because it would have been Kaminga.
Well, they still would have been 500.
Well,
that's what they were when he was playing as much as he was. So
they are in a Steiny. Can I call it bad situation? They are in. This is bad. Michael Jackson. This you could say.
Is it worse than the Bulls with Giddey? Is it worse than the Nets with Thomas?
No, because they're not. Those teams aren't sitting with two dudes of a dynasty and a coach. No, it's not. You still got Steph, Dre, and Jimmy, so you think you got action. Those other teams don't have that.
The other thing you were saying was, Kaminga's not going to be a problem, and whatever. And I agree with you, but what if I threw this at you? Okay, so last offseason, Kaminga didn't get paid, right?
Yeah.
He comes back, and he had the worst season of his career.
Do you think that there's a correlation?
Maybe. So
then he can't come back for the 7.9, and that be a tryout for the rest of the league.
That's what I'm saying.
Yikes, man! Yikes.
Let's go to Priest.
Oh, our man.
Hey, Priest, how you doing?
How does he see it? Priest.
Hey, Joe, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, listen, it's just gone on so long, man. It's just wearing me out. I was hoping they would have traded him so that I could call in here and laugh. Because I honestly believe this organization is becoming a joke. A joke. I don't think it's just Lacob holding on to Kaminga. I think it's the GM as well. And the reason I say that is this. He has said several times, we can't afford a disaster. And you know what he's talking about. A major injury to Steph Curry. If they trade JK and Steph blows an Achilles, you got nothing. And that would be my biggest worry. If I'm Lacob and Dunleavy, that's my biggest worry. That's the only reason I believe that kid hasn't been traded.
I'm with you. Wow.
All I'm saying is this, man. Y'all keep talking about what Kaminga can't do and whatnot. I look at what he can do. I don't see when I assess a team, I look at what each player contributes because all players are not created equal. So what can you bring to the table that is significant enough to play you, right? To me, Draymond don't rebound enough, but everybody complains about Kaminga. To me, Steph turns the ball over too much. Nobody talks about that. Drives me nuts. Nobody talks about it. So does Draymond. To me, when Steph loses a game, nobody brings up his name. It's always someone else's fault. So I just look at it. And I know he's a superstar. He does this, and he's done all these accolades. We could throw all that stuff out there. And I understand why people look at him like that. But to me, this coach has enwrapped himself in Steph Curry so much. He can't see beyond it. Nothing else beyond that makes sense to him. So when you bring in a young player who needs nurturing, this kid didn't come from here, and this is what most people don't understand. He's not from here. The culture, he doesn't get it. That's why he probably, had he been from here, he probably would kiss the ring. He don't even know he should kiss it, right? He's saying, he's looking at Draymond like, man, get out of the way.
Yeah.
And
Priest, I got you. Thank you so much as always. And
that part about Curry, listen, forget the Achilles. Nobody wants to see that. But that's what I'm talking about, Steiny. What do you have outside of the chef? And I'll put Jimmy there, but you know what I mean. The Thundercats, or the possibility to become a Thundercat. It's Kaminga. And that's why Kawakami's tweet in the Standard, I really believe, and it didn't sound like Priest was giving any credence to it, but Joe Lacob, at the end of all the days, every day, it's his opinion that matters at the end. And I feel like that is the reason Kaminga is still here. And without him, Steiny, I believe Dario Saric and Carter, that deal would have been consummated just to get him out of here. But I can't ignore what I believe is starting to happen with Steve Kerr and his contract and Kaminga's future, which would be greater than Kerr's 1 year if he decided that he wanted to go elsewhere or it was time to shut it down.
Yeah, he brought up a point about Curry that I want to get into, and where Kaminga would fit in if something happens to Curry or to Butler, and I actually think that's part of the problem. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk more on the other side.
He's too old.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members, and as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. How about this? Cook something delicious with USDA Choice boneless beef tri-tip roast, untrimmed twin pack for just $5.99 per pound.
Or mix and match juicy 1 pound strawberries, 6 ounce raspberries or blackberries, or pint blueberries, $2.99 each when you buy 3, and an exclusive digital coupon for Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32 ounces, selected varieties, $5.97 each, limit 4 items.
That's a lot of berries, which
yummy.
is very, very good. Okay, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. All you got to do is download the weekly deals to your account, and then poof, they automatically deduct when you use your phone number at checkout. The app is simple to use, and it makes it easy to save money, and we all love that. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal.
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
The world's best amateur golfers are coming to San Francisco's iconic Olympic Club August 11th through 17th for the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. 312 players will compete on the legendary lake and ocean courses, where the winner will join past U.S. amateur champs like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Walk the fairways and see the future stars of golf up close. Get your tickets now at usga.org. That's usga.org and click tickets.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey. It's not Fat Albert, but it's your boy, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the ultimate kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastro Pub in Sunnyvale. We're talking Niner football and getting you fired up before kickoff. Best part, free parking, free shuttle to and from the stadium. So come on out, grab a cold one on the big fella, and let's get crazy and kick it off the right way at the Laughing Mock in Sunnyvale. We won't meet you there, but we'll beat you there.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
He's still blocking the left.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Right lane there, and then a second crash.
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. Skip the gas station. The all-electric Honda Prologue makes every drive a breeze. Your next adventure starts here.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Moody! I got 2 different texts.
Okay.
From our guy Carter, who left. He's in the car.
Yeah.
Said priest preaching. Film on mic text. Priest preaching. So, wow. Shout out to Priest.
What was the thing that he was preaching most about?
Just how they've done Kaminga and what they haven't done for him. Kind of what I've been telling you, but it just resonates different for you when you hear from somebody else.
So Priest brought up the nightmare is what if Curry gets hurt? I mean, this is actually, oh boy, I don't even want to get into this, but I almost think.
Well, he shined last time that happened. We don't want that to be the case. Kaminga.
Who?
In the playoffs.
Right, but that's the problem. Like, that's part of the problem. You think Jonathan Kaminga wants to get tapped on the shoulder when Steph gets hurt and says, "Hey, now it's your time, buddy."
No doubt, right.
I'm more thinking of it this way. Let's say you think Jonathan Kaminga. This is going to sound crazy, but if you don't have Kaminga and Curry gets hurt, that would seem to be like a nonstop ticket to the lottery.
You sure, Steiny?
Without Kaminga?
With Jimmy, obviously no back issue or tailbone issue stepping up. Hey, you could be right, but I don't think.
Have you looked at the West?
Well, I was doing that over the weekend, Steiny. Seriously, I've written some teams down.
Okay.
And there's only a few that haven't gotten better, I believe.
And the Warriors were 7th.
And I got them with a question mark. The Pelicans are going to be better, Steiny. The Spurs, the Rockets.
I know. I know. And are the Warriors better right now than they were at the end of last year?
With the uncertainty, I'm saying no.
Yeah, I would say of course not.
But if you tell me they got old man Horford and DeAnthony, oh boy.
What, oh boy good?
No, just oh boy, I got my popcorn, but I don't get excited when I hear those two names. But you are what you are.
Let's go to our buddy Tim in North Carolina.
Oh, the Timmy.
Tim, how you doing?
What's up, guys? Hey, man, you know what? I actually was going to call and not even mention the name this time. And then, damn Steiny, your boy, hey, Guru, this Steiny had to go and talk about his worst season of his career.
Oh, yeah, it's
and I'm like, man, hey, Guru. So had he shut it down before at the injury, just shut it down, right? The month of December was the best month of the career, and had he just not even come back, right? Just don't come back, his value would be probably higher than trying to come back on a completely different team and learn an ankle that he had to learn how to trust again, right? Like, the kid cannot win. Just like Priest said, man, it is all about what he doesn't do. And so I just had to, Sonny, I wasn't going to say nothing about this man, and you had to go and throw that out there. But listen, I think at the end of the day, the biggest thing with the Warriors, man, the young players that are good have to be role players. That is what they can accept. They can accept a Paz, they can accept a Moody, they can accept a Gee, because you don't become a focal point of anything. But the danger in that is those guys disappear when the main guy is out of there. Like, they kind of fall apart, right? And that has been that's been the issue here. And you could go back to Anthony Edwards. We could look at a lot of these young players and ask ourselves, how much would they have developed? Would they be who they are now on this team? And I think we all can agree, probably not. Jordan Poole was able to get to that point and step out of being a role player, but look how he pissed people off when he did that. Look how he got punched in the face by one guy. Another guy throws his mouthpiece in the stands and hits somebody and gets ejected. Like, the players that dare step out of their role of being a role player, they kind of get the side-eye treatment. So I think listen, they can adapt to young players, but you got to stay in your lane, Guru. And I think that what has happened, kind of what Priest said, this kid has never been a role player. So the coach wants him to be Sean Marion, right? The same Sean Marion that when he was a GM in Phoenix, he traded. But he wants JK to be that. You know what I mean? So when you haven't been a role player your whole life, and then it's like, I think you got to learn how to do that. And I think that's why young role players can succeed here, because they're going to kiss the ring. They're going to get the rebound and look for nobody but Steph or Jimmy. That's all they're going to do. And that's just, you got to stay in your lane. And the one guy that stepped out of that, you saw what happened to him.
Hey, Tim.
We all saw it.
Hey, Tim.
So that's all I wanted to say, man.
Tim.
What's up, son?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that about the role players versus the star young players at all. I think that's kind of been proven. My question to you is: were you the buddy who sent me the dog information on the Boxer and Gerson's work injury attorney's text line?
No. I haven't said anything, Steiny. No, brother. I always just do it on the phone, man, because I get all the time.
I got you.
So,
hey, Tim, before you go, I got to give you this. Okay. I was just going to ask you your thoughts on the Tim Kawakami report where Lakeup looks like he wants to hold on to Jonathan Kaminga. I'm paraphrasing, but that gives me – I know you want him to leave. I want him to stay. But, Tim, when you hear that, do you think, you know what, he still might be wearing the yellow and gold?
I just read the article just now sitting here on hold, and I saw where he put a proposal of what could make it work. It's just hard for me, man. I want to see the young man get a chance to fly. I think we are underselling the fact that lineup against the Lakers when he did come back and he closed the game out with Jimmy, Dre. You know, it was a small ball lineup. I think there can be some things for the kid to be successful. I just think, Guru, at this point, I think the guy mental makeup is like, come on, man. The guy just wants to play. I think we can get there, but I mean, we so the fan base is so 50-50. Look, we're going to do this all next year. Every mistake he makes magnified. Every good thing he does, you got me people like me calling in to try and call that out. It's just, I don't know, Goo. I think he can be successful.
We'll see, man.
I think if they up the offer a little bit, he'll probably take it. But, I mean, it's risky on both sides, man. I'm glad that it hasn't gotten media nasty with things being said that they can't come back from, so that leaves it open like it could happen. But we'll see, Guru, man. You just never know, man.
Yeah. Thanks for the call,
Thanks,
man.
Tim. Appreciate it as always, buddy.
Oh, the 415, Steiny. Coming at me. Guru, quit using Butler's bruised butt as an excuse for his poor postseason performance. I think that hurt me and cut me so hard and deep that I let it go, and now those wounds are healing, and I'm just writing it off as he was hurt. But nobody rode harder on JB than I did about them shot selections, 11 and 8.
Right, so now I
went off.
Right, now you're saying he was hurt. So you got to lambaste him, and now you get to say, well, he was hurt.
No, it's like a good bottle of wine. You put it on the shelf or in the winery, Steiny, so you just let it sit. So it was just marinating. But boy, don't let that be a trend. You know, I need to see Jimmy cook. Like the Big Face Coffee. They had a pop-up in the Mission, Steiny, Big Face Coffee. We got to get out there.
Yeah, I don't think you really.
I brought, hey, you know what I do when it's time to be done.
Like, I would, man, that must be fun, though, seriously.
What? Coffee?
No. Just, Butler plays like he does in the postseason.
And I come in here and go off.
Oh, just go off.
And I almost needed security because people thought I was being too rough.
Yeah, and then at the very end, you get to say, well, but Steiny, I guess if he's hurt, it's okay.
No,
I'm not. It's like you get to vent.
Wow, that's who.
And then say, well, he's got.
Time went by. Time wounds all healed.
Go ahead.
Time heals all wounds.
There you go.
There you go.
And that's what life's about.
There it is. Dude, this Kerr thing, I think I'm on to something.
What are you on to?
How do you bridge his possible departure, and it could just be a natural departure? It could have nothing to do with Kaminga's future, but if you're Kaminga and his agent, you're like, if he ain't here in year 2 of my, then that changes everything.
Kerr's future is not going to be determined by a 22-year-old with an inflated opinion of himself
reverse
who
that.
wants to be a starter when he's a sixth man.
Reverse that. Well, Kaminga's future. Reverse that, Steiny.
Why are you under the assumption that whoever coaches the Warriors next is going to love Kaminga?
It's got to be a man. You won't get the job. You will not. Yeah.
Yeah, let's build around Jonathan Kaminga.
I'm not saying it to that degree, but Steiny, he's what you don't have a lot of. A young possibility. We can sit here and say that 4 years has been a failure, whatever you want to classify it as. Bottom line is dude showed the NBA he could ball against top-tier defense when the Minnesota team
he can score against top-tier defenses.
But you know what
he can't ball out.
He is not a finished commodity. That's all.
No, he's not even a started commodity.
And that's attractive to me.
He's not even a started commodity in any other. See, now I gotta respond to this.
The truth is coming out.
Crazy, I'll be happy to talk about Kaminga in realistic ways, but we can't be talking about him like he's something he isn't, which is a star. Every once in a while I do see this, and I do kind of say, this is exactly right. And it is, we're talking about a sixth man.
Well, don't you get it? Maybe
we're not talking about a difference maker.
Because he hasn't had the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not polished.
He's only had 4 years here.
Steiny, he was 18 when he came in.
Right.
He didn't play at Duke.
Right. So you drafted a project. And
I didn't, they did.
Right.
So so everybody has some responsibility of him not being up and running.
My point is they drafted a project 4 years ago. What is he now? What is he? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app.
My bad.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hey, I'm sorry, man. Just excitement. What he should be is your future. And I'll leave that there.
Well, he
That's
should
what
be,
he
but
should
he hasn't
be.
improved enough to lead you to believe that he can be that player.
So when you say that, is that all on the young kid?
Most of it.
So you just get him out of here.
I didn't say that.
Well, how do you fix them?
They're effed, Goo.
They're
sorry.
It
they
seems
are.
like it, but you gotta fix that, Steiny.
No, you can't. That's the point. Is I don't think you can. There's no easy way out of this. There's no good way out of this. And again, whether I think Jonathan Kaminga's a star in the making or whether I think he's one of the most overrated players I've ever seen come into the league, the reality of the situation is the Warriors messed this up.
No, nobody's
messed
arguing
it up.
that. But I still believe it can be fixed.
I don't. And that's where you and I are different.
I wonder how the team feels, or do we know? With this
I think we know.
Kawakami, well, different versions. Like Kerr might feel some type of way. I wouldn't be shocked.
Well, how do you really think Jimmy? Do you really think?
Now talk to me.
I don't think Curry, Draymond, and Butler really care that much.
And as much as that hurts me, it means something because they would have had some volume in regard to saying some positives about JK and maybe even preventing him from getting the DNPs. But that game in Portland at the end of the season, Steiny, where Curry looked back at the bench, I knew that wasn't good. But with that said, what can Curry, Dre, and Jimmy depend on if you get rid of Kaminga outside of them?
They don't believe they can count on Kaminga anyway.
I'm not even going in on Guy. I like him.
Do you think they believe
he's not ready to start?
Who? Do you really think they believe in Kaminga, the big three?
No.
I don't either. So,
but who do you believe in? Okay, let's keep going.
Nobody. Because
now when you
that's
keep it real
the organization.
Like that,
the organization has not allowed anybody to blossom since Steph and Draymond and Clay and Durant have.
What does that mean, allowed? Like, I think Poole blossomed.
The Warriors have not had a young player good enough to demand 30 minutes a night of playing time. Not if you think you're going to win another title.
And again, I'm not doing this for effect.
This gets back to Curry, and it gets back to the organization, and it gets back to it's all about Steph. It's all about Steph. Okay, if you're okay with that, then quit complaining that you're going to lose Kaminga.
Steiny, how did Poole rise?
He really benefited from injury. But then and you know what happened? He embraced the role as a sometimes starter, sometimes sixth man. Has Jonathan? And by the way, in terms of offensive players, I don't think Jonathan Kaminga's even in Jordan Poole's league.
No, I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all.
Okay.
All right. That's a different conversation. But my point is, I was talking to Bonte over the weekend. I don't want to dime him out. Nothing to dime him out about. But Steiny, he did share with me my sentiment about how when you find a positive on Kaminga in that playoff series against Minnesota, how fair it was to the young kid to then double back and say, okay, but those games they didn't win those games. That's not all the story. The story was there were some gains by this young 22-year-old who mentally could have been in the toilet. But Steiny, then when I try to have that conversation and give him some kudos for staying ready, Kaminga against Minnesota, then all I get is avalanche with they didn't win them. And that's where that's unfair. That's when you're really telling on yourself that you're not a Kaminga fan.
It's fair. It's fair to ask how Jonathan Kaminga impacts winning. That is a fair question. Where's my guy? Somebody always, if you start it like this, you can always get red.
Okay. It's secret sauce.
Steiny, you played basketball. Some players are rhythm players, and other players can come in and be the spark. JK is a rhythm player, and when he plays 30 minutes or more consistently, he puts up 26 and 4.
I agree with that.
But do you win? That's the bigger question. And I'm not saying, well, he's the reason you lose, but I guarantee.
Do you feel like we found out yet? That's all I would say to you.
He's not. I don't think he's ready to be that at 22. He's not complete enough as a player.
But even with Curry and Butler, you're not asking them to be Michael Jackson, but you are asking them to carry a tune or two.
I don't know what that means.
Like, give us 18, give us 16, come off the bench, or you know what I'm saying?
Guru, do you believe that
should be able to help him?
Guru, you think Steve Kerr doesn't know that if you give Jonathan Kaminga 30 minutes a night, he'll probably get you 18 or 20?
He was in the midst of getting that before he got hurt. Yeah, he was in the midst.
But again, like they know that. They know he can give you 20, but it still is not enough. Because
you're saying to win.
Huh?
You're saying for victories.
Well, no, what I'm saying is everybody out there is saying, well, you can get 20 a game if you played 30 a night. Like, there's other stuff in basketball. Like, I'm not arguing.
All on him, too, either, though, to get that dub. Like, you're saying that.
Okay, well, if you're going to be a one-dimensional player, then don't expect to play 30 minutes a game.
Yeah. Who was, I think it was Tim Steiny. And, again, it's an outlier. But that Laker game on the road was everything. When he rebounded and did everything, you really
right, and Patrick Bailey hit an inside-the-park homer.
No, I'm just saying, you do wonder why he can't just tap into that more nights than not. Like, I'm going against myself. Like, I am wondering how great you were that night. Why you just can't – why it's so hard for you to do that on other
Because
nights?
He's not good enough to be consistent in 3 phases of the game consistently. Some days he scores, some days he doesn't rebound.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately, whether we like it or not, like Steph Curry's got deficiencies too, but he's got 4 rings and is going to the Hall of Fame. So like, you're not going to ask him to do more than he's doing.
I don't have the answers, Steiny. I'm just telling you.
I feel like I do have the answers.
What are they?
It's just so obvious why the Warriors are in this position, and Kaminga is too. Like,
well, those are answers, but they're not solutions. We're solutions.
Well, there are no
here.
solutions.
Well, they better come up with one by September.
Well, it'll play out, but it ain't going to be a solution. How can it be a solution? Nobody's happy with anything.
Well, you're going to have clarity.
Okay. Risotto, you bringing back Kaminga?
Uh-oh.
I don't know how you can.
I don't either.
I don't understand how you can.
Oh, man, guys. I hear it, man.
Goo, I think you mentioned something that I've been thinking about a long time, and it was Steve Kerr's last time talking to Willard Dibs.
Oh, man.
On his weekly spot during the season.
Yes.
And it just sounded like Steve Kerr thought that there was no way he was going to come back.
There's no.
So I'm wondering what Steve thinks.
Risotto, I was like Steiny. He kind of was. Remember, we were like, man, Steve, not in a good mood, but he's giving us all kind of stuff, man. And
at the same time, I'm not changing coaches. It doesn't warrant Steve Kerr losing his job or anything.
Right. And Risotto, only Steiny would, and I'm having fun with you, only he would make it seem like I was getting there. My point was, no, he's got 1 year left, and that's a natural conversation and thing that has to be worked out. Forget Kaminga, but you can't ignore, does one have to do with the other? And no way Laker would say, okay, Kerr, you're gone because I'm bringing Kaminga back. But I do wonder the flip side on Kaminga and his camp saying, hey, we'll bet on ourselves. And if this guy ain't back, then maybe the sky's the limit for me here in a Warrior uniform or the new Tutelage and a new voice.
The idea of like getting rid of Steve Kerr is such a joke. It's beyond a joke. What are they going to fire Steve Kerr for?
Oh, nobody
executing
said
the front office's strategy to a T.
No, I'm saying if Kerr is done.
My point is Joe Lacob, Bob Myers, Mike Dunleavy, they gave Steve Kerr an ultimatum and an edict. And that was, you coach this team with one goal and one goal only in mind, and that is to somehow win a 5th title for Steph Curry. So when you tell Steve Kerr, that's your mandate, we got to stop asking why he doesn't play Jonathan Kaminga more than he's played him. maybe Joe Lacob and the organization shouldn't have gone all in for Steph Curry, and we as fans and them as an organization may have embraced better this kind of soft reset that would have included Kaminga.
Yeah, yuck.
Hate to, trying to figure stuff out here.
They still got. I loved last year up until Curry got hurt. We didn't know if they could possibly get to the WCFs.
Well, let me ask you this.
Seriously.
Okay, fine. Let's do it that way. Curry doesn't get hurt. Kaminga doesn't play. They beat Minnesota. Then they lose to OKC in 6 games. You signing Kaminga to a $50 million contract?
I would then think I would be more confident as a fan to say night-night. Like we were able to win 2 rounds in the offs and get there. So starting seriously.
But you said that. You said, I believe if Curry doesn't get hurt, we beat Minnesota. So that infers that you beat Minnesota, but Jonathan Kaminga.
What do you mean? I had him playing.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, no, you can't tell me what my mind reads.
Well, if you had him playing, then you probably would have had him losing.
Stop.
I got Goo there, I think, a little bit, though.
Risotto don't think so. Look how he's looking at you. You got to get out.
Don't tell me when we got to get out.
No, I'm doing it for Risotto.
He's fine.
I never tell Steiny when he has to get out. He usually knows.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at freedmansappliance.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
What's part human, part animal, and rocks? Sunset Fridays. It's back. San Francisco Zoo's Sunset Fridays, a concert series to benefit our wildlife conservation work. Free for zoo members and kids 11 and under. Just $14 for everyone else. This Friday, August 8th, The Dunes. Get your tickets now at sfzoo.org/thegame.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org advertisements.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual % rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at sbaa.org. That's sbaa.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One of the many things that I love, I love about my partner is his ability to turn a phrase. And one of the phrases he uses, and I never let him know this, but I use it outside the building, but I just don't tell him, but I do like it. And the line is, "You're telling on yourself." It's a great line. So let me just help me to understand, because and this information's been out there, which goes to show you that I'm pretty slow on processing some things. So the Golden State Warriors beat the Houston Rockets in the first
7 games. Yeah,
first game. Yeah. First series.
Had Kaminga played more, it wouldn't have won 7. I'll leave that there, and Curry's hamstring don't get hurt.
Jonathan Kaminga didn't play in 4 of those games.
Jesus Christ.
And then he got garbage time in the Game 7 victory. Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
So now we go Minnesota. Can we beat the T-Wolves? All right. Steph Curry's healthy, but he gets hurt early. And he's done for the series, but they win Game 1.
Yes.
They win Game 1, and of course, Kaminga doesn't play much in Game 1 because everybody was pretty healthy. So you've maintained that they beat Minnesota with Curry if he's healthy.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay. But keep in mind then what you're saying is we beat Minnesota if Kaminga doesn't play a lot, gets some DNPs, because the way the season was going, he wasn't playing when everybody was healthy. Yeah. So you seem to think that the Warriors,
No, I'm assuming Kerr would have looked at it. Now, I believe, I'm keeping it real, Steiny. I believe he would have looked at that length and all the athleticism that Minnesota had, and I'm assuming by default, Kaminga would have been out there playing. There's no doubt.
But why?
1 quarter of Curry
seriously
was so good enough to get the Warriors to win in that building after he missed the next 3. Just because Kerr's smart enough to know that Kaminga and his attributes and DNA match up against Minnesota.
But they didn't against Houston?
No, I didn't agree with that. And they were up 3-1. I believe it wouldn't even got to Game 7 had you used Kaminga and not ran Curry in the ground. Just think about it.
Yeah.
Kerr's a made man, but think about what I'm saying. I don't think that's far-fetched at all.
I think
it's out there. Had you used your young stud, maybe you guys close their ass out in 5. You don't go 7.
Or maybe you play them a lot in Game 7 and you don't advance.
Well, of course, the glass is half empty to you.
But I just think it's absolutely unrealistic to think Steph Curry stays healthy against the Timberwolves and Kaminga plays.
Oh, I'd like
he was already being
phased out, but no, but for you to win that series, Steiny, and he played that game that Curry went out. He got in the game. I'm not saying we don't even got to discuss was it a plus or a minus. It was the fact that he played.
I know. I can tell you
that was his best work as a Warrior to me, man. Mentally and on the court, the fact that you got jerked around the way that you did, right or wrong, DMPs, and answered the bell and told the world, not just Curry and company, F you, this is what I got in my bag, and I'm not going to go cry and hide. And he balled out.
Well, that's because he knew he was going to get 20 shots a night.
You hear that noise? Hater alert. Oh, they didn't win the games. But he balled out. Ask Nas Reed, giving them dudes headaches, trying to stop him.
He played 8 postseason games, and he was a minus in the plus-minus category 7 of 8 games, Jonathan Kaminga.
Now, I wonder how many guys – no, I'm being seriously, Steiny, on the team you could tell me that were a positive and at all the offs.
Well, I'm looking mostly at, I'm just –
like, was Draymond? I got to believe with what you recited earlier. I'm just asking. And Dre, you're listening. I'm not hating.
Oh, God, no. Oh, my goodness. He's sorry, Dre. He's really sorry.
I almost went to his restaurant too, Mario Ellie. We had reservations. I had somewhere to go. I couldn't.
What kind of food is it?
Help me out, risotto. The natural good stuff for you.
Organic?
That ain't wrong. I feel like this is $100,000 pyramid. Give it to
Draymond.
Mediterranean. I'll find it. Go ahead.
Draymond was plus. He was a plus in 4 of the 7 games against the Rockets.
What's overall?
And 1 out of 5 games against the team.
Yikes. I think that's a negative.
So that is...
I think that Guru computer printing out
but Kaminga was 7 of 8 negatives.
Yeah, we're talking about Dre, though.
He was 50-50. Because it was a 7-game series and a 5-game series. And so he got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he actually 5 and 7. So.
Oh, Steiny, they serve modern Afro-Latin Ethiopian fusion cuisine. I almost was there. He had reservations, Elliot 7.
Do they have fruit punch?
That might be some of my best work.
What?
When I referred to Steiny, I ain't going Hawaiian.
Shout out Hawaiian.
Yeah. Bonte liked that one. A lot of people did.
Yeah. 415, that's a lie. Jonathan Kaminga helped them win Game 1, Stein. Yeah, he played 13 minutes.
Well, dude,
no, he did. He played 13 minutes in that first game.
I got to say something about you.
Go ahead.
There are some days and some segments that you are a killer, like, and this is a compliment, Michael Jordan. And then there's others, you're like Pee Wee Herman. And I really believe if you think him coming back, Kaminga, to this culture, that Steiny, they would be so fragile.
Well, I'm not the only one. Most people believe, most people are on my side.
I'm talking to them too.
Yeah.
Like Steiny is ball at the end of the day. Like they lived through this already. Him being kind of lightweight, disgruntled, but they let him do it his way. And
how did it work out? It's a distraction.
Well,
and you know what? How about this?
Yeah.
I love, and people get mad when I do this. I think his teammates are sick of him. How about that?
Wow. Lucas, wow, what's that? He came in with hot cookies. Yeah. Just save me some. That's all I'm saying.
Steiny didn't want to elaborate on Dre's plus minus. No,
hey, we all caught it.
What are you talking about? He had 12 games, 5 he was plus, 7 he was minus.
So I get the point.
How do you figure?
Because I said he was more minus than plus.
But what I'm saying is Kaminga was 7 of 8 games.
Right, but this has nothing to do with JK. I said put Draymond up, and I was right.
How about if I put Butler up?
Listen, that was the next one. Okay. Give me Jimmy. Because I'm not ready. Dude, the fact that you think I'm giving him a pass.
You're crazy. That's right. I said it. You're crazy. You're absolutely.
Dude, time's gone by. I'm always standing on that. No, please.
Let's see.
Give it to Steiny. He probably was a positive. Come on. I got to believe on the Guru computer, he pans out.
On the Guru computer, on a real computer?
Mine.
Well, yeah, he might be. All right, Jimmy Butler in the postseason.
Come on now.
Plus 14. Minus 7, but that was only in 7 minutes.
Okay.
2. It's a plus.
Okay. Wow.
Minus 23.
Oh, my gosh, Steiny.
Minus 12.
Oh, man. Oh, no. We got the answer.
10.
Still not enough.
Game 1, plus 15, and then 4 minuses.
Then minus 4? Or?
Yeah, minus 4, minus 1, minus 30, minus 17.
So he was, That's about what, and he was hurt. But boy, see what I'm saying? Just like, let's just keep the consistency when we talk about Kaminga. Well, who else on that train can we put on the autopsy table?
What I'm saying is,
and bam,
Draymond,
Jimmy,
and Butler were like 5 and 5 plus, 7 minus, and Kaminga had 1 plus game.
No.
So,
boy, I just want this to get resolved, man.
I kind of don't.
And I know they do too.
You know what? And I know do they? According to you, Joe Lacob could end this like that.
This is why.
And he likes Jonathan. He likes Jonathan Kaminga.
Lucas Alexander will make my
for whatever reason,
Thank you, bro.
he is the owner, but he can't make anything happen.
No, he's your guy that texts the show. It's funny, Joe, if you're out there, text him now. Tell him, give us a State of the Union.
Joe, you don't have to. I know what's going on.
Lucas, thank you. We got a hot cookie, baby.
Joe, no need to text.
No, I want to hear.
No need to call in.
That separates us. The fact that we got the show has that line. Use it. Just say, Joe.
I don't need to. He would say to you, yes, Guru, I like Jonathan Kaminga.
I love
but this
JK.
is business.
No, that I get.
It's a negotiation.
But he loves JK.
You've never
what?
You've never negotiated like Joe Lacob.
Oh, I thought you'd say I never negotiated. I'm married. Come on now. Dude. And my fault, dude, I'm just throwing out my show airs today. The young Thundercat we have is Celebrini. How did I miss that? I got to do better.
Well, that's what I said at the beginning of the show, remember?
No, somebody text in.
No, I said Jim Mole had sent a text, and I said, oh, this is a good one. Who's the next? I said, well, obviously we have to take Macklin Celebrini off the board.
But thank God for him, because there's no other Macklins, I don't think, anywhere else, and Kaminga's the closest thing to it with the Warriors. And I love pods.
That's a chasm wider than the Grand Canyon. Uh-oh. Marvin, who's being disingenuous, Guru or me? Oh, good. Let's bring it on, Marv. Let's go.
Oh, Marv.
Hey. I'm like that guy from North Carolina, Steiny. You're getting me.
All right. Which thing?
On the plus minus.
Oh, yeah, he's been killing it.
JK is plus minus 7 out of 8.
Yeah.
And Dre and Butler are have 5 positive, 7 negative.
Yeah.
But those 5 positives came when Steph played. Like, you get rid of a Hall of Fame.
Oh, I did not do that, Marv.
You describe them to have a positive effect on the game. Come on, Steiny.
Yeah, get him, baby.
Well, he had a chance to cook, Marv. He had a chance to cook in a winning environment.
And the meal was good.
Well, no. No, because your boy Butler, the $61 million player who says, hey, don't tell me how to play.
Yeah.
Like Guru said, you take 11 shots? Bruh.
Oh, that broke my heart, man.
Get real.
Thanks, Marv. Appreciate it.
That broke my
heart. I love
heart.
Marv. He's a good sport.
Yeah, those feelings are coming back.
What?
Jimmy not shooting. I'm eating this cookie.
Well, he was hurt.
God.
You gave him a pass.
No, I didn't give him a pass.
Yes, you did.
I almost broke a blood vessel.
Not anymore. You've taken it all back.
No, time's gone by. Don't you get it?
So
it's baseball and football.
So have you
season.
changed your opinion, or
I'll never forget it? No, you don't change it. We don't do that. I don't do it.
So why did you say he was hurt?
Because it took so much out of me when it happens. You kind of you don't want to go there. Someone might text me like, you did go in on him. And that's what I'm here for. That hurt me.
And then you backed off and said, oh, you know what? He was probably hurt.
Well,
because
you understand that we're 5 months
I could
after.
never stay out on a limb. And
did you eat your cookie?
No.
Shut up and eat it.
I'm not eating it.
Dude, it is hot and good.
I'm sure it is good. I'm not going to.
Because you've been Slim Jim. You look good.
What's going on with Shannon Sharp? And
I can't wait for. Go ahead.
Is he like
gone? He got fired, Steiny. They settled.
Is what happened to Shannon Sharp related to Joy Taylor?
No.
Didn't she get fired too?
Yeah, but she had her own issues. Yeah.
Okay.
She was sleeping with the boss, the higher ups, and then it got.
That doesn't sound like much of an issue to me. I'm just kidding.
Anyway,
I'm kidding.
Shannon settled his thing with the young lady that was way younger than him. I won't go there. I'm disappointed in Shay. But they let him go after he settled, and he thought he would be back on ESPN. So now in the streets, Steiny, the barbershops, everywhere, they're saying, hey, what's the relationship between Stephen A. and Shannon now?
Okay.
Because Stephen A. talked about he has bosses, and I'm going to put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. If I get your ass hired on First Take, and then you go have Bill Clinton's type stuff going on with somebody 30 years younger than you, embarrass me for bringing you on, and I'm mad.
Be careful.
You should have told me that before I hired you. So that's how I'm like that. But I love Shay.
She was older than the age of consent.
Okay,
correct?
You have
we
that.
must bring that up.
Yeah,
okay. Just for the record.
Okay. All right. You are correct.
Okay.
Yeah. But, yeah. So he got fired from, he's got his, and listen, there was $100 million deal outside of ESPN that Shannon Sharp was about to sign. And that's why they said he gave him momentum to go settle with this young lady because he thought he was getting 100 M's. That has disappeared. So you kind of think this situation, not just his First Take job, and I'm not counting his pockets like you always like to do, but the 100 milli for his podcast, that offer looks like it's gone away. And I'm hoping it hasn't. But yeah, that's where we're at with that.
Gotcha.
GMZ.
Gotcha.
But I can't wait to throw the Michelle Obama question, because I love her, to Evan and Dibs, who are coming up.
Oh, yeah. Evan will have perspective on that.
Oh, my God.
Well, his dad
salivating.
Can I get Evan one more time?
Oh, my God. I'm salivating.
And let me tell you, he had a long weekend.
Who?
Evan.
How do you know?
Because he just walked past us like we were monkeys in a cage. You come in here and say, what's up to the big dogs? You don't just act, okay, they put you on in the afternoon. Now you don't know us. I'll let them know.
This is from the YouTube chat from a guy named A-N-D, all capitals.
Okay.
Steiny doesn't know ball. That's why he regurgitates Kerr 24/7. LOL. Call in, mouth. What you call in, mouth?
Oh, wow.
Come on, A-N-D.
Wow.
Come on, A-N-D. Come on, A&D. Let's talk some ball. Let me guess. Kaminga headed to the hall.
That's a weird assumption.
I know.
Nider's got a game this week.
These new guys on this on the YouTube chat need to learn some respect.
They're trying to get you. Don't you get it, Steiny?
No, but the veterans, the San Jose Jazz,
Right.
the Uncle Loonies,
Right. What are they saying?
the Chris A., the Pierce Evans,
What
the
are they
Austins.
saying to you?
We
got 500.
Show respect.
Yeah, they do.
This guy, and I don't know who he is. Not sure.
You're great.
I don't like him. I don't like him early, Priest. I really don't. But thank you for the Real Housewives of Atlanta segment.
See, this is what you do. You build me up to set me up.
I wanted to know.
Yeah, and I just gave it to you. I don't make this stuff up. And Evan's dad, he's our guy, Mr. Giddings. He goes, Michelle wasn't all the way wrong.
No, she was absolutely right.
But I'm shocked that she's watching the Housewives of it. Like, how do you know what's going on there? She's too classy to watch that. And that's all
apparently
my
she's
beef
not.
is.
So quit saying she's classy if you just picked out 2 things she's done.
I can't believe you're
that you don't
watching
think is
that
classy.
in your home. It is bothering me.
Maybe she doesn't watch, and she just picked out a random show that she thinks is like
Risotto and I got land in Union City for sale. Come with me after this show. Come on.
I actually think you're right. For example, like whenever
you guys got something going.
No, it's like I don't watch the Kardashians, but I guarantee you they're mostly what's wrong with society. Like I don't have to watch the show to know that, as the late great Michael Urban would have said, they're bad for ball.
Oh God, rest in peace.
Kardashians are bad for ball.
But you're like my dad. If you were honest, it would be something. But you're like my dad with Facebook. I'm not on it. And then every time you see him, son, what was this about? Where'd you hear it?
No,
Facebook. I thought you weren't on it, Pops. It's kind of, just admit it.
I've never said I'm not on Facebook.
But you watch the Kardashians. You've watched the show.
I've never seen the Kardashians. Ever. Well, and the next time you even intimate that I did,
I believe
we're going to have a problem. Like, we're going to have a big problem.
I believe you have. I believe you're lying. I'll say it. I didn't get into it.
Hey, Giannis still hasn't. Apparently, Giannis still is deciding whether he's going to stay in Milwaukee or not.
Why don't you laugh? I'm tired of laughing.
Shams Charania reported that today from ESPN.
I mean, is there any individual in our world right now that's not an attention seeker?
Yeah.
Who?
Let me think.
Like, seriously, somebody that does something just for the greater good of mankind. Do you got to take a picture of your great dinner? Do you got to rub it in our face that your kids got good grade? What happened to just being happy and moving on? Do we have to capture everything?
Says the guy who captures
my own
everything.
Business. Let me take a picture of myself writing that and post it. What are we doing?
I don't know. What are you doing? You lead the league in selfies.
Hey, Steiny, stop. I do videos for the gambling people.
Exactly. You lead the league.
It's not look at me.
Well, it is.
Oh, my God. Is that how you look at it? I'm trying to give you a horse to bet on.
You're thirsty.
Oh, my gosh.
Not that thirsty. You know, the publicity thirsty. Not the other one.
I'm trying to decide. No,
Just
I don't.
say, Steiny, you're right.
Anyway.
Yeah, says the gym selfie guy. We haven't had one in a gym selfie in 3 days.
No, I went Saturday, and I just take a picture of the 24-hour fitness to let you guys know I'm being honest to my body and my mind. It ain't about look at me. Oh, my gosh.
What is it about?
Letting you know I'm putting in work while other people are doing the wrong things.
Shout out accountability.
Hey, this dude's going places, man.
Hey,
Don't
Ricky,
forget about me.
We got to get into some Niners tomorrow.
I'm ready, man.
Possibly.
Oh, boy.
Hey, I'll save it for tomorrow.
Sure.
All teams in the NFC that I think might be better than the Niners. I'll save it for don't blow your wad, Goo. Just say that. I'll save it for tomorrow. You sound like you still got something.
No, I'm looking
like
at
wheezing. I'm like in the lungs.
I'm not 100% yet.
Yeah.
Show me. Yeah, I don't.
Don't let them get to you, man.
Nobody's getting to me.
You got off Twitter, so they did get to. They killed you.
Not anymore.
You back on?
No, I mean, my life's so much better.
Steiny, you spy. Look, there's no doubt. I would bet my arm.
Do you realize
you get on there and surf? You're just incognito. Shout out Richie.
Okay, let me go to Twitter right now and show you that.
Steiny, I don't
if
believe
I go
you.
to Twitter, let's go. Like, watch what happens.
Yeah, I get your disguise.
Let's go to Shams Charania on Twitter. Shams.
All right. What are you trying to do here?
I'm telling you right now. The last tweet I have from Shams Charania is from 2023. Now, I'm pretty sure he's probably tweeted since then.
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's like, it's not coming through my feed anymore.
All right.
In other words, in other words. Yeah, I don't. I'm
Dude,
not
this show flew
Why does
by.
it bother you that I'm not on Twitter?
Because you're perping like you don't have the necessary
you want me to be
human
honest?
skill set to say, I don't need it.
I like going on Facebook to see my old classmates.
Dude, I got
and to
something.
look at the pictures. And then once every 2 weeks, I'll post something political.
Dude, you're pretty good.
Twitter, I'm not on Twitter. I'm just not. Instagram, yeah, I'll flip through there once in a while.
But what was your last Facebook post about ratings? People were thinking it was about your job. And I'm watching all the comments like, no, he's not talking about their job.
Do you follow current events?
Yes.
Okay, so.
But some people thought you were talking about this show.
No, I'm not. But I am. No,
it was bothering me.
If you don't like the numbers, off the mathematician.
Oh, Steiny, I'm like, quit playing with these people. Tell them you're not talking about the job.
No, the nice thing is the society we live in right now, if our ratings aren't very good, we'll just fire the Nielsen people.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
Thank you.
How did he never press that?
Our ratings are bad, but it's not our fault. It's the listener's fault.
Yep.
And the statistician's fault.
Yep.
And
we're
the boss's
healthy,
fault.
is it? We're healthy. You don't like
barely kicking.
We're healthy.
All right, that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Cook something delicious with USDA choice boneless beef tri-tip roast untrimmed twin pack, just $5.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Glenn and San Leandro. Jonathan was able to fix the safety sensors issue quickly and went above and beyond, tightened loose screws, as well as lubed the hinges. Garage door is operating like new and closes quietly.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Presenting Again Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
He had a long weekend.
Who?
Evan.
How do you know?
Because he just walked past us like we were monkeys in a cage. You come in here and say, what's up to the big dogs? You don't just act, okay, they put you on in the afternoon, now you don't know us.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Evan Giddings. Real quick, though, so what I do have a little suggestion for Jonathan Kaminga.
Okay.
All right.
I'm looking at the numbers, okay?
Oh, boy.
And
I've been through the numbers.
And his team died. So it looks like this year his shooting percentage was down 8 points overall, 2 points from three, and of course he didn't shoot well from the line. What I would advise is just to go ahead and fire the NBA lead statistician.
I'm just waiting to talk to Goo.
Just
you're the man.
Fire the NBA stat guy. That's all you got to do.
Before you guys,
those numbers are phony.
Before Guru and Evan slug it out.
No, we kind of fixed it. I'm good with my
we got to address something. I didn't know you went after me on air. He came in with the cut, Guru. I thought we were supposed to talk about it man to man, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, but I couldn't hold it.
I mean, yeah, just the numbers before these two fight it out. Before the injury, Kaminga played in 32 games, and he shot 34.5% from three.
All right.
Okay.
After the injury, he played in 15 games and 2 DNPs, where he did not play DNP, and he shot 17% from three.
Ah, boy.
So, and just if you look at the total numbers, shot attempts, 13 a game before, 9.7 after. Free throws were better before. Everything was better before. Now, is it worse after because he was in his feelings and they had Jimmy Butler and he played fewer minutes? Yes, all of the above. He played 26 minutes a game before the injury. He played in 21 minutes a game after. The one interesting thing that I found in my deep dive is before the injury, in 32 games, he was a plus 13 in plus minus. Total. Not per game. Not per game.
Look at him.
Total. After the injury, he was a minus 7, which tells me that through 15 and 47 games, he was a net 0 for the Golden State Warriors in 47 games. So there you have it.
Is that good?
It's not good when you think about Pods, and I'm not going to compare the two. They're different players, but I believe Pods for the year was a plus 261. And, when he was on the court, and yes, he was on the court a lot more with Steph, Draymond, and eventually Jimmy, and that will help skew your numbers, but just JK before Jimmy, JK after, he was much better before, and after he was, a guy who didn't play a lot, and when he did play, I think he lost a lot of confidence.
But I'll say this to that, Dibs, and I appreciate the
Coming
numbers.
up in 5 minutes, Evan and Guru fight, but go ahead.
No, we're good. But for the fact for him to go find himself and still ball out Evan against Minnesota. Out against Minnesota. I give that kid all the credit in the world. And I almost took a victory lap today, but is quite not ready. I said Joe Lacob is the biggest fan of Kaminga. And we get Kawakami from the Standard, who comes out kind of paraphrasing that Lacob is still a big fan of Kaminga's. And I think that's what's holding this thing up. Like, Evan, he's just not ready to say night-night to this young, I got to be careful here, and I'll get to you.
Thundercat?
Phenom. I was trying to retire Thundercat.
Well, I was, we're going to talk about it, I think, a little bit. I have some thoughts, but it's really curious to me, like, who's trying to establish what for the Warriors? Is it leverage in the negotiation? Are the Warriors trying to extract something more out of, say, Sacramento? Are they potentially trying to keep all their cards in their pocket for if Giannis Antetokounmpo becomes available and that type of Hail Mary? I really don't know what they're doing, but it is interesting. You're talking about some stats, Dibs, that like even Pods that have plus minus is not an end-all be-all, but he's 261 considering he was god-awful for about the first 2 months of the season. I mean, it just goes to show that there are other ways that people find to contribute when your shot's not falling, and when Kaminga doesn't, he hasn't helped the team as much.
Right. And I think a lot of it's because of the little things. And yes, Kaminga cooked against Minnesota. Yeah. They went 0-4.
But they can't find
and he was minus 28.
Left that out, huh?
Well, he was a minus 28, which honestly, and I'm looking at it here, was slightly better than the team. The team was 29, 36. They were minus 47 as a team over the last 4 games. So even though he was minus 28, that's better than what the team was. So I do think that he can come back, and Evan and I will get into this because Mark Willard and I, late on Friday, we got into basically a shouting match over scar tissue and like, can it work?
Hit me.
I've been through whatever. All of us have been through relationships where it feels like you can't go on, and you find a way to make it work because it's mutually beneficial, and I think that's where this eventually will go. I'm in the minority. Shout out report. Tom Cruise.
Great flick.
That's a 2. Whatever.
I wouldn't. I think bringing him back's fraught with issues at this point. I think it'll be a distraction. I still don't think they've addressed the fact that there's still no playing time here for him. So,
well, when the squad is whole, again, that's the sell, right? The sell is essentially the Jordan Poole role from 2022.
Staring you in the face.
But the moment that one of those guys is back, or the games become high leverage, or like people have talked a lot about how, all right, there's a path for Kaminga to start. Let's say one of the guys is out. Or who knows, maybe someone like Draymond Green in a hypothetical world would take a step back and come off the bench. He ain't closing, though. And I really think that that's what this comes down to, that the moment he feels like he's starting to play well, it doesn't matter. It does not matter on this team because the head coach is not going to trust him.
But what about Evan and Dibs and Steiny, the future, to where you don't have a lot of surplus of what Kaminga represents in regard to, the future? And there's no shaded Pods and Moody and QP3, but Kaminga's upside, it's still bright to me. How can Joe Lacob, and that's why I love what Kawakami reported, how could he just say night-night to that when you got a bunch of older players and not much of something that you had an option to get in the draft? I feel like that goes pro Kaminga's way to somehow, and this is all I'm hoping for, we see him next year. I don't know how, Dibs, if it's the 7.9 QO or he's got a new 2-year deal, but I want him for this team in a Warrior uniform.
I would like it too, but and you guys had a great conversation earlier about Kerr and Steve and new coach. For me, it's not Kerr, it's Curry. Because it's not that Curry doesn't want him here, but if you have Steph Curry, you have to play a certain type of way. You can't just play iso ball when you have Steph Curry, because Steph is best at kind of the Reggie Miller thing of run around, set a screen, shoot the three. Look at Steph go. He's like the road runner in the old I think you had a Wile E. Coyote reference earlier, so I wanted to bring it home. So it's not as much about Kerr as it is about Curry. So when Curry's gone, Kaminga would have a better opportunity to play the way he wants, because that is not the way that this team plays. Right. So for me, it's less about a coaching change. And you guys said this earlier. Like if Steve Kerr wakes up tomorrow morning and calls Joe Lacob and says, "You know what, Joe, I'm good. I think I want to step away," and they bring in whatever new coach, they're going to run the same offense, because that's what Steph Curry does, right? They're not going to suddenly go into iso ball and, all right, Steph, you go in the corner. We're going to let JK cook.
But he did that without Steph Curry. He balled out just knowing that. To me, he was thinking, I don't got to get Dibs the ball. I can just be who I am. And that worked to his advantage.
It did, but that's
his individual advantage.
Well, yeah, they went 0-4. And also, I don't think that this team is going to be built to do that. And if they do that, it's Jimmy Butler who they want to be the ISO Joe, right?
Yeah.
You would think.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's why they're not interested in a player like Malik Monk for what the Kings are offering, because he doesn't really play they wanted to. I think he's a decent creator, and if that's the best offer they get, maybe to your point, Goo, there's someone like Joe Lacob who doesn't feel like that's enough, even if the rest of
I get it.
his consigliere, so to speak, feel like he is. And I think that he does not feel like the market is what he believes Kaminga's market really is. Like, it's just based on the fact that there's no money out there. Restricted free agency is handicapping every single team that's got one of these guys.
I mean, the thing about Lacob and he likes JK, which I think in the grand scheme of things means nothing, is he's liked him for 4 years. What's that gotten Kaminga? Like, Lacob's loved him for 4 years. He's never told Steve Kerr, "You're screwing up with Kaminga. You have to play him."
Well, there was that one game after the Nuggets
when he hung around. Yeah.
I mean, and the next night he played the most minutes he'd ever played that season. So, but you're right. In large part, there hasn't been a mandate from the man upstairs.
Well, he was about to take off. I feel like Lacob helped him provide the runway to take off, guys. He got hurt. That's nobody. That's on Kaminga. I believe, and I told you, I don't think Jimmy Butler would be here had Kaminga not got hurt and balled out. His version of ball out, who knows if Jimmy Butler comes here, Evan. So to me, that was something Kaminga couldn't control, but it was also the O word, an opportunity for him to kind of take this thing or his game to the next level, and he got hurt. Then they looked bad.
He took his game to the next level, and they were a 500 team.
Well, I'm saying he tried to take his game.
My point is, they would have gone out and gotten Butler, whether Kaminga would have been hurt or not, if they would have been 25-26 when Kaminga was hurt. Or I'm sorry, when Kaminga was healthy. Now, if Kaminga stayed healthy and they were 32-20, maybe not, but I don't believe that they would have been that good had Kaminga stayed healthy. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. I also just think, man, if right now we were sitting as Warrior fans and they didn't have Jimmy Butler, we would not feel nearly as good about this team heading into next year if he weren't on the team.
No, and it's easy to say that now. Well, but up until the point, it's easy to say that.
They needed Jimmy Butler with or without Kaminga.
All right.
Well, they still would have been big game hunting then. I mean, that was what all last offseason was about. And then they decided they fell on Jimmy. They just did it at the deadline. You're right, we wouldn't be feeling good about this team, but I bet we would hear a lot more about whoever the Lowry Markkanen and Paul George of is this offseason. Like that's who we'd be talking about right now.
Well, I don't want to go to hypotheticals, but let's say in theory, the Warriors didn't get the Butler thing done at the deadline. They just weren't able to. Pat Riley continued to ask for too much. Like, where would this team be right now if it still had Kaminga, which it does?
The lottery.
Wiggins.
You'd have Slow-Mo still, and you'd have
Wiggins.
Dennis Schroeder and Wiggins, right?
Lindy Waters.
Exactly.
Look at you.
Yeah. I don't know how lottery you would be, and you probably would have found a way to repurpose those guys anyway into something. But to your point about a hypothetical, yeah, when you got Jimmy, things changed. And I'm just looking at the NBA standings on the night where Kaminga got hurt. They were 18 and 16, and they were the 8th seed when he got hurt. And they were a half game better than San Antonio and a full game better than Minnesota. And by the time he got hurt, you got Jimmy Butler, and everything happened the way it happened. You went from an 8 seed to a 7 seed. Yeah. So, yes, we all want to romanticize what Jimmy meant, and Jimmy meant a lot. But when Kaminga got hurt, you still languished, and you got Jimmy Butler, and you were able to kind of resurrect your season, but you only climbed up to a 7. So looking at this year, and you guys had a great discussion about, this year in the playoffs, what do you think? And, Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, they could be better than they were last year. They could be worse, as Steiny was intimating, but what I look at with older players is how often can you be your best self? And that's where it becomes a challenge where, put aside the tailbone injury and Steph with kind of a freak injury.
Let's hope it's
a little fluky, but even if you look at like older players, you're usually not your peak self in April and May every single game. And that's, I think, where it becomes more difficult, which is why you had to go 7 with Houston, and then you had no break, and you had to take on a younger Minnesota team, and then bad things happen.
And you underutilized Kaminga in that Houston series, Evan. Had you not, maybe you close them out in 5, and Curry's hamstring is not barking. And I'll just say this, who knows at that point?
Well,
we also might have lost Game 7. That's the flip side.
Yeah.
All right, that's the glass he's doing you. That's the glass half empty.
No, but that's not.
But yeah, if you close
I hate
him
when
out
everybody says I'm doing him.
No, anything negative, I go to him.
But that's reality. If you play him 15 minutes and he doesn't play well, you might lose that game.
If you win it, had you won it, that's all. Because I'm looking at that equation that I just threw to you as Kaminga being a plus.
Well, they won the game because Buddy Hield had 30 points.
Yeah, but Curry had to play 60 extra something minutes because you couldn't close him out. And you're just thinking, had you had Kaminga and his young athleticism out there, maybe you could have closed it out earlier.
They had
just a thought.
Well, they almost blew a 3-1 lead. Like they were ahead in the series and their dogs got tired.
Yeah. And that was my whole point. Maybe when you're up 3-1, you close them out because Kaminga's featured or making contributions.
Yeah,
that's all.
Maybe.
Yeah, and that's Sonny. You got to put the real right on the table. I prepped these dudes. We got in a fight early on.
Man,
I don't want to tell you what it is. Evan knows what it is because his dad chimed in.
Kinda.
But can you play the Obama sound for me? Yeah, this is
Michelle
great.
Obama.
Yeah, Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama on Stephen A. Smith.
If I listen to ESPN for an hour, it's like watching The Real Housewives of Atlanta. It's the same drama, and they're yelling at each other, and they don't get along. Stephen A. Smith, he's just like every other talk show host.
Real Housewife.
He would be, right?
It would be amazing.
So that's why I'm like, what's the difference? It's just, it's just sociological drama.
Okay. So let me start it off.
Shout out Candy
I
Bullets.
love Michelle Obama, right? One of my daughter's favorites. We all do. This has nothing to do with race. It has it all for me. I can't believe she went nuclear on Stephen A. in First Take. I expect that from Roseanne Barr. I believe Michelle Obama, that I thought the former First Lady is too classy to blast him like that. You could tell your neighbor and Barack, but to do that, you're part of what you say you don't like. And then to Evan's dad's point, who sent Evan the text of, Michelle, it sounds like you don't like what's going on Desperate Housewives of Atlanta, but you're sure watching. I thought she was too classy to blast him like that.
All right, first of all, I did not know what my father was talking about. I get a text from him at about 11 o'clock, wrap up what I'm doing at the house, and I get a text from him saying, why is Michelle watching Housewives of Atlanta? I agree with Goo. And I said, what are they talking about?
But Dibs, if we got into it on Steiny saying it's par for the course for her publicly to do that, but That's Roseanne Barr. They do not the first lady, the former first lady.
Former first lady.
Yeah.
So because she's the former first lady, she's not allowed to opine.
It's not about allowed. It's just there's a classiness to it, to me, that I thought Michelle was above. But you got right down and dirty, and you said what you wanted to say. I get it.
Yeah.
But I'm just dealing with the shock that she went public like that. And now her and Stephen A. are going at it on the social media thing.
Right. And I think there's a couple things here. First of all, we stopped watching Real Housewives of Atlanta a couple seasons ago. Shout out Candy Burns. It just got a little too messy. And by we, I mean my wife, because she watches all the other casts. Salt Lake is coming back, by the way.
Salt Lake.
The second piece is she kept it a buck, and she's absolutely right about that programming. And the third thing you have to remember is Stephen A. has been flirting with the idea of what?
Papa, go running for office.
And what side of the aisle would he be on? Hers or the other one?
The other one.
So there you go. It's a three-piece right there.
I don't know about that.
What? I mean, unless he goes Elon Musk third party.
But Dibs, you understand real quick, I have no problem with her truth, but you got into what you said you don't like. You knew this was going to start something.
Well, what did it start? Like a back and forth with Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah, and now we got Nicki Minaj and Des Bryant. Like,
Does that have something to do with Michelle Obama?
No, this is different. But my point is,
so
that's what she's talking about.
Des is going to fight Nicki Minaj's husband? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just heard a little bit of that, and I was like...
Yeah, but Michelle Obama's wrong. No, she's wrong.
No, but damn, don't get mad at him. He called me GMZ, but he like, "Goo, what's going on?" I just didn't
like that. That's a four.
My classy Michelle Obama just throwing hammers at first take, Evan, and she's right. But I just didn't like hearing it from my girl.
Well, I think that's the point. I was surprised to hear that Michelle Obama watches Real Housewives of Hollywood or Atlanta or whatever else. Yeah, sorry, I don't watch either.
It's all right. But you're not missing a thing.
No, but I think that's kind of the point. Is I was surprised that she's into that. I thought that would be beneath her. But what she's saying isn't wrong, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Her truth is not incorrect whatsoever. And to me, it's like, but ESPN is probably the biggest culprit of it, but like the social mediaization of sports talk or of sports discussions.
Right.
It has to be clippable. It has to be within 90 seconds. You have to be screaming at somebody. And you have to allow someone to pick a side. We're talking about pick a side of the aisle. A looker or a viewer has 90 seconds to decide on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, whatever social media forum you love. You have to decide whether they're right, they're wrong, who's bad and who's good. And that to me is a model that they have just embraced. And to me, Stephen A. Smith is the poster child for it.
He's the GOAT.
It depends on if you think that G is the first word.
I'm soured on the whole thing, so I get what she was saying. But Steiny, do you understand? It wasn't she couldn't or she didn't have the license. I thought she was above that. That's all.
Above what? She was asked a question, and she said, "Yeah, the sports now is like the Real Housewives of Atlanta."
And then she named the names.
Well, okay.
So where's the diss record? What's next, Evan? Just cut her diss record, because that's what that was from the former first lady. And I'm just dealing with the shock. That's all.
Eleanor Roosevelt never would have done that, Steiny.
Roseanne Barr does that.
What about
Michelle Obama?
Kennedy never would have done that.
He's going to get mad at me for this.
No, I'm not mad.
He's going to get mad at me for this, but what I'm smelling is fake outrage.
From you.
No, I think what I heard is that well, first it's Michelle, then Stephen A. is going to clap back at him, then Barack's going to get into it, and then it's going to be some big hoopla that never had to happen in the first place. That's what I hear.
Right, but
because that's what this is all about.
Yeah, but this is the guy who just responded to Des Bryant and told him to STFU.
Yeah, but I never was the first lady to the world,
well, she didn't say STFU.
No,
she just said it's a reality.
She could have said it.
It's a reality. Great job.
No. She is what... what did my great mom say? What you possess is what you confess. So what you say you don't like is what you like. And that's what Michelle is doing, sitting up here telling us, I don't like all that stuff. And then you go in and do a diss record to Stephen A. And now he's got to respond back. And this is what we like.
Do me a favor.
You're being fake on this instance. You came in this morning and you told me to break it down all for you. So you say you don't like it, but you like it because you asked me to break it down and talk about it on the show.
Yeah,
but
no, I don't
now
like
I'm
it.
like, oh, Evan, dude, this dude, man.
No, That's
the
to
fake
me,
outrage. It's real outrage. I had Michelle Obama on a pedestal of being classy, and even if you felt like this, you wouldn't stoop to this Roseanne Barr level, and she did.
Cleopatra
and I'll deal
wouldn't.
with it. Yeah,
you're the only one who cares.
The fake outrage.
Well, that's really the point. Is no. That's the point. Is that you don't care. Like
nobody does.
No.
But you asked
don't.
me about it.
Nobody cares about
Michelle. Then why'd you bring it up today?
Yeah,
I didn't. He brought it up.
Come on, Steiny. You said what's going on with who?
I don't think she did anything wrong.
Yeah, no, but you asked what's going on for me to...
This is a nothing burger, as they like to say.
Did you ask about Dez and Nikki? Did you ask me what's going on there?
Yes, and that was totally different.
How? You wanted to know.
You're
I wanted
snooping.
you...
That.
You want to know what's going on.
That's all, and it's okay.
There's nothing wrong with that, by the way.
We just talked about this.
It's like
we had nothing today. Zero. Not one legitimate topic.
Don't you dare.
So I was like, let's have some fun with your TMZ stuff. Tell me what's going on with Nicki Minaj and Sterling Sharp and whoever else.
I mean, you're unmoved by Rafi Devers getting the stick hot? Like,
watch out!
Giants 2-3 in the apple.
No, they're gonna make the playoffs now, according to Goo.
I mean,
the math is way more than there.
Well, it's less there than it was Friday.
Okay, but listen,
it's less there than it was Friday.
They're still six back.
They gained no ground, and there's fewer to gain.
You know who's been gaining ground? The Marlins.
Man,
we better watch out.
Don't sleep on the fish.
And if somehow their bats are just crazy, Dr. Darrow relaxed after the deadline, who knows?
I mean,
so they don't perform well under pressure. That ought to bode well as they make this pennant.
I don't like how you switch up.
Wisenhunt with a nice bounce back start.
Yeah,
he wasn't
Robbie
bad
Ray,
his first start.
No,
he wasn't bad.
Gave up a first inning homer and bounced back.
Gave up 4 runs.
Yeah.
I mean, an early 4, a quick 4 piece,
couple dongs.
But yeah, there you go.
My man knows how to switch it up with the best stuff.
Well, first of all, real quick before Steiny gets out of here, it is what we're talking about is very high schoolish, which was what I got to say, Goo. Me not saying hello to you when you thought that I was supposed to say hello to you when I did say hello to you, but you didn't catch it,
and that's
is the most high school thing that I can think
because you are my guy.
Yes. I would say hello.
I tell you what not to do in life. And I go, this dude filling in for Willard now. He's just high side. I went up to jump up to you, and you turned your shoulder.
The breaks are sacred. I wanted to give you your space.
I told Steiny I ain't feeling Evan.
Goo. In the words of Kevin Durant, grow up. I'm kidding.
No,
you guys
just real quick.
I'm going to take your time.
No, real quick. I'm looking forward to the show with Evan. I don't know if we've ever done a full show together. We were supposed to do a longer piece together at the knockout tournament, but you got knocked out so quick. I didn't even make it a full segment.
Dude.
No, I'm saying
I need a vest.
I'm saying it to his face.
I'm catching these strays.
You're catching it direct. I didn't want to say it at 3:45, but I'm looking forward to today because Evan and I did about 11 minutes that day before I'm out.
Did you just George Gervin finger roll your mic stand? Your mic flag?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
what a great day
when you're
today.
5'10" and you can't get to the rim, it's not really a finger roll. It's more of an underhanded layup.
I bet he could get to the rim. Touch rim, grab rim, maybe not dunk.
Tickle net.
All right, Jet.
All right.
Bring it home.
Where should we bring it home? Come on, do it right.
95.
Thank you.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So we know how to do this right. Evan Giddings, Dan Dibley, Willard and Dibs. First time, you are correct. First time we've worked a 4-hour show together. So
well, I mean, we'll see if we make it the whole time.
I would hope so.
Somebody might get knocked out again. which
I don't think he caught that on the way up, but that's a 4.
And honestly, I just wanted to say that while he was here because that was the only time that you and I had an opportunity. And I had takes, and you were doing great, and we were up at Chase Center in the broadcast booth, and I was all prepared for a nice long sesh with my guy E, and he got knocked out, and the next thing I see him trudging up the stairs and taking over his show, and I was out.
I'm out.
That was it.
Wasn't really sure how to pivot beyond that. Again, it's one thing where somebody gets knocked out really fast in a quick competition. It's another thing to happen 365 days later, and you're just running through basically sports PTSD.
No doubt. I mean, you get knocked out in the inaugural, Grandy wins. You come back in the second iteration, you get knocked out immediately, Grandy wins. So I wonder when we do it again for the third consecutive year, if we don't change things up a little bit, like maybe you go to the back of the line. And I think Grandy actually was up in the front, and he's a knockdown shooter, so he's tough to knock out.
Allegedly. I do notice the feet leave on free throws. But where I want to start today is kind of that. Like, what looks different about, and we're going to talk about the Golden State Warriors. We obviously got into Kaminga during the crossover. We got 49ers sound coming, and Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media today. First official preseason week for the Niners, and a lot to get into there. But what I want to start with is something that did look different this weekend. And you and I were chatting before the show, and it is the San Francisco Giants. Because, like, in my mind, Dibs, this weekend against the Mets, number one, completely different than pre-deadline. But number two, that's what it's supposed to look like. All right? Rafi Devers on Sunday reaches 4 times, blasts a 460-footer outside of Queens. That's what $280 million is supposed to look like. Jung-Hoo Lee collects his first 4-hit game of his career, gets on 5 times, is stealing bases, taking extra bases, playing good defense. That's what $113 million is supposed to look like. Carson Wisenhunt, 5 1/3, gets his first major league win. Looks like a top pitching prospect. That's what it's supposed to look like. And then even on Friday, getting a clutch hit in a big spot. Randy Rodriguez, your closer of the future, stepping in. That 3-game series, and obviously it's only 3 games, and they got to play the Pittsburgh Pirates later on, early this afternoon, and they'll have to play all these teams moving forward. But that's what it's supposed to look like. That was my big takeaway from the weekend.
Yeah, and you had crooked numbers. And yesterday was one of those games where you put up the early offense. You mentioned Devers with the home run, and you got the lead. And instead of having it be tenuous and awkward, you went out in the 9th and you absolutely blew that thing wide open. And you had 2 innings in that game where you scored 4 or more runs. And I have to update my chart because I've been charting innings this year in which the Giants scored 4 or more runs. Forget a game, 4 or more runs in a game. That doesn't happen all the time. But when you get 4 runs in an inning, you should win the game 95 to 98% of the time because your offense is clicking and you're able to maybe bat around and really have one of those explosive innings. And they had 2 yesterday. But I want to go back to Friday, which was the key, because those are the games that you're supposed to win, and you're supposed to win like that. Robbie Ray pitches great. It's a nail-biter. It's a tight game, and you execute in the 10th, and you get the run home, and then you mentioned it. Your new closer comes in and closes. You win that game 4-3. That is the way the Giants are supposed to win. Saturday was Saturday, whatever. Kai Tang, I don't even know why they started him. I much rather would see Blade Tidwell, the guy that they just acquired from New York. Let's see Tidwell. The Kai Tang experiment or whatever it is, he's just terrible. He cannot get people out at the major league level, but you gave him a shot. And so Saturday was Saturday, and then yesterday was exactly what you're talking about. This is why you brought in Rafi Devers, to take a game, a rubber game in a series, and completely ruin it for the opposition. That home run, you said 460?
I think it might have
gone 660.
Yeah.
I think it might have gone 800. That ball was absolutely destroyed. And when I saw that, I was thinking, okay, I mean, if Devers can be, I know he can't always do that, but that felt to me off the bat like him saying, okay, all the frustration, all of the failure, that was like, cleansing it from his system.
Well, and look, the New York Mets are a team that have been kind of up and down, but it's been more so on the road. Like, that's the best home record in the major leagues. and the Giants just went in there and took 2 of 3. And that's why, I'm thinking about the last 6 weeks and what led up to the deadline, and I understand why there was so much frustration. And there were some things kind of peppered throughout this series that, if you take a hard look, are still reminiscent or characteristic of a team that went 15-23 after acquiring Rafael Devers. However, this team, in my mind, is not the group that we saw during the homestand. They're probably closer to the team that we saw in New York, because they're a group, Dibs, that they haven't yet found a ton of consistency, I think, with their new core. But they're a team that is, like, they can score 12 runs. They can win close games. They just haven't done it enough for us to, I think, feel positive about them. But, that's why we're talking about selling and buying and what the direction of the season is. And I know you don't necessarily think that it's over yet for them. But I do wonder how fans are feeling after watching this series. Maybe a lot of fans didn't even watch this series because of the ridiculousness that the last homestand was, losing 6 in a row for the first time at home since 1895. But it has the feeling of a deep breath. That's the first series after the break. And it's almost like they played stressless baseball, which for the majority of this year has not really been a thing. Yeah, and it's been because of the defense and the base running. And you mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee, who is out there running like we all expected him to do all year long. And the defense was mostly buttoned up and polished. And, Dom Smith over at first is something that I really enjoy watching defensively. And he came up with a couple of clutch hits as well. And so the team definitely looked a little bit more polished. The Saturday game, as mentioned, your starting pitcher just got into early trouble, and that game completely got away from you. And it's not so much that I'm all in on Giants playoff tickets and I'm ready to put my down payment down, but I look at where they are and what they have coming up. You've got 16 games upcoming, 7 against San Diego, the team in front of you, and you've got 9 against teams that aren't really very good. So in the next 16, if you can go 11-5, including 5 wins over San Diego, which would be a 3-game gain on just the Padres, then you get into, deep August, and you actually still would be in the race. Anything short of that, I think that you can, rightly just say, whatever, and it might already be over. We don't know, but honestly, if I'm a Giant or if I'm Bob Melvin, I look at the next 2+ weeks and I look at who you're playing and, what the situation is, and it really is now or never. Well, you mentioned Dom Smith. He's actually going to be joining the morning roast tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So nice. Dominic Smith, one of the heroes of this weekend, had the go-ahead hit on Friday night, plugged a home run during the series, had another late RBI on Sunday. He's going to be joining the morning roast, the Joes, at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And speaking about him, the one thing that I think it might be the most frustrating part of their offense to me this year, Dibs, is the fact that they have gotten largely nothing, from first base. Remember at the beginning of the year, we were looking at Lamont Wade and just like the subatomic standard that he, along with anyone else they threw in there, Gerard Encarnacion, who, by the way, is back with the big league club, Luis Matos has been optioned, was giving you at first base. They actually looked like they had a position that's going to do some damage this weekend. The combination of Devers and Smith, 8 for 24, and, for those that are counting, that batting average would be top 10 of the first base position. Prior to this weekend, first base for the Giants, 24th in average and 28th in slugging. Like, you cannot win baseball games consistently if you're not getting offense from the one position. And a DH is obviously another one, but that's kind of how it doubles. Like, your first baseman is supposed to give you quality at-bats, runs, and ideally some home runs. Right. And for the first time, it felt like the entire year we saw both Dom Smith and Devers combine to do just such. Yeah, you're looking for thump at first. And, if you don't get the thump, well, then hopefully you get some sort of defense. And Rafi Devers is still a work in progress. He's only played about a week and a half or 2 weeks at first. And so
you will kind of understand it. You don't love it, but when Dom Smith is there, he's a good defensive first baseman, and when he provides a little bit of that bat, then you start to get ahead of the curve. But that's been the problem with a number of different positions. And, second base has not been that productive. And catcher, we know that Patrick Bailey has not been a big run producer. And so when you have multiple spots on your team around your diamond that aren't producing, well, now you're going to have to win a lot of close games. And when your defense has been shaky, it's going to be hard to do that.
It is. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard with Dan Dibley. We are Willard and Dibs for the day. I see you, Jonathan Castro Valley. Hang on through the break. We got a lot coming up here today. We're going to keep talking about the Giants for a little bit. What did you see this weekend? What do you feel like they're looking to accomplish right now? And then I want to extrapolate that question to also the Golden State Warriors. Coming up, what are they looking to accomplish right now in this Jonathan Kaminga non-negotiation, or if you consider it still a negotiation? Also, 49ers training camp updates. Guys are dropping like flies right now. They've made their first official cuts, and we do have a kicker for the Niners, it does appear. All that and more coming up on the game, and we'll be back after this on Willard and Dibs. Again, Giddings in for Willard. We're brought to you by Cars for Kids, cars with a K.
Congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, family-owned with the family-owned feel. No better way to kick off your week than to talk about the bank that you love, and in this case, it is my bank. It's Fremont Bank. I've been a customer for more than 6 years, and I'm so glad that I switched from a big box bank to a bank that actually cares about me as a customer and honestly me as a person as well. They are interested in my financial goals. They're interested in my financial future, and they started doing this back in 1964, and when they set out to build it, they wanted to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem, a community around bankers and customers and employees and philanthropy and home ownership and businesses and everything else that makes the Bay Area so strong. They created it, and they continue to nurture it. They've had many opportunities to expand and get bigger outside the area, but they are true to their ethos, which is the Bay Area and the community. And if you're about the Bay Area and the community, then you need to leave your big box bank and go into Fremont Bank. Become a customer. You won't regret it. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Now at Whole Foods Market, save on organic blackberries and raspberries with Prime. Get 2 half pints for $7 through August 12th. It's time for the best and juiciest of the season. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, following every Golden State Valkyries game, when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky named the strongest player of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit, up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. Lenseek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because Lenseek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. Lenseek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com. Lenseek. You seek, we lend.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
In the third, looking for more. He smashes that one to right field. Oh my goodness. Headed for the second deck. A 3-run classic Devers home run. And it's 4-1 Giants. For Dom being back here in New York. Now a drive to left by Schmidt to the wall. Gone! Casey Schmidt. The exclamation point to this one.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was an exclamation point to a series victory, to a 12-4 win, to a Sunday surprise, perhaps some might say, for the San Francisco Giants. All on the call, Dave Fleming, NBC Sports Bay Area. You know what hit me listening to that first one about Devers, Dibs, was he said a classic Devers home run. And the first thought was, when was the last time we saw a classic Devers home run?
It's been a minute.
I mean, even the ones he hit in Atlanta, the second one he got a hold of, but the first one was just more of an impressive, like, golf, display, 0-2 pitch right off the dirt. Like, a classic Devers home run, you might have to go all the way back to Boston.
Yeah, I mean, the ones in Atlanta I do think were classic Devers home runs, and I know how much you love StatCast. 106 miles an hour off the bat, and they got it at 403. I thought it was further than that. And actually, the single he had later in the game was 107 miles an hour off the bat. So maybe Devers is getting more comfortable. Maybe he's yocking in, as my daughter would say. Her L's are wise. So, if she doesn't like something, it's, I don't yike it. So
yeah.
We talk about yocking in. Maybe he is actually yocking in now. And you mentioned something on our thread earlier about pressure, and maybe these guys are feeling less pressure, although if you're Devers, maybe it's, I think, more about just getting more comfortable in your new environment,
He's also looked pretty good on the road. I mean, I think that a lot of these sort of steamy East Coast spots that he's had some success in, not necessarily a coincidence. Good thing for him, though, the first 3 days of August have been absolutely beautiful. So hopefully by the time they get back to San Francisco, it's going to be warming up. The thing about Devers is, and one of the reasons why I understand people's frustration with the early returns, but you mentioned the stat exit velocity, and I think it's mostly, kind of just a glamorization sensation.
That's a buck.
Early one. I had to do that since it's the first time we're working.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Of a guy who hits a ball really hard. But if you look at the guys who hit the balls the hardest, it's all the best hitters in baseball. It's Judge. It's Schwarber. it's Rafael Devers. I believe he is 5th this season among all hitters in terms of exit velocity. The only one that doesn't really hit the ball with much consistency is O'Neal Cruz, who's at the very top of that list, but he's just an absolute freak show. And, of course, they're playing the Pirates later on today. But guys that hit the ball hard typically are really good hitters. And so that's why hopefully it's a sign of things to come for Devers. Combined with, I do believe that at this point with what they did at the deadline, there's a sign that you're kind of playing with house money. Your front office does not expect you at this point, or did not give you any help to pursue your postseason hopes. And so if you do make the postseason, it's essentially found cash for the Giants and for everybody watching.
Yeah, and for Devers, I think it's just 50 more games of get comfortable and show Giants fans exactly what you got when you acquired Rafi Devers. Because so far, the Devers that we've seen is not the Devers that the Giants were hoping to acquire. Been a lot of swing and miss, Evan. And so we can talk about exit velocity all we want. And yesterday, in fact, his 3 hits were 107, 106, and 106. To your point, where good hitters, when they hit the ball, they're going to hit the ball hard. When you barrel it up and you're a good hitter and you're taking a big cut, then it's going to come off the bat very hard, and that's going to go pretty well for you. When you hit the ball more than 106 miles an hour, you're probably going to get a lot more hits than you do when you swing and miss. And that's been the frustration with Devers, is a lot of chase and a lot of swing and miss. And so just for a weekend where he looked to be much more the player that everyone had expected that they were going to acquire. And again, it doesn't mean all of a sudden now that they're back in the race. You're still 6 back at San Diego, and you mentioned the Marlins are on the come and the Reds are still ahead of you and all the rest of it. So I'm not here to try to sell false hope, but just watching that yesterday when Jung-Hoo Lee reaches base 5 times and Wisenhunt looks like a real major league pitcher and Devers is the player as advertised, it was good for me to watch that and think, all right, Giants, that was a nice little weekend.
We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live. And if anyone swears, you'll get to hear it. Is that the O. Schmidt? All right, subscribe to the channel for all the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube and Twitch, and make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube. If you like the show, powered by First Norcal Credit Union, what hit you this weekend? 888-957-9570. What hit me is, again, baseball is a fickle sport. What happened yesterday does not determine what happens today. But that weekend for the San Francisco Giants is what it's supposed to look like. Rafael Devers, that's what $280 million is supposed to look like. Jung-Hoo Lee, that's what $113 million is supposed to look like. Even Carson Wisenhunt, that's what a top pitching prospect is supposed to look like. The close game on Friday, winning a tight contest, Rodriguez looking like your closer of the future. That's what it's supposed to look like. And a big reason I think they beat the best team in terms of home record in major leagues. All right, let's go to Jonathan in Castro Valley. Jonathan, good afternoon. What's going on, man? What do you got?
Hey, good afternoon, boys. How you guys doing? Happy Monday.
You too. What's up?
Hey, so I was just watching the same thing as you guys yesterday, and I was kind of starting to get a song in the back of my head, and Journey, Don't Stop Believin' started slightly, just a little bit, not too loud, guys, but I think it's starting to get a little louder after yesterday's game, and I'm thinking, just like you guys are, of course, if we don't hit on all cylinders, this team is going to fall apart. But we have I want to say not even just a muscle car, but we'll even say a Ferrari, if you will, with Devers and Adames, and we got Chapman, and I think that once everyone's clicking and Jung-Hoo Lee's stealing, even though we were up ahead, and just go ahead and being a savage and stealing on the Mets like that yesterday, I'm thinking, boy, we might have a chance. We're not out of it. It's still August. I think the word hopeful, I want to use the word hopeful in the Bay Area. Let's go. The Giants aren't out. The Giants are not out. If we show the Pirates what we showed the Mets, the Giants are definitely not out, and we're definitely going to be blaring Don't Stop Believing, baby. You guys have a great day.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you. If you look at just the numbers of it, and you've got 50 games left, you're 56 and 56. If you think that 86 wins gets it done, and I'm not sure if 86 wins actually will get it done, but that would be 30 and 20 the rest of the way in order to get to 86. So if you think that it's more like an 88 kind of a year where you've got, the Mets and the Padres and the Cubs. Those teams are on track for probably closer to 90, but let's just play with 88. That means you need to wind up the rest of the year going 32-18. So now you're looking at winning almost two of every three in order to let the don't stop believing actually play and play loudly. So for me, it just comes down, Evan, to the next 16, and it maybe is too simplistic, but you've got 7 against the Padres, and if you go out and the Padres beat you 4 out of the 7, then you lose a game to the Padres, well then it's a wrap. And you've got Pittsburgh and Washington and Tampa Bay, and then 7 against the Padres. So over the next 16, if you can go 11-5, and included in that, you would have to be 5-2 against the Padres, I think. Then you can, come back in, what would that be, 2.5 weeks, and you might be 3 out. You might be 3 behind San Diego, or you might be 4 behind San Diego. Whatever it would be, you would still be within shouting distance at that point.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's less about, I guess, the schedule and what you got to go, because to me, like, this weekend was about what the Giants can control and what they quite obviously have not been able to control for, I would say, 6 weeks, which is the ability to run the bases, to make the correct decisions on defense, to throw strikes, and to get hits when they needed to. All of that is within their control. They don't control what the Padres do. They don't control what the Mets do, what the Cubs do. All 3 teams were ahead of them in the wild card standings right now. Like, for example, I thought the Giants played a really nice series this weekend against the Mets. They can't control that the Padres took 2 of 3 from the Cardinals.
Right.
And they did not move a single inch. So the rest of the season for me is, it's not that it's a glass half empty, but it's about the Giants. Like, the reason they're in this position and the reason that Buster Posey was forced to essentially sell at the deadline was because this team showed that they're not good enough. And can they correct those things in a less pressure-filled scenario and situation over their final 50 games, to your point, where, yeah, maybe you're looking at 88, maybe you're looking at 85. How can they finish the best possible to give themselves some sort of positive springboard going into, maybe in a perfect world, the playoffs, but most probably next season?
Yeah, and I think that's where the next couple of weeks are more controllable than anything else on the schedule, because you do have the Padres 7 times. So you're right. You can't control the fact that the Padres took 2 of 3. So did you. Big whoop, you went nowhere. And over the last 10, the Padres are 7-3 and you're 3-7. So there's your 4-game deficit over the last 10 that you have receded into. But when you actually play the team ahead of you, the Padres, that's when you have the controllable outcome, and you got a 3-game series and then a 4-game set. So if you get yourself into a position when you have that 4-game set, which is at the tail end of the 16-game stretch, maybe at that point you're only 6 back of the Padres still. And if you are, and you go 3-1 in that 4-gamer, well, then you pick up 2 games. And if you sweep them, for crying out loud, you pick up 4 games. So I just want to see them get to that spot where you've got 4 games against San Diego and make those games actually matter. And, if they take 3 or 4 from you in that spot and now you're 8 back, okay, fine. Call up Bryce Eldridge, pitch Kaiwei Tang all you want, and whatever else you want to do, because at that point, it would be over. But between now and then, you got 50 left, and over the next 16, if you can still be kind of hanging around with 34 games to go, then the last month becomes more interesting.
I mean, I think what's interesting for me is watching the evolution, or the infancy, really, of someone like Carson Whisenhunt. To your point, yeah, his first Major League start, he got rocked a little bit against the Pirates. 2 changeup heavy. I mean, he was like 55% changeup and didn't really trust his fastball until, I would say, second time through the order. Now on Sunday against a much better lineup in the New York Mets, I found it interesting that he was able to have a ton of success against them. Gives up the early bomb to Lindor off a changeup. Next pitch to arguably one of the best hitters in baseball, if not the best, Juan Soto. First pitch is a changeup. Like, those kinds of little things to me are important in watching the growth of someone who's supposed to be a big part of your organization for a long time. Because Whisenhunt easily just could have left a cookie over the middle of the plate, could have gone to his fastball, not trusted the pitch that's his bread and butter and gotten him here, and instead he gets a swing and miss from one of the game's best. He ends up retiring 11 of 12. He only gives up the one earned run. Second run was actually because of a defensive miscue, one of the few things they did wrong yesterday. But watching the growth and progression of someone like Whisenhunt, like that, those are the kinds of things, Dibs, that I guess I'm watching for the last 50 games. If they make a run, maybe if they are able to stand up to a team like the Padres, who, by the way, if they do not make the playoffs, like that's a disaster.
Oh, yeah.
It would take an absolute collapse to me for the Giants from one of those three teams in front of them to make the playoffs. But what can they control? I think Carson Whisenhunt can control progression the rest of the way, growth and development. So then next year, we might be talking about him like he's this team's third starter, which would be a massive development for them.
And, Landon Roop, hopefully healthy and able to come back and be that number 4, and you still have other arms you can lean on. And I do think that is still goal number 1 the rest of the way. 50 games remaining. Yeah, you'd love to make the playoffs and you'd love to go on a run and all the rest of it, but goal number 1 right now is just see what you have. And I think that's where Blade Tidwell maybe will get a chance to come up and get a couple of starts later. You're going to see Bryce Eldridge before too long. I don't know if you saw what he did over the weekend, but 2 bombs on Saturday and another one yesterday. So he is starting to actually press his case a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think that they're going to hold off a little bit longer and, figure out what they have with Devers at first. But Eldridge is going to be a guy who's going to get at least, I think, a good solid month of coming up here and showing what he can actually do. But you're right, Evan. The job number 1 right now for the Giants is see what you have going into next year. And if you can stack some wins and you can stay in the race and you can go on a little bit of a run, then that's good too.
Yeah, I mean, someone like Eldridge, that's that kind of weekend that he had, albeit in Albuquerque, where they're I think like literally the highest ballpark in baseball across all levels. That's where you're hoping that he forces Posey's hand. Like someone like Whisenhunt, although I just had a spiel about how I want to see him get better and develop and stuff.
Yeah.
He was brought up as a necessity. He was brought up because someone like Hayden Birdsong, another piece of your young, hopeful future core, who, by the way, had a nice weekend, only walked one guy in Sacramento, which was a good progression for him. He's someone that you had to move into the majors. Eldridge is someone, now I think because of the position the Giants are in, you can take your time with. You can make sure that he is someone that you don't look at as a negative defensively, of which there's already a lot of players on your team that are kind of negatives right now. I think that's why someone like McRae is going to play all over the outfield, just because you can't have holes all around your defense. I'm looking for how can the young guys, maybe the ones we're not hearing about, push some of these older players, not necessarily out, but challenge them. Is this guy Jesus Rodriguez gonna be someone that can push Patrick Bailey? Is there going to be a middle infielding prospect that perhaps is going to push Casey Schmidt, who had a nice weekend? Is there someone that's going to push for the right field spot? Is it McRae? Is it going to be Encarnacion? Who is it going to be? That, to me, is what's so fascinating about the remainder of this season for the Giants. And although, Dibs, it felt like at the beginning of the year they were ahead of schedule. In a way, nobody wants to hear this at 56 and 56. But in a way, in the first year of Posey's regime, they might actually be on schedule. Like if a lot of these young guys can help you right now, if Devers can get right over the last 50 games, if Lee looks like a big league player, if you can have Adames and Chapman continue to come alive for Adames, but Chapman come alive with the bat, then you're looking at a semi-formidable core heading into next year. And to me, the whole point is just to be within striking distance of the wild card, to just get a taste right now, because I don't think they're better than any of the teams ahead of them, all sans Cincinnati. But if you can't get there, what will this season become about? And to me, it's going to be about extracting the best from the players that you can get back.
Yeah.
In general.
And I think it's mostly about that all year, and I know that it's skewed by the 12-3 start, where you had such a terrific start. Everyone started to lick their chops and think about what might be, and it still could be that. But I look at this year always being the year before the year for Buster Posey and for Bob Melvin, for like you're talking about. And even when you got Ralphie Devers, it still didn't mean that it was going to be World Series or bust. You still were looking at a pitching staff that was going to rely on 2, if not 3 young arms, and you had pieces in and around your team that maybe you weren't totally sold on, and you get to the deadline and Doval gone and Yaz is gone, and so you make those changes. Even Tyler Rogers gets traded, and so you kind of reshuffle the farm a little bit, and you do kind of gear up for next year.
We are, by the way, going to be giving away Giants tickets sometime between now and 3 o'clock, so keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard alongside Dan Dibley. Willard Dibs here on a Monday. Mark's going to be back tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Again, what hit you about this weekend? What's hitting you about the remainder of the season? To me, it is not so much about resignation as it is about development and about progression. To me, the Giants, based on the first year of Posey, they might actually be more on schedule than we're thinking. And they got 12 games over. They fell apart. The deadline they sold. And to me, as much as you want to see them go 5-2 over the next 7, you want to see how the next 16 games play out. I don't think that Dibs, if the front office believed that this team had that kind of push in them, they would have stripped them of their closer. I think that Doval was moved on from because it was time, but they also had the next. Like Friday night, we saw the next. And Randy Rodriguez is going to have a full 50 games and spring training next year to cement himself as this team's closer of the future. It reminds me a little bit of 2023 when Camilo came onto the scene. And he had this electric arm, and it was Tranquilo Camilo, and he was an all-star, and it was lights out the moment he came in to close out those kind of games. That's what I think that Buster Posey in this front office is hoping they can see from someone like Randy Rodriguez.
And I think they looked at Doval, and they rightfully thought that he's probably going to be as good as he is going to be. And if you've got his replacement already in tow, then you move off of Doval, and you get what you can get. And it would have been nicer, some people would have thought, to get more in return for Doval, but ultimately that's what the market was bearing. And so you got Jesus Rodriguez, the catcher, and you would hope that he can come up and, like you were saying, press Patrick Bailey and be an actual offensive threat behind the dish. I think we'll see him before the year is expired. But yeah, you had such a plummet going into the deadline. You really left Buster Posey no choice, and I actually like what he was able to do with the 3 players he traded out.
Well, as far as
he got returned,
getting what he could.
Yeah, I mean, you got a couple of guys from the Mets who appear on the cusp of being major leaguers. I think that Jesus Rodriguez is a catcher who also is close to being ready. And then you got some, I don't know about question marks, but you got some future prospects that you obviously liked, and you think that down the road you can look at it and think that maybe they can be pieces to help you in 2026 or 2027 or further down the road. And you also got Buto, who came in immediately against his old team, and he looked good, pitched well, and helped you get a victory.
You know who else looked pretty good, unfortunately?
Tyler Rogers. Yeah.
Tyler Rogers.
Yeah. That was just weird seeing. And
yeah.
I don't know, Ken's back there somewhere, but
Jersey Ken.
Those jerseys, those Mets jerseys with the gray, with the blue pinstripes, I wasn't a fan, Ken. What do you think? You're a Mets fan.
I actually have the hat, and I don't know why I bought it. But yeah, we've done well in them, and I'm just like, 1 year was enough, I think. 2 years is too much.
Okay. And those aren't like City Connects. Those are just like alternative jerseys, alternates.
Yeah, I think I thought they were City Connects, but I guess they're not. They're just an alternate that we use now.
So I do like to go back and forth between the broadcasts as you get a different idea about, I wouldn't just even say that the home team, in this case the Mets, but also like the other group. Cohen and Darling had a couple zingers. Gary Cohen said when Tyler Rogers came in, "Welcome to the purple and gray," because those were the kind of nasty jerseys they were wearing.
Yeah.
And then also, I don't know if this one's going to stick. We got to find something for Carson Whisenhunt. When he began his start yesterday, Ron Darling described him as someone that should be a Southern fiction writer. And I don't know if there's a nickname in there somewhere, but Carson Whisenhunt does sound like a very kind of old-timey, I don't know if it's Southern necessarily, but like a creative individual. And He's got a creative changeup. I'll give him that.
Yep. And I liked what you said about him going right back to it after he gives up the big home run, and he goes right back to the changeup against Juan Soto. And it's going to be interesting to watch him pitch because everybody knows the book on Carson Whisenhunt, which is he got this great changeup. So through a start and a half or whatever, you're seeing all these hitters just sitting on the change.
Yeah, Flannery O'Connor, is that what we got, Luke? And William Faulkner, 2 Southern fiction writers.
Also Harper Lee, I've heard of that person.
To Kill a Mockingbird.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so we're going to get our crack staff on it.
Yeah, Tennessee Williams, of course, Southern playwright.
Love that. Okay, So we got something cooking for Carson Whisenhunt, apparently a Southern fiction writer.
Not a fan of The Wiz?
All right, we're gonna work on that through the break. All right, it is now time to give away some Giants tickets. And by the way, if you don't get in on this ticket giveaway, we are giving some away also at 4 o'clock. Again, the next hour you will have an opportunity to win some Giants tickets to play the Washington Nationals at Oracle Park this Saturday. The first 20,000 guests, August 9th, receive an Aloha shirt. You can win tickets right now, courtesy of Coca-Cola. All right, the 5th caller to the contest line right now wins a pair of tickets to Saturday's game. If you called in before I'm giving out the number, you're done. Call now, 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652 for your chance to win. And again, if you didn't get in on this action, 4 o'clock, your next opportunity, next hour to win Giants tickets to this weekend when they play the Washington Nationals. All right, Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard with Dan Dibley. Again, what's hitting you right now? What is the rest of the season? What are you looking to accomplish? And then I want to use that question also to apply it to the Golden State Warriors as well. What are our Bay Area teams trying to accomplish right now? I see you, Mike, in Santa Clara. We're going to get to your call on the other side. And we're all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Back after this, Willard Dibs.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop. Because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Marianne in San Mateo. Aaron Hagen replaced my garage door opener motor, keypad, and remote control today. He was amazingly courteous and efficient, arrived promptly, and was super personable. I highly recommend him and R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company
Money Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line. Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying porting. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, Dibs, that is true. I got out and took some dry hacks this weekend.
Wait, dry hacks?
And real hacks.
I was going to say, because dry hacks is when you're just swinging a bat into the air.
Yeah, in the air. Sometimes, you get the tee out. But I got to tell you, so I haven't been up to, I don't know, like Windsor, Santa Rosa County, if that's a county.
Sonoma County, but I'll
Sonoma
allow
County,
it, yeah.
Okay. That often, as illustrated 4 seconds ago.
Right.
So I go out to play golf with a buddy for his birthday. Then afterwards, we go to this place called Boleto Winery.
Okay.
And it's in Santa Rosa, right at the edge. And it's got a baseball field in the back. It's supposed to be like a setup, like this Field of Dreams thing. I don't know if anybody else has been there before, but I experienced it for the first time yesterday.
And instead of a cornfield, it was probably vineyards.
Yes.
In the outfield.
Yeah, so we're
and
hitting
this is
bombs
Evan
in the
Giddings,
grapes.
by the way, in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs. And Mark actually has been to Santa Rosa County, unlike Evan. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I had to.
No, that's a 4. I'll wear that one. I was actually in his hometown, and I was not impressed. So the other part is, Windsor.
Yeah, that's Mark Grandy's hometown, not Mark Willard.
Oh.
Mark Willard's Foster City. Grandy is
That
Windsor.
makes a lot of sense, actually.
You're El Cerrito.
That makes a lot of sense.
I'm Fairfax. Lucas at Greenbrae? Or
That's where I went to high school, Sanford.
Oh, you're from Sanford. Okay.
Sanford.
Anyway, as we go around the diamond, Spadoni, I think, is Monterey.
Spadoni is PG, Pacific Grove.
Apologies, because it's a different thing now.
It is.
PG looks down on Monterey quietly. PG's awesome. And then, of course, Shasky is San Francisco, the Excelsior. Pass the wings!
South?
I've been working on
that. Is that technically San Francisco or is it South City?
It's careful.
I know.
Careful. The phone lines could be lighting up here.
No, that's always a lightning rod that a lot of people because I live right off of 24th Street. So some people have like an unofficial, it's like, what really is the Bay Area type of question.
Right.
Everyone's got their unofficial map. But
there's actually an official designation, as you know.
Really?
It's a designation sensation. It's the 9-county Bay Area. Is what it is. Thank you. So if you're within the 9 counties, that technically is what constitutes the Bay Area. Now, if you want to be a nitpicker, then you could talk about
me.
Well, yeah. So if you're not in or near the Bay, like Santa Rosa would not be considered the Bay Area because you're not in the area of the Bay. That's nonsense. It's the 9-county Bay Area is what we work with. Those of us who've been in the business for a time or two.
Agree to disagree.
That's fine. Anyway, you're taking dry hacks in Windsor.
Yeah, we got some real hacks at the Boleto baseball dream field. Like apparently they play other wineries. They have their own uniforms.
Sounds safe.
And it's a league where a bunch of, older gentlemen, I think women are allowed to participate as well. They get out there and it's like, It's a ball field that's sort of set up again, like the Field of Dreams. So they have these kind of small shacks, essentially, where the dugouts are supposed to be. They have two small benches on the right side for onlookers. And they just left maybe like 5 aluminum bats and a bucket of balls. So after we got finished with the golf, had some wonderful wine, got down there and just took batting practice for like 2 hours. It was incredible.
Did you
was
hit any
awesome.
bombs?
I put one off the fence. There was only one of us that actually went deep, but it was a lot of fun and, for many reasons. But, Dibs, when I was up there taking my hacks, thinking about the amount of pressure that was on some of those swings, trying to just relive the glory days, so to speak, I realized that when you're playing without pressure, it doesn't matter if you're at a winery, a Field of Dreams, maybe you're playing in a real game, in a real league, like Lucas Alexander plays, is it fast pitch, Luke? You guys play fast pitch?
Yep.
Yeah, so a real league, hardball.
Air quotes.
There can be more or less pressure. And that's honestly what I saw this weekend with the San Francisco Giants. There was less pressure. And I think that's a big reason that they were able to beat a team that on paper is far better than them.
Yeah, and I think that pressure comes in many different ways because if you're Rafi Devers, I don't know how much pressure you feel other than you want to live up to the contract, but he is, Eric B. and Rakim, paid in full, and he's going to be fine even if he goes out and he hits 200. Now, if you are Patrick Bailey and they just traded for a guy who might be pressing you in the very near future, you might be under more pressure. And Carson Wisenhunt, probably more pressure, as you mentioned earlier, Evan. He's kind of going to be the next as far as pitchers go. And his opening outing, his debut performance here in the city was not great. So pressure, I think, comes in different ways for different people. But I kind of agree with what you're saying. They did look a lot freer, and offensively, they just went out there and they took it to the Mets.
They did. And I think Mike in Santa Clara wants to get in on the conversation. Mike, good afternoon. What's going on? You're on Willard and Dibs. Evan in for Willard.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me okay, guys?
Yeah, I hear you great. Can you hear us?
Sorry, Mike, that was on me.
All right, perfect. No, all good, Evan. I actually, ironically, you were talking about golf. I just finished a round of 18 over at the Villages, so.
Sweet.
Just wanted to, Yeah, my mom lives over there, so she hooked it up on a little bit of a nice little 18 over there. So nice little straightaways and everything. Just wanted to, on the Giants, guys, in general, I think this year, just the way it's going, I think it's really more of a learning curve. With the Devers trade and everything, just the team trying to get the chemistry together, even though it's a technically, if you think about it, baseball is a person-to-person sport in this case, but everyone has to get used to it. And I'm not talking about Jung-Hoo Lee. I'm not talking about Matt Chapman. I'm not talking about those guys that have really been there, that have actually experienced, the park and everything, but more of Adames, Devers in this case. It's really a learning curve for these guys to really just kind of get used to it, but also just the camaraderie which the Giants do have. If you actually know anything about the Giants, and they're a team, they're like a real team, team in this case, if you want to put it like that. Like the Warriors, everyone loves each other. Everyone actually loves playing with each other. In that case, it's just they love playing the same sport together in this case. So I think it's a learning curve this year. I think they're going to be a lot better next year. I think this year is, in a way a wash, but it's a learning curve. They're going to still play, their hearts out and everything. I just think I'm looking forward to next year and seeing what else Buster in the front office also have to really do in the off season as well. So thanks, guys. That's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate it, Mike. Thanks, man. Yeah, look,
I've kind of felt that way, Evan. It's a little bit of the year before the year. Doesn't mean that this year doesn't matter and you always try to win and all the rest of it, but I always felt even after they got Rafi Devers, that this whole thing is kind of built more toward next year when it'll be Robbie Ray's final year and you're going to have all these other guys, I think, more comfortable with what they're doing.
Well, and that's why I understand this is the other side of things from the 707, the Boxer and Gerson working to return his text line. Gave up 12 runs on Saturday. Did you forget? That's kind of what this team, to me, is looking towards. Inexperience is going to hurt them in some games. Inconsistency that they've displayed for the better part of 6 weeks is going to hurt them in some games. But to me, you have to look at each, I say stretch like a series. This is a new stretch, and your first series has gone the way you want it to go. And the reason really why you lost that game is because you just threw a bunch of AAA guys of the Wolves, outside of Spencer Bivens, who's kind of been your long guy anyways. But Tang is not someone who's going to be in this rotation for a very long time. Tristan Beck, God love him, in a perfect world is not pitching in high leverage situations. That's a game in which you kind of punted on. And so the fact that they got the two that they were supposed to, one of which behind a rookie, meanwhile, in the rubber match, that's to me where you can say, all right, this team is taking a step in the right direction. And so, again, I also think, and I want to talk about this on the other side because we got to hit a break here. What is this year about? And I think that everyone has looked at the last month and a half as what this season has become. And now we can finally get back into, Dibs, what this season is really about to me. And Mike touched on it a little bit, and I want to talk about that on the other side. Also, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we're giving you a chance to win Giants tickets to this Saturday's game against the Washington Nationals. Gave away some tickets in the last hour. Next opportunity coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard alongside Dan Dibley. Coming to you live at the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All of us here at 95.7 The Game, very excited to have Laughing Monk partnered with us and everything about Laughing Monk Brewing involved. An awesome place to go watch games, incredible food, drink. Get out there, and you won't think twice about it. That's for sure. All right, Giddings in for Willard. Dibs, back after this.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying porting. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard. Dan Dibley with you. Willard's going to be back tomorrow. getting a little bit into the San Francisco Giants, and then we're going to pivot in about 10 minutes to the Warriors. But, I mean, it's kind of some more news of what we've been discussing, Dibs. Like the theme of not just this weekend and the series victory against the Mets, but the theme of the last 50 games as well. To me, it's about what's next. It's about preparing for, ideally, the remainder, but kind of looking forward to next season. And there's been a little bit of a development at the AAA level.
Yeah, Blade Tidwell will make his Giants, quote-unquote, debut, River Cats debut, his debut with the organization. Mm-hmm. He'll pitch tonight, so something to keep an eye on with, I think, Sugarland in town. I do think that Tidwell is going to be a guy who gets a chance to start some games with the big club at some point this year. I don't know if it will be in place of Kai Tang or, how they're going to juggle the rotation. But to your point, like looking at the last 50 games, that is 10 times through the rotation, right? In a 5-man staff. So you're going to give Logan all 10. Robbie Ray gets all 10. Verlander gets all 10 out of just pure respect. I mean, maybe you get down to the end of the year, and if you're out of the race, then maybe you just tell Justin, thank you for your service, and you give him a little bit of a break for the last week or two. But I do think Verlander gets every turn he wants. Wisenhunt has earned all the turns that he can handle. If Roop gets healthy, he'll get some turns. But beyond that, you're going to want to see guys like Blade Tidwell. I don't think you necessarily need to see much more of Kai Tang. He hasn't been good when he's been up there, like, ever. So, you asked earlier, what is it about these last 50 games? And I think, of course, it's about winning if you can, but more importantly, it's about seeing what you have, right?
Yeah, I mean, someone like Tidwell has already broken through. He's pitched in the major leagues for the Mets, the team that the Giants just beat. I also think the guy they got in the outfield, Drew Gilbert, is going to get some looks at some point in right field. And one of the themes of the deadline was acquiring talent that's ready-made or close to ready-made. And I do think that Posey, that's an intentional move that's reflective of his current roster, that he believes there are holes for. He acquired a AAA catcher. He acquired a AAA outfielder, a right fielder. He acquired a AAA starting pitcher, who might also, you might see Tidwell, who throws upwards of 99 miles an hour, come out of the bullpen at some points. He acquired players that are going to push guys that are on the roster at particular positions that a lot of people have question marks about. And that's why, I think while the last 6 weeks were sobering, the deadline was, just a slap in the face about what's happened to this team. I think we have to come to the realization that this is year one. And seriously, to me, they were ahead of schedule with what they were doing. Now, I think we're looking at a team that might be more on schedule. If you end this season with around a 500 record, maybe a couple games more, maybe you get a taste of a September push, that to me is where most clubs find themselves feeling really good about going into next year. But because they played over their skis, because they acquired a Devers, the expectations changed a bit. And that to me is what's, I guess, Dibs, like the most, kind of frustrating part about watching them is that the expectations we had for them were probably too high, at least in my mind. I don't know how you were feeling about this season. I'm not saying that not making the playoffs is you would love to, but the Cubs, the Mets, the Padres, all teams in front of you, like you can see why those teams bought at the deadline. You can see why those teams are trying to make a run, and the Giants are just not in that class as of yet.
Well, they're not in that class because of what happened over the 15 games before you went to New York when you went 3-12. So up until that point, you were in that class. You had played well enough. Even though you averaged about 2 runs a game for the better part of 2 weeks, you won about half of those games. And then you got down the stretch going into the break and coming out of the break where you just were bad. You were bad fundamentally. You were bad from a result standpoint. You had a game where you had no runs and 11 hits, and you had a couple games where you lost 2-1. You just couldn't score runs, and your defense was sloppy, and your pitching was not good enough. So, yeah, you kind of suddenly showed yourself to not be in that class, but I think it happened over the course of 2 weeks, and it happened just at the exact wrong time. If you're Buster Posey, you kind of had a slap in the face of, wow, are we this team? If we're this team, then we're going to sell. We're not going to buy when we're playing like this.
Well, and also, too, it's not as if, all right, this weekend means they're a completely different squad. I mean, you still saw some things that were characteristic of their awful stretch. On Saturday in the 12-4 loss, yes, their pitching wasn't very good, but you saw some defensive miscues. Dom Smith with a runner on third base crashing home. Doesn't see the play at the plate, is trying to turn two. Willie Adames is nowhere near second base. That's something that it felt like the last 6 weeks were happening every single night. Someone like Jung-Hoo Lee running through a stop sign during the middle of that game on a double off, or a single actually, from McRae off the wall. That's stuff that was happening all the time. And so winning kind of mars all that. But I guess my point is I'm not trying to sell the Giants as a completely different team. What I think that the remainder of this season and this weekend is also about is trying to eliminate those kinds of things. The inexperience that they're going to eventually be semi-reliant on with the Wisenhunts and the pitching and some of these AAA players that are going to play at some point this year, you're going to see some mistakes. But how can they minimize those mistakes, Dibs? Because to me, when I think of great Giants teams, playoff teams in general, I think of groups that don't hurt themselves, that do not shoot themselves in the foot. And that's kind of what I think I'm going to remember the most about this season is when things started to go absolutely wrong. It felt like they gave away outs, they gave away extra bases, and that to me has to be what they address over the remainder of the year, which could also reflect whether or not Bob Melvin stays. I think if that kind of stuff isn't corrected or doesn't look to be correctable, that's when I believe there might need to be a new voice.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get to that point this year. You're not wrong on the surface, but I think about what you said before about this being kind of the year before the year. And if this is really year one, and it is for Buster Posey, I don't think that he pulls the plug on Bob Melvin unless the correctables, like you were talking about, if they really get worse. If this team not only doesn't get buttoned up, but they look more unbuttoned, then you might have an actual argument to make that sort of a change. But I look at this weekend as a good first step toward them playing better. And if you're going to be a team at Oracle Park and you're going to have to rely on pitching and defense, then you're going to have to be more buttoned up than they've been, because the pitching for the most part has been outstanding throughout the majority of the year. The defense has been sloppy. The base running has been unacceptable, and that includes the third base coach who's made some bad calls over there as well. And you mentioned it, guys running through stop signs, Elliot Ramos not understanding the infield fly rule, Elliot Ramos running into an out at third base on a slow roller just because he kind of thought that he could casually tiptoe by and the third baseman wouldn't get the ball and look over. And so those things, are they managerial? Are they inexperienced players? Probably both. And so those are the things that I look at as areas where they absolutely need to be more buttoned up going into next year.
Absolutely. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live. And if anyone swears you get to hear it, subscribe to the channel for all the 957 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, here's what we got going on. We got Giants tickets that we're going to give away in the 4 o'clock hour. Gave away some earlier. Your next opportunity in the 4 o'clock hour for the Giants' next upcoming series at home Saturday against the Nationals. Looking forward to that. But right now, Dibs, I do want to pivot to some of the more topical Warriors news today, which is courtesy of Tim Kawakami, now at the SF Standard, that this impasse that everyone has kind of been circling around with Kaminga has reached a new stage, and that is that the Warriors have effectively doubled down on the news from last week from Anthony Slater of ESPN that they were trending towards shutting down all sign and trade possibilities. Now they've officially shut them down. They say they will not, courtesy of Tim Kawakami, they are not going to trade Jonathan Kaminga. I don't know. How did you read that news when we went through the article today?
I think that it's just posturing. I think that if they got a call and there was a sign and trade offer that they loved, they would re-energize conversations. I think that the communication would reopen. But the way it's gone right now so far, the offers that they've gotten are not satisfactory. And I kind of agree with the Warriors. If the reported offers are what's actually been offered to them. And if they don't think that it's up to par for what they want to get back for Kaminga, then they have every right to push back from that. And I do think that Kaminga and his agent are more likely to be the ones who are pushing for a sign and trade because he wants to play elsewhere. And if you're the Warriors and you want to get into a sign and trade scenario, you really want to be wowed. You don't want to go in and just take Dario Saric and a protected first-round pick and, a rookie point guard who played about 8 minutes a game. Those guys aren't going to help you. You had Saric, and you need a real veteran rotational piece, and you want an unprotected first. And if that's not out there, then maybe it's a non-starter. So if you're the Warriors, what's your motivation to go through with a sign and trade? If the only motivation is having Kaminga off your team, then I don't think that that's motivation enough to take a crappy offer in a sign and trade.
No, but and this is I agree with a lot of people. It's kind of annoying and it's gone in circles. But I think when I hear that the Warriors are not willing to trade Kaminga, it's kind of why we're here, right? It's because they've been reluctant to, at whatever stage through the first 4 years of his career, A, identify what path they would like to go down with him as a player, or B, what path they would like to go down with him as a trade piece. They have felt like he is worth more than the market does, almost every step of the way. And while I understand that, you love your own and you want to keep your own, I do think that the reason why that he's in the situation in which he ostensibly doesn't want to be here, the Warriors don't want to trade him, is because of news like today. It's because every single time there is a possibility to seemingly use him as an asset, which is all he is to the Warriors, I think, because if they don't trade him this summer, I think they're going to try and find a way to trade him in January or February. But the value, for whatever reason, doesn't match what the Warriors, Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy Jr., that front office believes he's worth. And so, I mean, I don't take it as they won't trade him. I think you're right. They're kind of posturing. But I think this whole conversation that we're about to have is the whole reason why we're here in the first place.
I think we're here in the first place for a number of reasons. One, Kaminga values himself higher than what the Warriors value him just financially. And I don't know if last year, if you believe the reports about what may have been offered to Kaminga or what Kaminga would have wanted, it strikes me that there was probably a pretty big gulf between what he wanted and what the Warriors wanted to pay him. And so last offseason, that never materialized in anything concrete. And that's on both of them. It's on the Warriors because, boy, they would love to be giving him the Jordan Poole treatment, rather, which is they signed Poole to an extension. They never had to pay a penny of that extension, and then they traded Jordan Poole. And that would have been the best way that they could have gotten something for the asset as it sits. And I do believe that Kaminga and his agent, they wildly misread the market. And maybe Draymond Green was talking about Jonathan Kaminga when he said, you guys don't understand the CBA and the apron and all that, because all these restricted free agents came into this offseason thinking, here's our worth, and no other team out there has money, so you are what the market says you're worth. And unfortunately, Kaminga's not going to get as much as what the Warriors would have offered last offseason unless they can find some way to do a sign and trade. So I do think that both sides have kind of mismanaged the situation, and here you sit where it's now August, and he doesn't have to sign the qualifying offer until October, and even that deadline can get mutually extended. So I think we're going to be facing this stalemate for a while.
I mean, but that's the other part of this too. As I think you don't shut down sign and trade offers unless you're trying to exact some sort of power. Like, to me, the Warriors are trying to, I don't know if it's regain leverage or really just establish their leverage in these negotiations. I do not think that Jonathan Kaminga wants to play for Golden State next year. I think the Warriors believe he does not want to sign that qualifying offer. Number one, because he would be back on the team. Number two, that would be immensely risky. And it would also be turning down, because the other detail from Kawakami, kind of piggybacking on what Amick said last week, is that the Warriors have the most first-year money on the table of any team that he could possibly play for. So he would be forfeiting a little over $10 million in just year one. So that combined with, again, the fact that he does not want to play for this team, in my mind, is why when I see this from Kawakami, I think they're just calling his bluff. Like, they're trying to call his entire camp's bluff that, all right, you're going to either sign that qualifying offer, which we don't believe you will, or you're going to sign our 2-year deal, which we have on the table. 2 for $45 is the report, 21.7 or whatever it is in the first year. And that's it. Those are your only two options.
Right.
And that's them flexing their financial muscles to try and get this over with, because, again, they're the only team in the NBA that has not made a move this summer.
And also flexes the reality of the control in this situation, because if they're saying we're not entertaining any more sign and trade possibilities, well, then Kaminga has really two choices. You play for the Warriors under some contract, or you don't play basketball at all. If that really is what this has come to. Now, I still believe that a sign and trade could materialize, but if the Warriors are dead set on getting a first-round pick that's unprotected and Sacramento doesn't want to do that, well, then maybe it is truly dead, because Phoenix doesn't have a first-round pick, I think, ever again, just by rule. They may not have that. And
They're not allowed.
Right. And if you're the Warriors, then you can say, all right, JK, it's either, you play for 7.9 and you have the trade ability in your pocket where you could refuse a trade, or you sign with us for 2 years and it's a team option for the second year, not a player option. And I think that's really the sticking point for Kaminga, is he wants it to be a 1-year deal with a player option. That way, after 1 year, he can, push away from the Warriors and say, nah, I don't want to be here anymore. But the team doesn't want to give up that level of control. So it is a stalemate. It is a standoff. And I think you're right about the riskiness of Jonathan playing on that 7.9 qualifying offer, because there's no guarantee that he's going to actually get to play a lot for the Warriors, right? Because, what we saw at the end of last year was a lot of DNPs and a lot of situations where they didn't even play him.
I don't know if the sticking point is so much in regards to the role, like if he's not going to play a lot, but that it doesn't matter how much he plays. It really doesn't. Over the last few years, it has not mattered whether he's been a starter, whether he's been DNP'd, whether he has come off the bench, whether he has emerged in a playoff series and averaged 24 points on 50% shooting. It has not mattered what he's done in the eyes of his head coach. His role is going to be backup and not Robin. That's Butler's role.
Right.
Yeah, you're not backup. You're like, you might be lower than Alfred. I mean, seriously, like there are pieces and levels to this in which Jonathan Kaminga, in the eyes of his head coach, does not factor in right now. And that's what I think he's trying to escape more than anything, is this, I don't know, this basketball reality for him in which he has no power. I think he's felt powerless for 4 years in terms of his role, his potential ceiling, and he's trying to basically reclaim that power this summer. Yeah. And whatever he has to do, I think he'll try to do it. Meanwhile, the Warriors, for whatever reason, do not feel like they can let him go because they've mismanaged other assets to the point where he's the last one they have to barter with.
And they also need him, I think. They need him as much as he needs them, because and Mark and I have had this debate on whether or not it can actually work. And I believe that the two sides could come together and the two sides could agree to make it work for, I don't even know if it's 3 or 4 months or a whole season. I don't think that this is so broken that it can't work. Kaminga wants to be elsewhere, play more, and be a one, and have the ha-ha, as Guru likes to say, and get his money and go out there and start to show the world exactly who he can be. That might not be available right now this season. And the Warriors are in a spot where they don't want to give up Jonathan Kaminga for virtually nothing. So I think that they are motivated to keep him and make it work. And it doesn't mean that he's going to play 34 minutes a night and he's going to start every game. But I do think, Evan, as you look at an NBA season, you've got 48 minutes times 5 guys, that's 240 minutes a game, times 82, that is about 19,000 minutes. And if you start to go through just the raw minutes of an NBA season, and you give Steph 2,000, and Draymond 2,000, and Jimmy gets 2,000, you still have 13,000 minutes of basketball that need to be filled by actual human beings. And that's where I kind of side with Guru about a 22-year-old, and he may not be a great fit, and he's not, and he may not be the player that they need him to be a lot, and he's not, but he's young, and he has ability, and he's got, the youth on his side to where he could be a guy who could play 82 games and go out there and play 30 minutes a night and really do a lot for you.
Well, what we're talking about here is sort of the next stage or the latest stage of this Warriors and Kaminga impasse, which is that the Warriors, according to Tim Kawakami, are not trading him. That is off the table. The sign and trade is off the table. Kaminga effectively has 2 options. He can sign his qualifying offer for $7.9 million, or he can sign the Warriors' loan offer on the table, which they, according to Anthony Slater, believe to be more than fair, at 2 years for $45 with a team option. The Warriors have dug in, and they're trying to play hardball. From here, what happens? What happens? And what do you want to see happen at 888-957-9570? I don't think a sign and trade is necessarily off the table, but I do think that the Warriors are becoming increasingly impatient with how long this has played out. It's been over a month since the start of free agency, and we still have virtually no new news.
Right.
No indication, I should say, of what's going to happen for next year with Jonathan Kaminga and the Golden State Warriors. I mean, it's frustrating, and I do think that everyone wants it to come to a close. But I guess, Dibs, and we can explore this more too as we move along here. But if this thing is to continue, like, how does it work? And the minutes allocation is something I do want to dig into also, because you're right. Like, if you get 19,000, there's going to be some available. But to me, it's like not every minute, I should say, is created equal.
True.
Some minutes are for guys that just have to be out there. Some minutes are going to be in games that the best players are not going to be available for, because they're going to be 37 going on 38, 35 going on 36. And would Jonathan Kaminga be open to doing that for a head coach that has shown a willingness to also, at a moment's notice, DMP him in the most important game?
I think that the reality of it, if no sign and trade happens and Kaminga has to go tail between the legs and play for the Warriors, the reality of it is that's the situation. Like, that is the role that he may have to play. And if it's a 1-year qualifying offer, or if it's a 2-year deal with a player option or a team option, whatever the situation is, it is incumbent on both sides to make the most of it and make it work, because Kaminga, he's got a lot of money potentially on the table that he would be giving up if he went into sulk mode or pout mode or me mode or whatever he might want to do. He ultimately has to put his head down and go to work.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard alongside Dan Dibley. We are Willard and Dibs today. Willard's going to be back tomorrow. Also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
We finally switched to T-Mobile, because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at freedmansappliance.com.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Sanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Sanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard. He'll be back tomorrow. Dan Dibley holding it down for you. And talking about the latest development in the impasse between the Warriors and Kaminga. I mean, to me, Dibs, when I hear from Tim Kawakami that they've taken sign-and-trade offers or just conversations off the table, to me, like, this is where we've begun the hardball phase of this saga, whatever you want to call it. I think that they tried to play nice by offering him maybe not what he wanted, but what they believe to be a fair offer. Higher than, by the way, what the market is telling us that a restricted free agent like Cam Thomas or Quentin Grimes are worth, because they received, I think, nothing more than the mid-level in 2 years from their respective teams. And obviously that wasn't good enough for Aaron Turner and Kaminga in his camp. So now it's, all right, well, I dare you. I dare you to sign that qualifying offer, because I don't think you got the you-know-what to do it.
Well, why would he? And it almost never goes good for the player who actually goes out and does that. So you start this whole process, and I think it goes all the way back to last year. And I ran down all the contracts of the fellow members of his draft class. And, you had guys like Cade Cunningham get the max, and, Wagner, he got the max, and two or three other guys got the max, and Jalen Green got 34 million a year over 3, and well, then he got traded. And so Kaminga's looking at all these other deals and thinking, all right, I want what they have. And I was taking one pick ahead of Wagner, and yet he got massive money. And Suggs also in Orlando got a big contract. And so going back to last year, I do think that Kaminga was hoping for something other than what he received. And so you get into this offseason, and you're right. You start out in a place of, JK, we want to make this work. And, you sit back and you wait to see if any team is going to give him an offer sheet, which the Warriors would have 2 days to match, and nothing came in on the offer sheet front. And Kaminga makes it clear that he doesn't want to really play here anymore. He wants to play elsewhere. So you try to go out there and have them investigate sign-and-trade partners, and they do. And they come up with a couple of different ones. And the Warriors talk to those teams, and the package that they're going to get back is not satisfactory to them. So I do think that both sides have tried to play nice, but you're right. August 4th, and the Kawakami report comes out in the San Francisco Standard that makes it seem pretty clear, according to his sources, that Kaminga will be a Warrior to start the year. And now the Warriors are in a spot where they hold all the cards, unless Kaminga decides he just doesn't want to play basketball for a year.
Well,
which I guess he could do, right?
Yeah, technically, yeah, I guess that is on the table. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Willard with Dibley. What do you think is on the table right now in this sort of situation? Today, it's a new chapter in the saga. Not much has really moved in either direction. It remains, as Dibs talked about, a stalemate. We also got Giants tickets coming up in the next hour. So the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to give you an opportunity to go and see the Giants against the Nationals on Saturday, August the 9th, again, courtesy of Coca-Cola. So stay tuned for that in the 4 o'clock hour. Right now, let's go to the phone lines at 888-957-9570 and go to Dave in the city. Dave, what's up, man? How we doing?
Hey, fellas, can you hear me?
Yeah, Dave.
Perfect. You guys hit it right on the head. I think that Kaminga and his agent are overplaying their hand. I love what Dunleavy's doing. Might not sound like a lot of the Warrior fans are loving what he's doing, but I love what he's doing in this situation, because he's going to really see if, like you said, if they have the cojones to sign that $7 million and not play for a year, or it's actually going to be like, stop trying to get max money and we can't find a trade partner for you, and just sign that 2-year so we can get you out of here so both sides could be happy. But I honestly want him gone. So I can't wait for this saga to be over.
Yeah, me either. It's a saga. It's a saga, all right, and we've talked a lot about it, and it would be great to have it done and dusted, and we could have a Al Horford introductory press conference and a DeAnthony Melton homecoming, and maybe even a GP2. You had no other choice but to come back sort of a feeling, and we could get into the offseason, but we're not to that spot yet, Evan, and I wonder about Kaminga's camp and whether or not they get to a point where they can have an honest heart-to-heart with the Warriors and say, look, we don't want to sign a 2-year deal because we don't want to be here for 2 years? Can you tell us that, you're going to really try like heck to trade us at the trade deadline this year? Because darn it, that's what both sides honestly would want. And that's why I think Kaminga is hesitant to sign the 2-year and $45 million offer, because it does include a team option. And that would mean he loses his no trade clause that he would have with him in the qualifying offer.
Well, it means that he doesn't determine where he gets to go, one. It also means, because I might be crazy for thinking this, if there's not anything the Warriors like at the deadline, they don't have to do anything.
Right.
They can just pick up his team option, and we can do this all over again. And that, to me, is the one, albeit maybe small percentage of a reality, that's the one that Kaminga, I think, can't live with, is going through another year of this. Remember, Curry, Draymond, and Butler have 2 more years left. So next summer, there's still incentive to trade him. There's still incentive to get something back for him. And he's just going to be a year older. Granted, he'll be a much richer man, but he's going to be no less close to getting the freedom that he wants, the role that he wants, and probably the money that he wants to make. He's just going to have lost another year, and he's going to be 23 instead of being 22.
And that is frustrating for anybody, but when you're a younger person especially, and you kind of want to get on with it. He's been here for 4 years, and for 4 years, it's been largely just the same experience. Rookie year, you win a championship, great, you're a rook, and I think he played in 70 games that year, but didn't play a ton. And then, you gradually get more minutes, you get more responsibility. And then last year goes the way it goes, where you miss 31 games with an ankle injury, you come back, and life had kind of moved on without him. They'd gotten Jimmy Butler, and the entire team felt different, and they were going about things differently. So you get through 4 years of what's been going on, and yeah, you got to be frustrated. And so you don't want to just sign over 2 more years of your career to an organization that, in your mind, hasn't really always done right by you, the player.
Well, and it's 2 more years of not getting the big money that you want. Like, I think you brought it up last segment. I think you're right. A lot of this comes from he's looking at guys in his class that have, number one, been paid, but also set themselves up for a bigger payday. Like the small, I wouldn't even say small, but I guess like less notable detail, for example, this weekend of Luka Doncic signing a 3 for $165 extension with the Los Angeles Lakers. And that is obviously a crap ton of money. It's a massive amount of money. But it sets him up in 2028 to make $417 million over 5 years.
That's 2 crap tons.
That's a massive amount of crap tons. That's the money that's there. Like, this league is moving in a northern direction in regards to finances at a ridiculous pace. And Kaminga is looking around and saying, I'm getting left behind. And not necessarily because he's done anything wrong, but because he was simply drafted to a situation where his talents were not allowed to, in his frame of mind, I believe, flourish. And so, again, it's like, I think that all NBA players, and really all athletes, but it seems like more NBA players, they measure themselves via how much money does that guy make versus how much money do I make? And is that fair? Because I believe I'm as good as a player as him, and that's what I should be making. It's a status thing for them. And that's where I think Kaminga is looking around saying, yeah, I can make 22 next year, or 21.7, I think was the first year that the Warriors had on the table. And that's going to be a lot more than what he's been making both as a rookie and as a qualifying offer. But it's going to take me until I'm 24 to get my first bag. And then I'm going to have to wait until I'm 28 or 29 to get the next bag, as opposed to Jalen Green and Franz Wagner, right, who I was running circles around when we were in the G League, when we were on the Ignite. And those guys are going to be making $60 or $70 million for their teams. That's what he's missing out on.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox just got the big bag today with San Antonio. He got his extension, so he's able to pile that on. And I'm just looking at his class, and you had Cade Cunningham, 5 years, $224.
Yep. Same
for Evan Mobley. Same for Scotty Barnes. Same for Franz Wagner. Şengün, who's a better player than he is, he got 30 35 average annual. He got 5 in 185. Trey Murphy got 4 in 112. Jalen Johnson 3 in 150. So you're seeing all these contracts, guys drafted ahead of you, guys drafted behind, and he is kind of stuck where Corey Kispert lives. Kispert got 4 years and $54 million. Nice little player, and that is about $13.5 million average annual. That's kind of Moses Moody money. Oh, by the way, another guy in his class who got broken off, 3 and 39, not that much. So Kaminga's looking at all those deals from last year and thinking, all right, I'm in that neighborhood. Maybe not Cade Cunningham and maybe not Scotty Barnes, but he's at least in the second tier. But because of his situation and playing time and all the rest of it, he hasn't been able to show it. So I get his frustration, but on the other side, you've got the Warriors who you got the team control, and there were no offer sheets that were sent to Kaminga. So if you're the Warriors, you're thinking, well, if you were that hot, if you're hot stuff like that, Brooklyn would have offered you $30 million a year, right? Brooklyn had money. They didn't offer you anything. Nobody offered you anything. So now the Warriors are in the catbird seat.
Exactly. And I think if someone had offered him something, the Warriors probably would have matched it. Because I think also we're learning now, too, and have for some time, that he's their lone asset to use in a trade.
Right.
He's the one guy that, number one, is seen as semi-valuable across the league, but number two, can get you to a number that you can use to legitimately acquire, in a perfect world, a star level kind of player. We'll get to that in a second.
I know we will.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Giddings in for Willard alongside Dibley. And this entire hour, you're going to want to lock in, listen in, because we're giving away Giants tickets to the August 9th Saturday game against the Nationals. Again, this Saturday, the Giants take on the Nats, and you get your chance to win during this hour. So keep it locked. We're not going to do it right now, but sometime between now and 5 o'clock, we're going to be giving away Giants tickets. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Sam, who's in Alameda. Sam, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
I got you.
All right, man. I really don't want to be the stickler to your size, but let's be honest with each other. I'm in Kaminga's shoes. If the Warriors offered me $90 million, 2 years from what they originally offered, and then the Suns come around and the Kings come around with another $90 million, that gives me an opportunity to make $90 million. Now, let's just say hypothetically the Warriors are bargaining. They're like, hey, we'll give you the third year. We'll do a team option, fourth year player option. What is it about you guys that don't understand? Kaminga just wants $90 million. Just get it out the way. You're the Warriors. You're Dunleavy. Get it out the way. Put it favorable to where the Warriors win. And then now we're in the timeline with Curry. I feel like we're just being cheap. We're trying to think of a future without Curry with Kaminga.
Wait, so
Curry needs.
Sam, sorry. Am I getting this right? You want to pay JK 2 for $90, $45 million a year?
No, I want to pay him 4 for $90. I want to give him what the other teams are respectively giving him.
Okay.
I want to be in the market. But what I don't want the Warriors to think is that, hey, we're penny pinching here as an organization that made so much with Curry. Even if we take a loss, even if Kaminga ends up being a bust, we cannot have another Wiseman situation. We cannot draft somebody that didn't pan out in our organization. Let's give him the second chance. Let's be in the favor of the player. What I've been hearing is that the announcers are saying, hey, let's let the Warriors save money. Let's let the Warriors bargain binge. I feel like all the dancing has been on the Warriors side. Give this man what he's asking for. Make the terms favorable to where, hey, we're giving you another year think about it. You're getting $22 million, young man.
Well, Sam, so the offer right now is 2 for $45, which is effectively half of what 4 for $90 is.
Okay, so are we not willing to extend it at 4 for $90, take a team option and a player option, and just make it more favorable? I don't understand why $90 million is so hard for us.
I don't think that the Warriors are sold on doing that for Jonathan Kaminga. I don't know if they necessarily want to sign up for 4 years of Jonathan Kaminga and, pay him at that level. And the other piece of it is Sam, I don't think that Kaminga would want to sign a 4-year deal with the Golden State Warriors. If the reports are true that he's not thrilled with how they're using him, I don't know why he would then sign a 4-year deal.
Well, I'm thinking about the player. I understand why the Warriors are they're doing their due diligence and feel like, hey, Kaminga ain't that kind of a player. But I'm thinking about the players. There's the players and the owners. Give them the money, make it favorable for the team next year. Make it a team option. I don't care what you do next year. Give him the money that he's looking for, and let another team take on the future of him. Give him what's $22 million to us. I'm so confused about $90 million for 4 years. I'm really confused if we can give him a player option on that 4th year, give him a team option on the 3rd year, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Just let's get this guy in the books. He's an athlete. He can dunk. He can score. He can give us 16 points, and then just bite the bullet later. We're doing what the Niners did with Armstead or whoever the hell that player was. We're trying to cut costs when we got a star quarterback or we got a star point guard. Like, just bite the bullet.
I got you, Sam.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate the call.
Honestly, if they went to Kaminga's camp right now and said, we're going to do 2 years and 45 and we're going to make it player option for year 2, they would do it. And I think that speaks to me as far as the motivation for Kaminga in his camp. And Guru always talks about Janet Jackson, control. They want to have some sort of control over his future and maybe not his immediate future. And I think that if the Warriors just went and said, look, let's get this done, 2 and 45, like you said, 21.5 this year. I guess it'd be 23.5 next year with a player option. You decide, JK. P.S. We might trade you in February. Yeah. All bets are off, and you won't have your no trade anymore, and you'll have control of year 2. I do think that he would sign that, and he would swallow hard, and they would try to make it work for as long as they could this season. And if this season goes the way the previous years had, and Kaminga makes 21.5, and he gets DNPs, and he's an 8th man, and he isn't really allowed to score like he wants to score, he opts out. And that's just the way that would go, and the Warriors would get nothing for him, so that would not be ideal, but I do think that would get it done.
Well, but again, that's what today is about, or at least to me, signals. And the news from Kawakami is that the Warriors have shut down all sign-and-trade negotiations with, sounds like the Suns and the Kings. Those are the 2 teams that have been in it. The Kings are the team that has come the closest to acquiring Kaminga's services with a turn-down offer that would send either Moses Moody or Buddy Hield along with Kaminga. He would get 4 for 90, I believe, and Malik Monk would come back to Golden State. All that's been shut down today. And I think it's because you're talking about control. Well, the Warriors, shout out Missy Elliott, don't want to lose control.
Thank you.
They do not want to lose control of this situation because he's the last thing that they can use to upgrade their roster for the remaining 2 years of this supposed contending window of Curry, Draymond, and Butler. So I also think, too, and Sam, you're talking about thinking about it from the player perspective. I don't think Kaminga would take 4 for 90 from the Warriors.
No.
He wants it from another team. But again, this is about control. And he's had none of it for the last 4 years. Why would he sign up for an additional 4? Essentially, number one, signing away all potential role control and financial control. He wants as short of a contract as possible to get out of here, if he's going to come back to Golden State, that is, to get out of here and to get to free agency or extension eligibility range, because that's what's the next for him, I think. I think that Kaminga wants to disassociate himself from Golden State because he wants a new role, he wants to be paid, and he wants to be living the NBA life as a player, I should say, much like the other guys in his draft class, which he feels like have unfairly been lapping him for the last couple of years, and it's been out of his control.
It's situational, and I mentioned this to Willard last week. Cade Cunningham, to me, is a great example. He was number 1 overall, and he goes to Detroit, and they're terrible. So, all right, Cade, go out there and learn the ways of the NBA life, and I know he did get hurt, and then he came back, and he's gotten progressively better, and now they're good, and he got massive money. And you could say the same thing about Jalen Green, where go to Houston, you're terrible, just go play and, learn on the fly. And they got good, and Şengün was a part of it and so many other pieces. And then, well, he ended up getting traded too. And so Kaminga didn't have that luxury. He went to a team that maybe they didn't think that they were in a championship window, but they were, because they won the chip in his rookie year. And so because of that, the Warriors thought that they still were in that window. And so you're not just going to develop young players. You're going to still try to go out and win games. And you'd be hard-pressed to find a championship team that has a core member who is, that young. It doesn't happen very often. This year, Oklahoma City is a little bit of an anomaly because half their team is young, and they were a very young team. But Kaminga was just put in a situation where he wasn't allowed to go out there and develop like these other guys.
Exactly. That's what he's looking for, because also the market has, at least in his class, dictated that situations are relevant in regard to getting paid. It's about opportunity, and it's about skill set. Like Evan Mobley signed a 5 for $225 contract extension with the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're fresh off of a 1 seed. If they didn't get hurt, they might have been contending for a championship. He's a big part of that squad. You know who made the exact same amount of money on his rookie max? Scotty Barnes. Where's Toronto? Toronto has, in my mind, zero chance of contending for a championship next season. They've acquired a lot of albatross contracts. Himself, he might be one of them, but he was allowed to play. He was allowed to, I don't know if flourish is the right word, but showcase his talents to the extent that the Toronto Raptors gave him the same contract that Evan Mobley got. Like, it doesn't matter if your team's good, bad, or other. It's about how good you are as a player. And I think JK is looking for the opportunity to show how good he can be, which he feels like it's been kind of been stunted over the last 4 years. I think that's a little harsh against the Warriors, but in my mind, that's kind of what we're talking about here. I see you right in San Jose, but we got to hit a break here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Getting's in for Willard alongside Dibley. Again, tune in between now and 5 o'clock. Your chance to give away Giants. Your chance to win.
Hang in there.
Giants tickets. Thanks, Dibs.
A little late for you. It's probably nap time
swimmingly. Nap time. Well, not exactly.
I mean,
it's been about 2 hours.
Yeah.
It was nap time. Although I did get up at the same time today. Feeling real good. All right. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're going to be back after this on Willard and Dibs. Getting's in for Willard.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through National Debt Relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
San Francisco, upper 60s. San Jose, upper 70s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, we are talking about Steve Kerr a little bit. Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. We got Giants tickets during this hour that we're going to give away this Saturday, August 9th. Giants play the Nats. You can find yourself there if you continue to listen during this hour on 95.7 The Game. And, you know, it's funny, like, listening to Steve Kerr coming back before the break, listening to some of the stuff that he said, obviously, during this summer. I mean, to me, that's truly the crux of the issue here with why we're in this month and a couple day-long holding pattern with Jonathan Kaminga in my mind. He doesn't feel like he can work with the coach, and the Warriors cannot move off of him because, Dibs, earlier today, a report from Shams Charania comes out effectively saying nothing set in stone as to whether Giannis Antetokounmpo will stay in Milwaukee or whether he will be leaving. Like, in a way, that in my mind is kind of why we hear the Warriors being unwilling to relinquish their lone trade chip, because they believe that in this possible Hail Mary scenario, which a lot of us don't believe is plausible, but I guess there's a small percentage of success. Like, that's why they're hanging on to him, because they don't have to get rid of him.
Right, they don't have to, and I suppose you can keep him, and if you want to keep him and then trade him, you do need to keep him at a number higher than $7.9 million, and if he signs the qualifying offer and then that's it, he does have the right to refuse any possible trade. So that, for me, is the worst-case scenario for the Warriors. It's even worse than having a sign-and-trade now where you don't get a lot back. At least that would, in theory, bring back a salary slot. If you did it right, maybe it's an expiring guy or somebody that you could also then, flip at the deadline and make it so you could actually go out and add. But if Kaminga eventually just decides to bet on himself and play for 7.9 for 1 year, you're kind of screwed as far as getting something for that asset. And I do think you're right about the asset. As far as Giannis goes, I don't understand how that would possibly work when he's making $58 million unless Jimmy Butler's a part of it or Draymond Green is a part of a trade. And I really don't think that either one of those guys is going to be traded, because it seemed to work pretty well when Jimmy came and Draymond and Steph. And so I don't know how the Giannis piece of this would actually work in, at the deadline or going forward. I'm sure they could always, make something happen. I don't know how you couldn't possibly have Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, and Giannis all in the same team. You'd be way past the second apron. Those are three of the highest paid guys in the league.
Yeah, you already have three dudes on your team that make, 80 or 75% of the cap?
It's about right.
So, yeah, they would have to financially finagle some things. But again, it's like that. I understand why it's this, carrot that's been continuously dangling in front of the Warriors that they will never be able to reach. But, to me, that almost represents the reason of why we're here again, why we're at the point where Kawakami's reporting that it's effectively a take-or-leave-it situation the Warriors are trying to present him. Pick up the qualifying offer and bet on yourself, which the Warriors, I think, are basically saying we don't believe you're going to do. Or take our 2 for $45 deal with the team option. That's the best you're going to get. And they're playing hardball. But they're in this situation because they're looking for the big fish, the big-ticket item. And they kind of got lucky in a sense last year that Jimmy Butler was available for something that didn't cost you everything. But now it's they're holding on to something that, to me, Dibs, could completely, I'll just say it, I think him on this team could derail the season with how much of a distraction it is going to be, whether he signs the contract or doesn't, because every single time there's something Kaminga related, Kerr's going to talk about it. The Warriors are going to be asked about it. We're going to do this dance for another 365 days, one way or the other. I think it has the potential to move this team in one of its last years of possible contention to the wrong area. And it's all because they think that there's a chance.
There is a chance.
There's a chance.
Yeah, you're saying there's a chance, and there is a chance. And I don't think that it is in their best interest to take pennies on the dollar in a sign and trade right now. That doesn't do anything for you. If you don't get a good player back, then your team gets worse, and you basically part with Kaminga for not much. Even if you get a first-round pick in the future in 2030 or 2031, that's going to be in the post-Steph era, and that's not going to be something that really is going to help you to win a championship at that point, because when Steph leaves, Evan, you're probably not still in a, quote, championship window, even if you think that you are now. Now you're in at least you're a playoff team, you would figure, and you're in a might go on a run window. The thing about distraction is very interesting, because I think back to the Jordan Poole season where Draymond punches him in camp in practice, and it's a thing, and the video gets leaked, and Draymond doesn't get suspended, and we all know how that went. And Jordan Poole went out and played 82 games, and he was top 20 in the league. I'm sorry, in the Association, in total minutes played, he averaged 20 a game. You went to the playoffs, you won a series, and then you lost to the Lakers. So that year was beset by distractions, for sure, but you still were a playoff team, and you still won a series. So it wasn't like that whole thing imploded to where, you won 30 games and the whole year was lost.
No, but Jordan Poole that season also shot 33% from three, 43% from field goal range, or from the field, and got 20 basically by being an inefficient scorer.
Yep.
And I don't think that Poole was nearly the same player he was the year before, but he certainly wasn't the best version of himself, which is what the Warriors will need everyone to be if they're going to reach their potential, reach their ceiling as a team, I believe. 888-957-9570 is the number. Ryan is in San Jose, wants to get in on the conversation. Ryan, welcome to the program. What's going on?
Hey, guys. So I just feel like the Warriors are walking on fire by playing hardball with JK. Because, they could do what the last caller was saying, Sam. But I don't even think JK would take that offer. I feel like JK has all the leverage in this position, and the Warriors should be more consistent on finding a sign and trade.
What leverage does JK have? I'm just wondering.
The leverage is that he really just doesn't. He does not want to play for the Warriors. So I feel like he will sign that qualifying offer so that he can go to any team he wants. Because teams have indicated they want him. It's just no one's done the thing during the off season or whatever.
Right. So if he signs the qualifying offer, then he's got a full year of being here, and he can tell the Warriors whether or not he'll accept a trade that they possibly propose. And at the end of a year, then he would have his freedom. But up until then, the Warriors would still have control over his next season of his career.
But I thought the Warriors are not able to trade him with the qualifying offer, or at least they would not be able to get a lot back because of his
Yeah, well, they actually can trade him, but he has to okay it. The problem is,
thanks, Ryan.
Kaminga would only be making about $8 million, and based on the way trades work, you can't trade an $8 million player for a $40 million player. The values have to be proximate to one another. So if you end up having to do that, Kaminga coming back for $7.9 million, it's going to be tough to trade Kaminga unless you package somebody else with him. If it's a Moses Moody making 13 and now you're able to get a $20 million player back, that would be about the only way you could aggregate and bring back a real impactful player. But I do think that's not leverage for Kaminga, but that option, the threat of that option is, I think, clearly one that the Warriors want to avoid. So as this thing drags out, and Steiny was right, I believe, it is going to continue to drag out as we get closer to September and even into late September when the team's going to start practicing and all the rest of it. That's when I think you're going to see a little bit more of a call to action.
Oh, I think it is going to drag on. No side has to really do anything right now. They have until October 1st to figure this out. But I don't see Kaminga as being someone that has a ton of leverage in this situation. I think that's why last week the reports from his camp were, well, he's not interested in signing one. That's the qualifying offer is the one card that he has to play. But that's a lose-lose for everyone.
Right.
And I think this idea that he's just going to bet on himself, it sounds good. This ain't a Disney movie. It doesn't work every single time someone just bets on themselves. And there was an example last week from The Athletic about Ben Gordon, who bet on himself, got a big contract from the Pistons. You know why it worked? Because Ben Gordon was a focal point of the Bulls when he did it. He played 82 games that year, and he started 76 of them. He started for a team that took the Boston Celtics to 7 games. He had a 40-point overtime performance in that series. He played awesome, and then he got rewarded for it. What are the odds that Jonathan Kaminga is going to get to start 76 games and play 37 minutes a night for the Golden State Warriors next season when, oh, by the way, you essentially flipped them the middle finger by signing the qualifying offer so you want to get out of here. You didn't have a role as a starting player anyways, so why all of a sudden would you be allowed to be featured by this team that you essentially have told, I have no interest in being a part of 1 year from now? To me, just assuming that it's going to work out for him if he quote-unquote bets on himself, that is a massive, massive risk.
And that's a great way you just broke that down, because the real cautionary tale is Nerlens Noel, who turned down he played on the qualifying offer, and then he proceeded to go out and go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other teams and never make anywhere near the same amount of money, including his final season 2 years ago where he made $300,000 as a Sacramento Kings. So Nerlens Noel bet on himself, and it didn't work out because he was not in control of the situation, like you're saying. And just thinking about this from the Kaminga standpoint, because you mentioned Scotty Barnes, and if you're Kaminga, you've got career envy. And if you look at just their numbers, Scotty Barnes, 46% from the floor for his career, and Kaminga's at 50.7. Scotty Barnes, 30% from three. Just a flat 30. Just chuck it up, Scotty. Shoot away. Kaminga's at 33%. Scotty Barnes, 17 points a game. Kaminga's at 12.5. They've played almost the same number of games, but Kaminga plays 22 minutes a night. Scotty Barnes, 34.5 for his career. He was Rookie of the Year, so the situation part of it, Scotty Barnes has been good, but you're on Toronto. So go out there. He starts every game. He plays 35 minutes a night, and Toronto is terrible. And so it doesn't really matter. And ultimately, Toronto needs to pay somebody, and Scotty Barnes is a good player. Meanwhile, you're Kaminga, and you're toiling as a 7th and 8th man. You don't get to start. You don't get to shoot it as much. The one thing is Barnes does rebound. He's getting 7.5 a game, and Kaminga gets about 4. So I can see where Kaminga looks at his peers in his draft class and thinks, part of him I'm sure thinks, God, I wish I would have gotten drafted by Charlotte or one of these craptastic teams. That way, go out there and play and get your bag.
And who are the two teams that he's trying to get to?
One is always bad. The other one is pretty good, but then they turn out to be bad.
Both bad teams.
Well, Phoenix is to me, that's one of the head-scratchingest teams in all of sports because they shouldn't always be this bad. And even when they're good, like in 2022 when they were the 1 seed, and then you go out there and you get knocked out, and last year you got 3 guys making $50 million and you can't even make it in the playoffs, that's always been a head-scratcher for me.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors have entered the hardball the hardball chapter of the Jonathan Kaminga saga. Sign and trades are off the table. Qualifying offer or 2 for $45. What are you doing about it? Let's go out to Mike in San Leandro. Mike, good afternoon. What's going on, man? How are you?
If he took the qualifying offer, that would be one of the dumbest moves ever because he's leaving, $14 million on the table? He'll never make that back. So these guys can say that he's got the leverage. He really doesn't. And then also, I think his agent has a lot of blame in this because the way he coached him in the pre-draft situation, he didn't interview with teams. They thought he was kind of, above everybody. And so that caused him to drop from, top 3 to number 7. Also, all these other contracts that you're comparing him to, those are signed last year. Once again, if his agent had a modicum of skill, he would have realized that last year the money would have been available, but reading the tea leaves with the second apron, it wasn't available this year. If you listen to, who's it, Rich Paul, is that LeBron's agent? He said he coached Ingram to sign last year with Toronto because he got him 3 for $40, $120 million, and he knew that wouldn't be available this year. So bad representation, no self-awareness, and that equals what we have right now. Anyway, so I'm tired of the Kaminga talk. The guy's not he's not a team player. I also harken back to, I think it was 2 years ago, where we lost the game to the Lakers because he was guarding a guy out of bounds, and what you call it, the guard for the Lakers got around Wiggins and scored a layup at the buzzer to win the game. He doesn't play defense. He doesn't rebound. All he wants to do is score. And he's never going to be a number one or a number two, I don't think, on any team. He's destined to be a 3, the third best player on a good team if he gets there. Anyway, that's all I got.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah. Right now he's stuck being a 7. He's a 7, seventh best player, and he might be higher than that. And I'm just trying to over-dramatize it to Mike's point about him being a 3. He wants to go out there and at least try to be a 3. And earlier this year, Evan, before they got Jimmy Butler and before he got hurt, he was actually their 3. He might have even been there 2, and he put together some good games. And the thing I think that frustrates the Warriors the most is kind of what Mike was intimating, the little things, the rebounding, the awareness, and the hustle plays, and those are things that are controllable. And if he does come back to the Warriors, if he winds up having to be a Golden State Warrior, those are the things that he can do to earn playing time because that's what they're going to want him to do.
Yeah, but the fact remains that if he's back on this team, it actually doesn't matter. From right now until, I don't know, he signs the 2-year deal or whatever, Jonathan Kaminga is just trade bait to the Golden State Warriors, and he knows that. He knows that. That, to me, is why the relationship is going to be really hard during the year for both sides. It really JK, I would say, more so than the Warriors, to be at their best, to be at his best. Because it's like you've been in jobs before where you're dead man walking, and this is for a lot more money than anything we make.
That's serious.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like you know that your time at this employment is probably coming to an end, or you're going to have to find another place to go, or another place you want to go, by the way. It also could be, I don't want to be here anymore. Everyone's been in that situation before, and it's impossible, in my mind, to not let that impact your level of productivity, again, in whatever career path you have. And that's why I think that they're better off trying to separate this summer. I think the Warriors are essentially trying to extract a little bit more out of, say, Sacramento or Phoenix. And if they can't get it, they're just going to try and do it in January or February. But that is putting Kaminga in a position where every time he goes out there, all we're going to talk about is his value. What is he worth to the Golden State Warriors as trade bait every single night? And I have to imagine that's going to impact him. I think it's probably also going to impact maybe some of the veterans on the team, looking at the last couple of years that they have to contend, and instead they're answering questions or wondering what this player is going to fetch us. To me, it's going to get so messy, more messy than maybe it already is. And that's a future Dibs that I would like to avoid.
I bet they would like to avoid it more than you would like to avoid it. And you're right to say it. And odds are that it would be more messy than something that's meshy. Like it's more likely to be a mess than a mesh. A mesh would be great where, and I kind of had this scenario last week, and Willard thinks I'm crazy, and most people do, where he signs whatever he signs, preferably the 2 and 45, and he says, fine, team option, I take it on good faith that you will try to trade me. We both want that, and I do think if the two sides could just get together and say, look, JK, we know you want to be elsewhere, but in the meantime, we need you to do A, B, C, D, and E. And he says, well, I need F, G, H, I, and J from you, and you can find some common ground, and you can make it work, at least in some way. Now, it's not ever going to mesh perfectly because his offensive skill set, I don't think jibes with what the Warriors try to do offensively, but you're right about it being more likely to be messy. And you had me thinking about the Jordan Poole season the last year where he was kind of out there at many times trying to do his own thing. And, he'd dribble, fall down and looking to score and, trying to do things that Jordan Poole's really good at, but not really within the flow and the construct of the offense. And you just had me thinking about Kaminga this year where, all right, Kaminga's in there second quarter or even like late third quarter, and Warriors are down 5, and it's like, okay, we need to get back in this game, and Kaminga's, thinking more about, I need to show my skills, and I need to get my bucket here because I want to be out of here, and I want somebody around the league to see me, and it has the potential to be a little bit messy in that way.
888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Willard with Dibley. Let's go to Sonoma. Talk to Tom. Sonoma County. What's up, Tom?
How you guys doing today, man?
Good, Tom. How you doing?
This is my thing with good guys. Hey, this is my thing. I think Kaminga and the Warriors, they need each other. Both want something out of them, and I agree with you, man, that they need to meet and solve this themselves because nobody's coming to the table with anything on either side. Kaminga, if he thinks he's going to bet on himself and take $7.9 million contract, that's a sucker bet. This is not your end of your career, man. You're at the beginning of your career. You're going to throw away $36.1 million that you will never, ever get back. That's a foolish bet, man. Lights out, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. That's actually not true. That's on the assumption that he won't make a penny in the second year no matter where he goes. So, yeah, you'd be turning it down in the short term. But if you're Kaminga, you're thinking, all right, I'll play for 7.9. More teams are going to have more money next offseason. We know that. And so then I'll be able to go out and get the contract that I think I'm worth. So it might not be a complete give up of $36 million, depending on what he would be able to go out there and get in the open market, theoretically.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wonder why he thinks that next year it's going to be massively different than this summer in regards to his value. I mean, perhaps it's like he thinks he can get 4 for $90, and that's like the floor for him because that's what the Suns and the Kings reportedly want to give him. But his value, to me, it ain't moving much in the northern direction because he's not going to get to play the way that he wants to, and I don't think he's going to be necessarily happy about that. All right, I want to clean up this call right here in the city. Talk to Nick. Nick, what's going on, man? Good afternoon.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
What do you got, Nick?
I'm just thinking, it's, the Dubs were looking good in the playoffs, obviously, until Steph went out. But, when Steph went out, it kind of shone the light on their issues, which was, and Willard and Dibs covered it, someone covered it earlier, and they said, look, if they're not going to cover Steph on the three-point, they need someone else that's going to be, not double-teamed because we need someone to shoot threes. So I don't know who they're going to get in return for Kaminga. There's that, and then there's the fact that they're like, okay, well, who's the big man? Because they're kind of missing both, where they don't know who the big is, and they don't know who their shooters are. So if you're going to get rid of Kaminga, it's you better get one of those because I don't know what's going to happen after that.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate the call.
That's what makes the Malik Monk trade proposal interesting to me because he's a guy who can, create his own. He's a pretty good three-point shooter, but he's at least a scoring threat better than what Kaminga is. So I was a little surprised that, the Warriors aren't even interested in that. Malik Monk and a first-round pick, even though it's protected and they want it unprotected. And now the report is that they're shutting off sign and trade talks. That caught me a little off guard today.
All right, here's what we got going on. We got Giants tickets that we're going to give away between now and 5 o'clock. Keep it locked right here on Willard and Dibs. Giddings in for Willard. Coming up next, I do want to discuss what's going on down in Santa Clara. 49ers training camp, first day of practice in the first preseason week. They take on the Broncos this Saturday at 5:30 at Levi's. They have a joint practice on Thursday. We got some good news, we got some bad news, and we got finally some position battles getting decided. We're also going to hear from Kyle Shanahan when we come back. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. While you're there, make sure to check out what both the Morning Roast and Steiny Guru said when they were reacting to Tim Kami's article that Jonathan Kaminga will likely remain a Warrior into the 2025 season. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. And for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with a purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
On us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The world's best amateur golfers are coming to San Francisco's iconic Olympic Club August 11th through 17th for the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. 312 players will compete on the legendary lake and ocean courses, where the winner will join past U.S. amateur champs like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Walk the fairways and see the future stars of golf up close. Get your tickets now at usga.org. That's usga.org and click tickets.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TrimFireRadio.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard. He'll be back tomorrow. Dan Dibley holding it down for you. Talking a little bit about Jonathan Kaminga and the developments, I would say, over the course of the last few days, according to Tim Kawakami. But I do want to pivot to the San Francisco 49ers, who are starting their first preseason week, Dibs. This is when bleep hits the fan. We start to see guys finally out there in pads. They're playing the Broncos, got a joint practice on Thursday. But, the season really starts for me. I don't know if it does for you, but this weekend on Saturday.
Absolutely. And it starts, the games don't count, but you mentioned it, the camp battles, and you actually have joint practice against another professional football team, which is always competitive as far as practice can be. And yet you're sitting here on August 4th, and you're thinking, man, can we get the season to start already? Because the Niners are kind of dropping like flies. And I know it's not just the Niners, it's every team where you go through a certain amount of injuries and stuff. And so the 49ers are at a spot where they actually had to cut a kicker. So the kicker battle ended because they're running out of fresh bodies to be able to throw out there on the field to take actual reps.
I mean, that's what derailed, we've been using that word a lot today, derailed their joint practices last year with the Saints. And that was kind of an omen, so to speak, really a foreshadowing of what was to come, which was a 6-11 season that is kind of just synonymous with guys getting hurt. And unfortunately, it feels like that's still not necessarily entirely the case, but there's been a lot of guys hurt in camp to the extent that the Niners had to make a tough choice today. Or, I guess, this weekend, Dibs. They had to pick a kicker.
Yeah.
Because they needed a roster spot for other guys. And the kicker is Jake Moody.
Yeah. Attaboy. Congrats.
Greg Joseph era is over.
Well, for now. And
that's true.
Well, and one thing that Kyle said, and I know you're going to play a ton of sound, so I don't want to jump the cue on the sound about the kicker, but, basically what he said is, as a kicker, you're always competing against everybody who's out there. In other words, if you struggle or you stink, we can find somebody and bring them in off the street because no team keeps two kickers. So, if you're not one of the top 32 kickers out there, maybe you're number 33, you're probably available. Your phone rings and it's Shanahan. He says, I need you to come kick for us because our kicker's no good. Then there's competition anyway.
By the way, in the next 10 minutes, keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to be giving away Giants tickets to Saturday's game against the Nationals, so stay tuned. Yeah, I think, look, for me, it's the first position. I wondered if kicker was in, you remember the first day of training camp when Kyle Shanahan referenced, 6 to 8 spots being available, starting spots? I wonder if kicker was one of them. If that was the to 8, not the 6, but 6 to 8. To 8. And now it's, I guess, the first one that's technically been decided.
It's been decided, and,
at least if Moody can stay healthy.
Right, and it's temporary. If Moody is not getting the job done, I don't think that Kyle's going to have a great amount of patience for Jake Moody because, last year went the way it went, and it wasn't only just the kicker. I mean, they've changed out the long snapper, and they've changed out the holder, who was the punter, so the entire operation, other than the kicker, is going to be new this year. So that's just kind of the way that goes when you struggle. And the special teams last year was so terrible that you figure they had to make some sorts of moves. And so, yeah, the kicker, he gets to stay for now. And I always thought all along that if it was going to be close between he and Greg Joseph, that you're going to default to the guy you used a third-round pick on, because you don't want that embarrassment unless you absolutely have to make that move.
Yeah, it was Jake Moody's job to lose. And I think the training camp stats, for whatever you make of them, were exactly even. He and Greg Joseph had made the same amount of kicks from the same distances. So you're going to give the job to Jake Moody, the guy you spent third-round capital on. But here's Kyle Shanahan on why they exactly released Greg Joseph today, maybe sooner than they wanted to.
More just the roster numbers. I would have loved to keep them longer, allow them to play that out longer, but just, we had 13 guys out of practice today. We got 5 guys on PUP. It's just too many people to have that luxury. It's awesome to have 2 kickers, allow them to battle, but they're not guys who really take reps. We need more people to take reps for us.
And the other guy who got cut was quarterback Tanner Mordecai. So Greg Joseph and Tanner Mordecai, the first couple of cuts, and it's because they got guys going down left and right. Isaac Garendo, the latest to join that list, hurt with a shoulder injury, is going to be out for some time. Kevin Givens, as you talked about to me right before the break, Dibs, down with a pectoral muscle, is going to be out until, quote, some point in the regular season. Kyle Juszczyk got stepped on today. It sounded a lot worse than I think it actually is. It was described as a cut of the Achilles. Oh. Not a tear, but a cut. And so he's going to be out day to day. Sam O, as I like to call him, did not attempt to butcher his name, is out with a groin. Couple of weeks. And then Andy Isabella, who they actually just signed, is out with an ankle day to day. And so, again, they just, like to your point, they're going to have to find bodies to get through these joint practices. And then, of course, on Saturday against the Broncos.
Yeah, Evan Anderson, knee bruise. Jair Brown, hit ankle. Try to get in later this week and stuff. And Juwan Jennings still nursing the calf. And so on and on and on it goes. And you just hope that you can get through August and have the majority of your ones and your twos in one piece, because the start of the season and the schedule, it kind of breaks your way. I think it's a pretty favorable schedule leading up to the Rams on a Thursday night, and so you certainly want to have your key guys be healthy. But I look at this roster this year, Evan, and I see a lot of questions about the depth as you get further down in certain positions. So even some of the starters, like the left guard, I know is one of the battles that you're talking about, 6 or 8 battles, and the linebacker battle, and certainly we don't know who's going to play safety. So the preseason is going to matter for this team a lot to resolve some of those battles, but first and foremost, you got to stay healthy.
Yeah, and that's something that they couldn't do last year. I think it puts even more pressure on the guys who were hurt last year to either remain healthy or get back hopefully sooner than we assume. Like Brandon Ayuk, when he returns, I know a lot of people are not feeling great about him because of what happened last offseason, beginning of the year, but his presence whenever he does return from his ACL and MCL, it's going to be integral for this offense because they're pretty thin at wide receiver. I didn't even mention during that group, obviously, Juwan Jennings, who's been out with a calf injury, and Kyle Shanahan described it as just a calf injury. And last year, Christian McCaffrey, just a calf injury, and turned into bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
Oh, I love it.
And then eventually got hurt in the Buffalo Bills game, but it's like all of these injuries are hitting some guys that, yes, could be depth pieces. Garendo's a backup. Sam O is a backup defensive lineman, Evan Anderson as well. But that puts all the more pressure on the Warners who finished the year hurt. George Kittle, who was hurt at different points last year. Trent Williams, who finished the year hurt. Christian McCaffrey, who finished the year hurt. All of their dogs, their horses, have got to stay healthy. And so I think there's a challenge for Shanahan, sure, to get through practice, but also just to get his big boys into games and out of games without the 2 letters IL attached to them.
No doubt, and I'm looking at even more on the list. You got Michael Williams with an ankle, and he's on a rep count. They're being really careful with it, so make sure that he stays intact. Yeturgos Matos, another guy you talked about, Evan, as a depth piece. He has been out. They hope that he comes back soon. Renardo Green, hoping he comes back during the Raiders week. And so, yeah, it's more than just the depth. Some of these guys you're hoping can be your starters, and yet you're not going to get full camps from a lot of these guys.
All right, it's that time to give away Giants tickets as they play the Washington Nationals at Oracle Park this Saturday. 20,000 guests on Saturday, August 9th. Receive an Aloha shirt. Right now, your time to win tickets, courtesy of Coca-Cola. Caller number 5 to the contest line right now wins a pair of tickets to Saturday's game. The number to call is 415-523-4652. Again, that's 415-523-4652. Call the contest line. Do not call any other. For your chance to win tickets to the Giants and Nats game on Saturday. All right. I mean, this to me, Dibs, and you mentioned his name, but it kind of bleeds into some of my larger takeaways from, I would say, the beginning of camp and really the start of preseason, which is this camp and the first week of preseason is becoming all about the rookies. It's about establishing whether or not the Upton Stouts, the Michael Williams when he returns, the CJ West part of me, the Alfred Collinses of the world can be the depth necessary to replace either guys that are getting hurt or guys that have already left earlier this offseason. This is probably the most important rookie class for Kyle Shanahan since
last
2018. Well, I was going to say 2018.
Yeah.
I mean, last year the season went off the rails, but you thought going into last year you weren't going to need as much help from your rookies.
That's a good point.
This year, you're almost in a situation where you have to have 4 or 5 of these guys contribute, I would say more on defense than offense, if this season is going to go the way you want it to.
You'd think, and just depends on how you look at it. And Michael Williams, you hope he can step in and start. Upton Stout, you mentioned. He right now looks to be the leader to be your nickel corner, which would mean he would start. And then you look at other depth pieces, CJ West and Alfred Collins. Doesn't even matter if you start or don't start for the Niners on the D-line. You're going to play. They like to play 7 or even 8 guys if they're able to. And you mentioned Samo and Evan Anderson, the guy with the Guardian cap. He's easy to spot out there. All these guys are going to get reps, and you're going to work through your rotation and get a lot of different bodies, fresh bodies up there on the D-line. And the other name is Nick Martin. Whether or not he actually starts or if it's going to be D. Winters when you go to a 3-linebacker set in your base defense, even though teams play maybe as much nickel as they do your typical 4-3, but that's going to probably be Nick Martin in there. So that's 3 rookies on the defensive side of the ball and some of the depth pieces as well. So you're right about the import of the draft class, and I feel pretty good about it coming off of last year where they hit on almost every pick, and you have guys who you took last year who played well, and now you're looking at them to be absolute mainstays like Renardo Green and Dominic Pooney and Ricky Pearsall, who is going to be wide receiver 1 if Jawan Jennings isn't able to go, and even if Jawan's here, he still might be wide receiver 1.
Yeah, and even if, one of the reasons why we're like Upton Stout has been such a stud during camp is because he's got a ton of reps that Renardo Green hasn't, because he's been hurt with a hamstring. So you love that he's getting better and he's making his name established and might even be starting for the Niners come week 1 against Seattle. But at the same time, it's a result of all these guys going down, and I'm looking even deeper into the rookie class, Dibs, and it's like Jordan Watkins, you're probably going to get some snaps early this season, especially if someone like Jawan Jennings is on the shelf. Corey Kiner is a player who's emerged as an undrafted running back. Well, Isaac Guerrero is now on the shelf for a couple weeks. That's more repetitions for someone like him. And then you're right, like Nick Martin is probably going to be in the mix because the guy in front of him, D. Winters, his issue is he hasn't been able to stay healthy in his first couple of years in the NFL. So they need all of these guys to contribute just like last year, but the difference is last year they needed them to contribute. This year, they need the rookies to be good. Like they need these guys to be productive in their first year, and that to me is a big ask for, an 11-man rookie class plus a couple undrafted guys, but it's a big ask for guys who have not played and laced them up in the NFL before.
True, but you look at last year and you did all get all those guys who were rookies and they made good contributions. And Malik Mustafa played great, Renardo Green and Dominic Pooney and Pearsall once he got over getting shot. I think he had a good, certainly last 3 or 4 games, but the second half of the year, he showed why he was so sought after by the 49ers. So you're looking for some of those contributions. And Jordan James, another guy who's going to be in the running back room and likely will be a depth piece. And really, you won't yet know how many of these guys you need to come in and contribute until you start getting in the year and maybe you sustain some sorts of injuries. But defensively, you're going to have a lot of young players on that defense, and that's why I think it was so crucial to get Robert Saleh in here, somebody who I think is the perfect man to come in and mold a young defense. Now, they're not all young, but when you look across, you got a handful of guys drafted in 23, 24, and 25. There's going to be a lot of pups over there on the defensive side.
888-957-9570 is the number. Also the number for the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. All guests on 95.7 The Game are brought to you by the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings in for Willard alongside Dan Dibley. Willard's going to be back tomorrow. What has Kyle Shanahan seen from one of those major contributing members from last year's rookie class in Ricky Pearsall?
Really, he's just getting back into it. I thought he had his best practice last Saturday and maybe had a better one today. So his reps are finally going up. He's been allowed to get in a one-on-one here the last couple of days. His reps are getting there closer to the normal reps for all the other receivers. I think his first normal day will probably be versus Denver. But he's almost fully back, and that'll allow him to go through some things to get better and prepare for the year.
How much pressure do you think is on Ricky Pearsall this year, Dibs?
A good amount. I think a lot, because you look at last year, and he actually was asked, Kyle Shanahan, about them being 32nd in the league, which is dead last in wide receiver separation. And that's where Ricky Pearsall can really come in and help, because he's a great route runner. He's good against man-to-man defense. And that's where last year I think the 49ers really lacked and they struggled. And if you don't have separation, then your quarterback's going to have to make many more difficult throws and throws into tough windows. And so if you have an offensive line that isn't going to be great at protecting, and last year they were okay, you hope they're going to be better this year with a healthy Trent Williams, but you have less time, you have a more unstable pocket, and you have wide receivers who can't get separation. And then we all want to look at Brock Purdy and say, down year. There's a down year. Well, yeah, it was, but he had to throw more often with shakier pockets and receivers who didn't get open. So to answer your question, how much pressure's on Pearsall? It's a lot. And part of it is because of the Ayuk piece of it. He had surgery November 15th, and I did the deep dive, as I love to do, on the average time to return when you have surgery on those two ligaments. And the average is 305 days, which would put him at week 3. There's a plus or minus, though, of 2 months on the return to play. Well, it won't be the minus, which was July 19th. He's not ready to go. And the other one would be week 11. So you're really looking at between week 3 and week 11. And, the reports we've been getting, it seems like he's going to miss the first 8 is kind of the sense that I'm getting. And so how much pressure's on Ricky Pearsall? A lot. If it's 8 weeks of you, Jawan, and fill in the blank, like, not going to be Demarcus Robinson. He's probably going to get suspended for 3 games. Cowing can't get healthy. Robbie Chosen now has been added to the mix. Jordan Watkins is a rookie. I mean, who are the other receivers going to be until Ayuk comes back?
I don't know.
Right.
I mean, that's why it's almost like I'm looking at George Kittle to be like the de facto wide receiver 1, which, of course, he was last year as a 2-time first team All-Pro the last 2 years. I don't think that Ricky Pearsall has to be like it. I do think we kind of have to look at this season like his rookie year. I mean, he got shot right before the season, and I think that just completely messed up everything. The fact that he was on the field by the end and was giving you contributions, it was a plus. And I'm not even looking at like this year he has to be among one of the top receivers in his class. So last year, there were 3 rookie receivers that had 1,000 yards. Technically 4 if you include Brock Bowers, but he's a tight end. Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors, and Ladd McConkey. All 3 of those guys, not even Marvin Harrison Jr. is in the same division, but all 3 of those guys had a lot of targets coming their way. And only one of those receivers played for a playoff team in McConkey, but there was no one else to throw the ball to. I don't think Pearsall has to be, a 1,000-yard receiver as a rookie. But I do feel like if this offense is going to look, if it's going to look respectable, I do think that Pearsall has to outpace Jawan Jennings. And I know Jennings is a damn good receiver. But if you take away one game from last year, he's getting 50 yards a game, and he had 3 total touchdowns. If you take away the one Rams game where he had like $170 and 3 tugs. And I just feel like if Brock Purdy is going to be at his best, he needs an established number one. Juwan Jennings is a damn good receiver, don't get me wrong. And I think Purdy on third downs is probably going to be looking for him. But Ricky Pearsall has to separate himself as a guy that maybe isn't a dominant receiver in his do-over rookie season, but looks to be taking those kinds of steps. Brandon Ayuk didn't become the Brandon Ayuk that we had known and loved a couple years ago until year 3. He was famously in Shanahan's doghouse. It's going to take time, but Pearsall has to at least look to me like that's the pressure on him in my mind. He's got to look like a future number one. He doesn't have to be one yet, but that's still, the jury's still out on that.
It is, and I do think that when I look at this 49er receiving core, and you add George Kittle in, obviously, and you think about what the Niners do offensively, and it's a lot of 2 running backs and 2 tight end formations, which those formations only include 2 wide receivers. They do that more than almost any other team in the NFL. So when you get to 3 wide receivers, and it's going to be Jennings, and it's going to be Pearsall, and whoever else, whether it's Robinson or Watkins or Robbie Chosen if he makes the team or whoever else, it's going to be Pearsall and Juwan Jennings who are going to be the go-to targets out of that. And, of course, George Kittle and McCaffrey out of the backfield. We know that. But it's always, when the Shanahan offense is humming, it's always more of a committee anyway. And I looked back at 2 years ago. If you look at the target share and the number of catches between Debo and Ayuk, McCaffrey and Kittle, it's almost a flat-footed tie. And that, I think, is where Shanahan is at his happiest. His comfort zone is, I got 4 guys, my 4 eligibles on the field, and either my fullback or a third wide receiver, whatever. You don't know where it's going to go because all these guys can get open and all of them can make plays. And to start the year, you're not going to really have that unless Pearsall takes that next step.
Well, and all those guys can do something with the football after they catch the football. I mean, I think probably the most, like, if there was one stat that I would bet on them not repeating from last year, and there's a few, it would be them being at the bottom of yards after catch. Like, that is not what Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers offense is synonymous with. And for them to go from number one, literally like the last 3 seasons, to the very bottom, that was pretty crazy to watch. And that to me is another reason why I think that Pearsall has to be, I don't know if it's better, but certainly more dynamic than a Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings is a great possession receiver. On 3rd and 7, he's going to use that 6'3" frame to create some separation, makes contested catches, is able to fight after contact, but he's not a guy that's going to take one to the house, is certainly not going to break free for an extra 20 yards, and is not someone that you're expecting to get extra damage done with once he gets the football. Ricky Pearsall, meanwhile, he was advertised as a player that could do that at Florida. That's what he did. Sometimes even last year, we saw flashes of it. And especially with you're talking about the ability to beat man too. That's where Pearsall, I guess, he has traits of being somebody that I trust Brock Purdy throwing the football to. And preseason, along with the beginning of this year, when he's got probably a large volume of footballs coming his way, whether Juwan Jennings is out there or not, he's got to go out there and prove it.
He has to prove it, and the team has to prove that they can be respected in that way when it's going to be 3rd and 8, and you're going to go to 3 wide receivers, and you got Kittle and probably McCaffrey out there, and teams are going to roll up and play man on you and maybe bring a little bit of heat on Brock Purdy and force him to either get the ball out quick or force your receivers to win against press man coverage. That's where this 49er team can get in trouble, because if they stay ahead of the sticks and then you've got the run pass option, you can go to the short passing game, hit McCaffrey on a swing pass and let him make a guy miss and get the 4 or 5 yards. It's when you get to 3rd and medium and 3rd and long with this receiving core, that's where I think the challenge is going to be. Juwan Jennings, like you said, great possession receiver. Ricky Pearsall, a lot of promise. And beyond that, how are the Niners going to be able to beat defenses through the air when they have to, get a lot of yards, more than 7 or 8?
And Kyle Shanahan was asked earlier today at the podium if there's been, I don't know if it's a change of philosophy, but when it comes to wide receivers, what is he trying to do this year that obviously could lead to more yards after catch, maybe a little more speed?
No, we just try to get the best available. Sometimes that's the fastest guy available. Sometimes it's the biggest, strongest. I mean, whatever it is. But, you try to always have 12 guys in training camp, and we got a few guys that are hurt and can't go, especially with BA because he's got to count on your roster with him being on PUP and everything. So we're down on numbers there. Those guys run all camp, and would always love to add more speed and if it's available and if they're good players. And those were two guys who can run that we were happy to add. Isabella went down with an ankle today, so I know he had a setback, so we didn't get him out there today. Hopefully it's not too bad, though.
So Kyle Shanahan, again, it's... Yeah, like in a perfect world, you got a wide receiver with a large frame, can also really run.
Right.
But it seems like they got to choose a little bit between one or the other.
And they don't... I mean, not many teams actually have that guy. Would that be Justin Jefferson, best in football? Jamar Chase, maybe? You don't often have a lot of those receivers that are just built like that, where you've got tremendous speed and great physicality and size. Jordan Watkins, I do think, is a very interesting receiver for them, the rookie, because he does have that speed, sub 4.4 speed in the 40, and he might be a guy that, you look to roll out. But, we have a saying in my house with my almost 3-year-old, and it's, you got to eat to get a treat. And so, sometimes she'll be having her dinner and we'll sing the song, you got to eat to get a treat. And for Shanahan, it's, you got to block to get the rock. And that's what Shanahan's always said. And so a guy like Jordan Watkins, as a rook, you got to come in and show Shanahan that you are a willing blocker, and then you get the rock. You got to block to get the rock.
Well, I think that's why some of the wide receivers... I do like that rhyme, by the way.
A little Steiny in the end, too, just to make you feel like it's middays.
I'll give you a 4.
And give you...
Oh, I know it ain't middays.
Hit you with a quick for the goo. Yeah, that's right.
The thing is, like, the rock in this case, I mean, that's why a guy like Keenan Allen or Amari Cooper, 2 wide receivers that remain unsigned, it just wouldn't work for the 49ers. I completely understand why people want some of those bigger names to be in camp, and they just signed Robbie Chosen to a 1-year deal today, released Marquez Callaway, and have made decisions about other receivers as well. Naylor's been released. Like, there is a certain prototype, and it's funny, like we're talking about Kaminga earlier in the Warriors. There is a certain fit from wide receivers that you need to have if you're Kyle Shanahan and if you want to play for the 49ers. You have to block. And you're going to have to make sure that Christian McCaffrey is running open. And Brock Purdy is, like Brock Purdy, I think, I'm interested to see how this offense looks this year, Dibs, in regards to, I don't know if it's average depth of target, whether Kyle Shanahan changes too much there. I know that much was made last week about Brock Purdy's improved deep ball and, hitting a couple of guys through the air. Not a lot of games, honestly, last year. It felt like the deep ball was available to him. But that's where, I don't know how dynamic this wide receiving group is going to be. And so, that's eventually kind of to bring it back to the original point why I asked you about the importance of Pearsall, because they do not have a ton of dynamic players there. And I feel like Brock Purdy is a pretty good floor keeper. I don't know how much he's going to be able to raise everybody around him, but I feel confident that this offense is going to be similar to where it was last year, which is borderline, if not sometimes, top 15, top 12. But how much better can those guys around help Brock be? Because I think that was the biggest issue for me watching them at the end of last season. It's like, I have no clue who this guy's throwing the ball to.
And I think that's where the Pearsall thing really comes into more focus as far as the pressure, because he is good against man coverage. And you're right, when you get into those spots where it's 3rd and 6 or 7, and the defense is going to see George Kittle, and if the Niners are out in 11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers, if you're a defense, you've got eyes on McCaffrey out of the backfield. You've got eyes on George Kittle. Hey, diddle, diddle, Kittle down the middle, as Low Neal loves to say. And then it comes down to your 3 receivers beating their 3 corners, or if it's zone, being able to find a receiver to get open, and then Brock Purdy delivering it to Jennings or Pearsall and whoever else. So I do think that in obvious passing downs, that's where the pressure is going to lie for Ricky Pearsall, because you're a first-round pick. And last year went the way it went, and it was a near tragic start to the season with the gunshot and the rest of it. He got healthy, and then he flashed at the end of the year. Okay, so now come on back and build on what we saw late in the year.
Well, and that's why I just get the feeling that though the Niners are led by these big names, right? The Purdys, the Warners, the Williams, the Kittles, the McCaffreys, the Bosas. There are these big names that the Niners have, but in a way, I feel like Dibs, their season is going to be determined by how big of a step their 25 and unders take, or maybe 24, like the first 3-year guys. Because I was watching the Hall of Fame game last week, and to me, it wasn't so much about like whether Trey Lance looked great and what the Niners missed out on, but what I was thinking about was how much those 3 first-round picks that they traded to acquire Trey Lance could be helping this team right now.
Yep.
And, one of them would have been a rookie this year. One of them would have been a second-year, third-year player, so on and so forth. But that's where the trade really killed you, in my mind. It wasn't. I mean, you found a new quarterback. Whatever you think about Purdy is fine. He's clearly their franchise guy. But where it killed you was the ability to upgrade other positions with top flight talent. Maybe it would have been another receiver. Maybe it would have been another defensive lineman for Robert Saleh to now deploy. Maybe it could have been a safety, at which currently you have none, or at least you have guys battling for. And so when I'm looking at Trey Lance walk the Detroit Lions up and down the field, it's not so much about what he's doing, but what he represents could be doing right now for the Niners.
And it's depth, and it also would have been frontline guys. And as we saw with the Javon Kinlaw selection, it doesn't mean you were going to hit on a guy. And unfortunately, they've had some misses, including their first-round pick many years ago, Solomon Thomas, who that was a miss as well. So it's no guarantee that you find a player that you absolutely would be able to utilize and love, but you would like to at least have that opportunity to make the miss as opposed to, not having a first-round pick. And that's where, all roads lead back to Ricky Pearsall. He's your first-round pick. And so go out there and play like a first-rounder. And, Nick Bosa, people want to be critical of his year from last year. I thought he had a good year, and many of the non-sack metrics would indicate he was top 5 or top 6 as an edge rusher, but he's held to that standard because he is highly paid and he was a first-round selection.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's almost what he has to be. I mean, there cannot be any more slippage from a player like Bosa. And while I think that the schedule, we've talked about this before, absolutely favors them, and I think should produce, hopefully 10 wins, which I think could be good enough to get into the playoffs and maybe even win the division, depending on if the Rams don't take a step back. But, you need your best players to be at that level. There can be no slippage from McCaffrey, from Williams, from Bosa, maybe even from Fred Warner, from McKittle, because if there is, there's so many question marks right now that, again, it just leads me to believing that this 49ers team, it's almost going to be decided by what we don't know about them. And that's to me what's also exciting.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get to see so many more new names, and hopefully a lot of them are going to be franchise players for this team. But you're going to have to find the next Eric Armstead. And maybe that's Mykel Williams. I don't know.
They're hopeful, and guy who can play inside and outside, and that for me is the big question, is not only Mykel Williams, but the defensive rookies and the second-year guys, and even D. Winters, who is penciled in as a starter. He's a third-year player who hasn't played a ton, and he's being expected to step in and replace Dre Greenlaw, even though I know Dre didn't play much at all last year. That's where the standard is set for this team at linebacker. So if Fred and Nick Bosa, if they play up to caliber, and on the other side of the ball, Trent Williams, and I'll even throw in Dominic Pooney and Kittle, and even Brock Purdy, who now is on the cusp of being $53 million a year, and he's got that contract, those players have to play up to the level commensurate with what is being expected of them contract-wise and ability-wise. And then the next level. Christian McCaffrey obviously on that list as well, but then what you're talking about is the next wave of guys like Ben Barch. Are you going to be the real deal? And Colton McKivitz at right tackle. Can you be even better than you were last year? Where he was okay. If you look at the Pro Football Focus numbers or you ask experts around the league, he wasn't bad. He wasn't elite, and you need him to be a little bit better. And the guys who you have coming in new, you need them to be real players because you're going to rely on a lot of rookies and second-year players.
How confident are you? Again, we're talking about some of the question marks sort of supplementing their top-tier talent. You know, I don't want to call it a two-timeline plan, but the Niners got a lot going on at the top and the bottom of their roster. What makes you confident that they can jump 3 teams in their division, effectively going from worst to first? Or do you think that's a little too much for them?
I don't think it's too much, and I look at last year, and yes, they were worst. They wound up 6-11. They were 4th out of 4. But when you look at the bones of that 6-11, and you look at the way they lost to the Rams, and I don't have my sheets anymore. I promised myself I'd throw them away because I go through and watch the game a second time, and I take detailed notes every play.
All 22.
Well, I write down the play-by-play. That way I can refer to it throughout the next week, and without having to find the box score or whatever. And the Ram game, there were 5 of the final 10 plays of that game were absolute disasters.
Their first meeting in week 3.
Correct.
Yeah.
You gave up a big pass to Tutu Atwell. You gave up a huge punt return. You had a pass interference. There was just a cacophony of errors that led you to lose the game. Same thing against Arizona, where I think it was James Conner who had like 11 carries on the final drive, and they just ran it down your throat because your defense wasn't very good and your coordinator was out over his skis. And the Seattle game where Geno Smith slice and diced you in a game-winning drive, I think that you can look at certain amount of those losses combined with last year. I thought their schedule was one of the most unfair schedules in the history of football. Mm-hmm. They played 5 teams off a bye, including back-to-back at Green Bay, at Buffalo in November and December. I mean, unfair. I'm not crying about it.
Well, and the one time they got a bye, the other team had a bye.
Correct.
So they never got any advantage in terms of rest.
Rest differential was through the roof, one of the worst we've ever seen. And you played the difficult divisions in your crossover, and you had a first-place schedule. So all those things, they're not in place this year. You play the South and the South, which is what you would want to do, with your crossovers, and you have a last-place schedule. So this year there are no excuses schedule and opponent-wise for sure.
And still through all of that, they were 5-4 going into week 11, which is where the Geno Smith walk-off run sort of broke them. And then they lost 7 of their last 8 games, a lot of which they either weren't completely healthy for or kind of had thrown in the white towel.
A little bit. And, the back-to-back Green Bay and Buffalo, I know you didn't have Brock Purdy for the game in Green Bay. And then, you take on Buffalo the very next week, and in Buffalo, and they're just licking their chops, and they absolutely motorboated the Niners. And at that point, I think that's when you fell to, was that 5-8 after that one, or
5-7? Yeah,
5-7. You beat a gutsy little Chicago team, but then it's the Rams, the Dolphins, the Lions. At that point, it was pretty much already over.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I'm a firm believer that in all sports, like, you either get better or you get worse. And it happens, I think, most drastically in football just because, like, you're taking such a beating every single week. This is what Lo Neal talks about a lot. Like, the moment where you feel like you're beaten, your body just kind of gives. And I think the Niners' body just gave away last year. And I guess my question is, what's going to be the difference between last year and this year? Like, I would hope that they can only get better because they have so many young players. And I think the guys they got rid of, for the most part, were players who were getting worse. Deebo Samuel on line 1. I love him. He's responsible for some of the greatest moments of the last 5 years, but he was getting worse. I do wonder if that's going to be enough, though, Dibs, to jump 3 teams. The Cardinals, I think, got better over the course of last season. Seattle certainly got better over the course of last season to the extent where after the bye week, I think they were a top 5 defense under Mike McDonald. And the Rams got better, I think, this offseason. And their defense is really young and even emerged, I would say, the last couple of years. So I'm not saying it's an impossible task, but I'm personally tempering my expectations for the 49ers. And what I'm looking for going into this first week of preseason is how much improvement we can see from the beginning of camp to what we're going to see on Saturday against the Broncos.
We won't see a lot on Saturday, and the big piece for me in what you're laying out about last year to this year is a guy we won't see, Christian McCaffrey. He played 4 games last year. If he plays 4 games this year, you're not going to win the division. Maybe that's a hot take. Maybe Lucas will clip that and put it on Twitter. Probably not, because it's Captain Obvious. But you need your best players to be able to play football. And yeah, McCaffrey last year, 4 games. Ayuk played in only 7. And this year he may play in only 7, depending on when he's able to come back. And even if Ayuk plays in 7 or more games, he likely won't be fully up at 100%. I don't think that you can expect him to be back to his level. Kittle played 15, Jennings 15. They probably would have played more if they needed to, but you had Brock Purdy for the most part. You had Bosa. Trent Williams was going through unspeakable personal tragedy and an ankle injury, and Fred Warner played on a fractured ankle the whole year. So, and you add in Mooney Ward, who I'm sure you read the piece from Mike Silver last week talking about how he was completely checked out, and then he started getting checked back in, and then he had personal tragedy. The Debo situation, getting in a shouting match with the long snapper. I think the vibes combined with the injuries made last year just kind of a little bit of a weird one. And so, and I failed to mention Devondre Campbell straight quitting, literally quitting against the Rams in a game that you lost 12-6.
The fact that that's like the 5th footnote of last year's season is pretty ridiculous.
Right? And the whole thing, there were so many funky things. Pearsall gets shot and all the rest of it. Now, if you get hit by that same level of bad luck this year, then, I mean, what are we even talking about? But if you just get reasonable health to your key guys, I don't see how you don't win 10 games. Seattle, new quarterback, new receivers, feels like not a rebuild, but definitely a retool up in Seattle.
Yeah, I think Arizona is going to be a bit better, and they won 8 games last year. Seattle I could see being about the same, although I have my doubts about Darnold too. The Rams are the team that I think are clearly ahead of the pack at this point, and might have even got better this offseason. But like when I'm thinking about someone like McCaffrey, and what I mean of him taking a step back, it's not being hurt. You're right. If he plays 4 games, this season's done. Kaput. Wrap it up. Throw it away. But he's going to be 29 this year. And that's typically where running backs tend to take a step back. They're not completely ineffective, but the player that I think a lot of people compare him to, or at least did when he certainly got to San Francisco, and he had the triple game where he had a receiving, a rushing, and a passing touchdown. LaDainian Tomlinson, at age 29, that was the first year he wasn't an All-Pro for 5 straight seasons. And he was still good. He had 1,100 yards. He had 11 touchdowns, 300 carries, played all 16 games. But he wasn't an All-Pro anymore. And so my concern is not that McCaffrey, I assume he's going to be healthy this year, although he's dealt with some injuries in his past. But if he's not the all-pro version of Christian McCaffrey, then I think we got some problems. Because he really does need to be that for this offense, particularly at the beginning of the year when they don't have Brandon Ayuk to operate at like full go. And so that's where I think that some of the younger guys, there might be more pressure on them than there needs to be, because I don't think McCaffrey's going to be a guy who can handle 400 touches at age 29. Maybe he can, but
it's a big ask. It depends on, how those touches go and the nature of them. The thing about McCaffrey is he's not a run out of bounds guy either. He's going to look for a little contact and try to get that extra 2 or 3 yards. And maybe last year not playing as much will have his legs be fresher. Haven't heard anything about bilateral Achilles tendonitis. I know he's coming off the knee, and that was an injury that was completely unrelated to his situation. you were just talking about LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, and it had me think about just situations in general, and I wanted to make sure I had it right because that year you were referring to was the first year in San Diego where you didn't have the big fella. The big grilled cheese, yeah. He didn't have Low Neal. I'm not attributing everything that LT succeeded in to Low Neal, but, every year is different. Every situation's different. McCaffrey he comes back and he won't have Debo. And so there might be more attention paid to him just based on that fact. But I think in the Shanahan offense, if he is able to avoid big-time injury, I see a big year for McCaffrey this year.
I hope so. And another guy, Marshall Faulk, age 28, first-team All-Pro, second in league MVP voting, 1,400 yards, 12 touchdowns. Next year at age 29, still a Pro Bowler, played 14 games, but 1,400 yards from scrimmage as opposed to 2,000. Only had 10 touchdowns as opposed to 21. That's where, again, there's a little bit of a fall-off that I think with how much the Niners are dependent on him, they really need, maybe it's one of the last years, but they've never been more Christian McCaffrey dependent on offense. From the time that he's been here, certainly, but it's almost like they need him to be 2023 McCaffrey or whatever 2021 Debo was. And that offense did not have a ton of gifted pieces either because Ayuk had yet to emerge. They didn't have a ton of other top flight receivers. George Kittle was still there and was damn good. But with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing the football, they weren't as aerially based. McCaffrey has to be what he was before he got hurt last year. And that, to me, is almost kind of what I feel like their offense hinges on. And a lot of Brock Purdy success,
certainly.
For sure.
And it just depends on what else you can do at running back. And just looking at Derrick Henry, last year he had 1,921 yards, 16 touchdowns in his age 30 season. And I know he's built a little bit different.
Slightly larger.
Slightly bigger. Had him on my failed fantasy team, so I watched a lot of his games. And, he benefits from a little bit of a different situation where their quarterback is also a good runner. And so, he's not totally keyed on in the run game, but 16 rushing touchdowns. And, he doesn't seem to be slowing down just because he got to that age. And he doesn't have the same injury history as McCaffrey. And you mentioned he is bigger, but I have faith that McCaffrey has been able to put in the work to get himself ready to, again, take on that same kind of load he did 2 years ago when he led all the football in total touches.
Well, and there was someone like James Conner, arguably had the best season of his career last year when he was 29 and just turned now 30. But this is where you're right that situations aren't necessarily the same. I think that someone like James Conner is allowed to be more of a threat in the Cardinals offense because there's the quarterback that you have to worry about taking off every play. Kyler Murray allows him to be great, but to your point, Conner had never played 16 games before, started all 16, had 1,500 yards from scrimmage and 9 touchdowns. So maybe there is some hope for Christian. I guess, Dibs, that the focus point of their offense is and will be number 23. It just will be. So he's going to have to almost carry them more than he did a couple of years ago when he damn near carried them to the Super Bowl. And that scares me a little bit, combined with the fact that we're going to do this all year, I can tell, especially if someone like Garendo can't stay on the field.
Yeah.
Is Kyle Shanahan using McCaffrey too much?
Oh, I can't wait for this conversation.
10 carries in the fourth quarter, and the game's over with. They're up by 14. When is Kyle's going to pull Christian? And we're going to do it every single week.
Yeah, and he's not ever going to pull him. So we can go ahead and cut to that part of the conversation until he has faith in whoever his backup is going to be. And by faith, I mean a guy who won't fumble the football. And I know McCaffrey fumbled in the Super Bowl famously, so nobody's perfect. But the reason why he's ridden McCaffrey late in games is because he hasn't had a lot of faith in the backup. And that, I believe, is going to continue because Shanahan and the system is built to get the lead, keep the lead, preserve the lead, run the ball, and win the game. And if you're going to do that, Christian McCaffrey's the guy who you're going to want out there.
He was so good in that game, though. Like, I know he fumbled on the first drive, but he was so damn good in that game, especially in overtime.
Yeah.
But, and again, the Niners, I think, similar to how we were talking about the Giants being in, like, year one, I know that they didn't change general managers or change head coaches, but in a way, I kind of do look at this year, Dibs, almost like a year one for whatever the next window of opportunity is for the Niners. I'm not sure if it's going to be Super Bowl contention the way it was for, you could say between 2019 and 2024, because they believe going into last year that they were Super Bowl contenders. But to me, it's like it's so much different than last season and certainly 2 years ago, even though some of the parts are the same. Or do you think I'm off in saying that?
I think you're a little off. I mean, windows they're very fluid. I think your window only lasts as long as your quarterback is good and you've got your quarterback. So you would hope that even though next year his contract explodes and he's going to make about 20% of the cap on his own, you would hope that they can continue to kind of build around him. And that's why I think last year's draft is so important and this year's draft is as well, because pretty soon Kittle and Warner and Trent Williams are going to age off of this team. I mean, Trent's already in his mid to late 30s, and George and Fred are right around 30, and so there's going to be a time where they're going to have to be replaced, and you hope that you've already got those guys in the pipeline. And Ricky Pearsall, second year as a receiver, somebody's going to have to be the running back of the future. You're going to need a left tackle of the future. So the window can stay open. You can stay competitive and be good as long as you have the key pieces, and for that, I think it's Brock Purdy and it's Kyle Shanahan. Those are your key cornerstones, and then Nick Bosa on the other side.
I think you're right there, but I want to flush that out after this commercial break. This idea of who the connectors are between the periods and what this next window, if it's in the middle of a window, what it means. One more segment coming up on the other side. Evan Giddings and Dan Dibley here on Willard and Dibs. Giddings in for Willard. And we're sponsored by the American Cancer Society. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Are you thinking about covering your patio? In fact, I was actually having this conversation with my wife over the weekend. We've got a tree that's dropping a bunch of needles onto our outdoor furniture, so we are going to need to cover the patio. Perhaps you're looking to build shelves to get organized. Whatever it is that you're going to be doing for your next project, the products you use to build it matter the most, especially if you want it to last for years to come. That's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, the trusted name in structural connectors. They're engineered for strength, and these products are designed to stand up to the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events. Professional builders appreciate the many options that Simpson Strong Tie provides, all you do-it-yourselfers, and you love the confidence that comes from these great results. So whether you're building a backyard retreat or tackling your weekend to-do list, choose Simpson Strong Tie, available at Golden State. Visit goldenstatelumber.com to get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showroom in the Bay Area for over 70 years and ever evolving. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more, or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, a reminder that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Evan Giddings in for Mark Willard. He'll be back tomorrow. Dan Dibley holding it down. A couple more minutes with you before the top of the hour and best of, where we got the crossover coming up. We got some great stuff from Steiny Guru. And a whole lot more on the best of with Lucas Alexander.
Yeah, not really with Lucas Alexander. He doesn't speak during it.
You don't?
No, he just pushes buttons. Well,
Luke,
occasionally.
The people need to hear from you.
Hey, people.
There you go. There's Lucas Alexander. Yeah.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Occasionally he'll jump in there, but a lot of times it's just, boom, buttons, pushing buttons. That's fine. It's still the best of. It's great.
It is. Come on.
Thanks, Dibs.
Yeah, I got you. Except that one time where it ran until about 7:08 when it didn't really back time it, and so that thing just kept going.
It happens.
That was early days.
Doing math in the biz sometimes not as easy as people think it is.
No doubt.
Especially timing things up for what we call a hard out. Hard outs, not always the easiest to hit.
No.
Especially when you're planning for like an hour.
We usually do a hard out when we have Warrior broadcasts, and we got to throw it to the arena at 5:53 and 28 seconds or something crazy like that. So you do what you can. You do your best.
You do. Real quick, before we get into this quick discussion, I want to run by you the update on Juwan Jennings and whether or not his calf injury, could it be business related?
Same thing with his calf.
It's definitely health related, not business related.
You can ask him that, but he tells me it's his calf, and the calf shows, so it's got to be delicate with those calves.
Got to be delicate.
Yep.
You buying it?
Totally. And, I don't think that Juwan would have come out in the first place. Had it been business, it would have been a hold in. He came out and immediately started playing hard, and the calf can flare up, and as we know from sports, if you have a calf, upper, lower, wherever, you can't do anything about it. You got to baby that thing, and you got to shut it down. There's nothing to play around with a calf.
Yeah, I do wonder how quickly Juwan Jennings will be back at camp if and when they figure out this contract extension. I think most people expect them to come to a compromise for.
They should, and I don't think he's going to be asking for the world. He's probably just looking for what he has this year, get all of that guaranteed, because I think some of it is in incentives. Mm-hmm. NFL contracts are sometimes hard to totally figure out unless you have it in front of you, but just probably wants a little bit more guaranteed money and stretch it out over a couple of seasons. I don't see why the team wouldn't do that, especially in this situation where you've got Ricky Pearsall, Ayuk likely coming back in October or November. I don't know. Juwan seems like a pretty important piece this year for sure.
Yeah, and for the next couple of seasons. I mean, their wide receiving core is young, but very few of them, if any, you could argue are proven. Right. So it's Jennings and Ayuk.
I don't know how much you get into Pro Football Focus. I know you're not a huge StatCast guy, but
I do like PFF.
Yeah, PFF had Juwan Jennings rated as the number 1 run-blocking wide receiver last year. So, I was saying earlier about you got to block to get the rock. He was number 1, according to Pro Football Focus, and Ayuk and Pearsall were numbers 21 and 22. So also still first page of the leaderboard, so to speak, and this is among, you got 5 receivers times 32 teams, 160 receivers, and your 3 guys were all top 22, and so that, I think, becomes as important as we get into this year as who's going to be out there catching the ball.
I think that's also why when Kyle Shanahan was talking about his philosophy for wide receivers, he doesn't necessarily care if you're giving up some speed for size, because you're going to need big bodies out there to block on the edge, and more importantly, willing blockers that are big bodies on the edge, at least in this offense. And so, Juwan Jennings fits them to a T. That was one of the issues with Brandon Ayuk early in his career, is that he wouldn't block enough. And it felt like in 2022 and 2023, coincidentally, his numbers go way up, and he turns out to be more of a willing blocker. So, I think Juwan Jennings is integral to this team in multiple ways.
And that's where the Debo exodus, it doesn't hurt, because I do kind of agree with you that he was declining a little bit, but you just remember what he brought, not only as the boombox guy coming out of the locker room, but another guy, willing blocker and seeking contact. He was, the original member of the Yak Boys, yards after contact or yards after the catch. And so that sort of mentality, I think, goes right to Juwan Jennings. So you need him out there to show some of the younger receivers how you set the tone as a Niner receiver.
And real quick, so we were talking before the break about the idea of, at least for me, I feel like it's kind of year one for the 49ers of whatever the next iteration of their franchise is going to be. And I think a big signal of that year one for me is the quarterback. They've finally made a choice on who their quarterback is going to be for the next 5 years, even though his contract doesn't technically kick in. And during the break, we were talking about how, what does that mean? like this idea of the year, the window, the transition. And it sounds like Brock Purdy is one of the two guys at the center of your view on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the other one would be Nick Bosa. I still think he's at an age where he can still be an elite player at his position for many years to come. 3 years, 5 years, health permitting. I still think Nick Bosa's got a lot of elite football left in him. So does Kittle and Fred Warner and Trent Williams, but these are older players, Trent in particular. I mean, he said he's not ruling out playing till he's 40, and he still is a highly regarded, highly rated left tackle, so he could still be great and a part of the